Chapter 1. Yun Che and Xiao Che. Yun Che's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Suddenly, Yun Che opened his eyes wide, quickly sitting up, only to discover that he was lying on a soft, large bed adorned with a bright red canopy, which cast a festive atmosphere around him. Xiaoke. You're awake. A voice filled with joy rang in his ears, and a girl's delicate face soon came into his view. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a flowing emerald green gown. Her complexion was fair and radiant, her lips a vibrant shade of red, and her delicate nose elegantly curved. Her deep, sparkling eyes were like a crystal-clear spring, filled with an enchanting allure. Her entire visage exuded warmth and beauty, promising that she would grow into an exquisite beauty in the years to come. As Yun Che gazed at the girl who was so close, he momentarily fell into a daze, and the words escaped his lips instinctively. "Any Xiao?" The girl raised her snow-white wrist, her delicate hand gently resting on Yun Che's forehead. Her expression relaxed a bit more as she cheerfully remarked, "Your temperature seems to have returned to normal, which is wonderful. I was nearly frightened to death just now. Xiao Che, do you feel any discomfort?" Faced with the girl's gaze brimming with genuine concern, Yun Che numbly shook his head, his mind still in a daze. "Take a moment to rest. I will inform your grandfather right away. Today is a momentous day for you. When you suddenly fainted, your grandfather nearly lost his mind. He has gone out to invite Master Situ personally as the door closed." Yun Che sat up once more, clutching his head with both hands. He was in Luyan City, the easternmost small town of the Songfeng Empire, one of the 7 nations of the Tianqian continent, and he was Xiao Che, the sole grandson of the 5th elder of the Xiao clan. He had just turned 16 this year. This was his current identity. His memories began to overlap with those of over 20 years spent in the Songyan continent, causing a wave of confusion to wash over him. Could it be that after dying in the Songyan continent, he had crossed over into this body? No, he was undeniably Xiao Che. Everything in this room was intimately familiar to him. Every memory from his youth was crystal clear. Every experience was his own, and there was no way he had stolen someone else's memories. Could it be that everything in the Songyan continent was merely a dream? Did he awaken from a dream after plummeting from the Abyss Cloud Cliff? Yet the memories of the Songyan continent, filled with grievances and entanglements from those 24 years, were equally vivid. How could they possibly be a dream? Yun Che was now supposed to be Xiao Che. After a moment of bewilderment, his gaze gradually calmed, and his thoughts began to clear. It was early morning, and the sky outside had yet to brighten. Today marked the day of his wedding to Xia Qingwei. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been awakened by his aunt, dressed in a celebratory crimson outfit, and had consumed a bowl of porridge lovingly prepared by her. Following that, he had felt an overwhelming weakness and lost consciousness. That it was only now that he had awakened. That moment, an unusual scent wafted from his lips, causing Xiao Che to press them together slightly, and his expression shifted subtly. This is the heart-killing powder. During his years on the Songyan continent, with the heavenly poison pearl in his possession, Yun Che had become intimately acquainted with the myriad poisons of the world. It could be said that there was no poison he did not recognize with a mere whiff. He could instantly identify its name and composition. Furthermore, as the bearer of the heavenly poison pearl, he was immune to all toxins. No matter how formidable, none could inflict harm upon him. The heart-killing powder, crafted from the absolute soul grass and purple vein begonia, dissolved in water, becoming colorless and tasteless. Within mere seconds of entering the body, it could extinguish life, leaving no trace of poisoning on the corpse. Xiao Che's gaze darkened as realization dawned upon him. Though such a notion seemed utterly implausible, it was the only possibility he could fathom. Wait, if that were the case, why was he unharmed after merely brushing against the heart-killing powder with his lips, when his current body lacked any resistance to toxins? A faint, peculiar sensation emanated from the palm of his left hand. Raising it, Xiao Che was astonished to find a green circular mark imprinted upon his palm. The shape, color, and size of this mark were unmistakably identical to that of the heavenly poison pearl. Before plummeting off the abyss of absolute clouds, he had swallowed the heavenly poison pearl without any inkling of the consequences. Now, this mark on his hand seemed to indicate that the heavenly poison pearl had traversed alongside him. Could this be the heavenly poison pearl? Xiao Che murmured instinctively, gazing at the mark that resembled the pearl. As his voice trailed off, The green mark on his palm suddenly radiated a vibrant emerald glow. A wave of dizziness washed over him, compelling him to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the world around him had transformed into a vast expanse of green. This green realm stretched infinitely, filled with a faint aura unique to the heavenly poison pearl. After a moment of stupor, Xiao Che finally comprehended that his consciousness had entered the internal world of the heavenly poison pearl. Think that within the heavenly poison pearl existed such a vast domain. More astonishing was the fact that by recklessly swallowing it, he had somehow brought the pearl along with him, as if it had become a part of his very being. If he could enter, he could surely exit. Xiao Che closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Instantly, the surrounding green world began to dissipate, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the familiar room. Looking at the pale green mark on his palm, a smile gradually spread across Xiao Che's face. Though he could not comprehend why such an extraordinary event had transpired, he had not only been reborn, but also possessed memories from 2 lifetimes. Perhaps the heavens, outraged by the tragic fates he had endured in both lives, had shown him mercy by granting him this chance at rebirth. Yun Che found himself relentlessly pursued by countless formidable masters of the Tsangyun continent. Although he ultimately met his demise, his singular presence stirred the winds of the world, leaving an indelible mark. Yet his current physical state was far from impressive, to put it bluntly. It was utterly abysmal. In the Tianxian continent, the supremacy of Xuanli reigns. Although Xiao Che was born into the Xiao clan and was the grandson of the most powerful elder, Xiao Lai, he was now 16 years of age, yet his Xuanli remained stagnant at the initial Xian realm. He began his cultivation journey at the tender age of 7 and entered the initial Xian realm at 8, but for the subsequent 8 years, he made not a shred of progress, enduring relentless ridicule within the Xiao clan. Eventually, Xiao Lai summoned the foremost physician of Luyun City, Situ Yun, to examine his condition. The diagnosis struck him like a thunderbolt. He was found to possess a congenital bloodline deficiency, and the damage was so severe that restoration seemed nearly impossible. In this state, Xiao Che would forever remain at the initial Xian realm, regardless of his efforts. Even if he were to dedicate his life to relentless training, he would eternally be confined to the initial Xian realm. Such a fate rendered him an inconsequential figure within the Tianxian continent, a mere subject of mockery within the Xiao clan. Had it not been for his grandfather, Xiao Lai, the most formidable figure in both the Xiao clan and all of Luyun City, no one would have spared him a second glance. As one of the 3 prominent cultivation families in Luyun City, the Xiao clan boasted countless strong individuals and a thriving younger generation. Within this environment, Xiao Che was undeniably a dispensable presence. His demise would elicit little concern from anyone. Yet today, someone had resorted to using the elusive and lethal Xie Xian San to assassinate him, a fact that Xiao Che was all too aware of. The reason for this heinous act was that today marked his wedding day with Xia Qingwei. Xia Qingwei, of the same age as him, was also 16. However, at such a tender age, her Xuanli had reportedly reached the 10th level of the initial Xian realm, on the cusp of breaking through to the Xian realm. She was the first of the Xia family in a century to achieve such a milestone, and among the youth of Luyun City, none could rival her. Rumors swirled that if her progress continued unabated, she might become the first in the history of the Xia family to ascend to the Earth Xian realm, or perhaps even reach the Tian Xian realm, a feat no one in Luyun City had dared to dream of for a century. More critically, she was not only endowed with remarkable talent, but also possessed extraordinary beauty, universally acknowledged as the most stunning maiden in Luyun City. Almost every young man of some standing in the city was infatuated with her. If the Xia family were to seek suitors, the line at the north gate would likely stretch to the south. This paragon of talent and beauty, destined to wed the most ineffectual scion of the Xiao family, one with no foreseeable future, provoked outrage and disbelief among countless individuals in Luyun City. It was akin to a magnificent lotus blooming atop a pile of dung, evoking fury and despair in equal measure. Those enamored with Xia Qingwei naturally harbored profound resentment toward Xiao Che, and many were driven by a sense of injustice, culminating in their decision to poison him. In the current state of Xiao Che, this was hardly surprising. Indeed, beauty brings calamity, Xiao Che mused aloud as he rose from his bed. Yet, Upon contemplating Xia Qingyue's enchanting visage, a smile broke upon his lips. To marry such a wife is truly a splendid beginning to tea this moment. He donned a vibrant red wedding robe, while the room was adorned with the character sheet and red fabric. This decoration had been personally arranged by his grandfather, Xiao Lai, and his young aunt, Xiao Lingxi, the previous night. This was not only his usual living quarters, but also the bridal chamber for his upcoming marriage. Xiao Lingxi, the daughter of Xiao Lai born in his middle age, was Xiao Che's aunt despite being only 15 years old, a year younger than Xiao Che. Though still quite young, she was already a stunning beauty, having reached the 6th level of the initial profound stage. While she could not compare to Xia Qingyue, her abilities were nonetheless commendable, earning her considerable attention within the Xiao clan. Sure, you are awake, a gentle voice echoed as Xiao Lai entered, observing Xiao Che, who had already risen from bed and appeared quite well. His expression relaxed somewhat. 2 individuals accompanied him. Xiao Hong, the steward responsible for his care, and Sita Yun, the renowned physician of Luyin City. It is good that you are awake. You seem to be in good spirits, but let Master Situ examine you. Today is your wedding day, and there must be no room for error. Master Situ, I appreciate your assistance, Xiao Lai said, stepping aside to allow Situ Yun to proceed. Situ Yun placed the medicine box he had been holding onto the table and took a seat across from Xiao Che, gently placing his fingers on his pulse. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand. Master Situ, how is Xiao Che's health? Is it serious? Xiao Lingxi inquired anxiously, her concern evident. Xiao Lai gazed at Situ Yun, his silence betraying a hint of gravity. He could not ignore the unusual nature of Xiao Che's sudden fainting. Situ Yun, rising slowly, smiled lightly and said, Elder Xiao need not worry, your grandson's condition is excellent. There is no major ailment, nor even a minor one. The previous fainting spell may have been due to excessive excitement, considering your grandson is to marry the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, the most beautiful woman in Luyin City. Ha ha ha. Despite Sita Yun's efforts to mask it, a trace of regret lingered in his words that it was indeed difficult to accept that such a remarkable woman would marry a person deemed worthless, with no prospects. That is a relief, Xiao Lai sighed, nodding. I truly appreciate Master Situ coming here so early. Lao Hong, please escort Master Situ to the reception room to rest. No need. Sita Yun waved his hand, lifting his medicine box. Since your grandson is well, I shall take my leave. Congratulations, Elder Xiao, on soon welcoming the finest granddaughter-in-law of Luyin City. I can't imagine how many will envy you, haha. Farewell. Be sure to come and enjoy a cup of wedding wine. Lao Hong, see Master Situ out. Chair. Are you really all right? Do you feel any discomfort? As soon as Situ Yun departed, Xiao Lai furrowed his brow, still unconvinced. The sudden, fainting episode, coupled with the drop in temperature and vitality, could not simply be attributed to excitement. Yet, seeing Xiao Che now appeared perfectly fine left him in a state of perplexity. Grandfather, rest assured, I am truly fine, Xiao Che said with a carefree expression. Observing the worry etched on Xiao Lai's face and the snow-white hair that crowned his head, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. The Xiao clan is graced with 5 esteemed elders, and although Xiao Lai holds the title of the 5th elder, he is the most formidable among them. Having ascended to the 10th level of the spirit profound realm 5 years ago, he now stands at the pinnacle of that realm, poised to break through into the earth profound. Real man aspiration coveted by countless practitioners, and Kati merely 55 years of age, with unmatched prowess at the peak of the spirit profound realm. Xiao Lai's hair is already a crown of silver. Each time Xiao Che gazes upon his grandfather's white locks, his heart aches with a profound sorrow. The tale behind Xiao Lai's prematurely graying hair is well known throughout Luyin City. His only son, Xiao Xiao Che's father, was once heralded as the greatest talent in the city. He broke through to the initial profound realm at 17, attained the 5th level of the entry profound realm by 20, and at 23, he astonishingly reached the true profound realm, leaving an indelible mark on Luyin City and becoming a source of pride for the Xiao clan and for Xiao Lai himself. Almost everyone believed that after reaching middle age, Xiaoying would be the most qualified heir to lead the clan. Alas, fate proved cruel. Merely 1 month after Xiao Che's birth, Xiaoying fell victim to an assassination attempt, Just days prior, he had exhausted his profound energy in a valiant effort to save the daughter of the Xia family, leaving him unable to muster even half of his usual strength. During the attack, which ultimately led to his demise, his wife, consumed by grief, chose to sever her own life force in a tragic act of devotion. Such immense loss transformed Xiao Lai overnight, his hair turning white as snow. 9 months later, Xiao Lingxi was born, but her mother, tormented by the enduring agony of losing her son, succumbed to despair just a month after her daughter's arrival. The loss of both son and wife was an unfathomable burden for Xiao Lai to bear. Within those silver strands lies an ocean of unspoken anguish, sorrow, and resentment. To this day, Xiao Lai has yet to uncover the identity of the one who took Xiao Ying's life. In the aftermath, he poured all his hopes into Xiao Che, only to be met with the harsh reality of his grandson's congenital meridian damage, a thunderous blow to his already tumultuous life. Yet, in the face of what seemed like a hopeless future for his grandson, Xiao Lai has never once displayed a flicker of disappointment or resentment. Instead, he has showered Xiao Che with affection, bordering on indulgence. In his eyes, the inherent flaw in Xiao Chi's meridian is a cruel twist of fate, and the last thing he deserves is condemnation, indifference, or mockery. Rather, he should be enveloped in love and care. Over the years, he has tirelessly sought various elixirs in hopes of mending the damaged meridian, but such injuries are akin to severing the lifeblood of profound energy far from easy to repair. With a grandfather like this, Xiao Che, despite growing up under the indifferent and even mocking gazes of others, still considers himself fortunate. As he gazed upon Xiao Lai's flowing white hair, Xiao Che's expression gradually solidified. Since fate has granted me the opportunity for rebirth, along with the memories of 2 lifetimes, I shall live with fervor, if only to bring a semblance of comfort to my grandfather. What does it matter if my spiritual veins are damaged? I am the heir of the sage of medicine. As long as I can procure the appropriate herbs, I can fully restore my spiritual veins within a mere 3 weeks. All is well, then, Xiao Lai remarked, finally at ease as he observed Xiao Che's demeanor. Casting a glance at the daylight outside, he continued, the time is nigh. Che-er, prepare yourself while I shall arrange the wedding procession. By the way, do you prefer to ride or to be carried in a sedan chair? Xiao Lai momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by the question. A gentle smile then graced his face as he nodded slightly. Very well. That single word resonated with a long-lost joy. Xiao Lai stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him, and no sooner had Xiao Lai departed than Xiao Lingxi stood before Xiao Che, her lips curving into a playful smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. So you fainted from excitement? You made me worry for nothing. You and Xia Qingyue have hardly met, yet you seem to hold her in such high regard. She is the most beautiful woman in Luyin City, after all. Xiao Che hastily waved his hands. How could that be? While Xia Qingyue is indeed stunning, my aunt is far more beautiful. If I were to faint over her, I would have collapsed countless times with my aunt by my side. Huh. Xiao Lingxi's carefully maintained expression crumbled, transforming into a radiant smile. I knew you would say something to make me happy. But truly, if you fainted from the excitement of marrying her, it would be understandable after all. Xia Qingyue is not only breathtaking, but also recognized as the top prodigy of Luyin City. The Xia family is the wealthiest in the city, and countless suitors dream of marrying her. Yet, she will ultimately wed my dear Xiao Chi. This point, pride illuminated Xiao Lingxi's face, though her gaze gradually drifted, her voice softening. It feels so fast. Xiao Che is about to start a family. A knock resounded at the door, followed by the steady, aged voice of Xiao Hong. Young master, the auspicious hour is upon us. It is time to head to the Xia residence for the wedding. Also soon? Xiao Lingxi glanced at Xiao Che's attire, her anxiety mounting. Uncle Hong, please wait a moment longer. We shall be ready shortly. With that, she hurried to Xiao Che's side, her delicate hands deftly arranging his wedding garments. This outfit is quite troublesome. It was all disheveled after what just happened. Stand still, will be done in a moment. Her fair and tender hands swiftly smoothed out the collar of his robe and retied the loosened sash. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, they were imbued with utmost seriousness and focus. Xiao Che silently watched her, his gaze gradually becoming hazy. Today, he is to marry Xia Qingyue, yet he is acutely aware of her true feelings towards him. Were it not for the pact made between his father, Xiao Ying, and Xia Qingyue's father, Xiao Hongyi, she would not only refuse to marry him, but might not even deign to cast him a glance that in this world. The only individuals who have genuinely cared for him are his grandfather, Xiao Lai, and his current aunt, Xiao Lingxi. During his childhood, Xiao Lingxi clung to Xiao Che like a piece of stubborn taffy. Wherever he went, she followed, impossible to shake off. If separated from him for even a moment, she would burst into tears. When Xiao Che was confirmed to have damaged his spiritual veins at the age of 10, it seemed as though Xiao Lingxi matured overnight. Understanding the dire consequences of such damage and the implications of her role as his aunt, she began to diligently cultivate her spiritual powers, solely to protect her nephew, Xiao Che, who was destined to remain at the lowest echelons of the Tianxin continent. After enduring 24 years of a fleeting dream in the Tsangyan continent, Xiao Che deeply felt the luxury and rarity of Xiao Lingxi's kindness towards him. Though Xia Qingyue is soon to become his wife, she will remain as distant as the cold moon in the sky, visible yet untouchable. Thoughts of how perfect it would be to marry someone like his aunt unbiddenly surfaced in Xiao Che's mind. At last, the intricate wedding attire was arranged, and Xiao Lingxi exhaled in relief. Rising on her tiptoes, she reached out to smooth the slightly disheveled hair from Xiao Che's forehead. As she elevated herself, her exquisitely delicate face drew near to his, her eyes, an expression reflecting a tender fragility unique to youth, evoking a natural instinct to cherish and protect her. Her lips, slightly curved, appeared soft and inviting. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Xiao Che's head tilted down, and his lips gently brushed against Xiao Lingxi's rosy mouth. Chapter 3. You want to marry me? Xiao Lingxi let out a startled cry, leaping back like a frightened rabbit. She pressed trembling fingers to her inexplicably tingling lips, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. A rosy blush rapidly spread from her snow-white cheeks down to her delicate neck. Why you? You kiss me again. You always react like this, said Xiao Che with an expression of feigned innocence and wounded feelings, though clearly the offending party. When we were children, you loved playing kissing games with me. Now every time I steal a kiss, you act as if you've been terribly startled. Why you? You know that was when we were children. Xiao Lingxi's face grew increasingly crimson. We're adults now. You can't just kiss people randomly. And you're about to have a wife soon. From now on, you can only kiss your wife. Why not? Because I'm your aunt. Xiao Lingxi stamped her foot in frustration. Then what should I do when I keep wanting to kiss you? Xiao Che rested his chin on his hand, smiling mischievously. The adorable 15-year-old girl before him carried not the slightest intimidating aura of an aunt. Humph. Then marry me. Xiao Lingxi tilted her nose upward with a coy pout. Hey, you're my aunt. How could I possibly marry you? Xiao Che's voice dropped, though his eyes widened slightly. Then stop stealing kisses. If you dare kiss me again, I'll tell your wife Xia Qingyue and have her discipline you properly. Xiao Lingxi lifted her chin triumphantly, gazing at him with smug satisfaction. Just then, Xiao Hong's voice called from outside again. Young master, are you ready? It's time to go welcome the bride at the Xia family. All right, I'll be right out. Xiao Che glanced at his attire and prepared to leave. But after just 2 steps, Xiao Lingxi grabbed his hand, her expression suddenly serious. Xiao Che, before you go fetch Xia Qingyue, repeat the promise we made yesterday, word for word, without a single mistake. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. Yesterday's promise? Xiao Che thought for a moment before reciting with slight resignation. After marrying Xia Qingyue, I mustn't forget my aunt just because I have a wife. I can't reduce the time spent with my aunt. When my aunt calls for me, I must come immediately as before. Not a single word wrong, right? Hee. That's my good boy. Xiao Lingxi broke into a sweet smile, though her grip on his hand remained firm. But let's add one more thing, something I forgot yesterday. Even though Xia Qingyue will be your wife, her position in your heart must never surpass mine. Say it again right now. Quick, quick, quick. Xiao Che turned his gaze sideways, looking into her beautiful eyes as he said, If you kiss me, I'll agree. Then will you marry me? Xiao Che was defeated. Young master, aren't you ready yet? Passing the auspicious hour is inauspicious. Xiao Hong's urging voice came once more from outside the door. Xiao Chen's hand rested upon the door. Yet he hesitated to push it open immediately. In a hushed tone, he murmured, This matter. I cannot comply with Annie's request. For in my heart, Annie's position is incomparable. Not even 100 Xia Qingyue could measure up to her. I refuse to place them on the same scale. Only after these words escaped his lips did he finally push the door ajar and and stepped through with graceful composure. Xiao Lingxi stood rooted to the spot, lost in a daze for quite some time before the corners of her lips curled into a jubilant arc. Like a little girl who had just received her most cherished candy, she skipped and bounced as she followed along. Xiaoqie stepped out of the door, where a moderately ostentatious wedding procession awaited. Xiaohong greeted him with a benevolent smile. "Young master, please mount your steed. I shall devote myself entirely to ensuring your safety along the nuptial journey, though on such an auspicious occasion as this, misfortune surely dares not intrude, rendering my humble services perhaps unnecessary. Your diligence is appreciated, Elder Hong." Xiaoqie responded with a faint smile, effortlessly swinging himself onto the horse. Just then, a genial voice drifted from his left. "It seems my timing is impeccable. Brother Xiaoqie, are you setting forth to fetch your bride? My sincerest felicitations." Xiaoqian's brows arched slightly as he turned toward the sound, observing two young men approaching leisurely. The speaker appeared to be in his early 20s, of average stature yet possessing an exceptionally refined and handsome countenance. His luminous eyes sparkled with clarity, while his face bore a genial smile that radiated warmth like a vernal breeze. Trailing half a step behind him followed a rather gaunt-looking youth, seemingly slightly younger, maintaining a deferential distance. Upon recognizing them, Xiaoqian's lips curved into a smile. "So it's Brother Yulong and Brother Xiaoang. Have you come specifically to bid me farewell?" Xiao Yulong, the only son of Xiao Yuhai, the current leader of the Xiao sect, was 20 years old this year. In terms of appearance, talent, eloquence, and intellect, he stood as the most outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Xiao sect. His current cultivation had already reached the third level of the profound entry realm, making him Xiao Yunhai's pride and the sect's great hope. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the next leader of the Xiao sect. Despite being adorned with numerous accolades, he bore not a trace of arrogance. To all, he was gentle and refined. Even when facing the crippled Xiaoqie, he remained consistently kind and courteous, never once displaying the slightest hint of mockery. On the contrary, he often expressed concern over Xiaoqie's shattered meridians. For a long time, Xiaoqie had held deep affection for him, mingled with gratitude and admiration, though that was the Xiaoqie of yesterday. The figure standing behind Xiao Yulong was no ordinary disciple of the Xiao clan either. He was Xiao Yang, the youngest grandson of the second elder. At 19 years of age, and possessing the 9th level of the initial profound realm, he had always followed Xiao Yulong like a shadow, obedient to his every whim. However, his attitude toward Xiaoqie was far from cordial. Though both were grandsons of elders, Xiao Yang regarded Xiaoqie with undisguised contempt. On the rare occasions when Xiaoqie attempted to engage him in conversation, he would either ignore him completely or respond with a disdainful snort through flared nostrils. As the grandson of an elder, Xiaoqie not only had his own dwelling but also a private courtyard. Yet aside from his grandfather Xiao Lai, his aunt Xiao Lingxi, and his sole confidant, visitors were exceedingly rare. That Xiao Yulong had arrived with Xiao Yang in tow suggested only one possible purpose: to witness his departure for the bridal procession. Naturally. Xiao Yulong laughed heartily as he stepped closer. "The bride you are to wed today is none other than the foremost jewel of our Luoyuan city. This is not merely a grand occasion for our Xiao clan, but a momentous event for the entire city. That you should win the hand of such a treasure fills me, your elder brother, with both joy and envy, though I must confess, a twinge of shame as well." Ha. Xiaoqie also smiled and said, "Brother Yulong, you jest. With your talents, if you wish to marry, the finest maidens of Flowing Cloud City would be at your disposal." "Master, we should depart," Xiao Hong reminded. "Brother Xiaoqie, go ahead. We eagerly await the day you proudly bring our city's jewel through the gates." Xiao Yulong replied with a light-hearted laugh. Xiao Chen nodded and steadied himself on the horse. The wedding procession immediately departed the courtyard, heading straight for the Xia family amidst the clamor of gongs and drums. Humph. Xiao Yulong's brows furrowed tightly, his face contorting in fury. "After all the effort I expended to obtain this poison, one even City Yun couldn't detect, you managed to botch it. Am I to simply stand by and watch Xia Qingwei marry that worthless Xiao Chen? Boss, the kid has only just left. There are plenty of opportunities along the wedding procession's route, though it's unwise for us to intervene directly. We can easily incite the Yu family members or those young masters from the city lord's residence. They all covet Xia Qingwei and seethe with resentment over her marriage to Xiao Chen. With a little prodding and the right opportunity, if it were that simple, would I have gone to such lengths to acquire the heart-severing powder?" Xiao Yulong coldly cut off Xiao Yang's words. "Xiao Chun may be trash, but his grandfather, Xiao Lai, is at the 10th level of the spirit profound realm, unrivaled in Luoyuan City. Who would dare provoke him? Xia Qingyue's father has never opposed this marriage either. Anyone who openly causes trouble would be offending both Xiao Lai and the Xia family. Even if those brats from the Yu family or the city lord's residence dared, their families would stop them at all costs. And have you forgotten that old fox Xiaohong is personally accompanying them? With him present, who could possibly stir up trouble? Xiao Yulong spoke while tightly clenching his hands, producing a series of unsettling cracking sounds. The first time he laid eyes on Xia Qingwei, he was utterly captivated. Even his usually composed demeanor faltered, leaving him spellbound. From that moment onward, he vowed to make her his beloved in this lifetime. However, the thought of Xia Qingwei marrying the most despised individual in the Xiao clan, Xiao Che, filled him with discontent. "Boss, you need not worry excessively," Xiao Yang cautiously remarked. Casting a glance at Xiao Yulong's expression, "Consider Xia Qingyue's temperament. She has never given a second glance to those esteemed talents in Luoyuan City. Is it conceivable that she would take a liking to someone like Xiao Che? Her marriage to him is merely a fulfillment of a promise made 16 years ago. Even if she does marry him, I doubt she would allow such a worthless person to lay a finger on her. Once she becomes part of our Xiao clan, your opportunities to interact with her will significantly increase. Given your looks and talents, coupled with the stark contrast to Xiao Che's inadequacies, how could you not win her over in time?" Listening to Xiao Yang's words, Xiao Yulong's dark countenance began to ease, and his narrow eyes gradually narrowed in contemplation. He tapped his finger on his nose and murmured, "You make a compelling argument. It seems that sparing that useless fellow was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your clicks, votes, collections, and donations. I would like to thank the official website, the illustrious Shingun Wang, Luo Qing Dai, and all the supportive friends such as Wu Yaowan Wan, Fangzong Ziwa, Sandu Jingzhe, Xingyin Jiong, Xiaosami, Yuhen Ming, and many others. Your unwavering support has been invaluable. I am especially grateful to Yao Shui Xian Ming and Dan Mo Jun for their generous contributions. Thanks to your diligent efforts, we currently hold the top position on the monthly vote leaderboard. While the month has just begun and this position may be fleeting, I am profoundly grateful for this moment. Despite the 2 years of trials this book has presented, your unwavering support has moved me beyond words." Chapter 4. The Wedding Procession. Luoyuan City. The smallest city in the Songfeng Empire is scarcely deserving of the title. Perhaps town would be more fitting. Not only is Luoyuan City the smallest in area, but its geographical isolation renders it the most remote as well. The population, economy, and overall cultivation levels here rank at the bottom within the Songfeng Empire, leading the residents to often joke that they inhabit a forgotten corner of Tianjin continent. Despite the Xiao clan's inconspicuous status in the Songfeng Empire, they are regarded as a formidable force in Luoyuan City. Today, Luoyuan City is abuzz with excitement, for the wedding of Xiao Che and Xia Qingwei is at hand. While Xiao Che's nuptials might typically draw little attention, the marriage of Xia Qingwei is undeniably a sensational event capable of stirring the entire city. The Xia family was not solely devoted to the cultivation of profound arts. They were a lineage of merchants whose wealth, though modest by the standards of the entire Songfeng Empire, was unrivaled in the city of Luoyuan. However, this did not imply that the Xia family lacked strength. Their substantial riches allowed them to employ numerous formidable guardians to protect their assets. The current patriarch, Xia Hongyi, had 2 children, Xia Yuanba and Xia Qingwei. Neither showed the slightest interest in commerce, instead dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of profound arts. Xia Hongyi, far from opposing their inclinations, indulged them freely. After Xia Qingwei revealed her prodigious talent, which sent shockwaves through Luoyuan City, he had even less reason to restrain her. Indeed, her extraordinary gifts prompted the prominent families of Luoyuan to frequently extend gestures of goodwill, for she was widely acknowledged as one who might one day attain the earth profound realm, or even the heaven profound realm. Should that day come, the Xia family would dominate Luoyuan not only in wealth, but also in power. Yet, despite their prestige, the Xia family was to wed their most dazzling jewel, their celestial prodigy, to Xiao Che, a man universally regarded as a hopeless, talentless wretch. This decision left many sighing in regret, though far more seethed with envy and resentment. Given that it was the Xia family marrying off their daughter, the occasion was anything but humble. The moment Xiao Che stepped outside, he was met with an extravagantly long red carpet stretching from the gates of the Xiao residence, winding its way toward the Xia family estate. The distance between the 2 households was neither short nor negligible, spanning well over a dozen miles. Thus, this crimson pathway measured at least that length. No other family in all of Luoyuan could have mustered such a staggering display of opulence. As the Xiao family's wedding procession emerged, the streets of Luoyuan City instantly buzzed with excitement. Crowds of onlookers packed both sides of the road, and as the entourage advanced, hushed whispers drifted into Xiao Chei's ears. Look, that's Xiao Chei, grandson of the Xiao family's fifth elder, Xiao Lai. They say he was born with crippled meridians, can't even break through the first level of Xian power in his lifetime. Oh, this is my first time seeing him. No surprise you haven't. With such an illustrious grandfather yet being trash himself, would you dare show your face often? TSK. Xia Qingwei actually marrying someone like this. What a waste of heaven-s grace. Rumor has it his father, Xiao Ying, and Xia Hongyi were sworn brothers. When Xia Qingwei was born, she nearly didn't survive, but Xiao Ying expended immense Xian power to save her. Xia Hongyi then promised that when Qingwei turned 16, she'd marry Xiao Ying's son. Not long after, Xiao Ying was assassinated, too drained to resist, and perished. Xia Hongyi, burdened by guilt, refused to break his vow, even if Xiao Ying's son was worthless. Otherwise, how could this trash ever wed Xia Qingwei? Xia Qingwei, the jewel of Luyun City. Strip away Xiao Chei's status as the fifth elder's grandson, and he's not even worth mud. I'm 100 times better than him. The world is so unjust. My goddess, reduced to marrying such trash, I could die of resentment. Astride his horse, Xiao Chei's eyes gleamed like deep pools, serene and fathomless. His refined bearing, draped in crimson wedding robes, his long hair flowing behind him, exuded an ethereal grace. Amidst the cacophony of voices, envy, scorn, bitterness, admiration, he remained unperturbed. His faint smile as untroubled as drifting clouds, leaving many a maiden's gaze dazed and entranced. Though Xiao Chei's Xian power was pitiful, his looks were anything but, surpassing even Xiao Yulong's. Rarely seen outside, his delicate, fair complexion only accentuated his scholarly charm. Thus, even as countless young talents gnashed their teeth in envy, they grudgingly admitted, in appearance alone, Xiao Chei seemed a fitting match for Xia Qingwei. I thought Xiao Chei would ride in a sedan today. Didn't he expect him on horseback? And his demeanor seems different from the rumors. A worthless outcast. Yet today he weds Luyun's pearl, Xia Qingwei. Of course he is basking in it. Why hide his face? Spat a resentful voice. Rumor has it the Yu family's young masters and the city lord's son have been chasing Xia Qingwei relentlessly. Think they dare crash the wedding? Dream on. Xiao Chei may be nothing, but his grandfather is Xiao Lai, Luyun's strongest. Even the city lord defers to him. His only son had perished, leaving this sole grandson as his last remaining kin. Naturally, the old man would protect the boy with every fiber of his being. Should anyone dare provoke trouble? How could Xiao Lai not erupt in fury? Who would be foolish enough to court such misfortune? Moreover, this was no forced marriage. Who would dare stir unrest and incur the wrath of the entire Xia family? Most likely, the young masters of those prominent households were currently under strict confinement within their own manors. The bridal procession advanced at a leisurely pace, stretching what should have been a 10-mile journey into nearly 3 hours. Brother-in-law. As they approached the Xia family gates, a booming voice rang out. A towering, burly figure came barreling toward Xiao Chei, though young in years. This individual stood well over 2 meters tall with a physique reminiscent of a bull. His very footsteps seemed to make the ground tremble. Watching his approach, Xiao Chei swallowed hard and widened his eyes. Yuanba, it's been barely a month since we last met. How have you grown even taller? This mountain of a youth was none other than Xia Yuanba, younger brother to Xia Qingwei. Though merely 15 years of age, truly, only 15. His colossal frame defied all expectations for one so young. Towering over 2 meters, he stood eye level with Xiao Chei mounted on horseback, his weight exceeding 350 pounds. Yet this was no mere bulk. Every inch of him rippled with dense, metallic-hued muscles containing terrifying strength. Though his cultivation hovered only at the 4th level of the initial profound realm, moderately above average, his raw power could rival even 6th-level practitioners. Xia Yuanba was Xiao Chei's sole-sworn brother, having addressed him as brother-in-law since childhood as they grew up together. Before turning 8, Yuanba had been a scrawny, dark-skinned boy frequently bullied. Then, as if struck by some bizarre affliction, his height and weight began exploding, along with his appetite and strength. Now at 15, while traces of youthful innocence lingered in his face, his physique belonged to something monstrous. Rubbing his head sheepishly at Xiao Chei's remark, Yuanba adopted an awkward expression. What can I do? Father keeps insisting I lose weight, but starving me would be worse than death. Xiao Chei could only sigh inwardly. If this was his size at 15, adulthood scarcely bore imagining. Having witnessed Yuanba's legendary appetite on numerous occasions, Xiao Chei reflected that only the Xia family's wealth could sustain such consumption. An ordinary household would have been bankrupted long ago. Hey, brother-in-law, today makes it official. Yuanba grinned with simple delight. The prospect of his sister marrying Xiaoche thrilled him. He'd eagerly anticipated this day. In his view, with such an extraordinary sister as wife, no one would dare look down on Xiaoche again. Come inside, sister's all prepared. Suddenly clapping his forehead, he added, I should open the main gates first. With that, the living mountain of flesh lumbered toward the Xia family entrance. As the bridal party entered the manor, Xiaoche immediately spotted Xia Hongyi smiling in welcome. Dismounting swiftly, he approached and bowed respectfully. Uncle Xia. Still calling me uncle at this point? Xia Hongyi chuckled warmly. Though of modest stature and somewhat portly in middle age, with an almost simple and honest appearance, not a single soul in Luyun City dared underestimate him. Xiaoche's gaze sharpened as he respectfully addressed once more, father-in-law. He had always held deep reverence for Xia Hongyi, for he was the sworn brother of his own father. Throughout his life, Xiaoche had endured countless scornful glances. Yet Xia Hongyi had consistently shown him kindness and care, even when Xiaoche was born with crippled meridians. Xia Hongyi never wavered from the promise made years ago with his father, and willingly wedded Xia Qingwei to him when she turned 16. Splendid. Xia Hongyi nodded approvingly, placing a firm hand on Xiaoche's shoulder. Chair, from this day forth, I entrust Qingwei to you. Though you may not be a grand hero or a man of influence, the mere fact that you are Xiao Ying's son reassures me in giving my daughter to you. Your father, Xiao Ying, was a man of unparalleled brilliance, loyalty, and righteousness. To have been his sworn brother remains the one decision in my life I shall never regret. You are his son. Even with shattered meridians, I refuse to believe you will ever be an ordinary man. Cherish my daughter well. As for the idle gossip of others, let it be. Xiaoqian's gaze flickered slightly, then he nodded slowly yet resolutely. Father-in-law, rest assured, though I am currently scorned by others, a hidden dragon lurks in the abyss, awaiting its inevitable awakening. When that day comes, I shall silence all those who belittle me and mock the Xia family for choosing a worthless son-in-law. Xia Hongyi was momentarily stunned. The Xiao Chun he knew had always been meek, gentle, and often inadvertently revealed traces of self-doubt. Yet now, he spoke such bold words with piercing eyes, composed demeanor, and an unfathomable depth in his gaze, utterly unlike his usual frail disposition. Good. Xia Hongyi nodded, patting Xiao Qin's shoulder once more. I believe the son of Xiaoying will never remain ordinary. I shall await the day the hidden dragon soars from the abyss. Now, Qingwei is ready. Go. Chapter 5. The grand wedding supported by two bridesmaids. Xia Qingwei finally appeared before Xiao Chun. A grand crimson phoenix crown adorned her head, its delicate beaded veil completely obscuring her face, leaving her expression and beauty unseen. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly tied behind her, and she wore a straight-cut wedding robe of brocade embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, cinched at the waist to accentuate her slender figure. A delicate jade belt hung at her waist, adorned with fine pearl tassels, while golden-threaded shoes graced her feet. The resplendent attire only magnified her radiance. With each step, Xia Qingwei moved with ethereal grace, as if treading upon clouds. Where ordinary women merely walked, she glided like a celestial maiden, her every motion a vision of beauty that left Xiaochen entranced. As she reached the bridal sedan, the bridesmaids released her and stepped back. Following the customs of the Zongfeng Empire, it was the groom's duty to escort the bride into the sedan. Xiaochen stepped forward, extending his hand, and Xia Qingwei lightly raised hers in response. Yet, just as her fingers were about to touch his palm, a piercing cold surged through Xiaochen's right hand and arm, freezing them in agonizing stiffness. Xia Qingwei's hand hovered above his as she gracefully entered the sedan, giving the illusion that he had assisted her. The icy sensation faded slowly. Xiaochen lowered his arm, his expression unreadable. Beyond a momentary furrow of his brow when the chill struck, he betrayed no reaction, uttering not a sound. Had anyone lifted the beaded veil, they might have glimpsed a flicker of surprise in Xia Qingwei's enchanting eyes, before they cooled once more into indifference. Xiaoche mounted his steed, and the grand wedding procession immediately turned back in a magnificent display. The Xia family's bridal entourage followed closely behind, galloping straight toward the Xiao manor. Xiao Lai stood personally at the entrance, welcoming the arriving guests. Of course, those who came specifically for Xiaoche could be counted on one hand. Most were here for Xiao Lai and the Xia family. Given Xiao Lai's prestige in Luyun City and the Xia family's extensive connections, the number of distinguished guests was considerable. Outside the Xiao family gates, the crowd of onlookers was even more overwhelming, clogging the streets completely. Clearly, they had all gathered to witness the marriage of Luyun City's most renowned beauty. Xia Qingyue's bridal sedan slowly came to a halt. Amidst the clamor, a corner of the curtain was lifted, and her maid, Xia Dongling, whispered softly, "Young mistress, we've arrived." Then, a delicate hand extended, and with Xia Dongling's support, she stepped down gracefully. The moment she emerged from the sedan, the deafening noise around them instantly hushed, replaced by a collective intake of breath. The sun was nearing its zenith, casting a particularly gentle and radiant glow. The shimmering light reflected off her resplendent phoenix coronet and embroidered bridal robes, dazzlingly brilliant and almost blinding in its magnificence, adorned with a four-paneled phoenix crown. Her elegantly coiled hair was pinned with exquisite golden hairpins, from which dangled intricately carved phoenix pendants. She wore a grand crimson wedding gown embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, cinched at the waist with a wide silk sash of matching hue, and stepped upon golden-threaded slippers. The long tassels of pearls on her phoenix coronet swayed lightly, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin, dark brows, luminous eyes, and jade-like lips, flawless and ethereal. Though her face remained veiled, her presence was that of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. So breathtakingly beautiful, she seemed otherworldly. A red silk ribbon was placed in Xia Qingyue's hand by Xia Dongling, its other end naturally tied to Xiao Chei's wrist. With a composed smile, Xiao Chei led the way, guiding Xia Qingyue as they stepped over the ceremonial fire basin, crossed the saddle, and passed through the threshold of the Xia family, heading straight for the grand hall. Upon entering the Xiao family gates, the clamor around them showed no sign of abating. Xiao Chei's expression remained unchanged. His step steady, he was eager for this wedding to conclude as swiftly as possible. This was the central assembly hall of the Xiao clan, a venue reserved only for the clan leader or elder's lineage. For this occasion, it had been lavishly decorated. Wherever one looked, the beams were inlaid with topaz. The walls adorned with carvings of twin dragons frolicking with pearls, interspersed with rare luminous gems. A grand crimson carpet stretched through the very center of the hall, leading directly to the golden steps at the far end. The soft golden light enhanced the already resplendent hall, making it even more dazzling. Of course, the Xiao clan would never have expended such extravagance for Xiao Chei. All of this was provided by the Xia family. For his daughter's grand wedding, Xia Hongyi spared no expense. At the highest point of the hall, Xiao Lai and Xia Hongyi were already seated, both beaming as they watched Xiao Chei and Xia Qingyue enter. Sandalwood tables lined both sides of the red carpet in 3 rows each, all fully occupied. Among them sat Xiao Yunhai, the current leader of the Xiao clan, along with the other 4 elders. When Xiao Chei strode in with an air of confidence, their expressions remained composed, but deep in their eyes flickered unmistakable disdain. The Xiao clan, as a prestigious cultivation family, bore the shame of Xiao Chei, a direct descendant born with crippled meridians. Were it not for his grandfather Xiao Lai, the 5th elder, he would have been exiled to manage peripheral family businesses rather than remain within the clan walls. Had he not married the jewel of Xia family, the most dazzling maiden in Luyun City, none would have deigned to attend this ceremony. To them, the name Xiao Chei evoked only one descriptor: worthless. In the world of Xian cultivation, strength commanded respect. This was the immutable truth, even among kin. The younger generation wore identical expressions, gazes lingering on Xia Qingyue with unconcealed infatuation, then shifting to Xiao Chei with barely suppressed envy. This cripple, scorned even by outer disciples, had wed the unattainable pearl they dared not dream of. Watching them enter the marital hall handfasted by crimson silk churned their stomachs worse than swallowing flies. The ceremony commenced under Master of Rites Xiaoda's booming announcements. Through the introductions and guest acknowledgments, Xiao Chei maintained glacial composure, his mind preoccupied with one burning question: had 16-year-old Xia Qingyue, already at the 10th level of initial Xian realm, concealed her true power? Bow to heaven and earth, bow to elders. They turned, paying solemn homage to Xiao Lai and Xia Hongyi. The grandfather beamed at his grandson and new granddaughter-in-law, while the bride's father showed not a flicker of dissatisfaction. Spouses exchanged bows. Xiao Chei turned his body towards Xia Qingyue, and almost simultaneously, Xia Qingyue also turned towards him without the slightest hesitation or delay. This made many of the younger generation of the Xiao clan grit their teeth in frustration. In their minds, there was no way Xia Qingyue would willingly marry Xiao Chei. A complete cripple, her presence here must have been forced by the Xia family. Yet to their immense disappointment, up until this very moment, Xia Qingyue had behaved impeccably, with not a single trace of resistance detectable in her demeanor. As the two bowed towards each other, in that fleeting moment when their bodies inclined, through the slightly parted beaded veil, Xiao Chei caught a glimpse of her cold, distant gaze, so devoid of emotion it seemed almost lifeless. At this point, the hall should have erupted with thunderous applause, laughter, and cheers. Instead, only a few sparse, awkward claps echoed through the silence. "Ha ha, 5th elder and brother Xia, congratulations indeed." Xiao Yunhai stood and spoke at this moment. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with a gentle countenance. Truly, we should offer our sincerest congratulations to the fifth elder, the great elder Shaoli, seated beside Xiao Yunhai. Added with a tone so bland it dripped with thinly veiled sarcasm. The second elder Xiao Bo chuckled oddly before drawling, with such a granddaughter-in-law. The fifth elder has brought immense honor to our entire Xiao clan. In the Xia family, generations of merchants have found themselves quite the son-in-law. Hey, congratulations indeed. The atmosphere in the hall instantly chilled. Though their words were laced with congratulatory pretense, the mockery beneath was unmistakable to anyone with half a brain. Chapter 6. Peerless grace. Back when Xiao Ying was alive, Xiao Lai's status in the Xiao clan was unparalleled. Even the clan leader at the time treated him with deference. The reason was obvious. Xiao Ying's prodigious talent destined him to become the strongest of his generation. In a world where mystical power reigned supreme, Xiao Lai, as Xiao Ying's father, was revered by all. But after Xiao Ying's assassination and with Xiao Che, Xiao Lai's only grandson, crippled in the meridians, who would still fear him? Though Xiao Lai remained the strongest in Luyan City, with his son dead and his grandson disabled, his lineage was doomed. His standing in the Xiao clan had plummeted. Xiao Lai did not flare up in anger, accustomed as he was to their sneering jibes. With a composed smile, he remarked, "Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Do indulge in more cups of wine during the banquet later. Having graced you with our presence is enough." "Drinking is unnecessary," retorted the third elder, Xiao Zhe, rising to his feet. "My eldest grandson, Xiao Qingji, has just broken through to the 7th level of the initial profound realm. We've already lingered here too long. I must personally assist him in stabilizing his cultivation immediately." Qingji has reached the 7th level? At merely 17 years of age, such an accomplishment is truly remarkable. Third elder, no wonder you're beaming with pride today. This calls for celebration. The fourth elder, Xiao Cheng, also stood up, his face alight with astonishment as he congratulated the third elder. Despite Xiao Lai's renowned composure, a flicker of anger darkened his countenance. These four had once addressed him as brother, often displaying deference and flattery. Yet, since Xiao Ying's demise and Xiao Che's confirmation as having crippled meridians, their attitudes had drastically shifted, now barely regarding him with respect. Time and again, they flaunted their sons' and grandsons' achievements before him. And now, even at his own grandson's wedding, they dared to mock him so brazenly, using their descendants' successes to reopen the wounds he most wished to avoid. The abrupt shift in atmosphere left the master of ceremonies, Xiao De, drenched in sweat. Hastily skipping the remaining formalities, he shrilly announced, "The bride and groom shall now retire to the bridal chamber. Distinguished guests, please proceed to the banquet." Amidst the lingering echoes of celebratory gongs and drums, Xiao Che and Xia Qingwei, having completed their ceremonial bows, walked together under the guests' gaze towards Xiao Che's courtyard. The bridal chamber was none other than Xiao Che's usual quarters, now adorned in vibrant crimson. Luxurious red carpets embroidered with dragons, phoenixes, and auspicious clouds sprawled beneath their feet. The character for double happiness loomed large, while red silks and ribbons draped the room in opulence. Upon the dazzling golden candlesticks, 2 grand red candles flickered, their bodies gilded with soaring dragons and phoenixes. The candlelight danced upon the nearly floor-length golden tassels of the beaded curtain, casting the chamber in an ethereal glow, isolating it from the outside world in a dazzling, dreamlike haze. Xia Qingyue was escorted to the bed by her maid, Xia Dongling, who then silently withdrew, closing the door behind her. The room plunged into silence, broken only by the faint sound of their breathing. Xia Qingyue sat quietly, motionless. Xiao Che did not approach her but remained by the door, his gaze fixed outward, his eyes shadowed with gloom. "It must be unbearable for you, witnessing your grandfather humiliated thus, especially at your own wedding," came a voice, soft yet laced with chill. Xiao Che's expression shifted slightly. That Xia Qingwei would initiate conversation was unexpected. Though her words cut sharply, Xiao Che averted his gaze and hesitated before speaking. "You should remove the phoenix crown. It's far too heavy, and wearing it for long would be most uncomfortable. According to the wedding customs of the Tianshan continent, the bride's phoenix crown must be taken off by the groom himself." Yet, having been coldly rebuffed earlier when he attempted to assist her, the proud Xiao Che had no desire to risk another rejection. Of course, he also never imagined that Xia Qingwei would truly allow him to help remove it. Xia Qingwei paused briefly before raising her delicate hands. The pearl-adorned phoenix crown was silently lifted away, revealing a face so breathtakingly beautiful that it stole Xiao Che's breath. As her luminous eyes met his gaze froze in stunned admiration. Her eyes were indescribably exquisite, as if all the serene, Shimmering ripples of the world had converged into those dreamlike depths. No masterful painter nor the most ornate poetry could ever hope to capture their splendor. Her skin was like flawless jade, radiant as snow, glowing even in the dimly lit chamber. Her lips resembled the tenderest petals, and her elegantly sculpted nose seemed carved from the purest white jade, exuding an innate nobility and pride. Truly worthy of her reputation, Xiaoqi murmured, unable to tear his gaze away. Those mesmerizing eyes were like an abyss of infinite allure, drawing his consciousness deeper, ensnaring him beyond escape. Though they had been betrothed since childhood, apart from fleeting glimpses in their youth, this was the first time he had seen Xia Qingwei's true appearance since turning 10. She seldom left her chambers, and Xiaoqi, burdened by his crippled meridians and drowning in self-loathing, rarely ventured beyond the Shao clan-esque gates. He had only heard fragments of her peerless beauty, piecing together a vague image in his yearning heart. Now, witnessing her in person, that imagined vision shattered instantly. Xia Qingwei's beauty far surpassed anything he could have conceived. Even with memories spanning 2 lifetimes, Xiaoqi found himself utterly spellbound. Known as the foremost beauty of Luyan City, if someone now claimed she was the most stunning woman in the entire Somfeng Empire, Xiaoqi would not doubt it. He could not fathom any grace that could surpass the vision before him. And this girl, his wife, was merely 16, an age where her beauty had yet to fully blossom. In a few more years, the extent of her allure would be unimaginable, perhaps even ethereal. That such a girl, whose every smile could topple cities, had emerged in this small corner of Luyan City and had now become his bride, filled Xiaoqi with an overwhelming sense of unreality. And yet, you are not quite as the rumors or my imagination painted you. Xia Qingwei rose gracefully, her exquisite silhouette momentarily unveiled as she stood. She approached Xiaoqi with measured steps, her gaze as serene as still waters, her lips parting slightly. Rumors speak of you as one with crippled meridians, forever confined to the initial profound realm's first level. They claim this affliction has left your physique frail, your spirit timid and insecure, that you scarcely venture beyond your doors. With only your aunt Xiao Lingxi and my younger brother Yuanba as companions. Your sole redeeming quality, they say, lies in your countenance. Your profound energy is indeed feeble and turbid, confirming the truth of your impaired meridians. Yet the tales of your temperament appear entirely mistaken. Halting less than 3 paces from Xiaoqi, Xia Qingyue fixed her luminous eyes upon his with unwavering intensity. Though you strive to conceal it, your bearing radiates an unmistakable pride. From the very instant I beheld you until this moment, standing in stark contrast to the fabled timidity. When I froze your arm with my profound arts at my residence, your composure astonished me. Had your limb not briefly stiffened, I might have doubted my own technique's efficacy. Earlier in the Grand Hall, when you and your grandfather Shao Lai endured such pointed mockery during so solemn an occasion, anger flickered across your being for but a moment before vanishing entirely. Neither your expression nor the rhythm of your heartbeat betrayed the slightest disturbance, a tranquility of mind even a middle-aged spiritual profound realm master would find nearly impossible to maintain. Even now, as your gaze lingers upon me with infatuation, it never wavers or scatters. Her voice softened like whispering silk as her eyes remained locked with his, those fathomless orbs that seemed to hold boundless depths. Your crippled meridians are undeniable truth. Yet your true nature and spiritual fortitude have deceived the entire world. Xiao Qin's heart jolted with sudden alarm. As Xia Qingwei drew near, an intoxicating maidenly fragrance wafted into his senses, yet his mind was too overwhelmed with astonishment to savor it. Indeed, his current demeanor bore an air of unshakable pride when facing anyone, for back in the Canyan continent, he had stood alone against the world's mightiest heroes, each of whom could effortlessly overpower the entire Luyan City. Though his present strength was pitifully meager, his indomitable spirit remained unchanged. This pride wasn't an affectation but an innate manifestation of his being. Given his current frail constitution and circumstances, he had strived to conceal this arrogance. Yet Xia Qingwei had pierced through all of it, even discerning the depths of his psyche with a single remark. Throughout their journey from the Xia family to the Shao residence, he had assumed she regarded him with utter disdain, an expected reaction when comparing a celestial jewel to despised filth. But to his astonishment, she had been observing him meticulously all along, while he remained completely oblivious. Xiao Qin's gaze towards Xia Qingwei instantly transformed. Those eyes before him were not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed a crystalline clarity that seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. Her perceptiveness was so meticulous and profound that it left him utterly astonished. One must understand, Xiao Chun carried the memories and experiences of 2 lifetimes. He had faced the world's mightiest warriors and the specter of death without faltering. Yet here he was, seen through so effortlessly by her. Could she truly be just a girl who had barely turned 16? How could a 16-year-old maiden possess such an almost supernatural insight and intellect? Are you concealing your true self? Xiaoqing Yue's voice was soft, deliberate. Concealing? Xiaoqin let out a faint, self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps. But the truth remains, my damaged meridians are irreparable. In this world of Tianxin continent, crippled meridians condemn one to a life at the lowest rung, despised by all. Whether it's genuine weakness and insecurity or silent endurance, does it even make a difference? Concealing? Concealing. My foot. The Xiaoqin of yesterday was exactly as Xia Qingwei had always heard, utterly unremarkable. Yet no matter how brilliant she was, she could never fathom that today's Xiaoqin now carried an entire lifetime's worth of memories beyond yesterday's self. His temperament and state of mind had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 7. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Destroyed by Someone? Xiaoqin's eyebrows twitched violently. From childhood, whether from his grandfather's accounts or the rumors circulating outside, he had always been told his meridians were innately crippled. Even he himself had only realized today, after inheriting the memories of the divine physician's successor, that his damaged meridians were not congenital. Yet Xia Qingwei had discerned in mere moments that his ruined meridians were not innate, but had been ravaged by external force after birth. This truth, one that no one in the entire Shao clan had ever detected, had been laid bare by Xia Qingwei in just a few breaths. This woman. Correct. Xia Qingwei lowered her lashes slightly, her voice serene. Moreover, because the injury occurred in infancy, and your family likely failed to notice, no restorative measures were taken. As your body matured, the crippled state of your meridians solidified completely, rendering them absolutely irreparable. Her final words were spoken with unshakable conviction. In adults, damaged meridians would lead to severe energy leakage, but multiple methods of restoration existed. However, during infancy, the foundational stage of growth, if the meridians were crippled, their development would proceed from that broken state, resulting in even more profound disability. By Xiaoqin's current age, the damage had long since become permanent, leaving no possibility of repair. Xiaoqin remained unfazed, his tone composed as he uttered, "That remains uncertain." Xia Qingwei cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "It seems you've been preoccupied with mending your shattered meridians. I will restore them," Xiaoqin stated impassively. Xia Qingwei studied him intently, discerning not just arrogance and confidence in his gaze, but an undercurrent of chilling resolve. A quiet sigh escaped her as she murmured, "The vast expanse of the Tianxin continent harbors countless prodigies and masters beyond reckoning. Perhaps there truly exists someone capable of healing your meridians. My earlier presumption was unwarranted. Consider it merely the ignorance of a fool." A prolonged silence ensued. Just as Xiaoqin assumed she would speak no further, her voice, serene as still water, broke the stillness. "The Frost Cloud Art." Frost Cloud Art? The name gave Xiaoqin pause, stirring a vague sense of familiarity within him. Then, as realization struck, his expression contorted in shock, his voice escaping unbidden. "The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace." Xiaoqing Yue's delicate brows arched slightly in surprise. Though Xiaoqin's outburst betrayed his loss of composure, his reaction still seemed subdued to her. Even the lord of Luoyuan City would have trembled to his knees at the mere mention of that name. Softly, she explained, "My master is indeed of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and I am now counted among its disciples. Within all of Luoyuan City, only my father knew of this until now. You are the second to learn of it. I disclose this to you because, at least in name, you are my husband. Consider it my most fundamental gesture of respect." Xiaoqin's mind reeled, unable to settle amidst the tempest of astonishment. The words Ice Cloud Immortal Palace detonated within him like a cataclysmic force. For this was one of the four supreme sects of the Songfeng Empire, a sacred realm revered by all its cultivators, a transcendent existence to which even the imperial family paid annual tribute. The Heavenly Sword Villa, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the Shao clan, the Blazing Heaven Gate. Among the 7 nations of the Tianxin continent, the Songfeng Empire was the smallest and weakest in overall strength. Yet it had never been annexed by greater powers, largely due to the might of these 4 sections. Foreign empires might scorn the imperial court's martial prowess, but none dared disregard the influence of these institutions. Their supremacy was beyond question. Their recruitment standards were ruthlessly stringent, valuing innate talent above all else. Nearly every cultivator in the Songfeng Empire dreamed of joining their ranks. To be accepted by even as a lowly outer disciple, would bring glory to one's entire lineage, elevating them to nobility with the imperial court itself bestowing honors and titles. Xiaoqie quickly composed himself and inquired, "Since you are a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, why hasn't your Xia family made this matter public? With your status, the Xia family could dominate Luyan City without fear of opposition. All the wealthy families, including the city lord's household, would flock to curry favor. And your family's prosperity would multiply exponentially. Because of me?" Xiaoqie froze momentarily before falling silent. Those 3 words had already led him to the answer. Merely marrying you as the daughter of the Xia family has already caused an uproar throughout Luyan City. If I were to wed you as a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, the commotion would extend far beyond this small city. For both you and my family, it could bring unpredictable consequences. After all, the gap between you and me is simply too vast. Xia Qingyue's voice was ethereal, her gaze serene, though she stood there quietly. Her presence was radiant and captivating. Xiaoqin let out a slow exhale. "Then why did you still agree to marry me?" "The reason is clear in your heart. My life was saved by Uncle Xiao, who perished while defenseless during an assassination attempt because he rescued me. Moreover, on the very day I was born, my father betrothed me to you, whether out of gratitude for Uncle Zhao's kindness or obedience to my father's promise. I had no reason to refuse this marriage." Xia Qinghua lifted her gaze, her eyes as cold and luminous as glistening frost. "The reason I told you I belong to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is to make you understand, to cultivate the Ice Cloud arts. One must first freeze the heart. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace accepts only women, who must remain untouched by worldly desires and never bear children. Though I have married you, I shall never love anyone in this lifetime. This, you must know. Even if you weren't from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, I doubt you would ever love me," Xiao Chun said with a self-deprecating smile. Xia Qinghua shook her head slowly. "Perhaps you misunderstand. I do not look down upon you, nor have I ever held you in contempt. My master has often reminded me that no matter how high one ascends, they may gaze downward but must never regard others with disdain. Besides, I stand merely at the beginning of my path, though the Tianxin continent esteems profound strength above all. Countless physicians, alchemists, and artisans are also revered by the world. A crippled meridian does not signify a ruined life." Xiaoqin was deeply moved. In Flowing Cloud City, only Xia Qingyue's beauty and talent were widely known. Perhaps no one realized the profound wisdom beneath her youthful grace, a maturity that even most middle-aged individuals could scarcely attain. And she was merely 16 years old. In a few more years, her brilliance would be unimaginable. No wonder she had caught the attention of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. To think that such a woman, peerless in appearance, talent, and temperament, had truly become his wife. It felt almost like a dream. Had he not possessed the memories and experiences of 2 lifetimes, he would have been too awestruck to even meet her gaze. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Xiaoqin murmured with emotion, then shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. "But tell me, what is your true level of cultivation?" Reaching the 10th level of the initial profound realm at 16 was already a feat that would astonish all of Flowing Cloud City. Yet now, Xiaoqin refused to believe that Xia Qinghua was merely at that stage. Such talent, unrivaled as it was in this city, would never have been enough to draw the notice of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. "You should go and offer the ceremonial wine," Xia Qinghua replied softly, turning her gaze away. No sooner had her voice faded than footsteps approached from outside, followed by the calm, aged voice of Xiao Hong. "Young master, it is time to present the wine." "Understood, Elder Hong. I will go shortly." With a final glance at Xia Qinghua, Xiaoqin straightened his robes and stepped out of the chamber. As Xiaoqie had just departed, a sudden burst of radiant ice crystals illuminated the chamber, within which a snow-white figure materialized before Xia Qinghua in an almost dreamlike manner. Xia Qinghua stepped forward, her posture graceful and reverent, her voice soft and melodious as she addressed the figure. "Master." Her voice was ethereal, as delicate as drifting clouds and as gentle as a whispering breeze, enough to melt even the coldest of hearts. The woman in white regarded her with serene eyes before nodding slowly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Very well. Since an exception has already been made to allow you, a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, to marry, the first in a century, then delaying another month matters little. Thank you for your understanding, master." Xia Qinghua bowed once more, then hesitated before speaking softly. "Master, is there truly no possibility of his damaged meridians being restored?" The woman in white shook her head almost without hesitation. "In this world, perhaps nothing is absolute, but as far as I can see, there is no hope. Qinghua, you possess a heart of kindness, compassion, and gratitude. This is good. Yet, in this matter, even I cannot aid you." Chapter 8. The Wedding Night. Xia Qinghua asked no further. If someone of this woman's stature and wisdom spoke with such certainty, then indeed, not even the faintest possibility remained. She lowered her head slightly. I hope it will be so. His meridians are ruined, and he possesses no other talents. His life shall never amount to anything more. Yet you, not only are you peerless in beauty and intellect, but your innate gifts are rare even within our ice cloud immortal palace. Were it not so, the palace master would never have made an exception to grant your request to marry him. That he could wed you is the greatest fortune of his lifetime. You have already done more than duty demands. Even if his father, Xiaoying, were still alive, I believe he would have dissolved the betrothal himself, had he any wisdom. I shall take my leave now. In 1 month, I shall return for you. During this time, I shall not stray far. Should any insurmountable matter arise, contact me at once with a message talisman. Farewell, master. The woman in white inclined her head, then turned, revealing a visage of breathtaking beauty, cold yet flawless, unadorned. Her skin was as pure as jade, evoking the imagery of ice-like flesh, jade-like bones, snow-like complexion, and vermilion lips. Her features were exquisitely refined, a transcendent elegance radiating from her that bordered on divine, as though she were a celestial being untouched by mortal dust. She pushed open the rear window, her form flickering like mist amidst the shimmering ice aura before vanishing without a trace. The grand hall of the Xiao residence was filled with esteemed guests. Uncle Luqi, please accept this toast. Xiao Che respectfully offered a cup of wine to a refined middle-aged gentleman. The man addressed as Uncle Luqi rose with a warm smile, accepted the cup, and drained it in one graceful motion. My dear nephew, he said cheerfully, your father and I were once the closest of friends. Seeing you now settled in marriage, and as such an admirable wife, truly gladdens my heart. Thank you, Uncle Luqi. Elder Grandmaster, please accept this toast. Elder Shaoli of the Xiao clan lifted the wine cup, drained it in one gulp, then slammed it heavily onto the table. Throughout this entire process, he merely emitted a nonchalant grunt through his nostrils without uttering a single word, nor even deigning to cast a proper glance at Xiao Che. His demeanor exuded an air of supreme condescension, as though partaking of this toast was an immeasurable honor bestowed upon the recipient. Xiao Qin remained silent and moved to the next table. After taking just 2 steps away, Shaoli spat on the ground with a loud, deliberate snort, ensuring Xiao Qin could hear, and muttered disdainfully, what a splendid flower, only to be planted in a pile of dung. Disgusting. Xiao Qin's expression remained unchanged, his footsteps never faltering, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Yet deep within his eyes, a hidden layer of frost silently crystallized. Approaching Elder Xiaobo, Xiao Qin slightly inclined his body with measured grace and uttered, Elder, may I have the honor of offering you this cup? Xiaobo did not even glance at Xiao Qin, instead turning his aged face away with an air of indifference as he uttered calmly, Younger, drink this for me. Understood. Grandfather. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang snatched the wine cup from Xiao Qin's hands and gulped it down in one swift motion. For a junior to drink in place of an elder was no longer mere disregard. It was outright humiliation. As Xiao Yang set the cup down and took his seat, his eyes gleamed with undisguised scorn and mockery. Xiao Qin remained silent, offering only a slight nod before moving to the next table. As before, barely 2 steps away, a disdainful snort echoed through the air. Umph. Trash will always be trash. Even clinging to the Xia family won't change that. Does that old fool Xiaolai truly believe his grandson's marriage can salvage their fortunes? Pa. The voice dripped with profound contempt and mockery, laced unmistakably with envy. Setting aside the Xia family's considerable wealth, merely considering Xia Qingyue's extraordinary talents, had she married his grandson Xiao Yang instead of Xiao Qin, he likely would have woken laughing in his dreams. Xiao Che continued to ignore it completely, walking away with an elegant smile gracing his countenance. As the night descended, Xiao Che had finished toasting and bidding farewell to his guests. Throughout the evening, only a handful of people offered him genuine congratulations and blessings, so few that he could count them on his fingers. Most maintained a veneer of politeness. Given it was his wedding day, yet the disdain in their eyes was unmistakable. Some sighed, others seethed with envy, while a few openly wore expressions of scorn, as if he were nothing but worthless trash. The reason was simple. His shattered meridians rendered him eternally powerless, a man destined for mediocrity. Thus, they saw no need to feign courtesy or concern. Some even relished the chance to flaunt their superiority before him, reveling in the freedom to belittle a man who could never rise above his wretched fate. Such was the ugliness of human nature. Rest early, Xiaolai said, patting his grandson's shoulder with a gentle smile. Yet Xiao Che knew all too well what lay beneath that smile. As Xiaolai aged, his temper had mellowed, but not out of wisdom or serenity. In his youth, he had been as fiery as his name, quick to retaliate against any slight tenfold, unafraid of any foe. But now he endured humiliation with quiet restraint, swallowing his pride for the sake of his powerless grandson, once the most formidable elder of Luyun City. Feared by all, Xiaolai now suffered mockery even from juniors. He had tempered his spirit not for himself, but to shield Xiaoqie, knowing that if he provoked enemies, they would exact vengeance effortlessly upon his defenseless grandson. Xiaoqie was undoubtedly a man who harbored deep grudges. In his final years on the Tsangyan continent, his heart brimmed with nothing but vengeance. Those who treated him kindly, he remembered. Those who wronged him, he engraved in his memory with an almost vindictive precision. You will regret this. A low, venomous murmur escaped Xiaoqie's lips, like a malevolent curse. If the heavens have granted me this chance to be reborn, how could I allow my grandfather and myself to suffer humiliation again? By the time he returned to his courtyard, the full moon hung high in the night sky. Xiaoqie strode to a secluded corner, extended his left hand, and in an instant, a jet of water shot forth from his palm. Earlier at the banquet, he had been forced to drink copious amounts of wine. By the end, he appeared thoroughly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. Yet in truth, his mind remained razor-sharp. It was that his tolerance was exceptional, rather. Every drop of liquor he consumed had been instantly diverted into the spatial realm of the heavenly poison pearl the moment it touched his lips. The pearl had long since fused with his body, and manipulating it was as effortless as moving his own limbs. After what felt like an eternity, he finally expelled all the wine from the heavenly poison pearl. Raising his drenched left hand, Xiaoqie suddenly grinned and splashed the liquor onto his face. Holding his breath, he flushed his cheeks crimson before staggering dramatically, swaying precariously as he pushed open the door and stumbled into the bridal chamber. The door swung open, and the pungent reek of alcohol rushed in with him. Xiaoqie lurched forward, nearly collapsing face first onto the floor. With exaggerated clumsiness, he lifted his head and gazed at Xia Qingyue. There she sat, poised gracefully upon the bed, her exquisite eyes serenely closed. The dim glow of the crimson candles cast a dreamlike radiance upon her breathtaking beauty, enhancing her allure with an almost ethereal charm. Xiaoqian's eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as a lecherous grin spread across his face. Staggering unsteadily, he approached Xia Qingyue with a series of suggestive chuckles. My dear wife, I've kept you waiting. Now we can finally consummate our marriage. Xia Qingyue's eyes snapped open abruptly, with a casual flick of her right hand. An irresistible wave of frigid energy swept toward Xiaoqian, blasting him clean through the doorway. He landed heavily on the courtyard's earthen ground, barely missing the solitary stone table that might have been shattered by his impact. Xiaoqie let out a pained cry, rubbing his sore bottom as he struggled to rise after considerable effort. With fury burning in his voice, he roared, "Damn it! I was merely jesting. Was such brutal retaliation truly necessary? I possess not even the strength to bind a chicken. Striking with such viciousness, do you intend to murder your own husband?" Bang! The door slammed shut with resounding force. Xiaoqian pushed forward, only to find the door firmly shut before him. Xiaoqian was instantly disheartened. This woman couldn't even take a joke, let alone tolerate any flirtation. How could they possibly get along harmoniously? He had merely intended it as playful banter. Besides, as a mere first-level practitioner in the initial profound realm, he was utterly incapable of posing any threat to her dignity. Yet Xia Qingyue remained silent, offering no response whatsoever. Xiaoqian stood before the door for what seemed an eternity, yet there was not the slightest indication it would open. His modest courtyard contained but this single dwelling, no side chambers, not even a storage shed or stable. Ordinarily, he might have stealthily sought refuge at his aunt's quarters. But tonight was his wedding night. Nowhere would be appropriate. A nocturnal breeze swept through, causing Xiaoqian to instinctively huddle his shoulders. He rapped upon the door once more, his voice tentative as he pleaded, "Surely you don't intend to leave me out here all night? You must know how many in the Shao clan harbor thoughts about you. Our wedding night. Oh, how bitterly it must chafe their hearts. Yet they are utterly convinced a jewel like you could never stoop to a wretch like me. Even wedded, they'd never believe you'd let me so much as brush your finger, much less share a roof. Any moment now, someone will slink over to relish my humiliation. If they find me barred by my own bride, I'll be the laughingstock of the clan." He exhaled sharply. "Am I not, by some twist of fate, your husband now? Can you truly bear to watch me become their mockery?" The chamber remained silent as a tomb. Just as Xiaoqian's patience frayed to the point of kicking the door, the unyielding panel finally creaked ajar. Xiaoqian burst in with lightning speed and slammed the door shut. Xia Qingyue remained seated by the bed in her previous posture, though merely an ordinary sitting position. It exuded an ethereal grace and refined elegance. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at the somewhat disheveled Xiaochen. Her voice cool and detached. Do not come within 5 steps of me. Then where am I supposed to sleep? Xiao Chun grumbled, pursing his lips in displeasure. The room was cramped, furnished sparsely with only a bed, a desk, a small dining table, and 2 cabinets, from one end to the other. The entire space spanned no more than 7 or 8 strides. Staying 5 steps away would essentially relegate him to the corner opposite the bed. You take the bed, Xia Qingwei said, rising from it. No need. Xiao Chen refused outright, plopping down in the farthest corner from her and closing his eyes. Though Xia Qingwei surpassed him in strength by leaps and bounds, his masculine pride forbade him from taking the bed while relegating a woman to the floor. Chapter 9. Wife. Are you asleep? Married to a wife as exquisite as a celestial maiden, yet on their wedding night, he couldn't touch her, couldn't hold her, couldn't even share the bed, left only to hug his knees silently, leaning against the wall in the corner. Xiao Che truly felt the malice of this world. The flickering red candles cast an ambiguous glow over the bridal chamber. The room fell into prolonged silence. Both figures clad in crimson robes, one sitting coldly and serenely by the bed, the other pitifully huddled in a corner, their breaths barely audible. After what seemed an eternity, Xiao Che could no longer contain himself. You would actually make me spend the night here like this, would you? Xia Qingwei's long lashes fluttered slightly as her graceful form shifted, reclining onto the bed. The scarlet bed curtains cascaded down, leaving Xiao Che with only a hazy silhouette illuminated by candlelight. Then, with a mere wave of her delicate hand, the 2 red candles extinguished simultaneously in a chilling gust, plunging him into complete darkness. If only he weren't utterly outmatched by this woman, her icy arrogance alone would have driven him to force his way. I was genuinely joking earlier. Not only was I not drunk, I hadn't even touched a drop of wine all afternoon. Can't you take a little humor? So utterly devoid of charm, Xiao Che muttered resentfully. I know you weren't drunk, Xia Qingwei finally spoke. But I find men who relieve themselves indiscriminately utterly repulsive. Relieve themselves indiscriminately? Could it be the sound of liquid when he had expelled the wine from the heavenly poison pearl earlier? Damn it. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock as he leapt to his feet indignantly. You accuse me of public urination? Which of your eyes witnessed such an act? What you heard was the sound of me pouring wine. Pouring wine, I tell you, as a 7-foot-tall gentleman of the Shao clan. How could I possibly commit such uncultured and uncivilized behavior? You may look down upon my martial prowess, but you shall not insult my noble character and dignity. Xiao Chen roared in fury, only to hear Xia Qingyue's serene voice moments later. I was merely jesting as well. Xiao Chen nearly spat out blood in exasperation. Xia Qingyue? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, his expression serene as he remarked, though my knowledge of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is limited. I am aware it exclusively accepts female disciples who must abstain from worldly desires and romantic entanglements. The palace is renowned for its countless beauties. Yet none have ever been known to marry. Yet here you are, wedded to me. It would seem that even within the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, your talents must be extraordinarily remarkable, perhaps even a peerless genius appearing once in a century. Otherwise, the palace would never have broken such a long-standing precedent for your sake. Xia Qingyue. Xiao Che lifted his gaze to the endless darkness above and continued softly, with your talents. The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace will undoubtedly seek to recruit you at the earliest opportunity. There, you will encounter legendary masters beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary cultivators, and treasures beyond counting. Under such conditions, your cultivation and status will soar to unimaginable heights in mere moments. You will be leaving soon, won't you? Xia Qingwei remained silent for a long while before murmuring faintly, 1 month. 1 month? A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Che's face before he smiled faintly and lowered his head. Thank you, he whispered. Xia Qingwei? This month. You must have fought to secure this time for me, didn't you? The Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would never willingly let a prodigy like you waste precious days on a worthless cripple like me. His voice grew quieter. You are heaven's favored daughter. Given how highly they value you, your future achievements may well reach the level of the palace master herself, while others mock and scorn me. You, destined to stand above all in the Songfeng Empire, not only consented to marry me, but have constantly protected my pitiful pride. Though I know you do this only to repay my late father's kindness, still, I thank you. Reaching the earth-profound realm before 20, such a feat would be considered pure fantasy to the people of Luyun City. Before our marriage, I expected you to treat me with the same contempt as everyone else. Yet you've surpassed all my expectations, not only breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinarily gifted, but kind-hearted as well. As a woman, you might truly be called perfection itself. Xia Qingyue. Well then, since you're so compassionate, you surely wouldn't wish to see your husband sleeping in a corner on our wedding night, would you? Our bed is quite spacious, more than enough for two. Before Xiaoqie could finish speaking, an icy aura of murderous intent swept over him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll throw you out. Someone's coming, Xia Qingyue suddenly remarked. After a long pause, Xiaoqie detected the faintest sound of footsteps, so subtle that had he not been straining his ears, he would never have noticed. The intruder lingered briefly at the courtyard gate before cautiously advancing. Upon reaching the center of the yard, they halted, unwilling to proceed further, for within those walls stood Xia Qingyue, a presence they dared not provoke. After loitering stealthily in the courtyard for some time, they retreated just as carefully as they had come, deep into the night. Xiao Yulong remained awake, his gaze dark as he stared out the window, his expression shifting restlessly. The door creaked open, and Xiao Yang hurried inside. Xiao Yulong turned, casting a sidelong glance. Well? Xiao Yang hesitated, stealing a glance at his master's face before replying cautiously. I just checked. It seems Xiaoqie wasn't locked outside after all. Xiao Yulong's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat as he hastily replied, But don't worry, elder brother. Xia Qingyue has always disdained the young masters from both the city lord's residence and the Yu family. There's no way she would take a liking to that good-for-nothing Xiaoqie. If he hasn't been kicked out, it must be out of pity. She probably fears he'd be ridiculed. Though they share the same chamber now, they certainly don't share a bed. He's most likely sleeping on the floor. That must be the case. Xiao Yulong's expression darkened with fluctuating emotions, his gaze lowering ominously toward the direction of Xiaoqie's courtyard. His fists clenched tightly. Xia Qingyue is the woman I desire. No one else shall lay a finger on her. Tomorrow, summon Xiaoqie for me. I must personally test him. Under no circumstances shall he touch Xia Qingyue. Understood. Xiao Yang promptly responded. Xiaoqie huddled in the corner until deep into the night, still wide awake. He opened his eyes, raised his left hand, and gazed at his palm. In the darkness, the faint emerald glow emanating from the heavenly poison pearl was strikingly conspicuous. In the Tsangyan continent, wielding the divine might of the heavenly poison pearl, he had single-handedly stirred the winds and clouds, plunging the entire land into turmoil. Yet, in doing so, he had nearly exhausted all its venomous power. Now, though the heavenly poison pearl had fused with his body, he could scarcely sense any lingering toxicity within it. During the relentless pursuit that had driven him to the brink of death, he had unleashed the pearl's venom to slay countless peerless experts, but in the process, he had overdrawn its strength, leaving it utterly drained. Exhaustion and depletion were two different concepts. Depletion allowed for slow recovery, but overdraft meant even the source itself was nearly extinguished, perhaps beyond any hope of restoration. Now, the heavenly poison pearl retained only its abilities to detoxify, refine, and merge, along with its storage function. With his shattered meridians and the heavenly poison pearl's depleted power, Xiaoqie found himself stranded in an obscure, disregarded town. After a prolonged silence, his heart brimmed with desolation. In this state, how can I protect grandfather and aunt? Let alone shield myself from mockery? Even more unbearable was the fact that he lacked the strength to assert himself over the wife who had taken him into her household. To regain sufficient power, the first step would be to restore his ruined meridians. Xia Qingyue had firmly declared that his meridians could never be restored to normal. But to him, this was no impossibility, for he was the inheritor of the medical sage. His master had often told him that the principles of medicine mirrored the laws of karma. Where there was cause, there was effect. Where there was affliction, there was cure. In this world, there existed no incurable ailment, only healers of insufficient skill. To discard the old meridians and nurture new ones, he would require at least three things. Wife, are you asleep? Xiaoqie called out. Ahem. Wife, you're not really asleep, are you? He asked again. My name is Xia Qingyue, came her voice. Soft yet icy. I know your name is Xia Qingyue, Xiaoqie replied, scratching his brow in puzzlement. Wife, there's something I want to ask you. Call me Xia Qingyue. She snapped. Oh, fine. Xiaoqie nodded, then asked with utmost seriousness, Wife, if you were to go to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, would you have any way to obtain the 7 mysterious Lingji grass, the purple vein heavenly crystal, and the profound core of an earth-profound realm beast? My deepest gratitude to the esteemed patrons for their generous support. Your unwavering encouragement has left me utterly speechless with emotion. Chapter 10. Starvale Herb. Xia Qingyue's phoenix-like eyes flickered open at Xiaoqie's request for 3 rare items. What do you intend to do with these? She inquired. Her voice measured. Noticing her hesitation rather than outright refusal, Xiaoqie's hope surged. Then, is there truly a way to obtain them? Xia Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly as she responded with deliberate calm. The sevenfold profound herb. I have never heard of such a thing. As for the core of an earth profound beast, one would have to slay a creature of that caliber, and how many in the entire empire possess such power? Even if the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace holds one, they would be as rare as unicorn horns. And the violet vein heavenly crystal? No amount of wealth can purchase such a treasure, a relic that would drive even the four great sects to madness. Possessing a single piece could eclipse a decade of arduous cultivation. To acquire all three, not even our sect leader could achieve such a feat. Xiaoqin's chest heaved heavily before he closed his eyes, remaining silent for a long while. What exactly do you intend to accomplish by obtaining these three items? Xia Qingwei inquired proactively. I cannot assist you, Xia Qingwei stated, though she herself harbored doubts that these objects could truly restore his damaged meridians. Otherwise, her master would certainly have been aware of such a method. Stop calling me wife. My name is Xia Qingwei, she snapped, her voice dropping at least 8 degrees colder in exasperation. Xiao Che remained utterly unfazed, replying with leisurely composure. I have taken you as my wife, and you have wedded me. We have bowed to heaven and earth, witnessed by 1,000 eyes, completing every proper ceremony. Now I am your husband, and you are my wife. If I do not call you my beloved, what else should I address you as? Xia Qingwei found herself momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally responded with cool indifference. Very well. Do as you please. Xiao Che grinned broadly. This wife of his was untouchable, yet he couldn't resist teasing her with words. Whatever. Xia Qingwei replied impassively. Humph, that's more like it. Otherwise, if you refuse to see me for the rest of your life and still forbade me from taking concubines, I might just divorce you someday. Even Xia Qingwei, usually as serene as still water, felt an overwhelming urge to kick him out at that moment. Just then, she noticed Xiao Che rising to his feet and heading toward the door. Where are you going? She asked abruptly. Xia Qingwei said nothing more as Xiao Che pushed open the door and stepped outside. Midnight enveloped the world in profound silence. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Xiao Che gazed up at the star-studded sky. Though his eyes remained resolute, deep within them lingered an inescapable haze of uncertainty. Today marked the first day of his rebirth. Though his spirit had undergone a monumental transformation compared to his past self, his crippled meridians rendered even the strongest will powerless to forge a path forward. If only he could obtain the 7 mystical Lingji grass, the violet vein heavenly crystal, and the core of an earth profound beast, then he might have over a 50% chance of restoring his meridians. Yet, in his current state, acquiring even one of these treasures seemed more impossible than scaling the heavens. In the end, this world revered strength above all. Without sufficient power, any grand ambition remained nothing but empty talk. What should I do? At that moment, a faint tremor pulsed from the palm of his left hand, instinctively raising it. He was startled to see the symbol of the heavenly poison pearl glowing with a dim light, flickering at an unusually rapid frequency. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted abruptly as he swiftly turned his gaze northward. Could it be? The heavenly poison pearl possessed not only terrifying toxic properties and formidable refining capabilities, but also an extraordinary ability to sense high-grade poisonous or medicinal materials. When such rare substances existed within a certain proximity, it would perceive them, emitting radiant light while indicating their precise direction. However, this phenomenon only occurred with materials of the most supreme quality. From the heavenly poison pearl's perspective, what constituted high-grade differed vastly from human standards. Throughout his time in the Tsunyan continent, Zhao Chun had witnessed this luminous phenomenon nearly 6 times, each occurrence leading him to discover legendary treasures of unparalleled rarity. Now, on his very first day returning to the Tianxian continent, the heavenly poison pearl had activated this extraordinary sense once more. What peerless treasure lay concealed nearby? The pearl's luminous guidance pointed unerringly northward, toward the mountainous hinterlands behind the Shao clan's ancestral grounds. Although Xiao Che possessed his own courtyard, its location was the most remote and arguably the most perilous within the entire Shao clan. Merely scaling the courtyard wall would lead one directly into the rear mountains, private lands belonging to the Shao clan where low-level mystical beasts occasionally roamed. There had been instances when these creatures breached the walls and trespassed into the compound. Moreover, this secluded area served as an ideal entry point for anyone attempting to infiltrate the Shao clan clandestinely. However, given the formidable influence of the Shao clan in Luoyuan City, no one had dared to attempt such a feat, at least not up to this day. Xiao Che leapt over the wall without hesitation. Though his cultivation at the initial profound realm's first level was meager, scaling a wall less than 3 meters high posed no challenge. The back mountain area was eerily silent and shrouded in gloom, a place the former Xiaoqie would never have dared to venture into at night. Yet beneath the luminous moon and countless stars, the dim glow provided just enough light. After scanning his surroundings and confirming solitude, he treaded softly toward the direction indicated by the heavenly poison pearl. The moonlit peaks seemed veiled in a delicate mist, exuding an air of mystique and peril. Before long, Xiaoqie arrived at the mountain's base, where the pearl's flickering reached its most frenzied rhythm. He halted, perplexed. Could the treasure truly be here? This was merely the foothills, a path frequented daily by the Shao clan's alchemists. If anything of value grew here, let alone a celestial rarity, even a moderately useful herb would have long been discovered. Yet the heavenly poison pearl's intensified pulse signaled the target lay within 10 paces. Under the silvery moonlight, Xiaoqie furrowed his brow, his gaze meticulously sweeping across every inch of the terrain. Precious herbs typically thrived in treacherous or extreme environments, yet this foothill sprawled with nothing but weeds. Doubt crept in. Had the pearl's guidance faltered? After a fruitless search, just as he prepared to abandon hope, a faint, indistinct anomaly flickered at the edge of his vision. Xiaoqie's spiritual perception was now extraordinarily keen. He swiftly raised his head, his gaze immediately drawn to the direction where an unsettling dissonance had abruptly manifested. That area, too, was overgrown with weeds, yet due to their proximity to a rocky outcrop, they had remained undisturbed by trampling. Approaching cautiously, Xiaoqie crouched beside the jagged stone, his piercing eyes fixated upon the tangled undergrowth. After prolonged scrutiny, his focus anchored unwaveringly upon a peculiar void amidst the verdant chaos. The tenacity of these wild grasses was remarkable. Left unchecked, they would insidiously infiltrate every crevice, taking root with relentless persistence. Yet here, in the very heart of this pristine thicket untouched by human interference, existed an unnatural vacancy. This absence was minute, scarcely sufficient to accommodate the growth of 2 slender blades. Yet its presence struck a jarring note of discordance against nature's tapestry. As a nocturnal zephyr whispered through the foliage, causing the surrounding grasses to sway gently, something uncanny occurred. Within that meticulously observed emptiness, 2 phantom blades of grass flickered into existence with spectral abruptness, a fleeting manifestation that vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. Xiaoqie's eyes widened abruptly, brimming with ecstasy. Swiftly extending his left hand, he brought the heavenly poison pearl in his palm closer to the vacant spot. Under the faint emerald glow, 2 small plants gradually materialized, about 2 fingers in height, their entire bodies a muted green, seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding weeds. Star-concealing grass. It truly was star-concealing grass. And 2 of them. With a suppressed roar of excitement, Xiaoqie reached out, and as the heavenly poison pearl shimmered, the 2 plants were uprooted cleanly, settling into his palm. The higher the grade of medicinal herbs, the more delicate the harvesting process. A single misstep could damage them, diminishing their potency or even rendering them utterly useless. Yet, with the heavenly poison pearl in his possession, such concerns were irrelevant. Its aura enveloped the target the moment it was plucked, ensuring not a wisp of spiritual energy escaped. Star-concealing grass bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary weeds, making it nearly impossible to detect. Moreover, it possessed an eerie ability, invisibility, rendering its discovery even more improbable. However, his master had once told him that though star-concealing grass was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, few knew of its existence. Across the entire continent, no more than 5 could recognize it, and only the heavenly poison pearl could refine it flawlessly. Fortune truly favored him. With these 2 stalks of star-concealing grass, he now held 2 infallible trump cards. Once refined into star-concealing pills, he could ensure survival, deceive enemies, plunder riches, seize beauties, or even commit murder, anything he desired. Clutching the herbs tightly before transferring them into the heavenly poison pearl's inner space, Xiaoqie allowed a silent, knowing smile to curl upon his lips. Xiaoqie halted his steps abruptly, turning his gaze toward the faint glimmer of cold light. Under the dim yet discernible moonlight, his eyes caught sight of an indistinct, hazy white silhouette less than 50 meters to the north. What could that be? A more prudent individual, even one with considerable martial prowess, might hesitate to approach such an anomaly under these circumstances. Yet Xiaoqie advanced without hesitation toward the unnatural white apparition. As he drew nearer, realization dawned. It was a person, a figure lying motionless upon the ground. "Who are you?" he called cautiously, pausing once he discerned the human form. No response came, no movement, no breath, not the slightest stir. Had they fainted? Or worse, perished? Who could this be? Why had they collapsed here? Wait, had this occurred in daylight, they would surely have been discovered by now. Since he appeared to be the first to find them, they must have appeared here recently, no earlier than the fall of complete darkness. Xiaochen hesitated no longer and strode forward swiftly. As he approached the figure under the moonlight and saw her clearly, he froze in astonishment. It was a young girl. She appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, her petite frame curled up like a frightened kitten. Her white dress was disheveled, the hem revealing two slender, snow-white legs. Upon closer inspection, they were marked with fine, delicate scars. One foot was clad in a black shoe, while the other was bare, exposing a delicate, lotus-like foot with dainty, translucent toes, as if carved from jade. But what drew the most attention was her hair, an eerie, striking crimson. The cold glint that had caught his eye earlier had been the reflection of her fiery locks. A girl? What was a girl doing here? And why was she covered in wounds? Xiaochen bent down and gently shook the girl's shoulder. Little sister? Suddenly, his entire body stiffened. Poison. A terrifyingly potent toxin unlike any he had encountered before, so virulent that upon mere contact, every hair on his body stood on end. The toxicity surpassed all known poisons in his knowledge. It was at this moment that Xiaoche suddenly realized with a start that the dark hue of the weeds and vegetation surrounding the girl under the moonlight wasn't a deep emerald green, but rather a horrifying charred blackness. Even the earth itself had transformed into an expanse of pitch-black darkness. Xiaoche's heart was seized by a sudden chill of dread. Had it not been for the heavenly poison pearl rendering him immune to all toxins, the mere contact with the girl's body would have claimed his life instantly. How could such a terrifying poison exist in this world? Wasn't the heavenly poison pearl supposed to be the most venomous substance under heaven? Yet even at its peak potency, the pearl could never unleash such horrifying toxicity, not even remotely close. Could there possibly exist something more poisonous than the heavenly poison pearl? Why would this young girl be afflicted by such a deadly poison? And why was she lying here, of all places? Countless questions swirled through Xiaoche's mind. One thing was certain, this child was already dead. Such virulent poison could snuff out even a supreme expert at the heavenly profound realm in an instant. Let alone a mere girl. How could someone so exquisitely beautiful exist? Xiaoche's soul trembled as an involuntary cry escaped him. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, an ethereal, soul-stealing kind of beauty that defied belief unless witnessed firsthand. Her crimson locks cascaded like liquid fire, her jade-white complexion flawless. Every feature so perfectly crafted that their combination created a visage of impossible perfection. Xiaoche searched his entire memory, but found no words adequate to describe such delicate beauty. Even gazing at her this closely, an overwhelming sense of unreality gripped him. His subconscious refused to accept that such divine, peerless beauty could exist in the mortal realm. Xia Qingwei was renowned as the foremost beauty of Luyun City, with scarcely any in the entire Songfeng Empire who could rival her. Yet when Xiaoche first beheld Xia Qingyue's true appearance, he had merely been briefly stunned. This girl's countenance struck his very soul with seismic force. Never had he imagined that a mere face could evoke such violent tremors in his psyche. And this was but a girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13. Were she to mature to Xia Qingyue's age, the thought was inconceivable. At that time, perhaps a mere smile from her could ignite wars and topple kingdoms. Yet this maiden of celestial beauty lay dead from a poison so potent that even a poison master like himself had never encountered its like. Perished upon the Shao clan's territory. At this moment, Xiaoche's thoughts weren't occupied with the nature of the toxin or why she was here, only profound sorrow at such exquisite perfection being so cruelly destroyed. What manner of monster could bear to harm something so transcendently beautiful? Surveying the charred vegetation and blighted earth around them, Xiaoche hesitated briefly before pressing his left palm against the girl's icy chest. The heavenly poison pearl glowed as it began purging the lethal toxins from her body. This being the Shao clan's back mountain, allowing such terrifying poison to spread unchecked might well turn the entire area into a lifeless wasteland. Though the pearl's venomous power had nearly vanished, its detoxifying abilities remained intact. As the pearl's radiance persisted, it gradually cleansed the girl's body of the virulent poison, particle by particle. At that very moment, Xiaoche suddenly noticed the girl's icy chest beginning to rise and fall with faint movements. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed her eyes gradually fluttering open. Those were extraordinarily dark eyes, shimmering with a perilous and eerie black glow as her pupils faintly quivered. The instant Xiaoche's gaze met hers, an overwhelming terror seized him, as though he were plummeting into an abyss of unimaginable depth. His mind reeled in shock. This girl, who had clearly succumbed to lethal poison, devoid of breath, her body cold as death itself, had inexplicably awakened. Slowly, her right hand extended, and amidst Xiaoqi's stunned disbelief, her fingers closed firmly around his left wrist. Her lips parted slightly, emitting a whisper so faint yet unmistakable in its utterance. Heavenly Poison Pearl. Xiaoqi's heart trembled violently once more, scarcely daring to believe what his ears had just perceived. The Heavenly Poison Pearl was something he had brought from the Songyun continent, utterly alien to this Tianxin continent. Yet this maiden had effortlessly uttered its name. Had his hearing deceived him? Or was this mere coincidence? Little sister, you. With Xiaoqi's pained exclamation, the girl parted her pallid lips and sank her teeth fiercely into the fingers of his left hand. Xiaoqi's fingertips on his middle and index fingers immediately gushed with blood, the crimson liquid entirely drawn into the girl's mouth without a single drop spilling to the ground. Stunned and horrified, Xiaoqi exerted all his strength to withdraw his hand, yet the girl's delicate, snow-white fingers clamped around his wrist like unyielding iron shackles. No matter how desperately he struggled, he couldn't break free. As his pupils dilated in terror, he felt the blood in his entire body surge violently toward his left hand, compelled by an irresistible force, only to be swallowed by the girl. She is drinking my blood. The girl's dark, abyssal eyes had now closed, her lips greedily sucking at his fingers like an infant nursing. What kind of girl is this? Despite being a young woman supposedly poisoned to the brink of death, she rendered him utterly powerless to resist. After several futile attempts, he finally relented, forced to watch helplessly as she feasted on his lifeblood. Xiaoqi's frail body, already weakened by the substantial blood loss, began to experience fleeting bouts of dizziness. Just as he feared the girl might drain him dry, the suction on his left finger abruptly ceased, and the small hand gripping his wrist gradually loosened its hold. Xiaoqi swiftly retreated several steps. His countenance darkened as he gazed upon the exquisitely flawless maiden who had moments ago unmistakably been draining his blood. Yet after an extended silence, the girl remained motionless, lying there as tranquil and lifeless as when he first beheld her, her eyes serenely closed. A chilling night breeze swept through, brushing against Xiaoqi's back before caressing the still form of the maiden. Amidst the cold wind, her body suddenly dissipated like mist carried by the wind, vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a tattered white dress, a single black princess shoe, and a crimson butterfly hairpin. Xiaoqi vanished. A peculiar sensation suddenly emanated from the palm of his left hand. His heart stirred, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes as he promptly closed them, gathering his focus to immerse his consciousness into the emerald realm of the Heavenly Poison Pearl. The verdant space within the Heavenly Poison Pearl had always been devoid of any presence. Yet this time, as he entered, his gaze fell upon a flawlessly sculpted, snow-white figure, serenely suspended before him. Xiaoqi's eyes widened in astonishment, his hand instinctively flying up to cover his nose. This was undoubtedly the same girl who had suddenly sucked his blood before vanishing into thin air. Yet now she appeared within the Heavenly Poison Pearl, her delicate jade-like body completely unclothed and exposed before him. Her eyes were gently closed, her fair face serene and peaceful. Crimson hair cascaded down her back, swaying softly as if caressed by an invisible breeze. Her skin was smooth and flawless, glowing with a creamy luster, tender and supple as an infant's. Her brows arched like delicate feathers, her waist slender as a bound silk ribbon, while her legs were exquisitely slender and straight, carved as if from pure jade. Though young, her upper body already bore the graceful curves of budding womanhood, perfectly shaped peaks of snowy softness crowned with tender, budding pearls, breathtaking in their delicate beauty. This was a body not yet fully matured, yet within its youthful innocence radiated an almost otherworldly allure, captivating to the point of stealing one's soul. It seemed to embody every conceivable perfection, a vision of ethereal beauty beyond mortal comprehension. Xiaoqi exerted tremendous willpower to avert his gaze, covering his nose as he turned away. The moment he glimpsed the girl's bare form, a surge of blood rushed violently upward. He was certain that if he continued looking, this overwhelming rush would erupt from his very being. How could she be unclothed? No, that wasn't the crucial point. She had vanished moments ago. So how had she reappeared inside the Heavenly Poison Pearl? The pearl had already fused with his body, only he could control it. Without his permission, how had she entered? Could it be because she absorbed my blood? Xiaoqi's mind was in utter disarray. Despite the experiences of his 2 lifetimes, he could not fathom what had transpired. Chapter 12. If you guarantee my aunt. Who was this girl? Why had she appeared here? Why had she drunk his blood? How did she know of the Heavenly Poison Pearl? And how had she entered its inner realm? These questions swirled in Xiaoqi's thoughts, yet no answers came to him. For a long while, he silently observed her. Then, He reached out and gently pressed a finger to her upper lip. A faint warmth met his touch, no longer the icy coldness from before, and the soft rhythm of her breath brushed against his skin. These were unmistakable signs of life. Little sister? Xiaoqi shook her lightly, calling out to her. In any era, a woman's beauty remained her most formidable asset and weapon. Had this not been an ethereal, fairy-like maiden, but instead some grotesque creature that would make one wretch at a glance, Xiaoqi would have unhesitatingly kicked her out of the heavenly poison pearl. Yet this girl was shrouded in mystery. She had bitten his finger, forcibly drunk his blood, sent chills down his spine, and inexplicably appeared within the pearl. And yet, when facing her, Xiaoqi felt not the danger of moments before, but an overwhelming surge of pity. She was simply too beautiful, so breathtaking that one could never associate her with peril. This was less a testament to man's nature, and more a reflection of its baser instincts. This girl is anything but ordinary, Xiaoqi thought. The scars upon her body and the tattered remains of her clothing suggested that the poison within her had not been accidentally contracted, but deliberately inflicted. For a girl her age, the simplest toxin would have sufficed to kill her, yet whoever had done this had used a venom so terrifying that even he felt a chill of dread. Whoever could wield such poison must be an utterly fearsome figure. And even more terrifying, this girl, drenched in such lethal venom, was still alive. So then, what was to be done with her? Simply let her sleep within the heavenly poison pearl? Xiaoqi pondered for a long while before silently departing from the heavenly poison pearl, leaving the girl within, though she had inexplicably drunk his blood earlier. It seemed to be an unconscious act. Such a beautiful maiden couldn't possibly be malevolent, could she? Even if she were wicked at such a tender age. What genuine threat could she possibly pose? He wondered when she might awaken. Xiaoqi's footsteps abruptly halted as he gazed ahead. Who could possibly be sneaking here at such a late hour? Simultaneously, the figure opposite noticed him and froze, warily demanding. Who goes there? That voice, Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Andy Linksy? Ah? The silhouette gasped softly before darting forward. As she drew near, the moonlight revealed a delicate, ethereal face, none other than Xiao Lingxi. Recognizing Xiaoqi, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Little Che, what are you doing here? I couldn't sleep. Xiaoqi scratched his head sheepishly, so I came out to gaze at the stars. Gaze at the stars? Xiao Lingxi seized his arm, her voice a mix of exasperation and concern. Tonight is your wedding night. Shouldn't you be with your bride, Xia Qingwei, in the bridal chamber? Instead, you're here, stargazing? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Ferocious beasts lurk about, and in the darkness, who knows what kind of villains might trespass? What if you encountered them? How many times must I remind you? Never come here alone, not even in daylight, unless accompanied by me or grandfather. And yet, you still defy me. As she spoke, she pinched his arm, not too harshly, but enough to chastise. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Xiaoqi yelped dramatically, pleading, Andy. I swear I've learned my lesson. There won't be a next time. Next time? Her eyes flashed with warning. Fine, fine, no next time. Then why are you here? Auntie, it's so late. Xiaoqi tilted his head, perplexed. Xiao Lingxi's voice softened, her gaze drifting into a haze of uncertainty. For some reason, sleep eluded me tonight. The stars seemed unusually bright, so I thought I'd come to the back hill to admire them. Xiaoqi gazed up at the starry sky with a wistful smile. Annie Lingxi, do you remember how we used to sneak out at midnight to admire the stars and feel the night breeze? Grandfather always caught us and scolded us afterward. Xiao Lingxi responded softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Those memories crossed my mind tonight. I wanted to experience stargazing alone, because from now on, I might have to admire the stars by myself. You won't be able to join me anymore. What? Why not? Silly. Because you're married now. She rolled her eyes playfully, her lips curling into an involuntary pout. From now on, you'll be spending your nights with your beloved Qingwei. No more midnight escapades with your auntie. That's not true. Whenever you wish, I'll gladly accompany you to gaze at the stars together. See, I'm here with you right now, aren't I? Xiaoqi chuckled warmly. And why exactly are you sneaking around the back hills on your wedding night? Her expression suddenly darkened as she stamped her foot indignantly. Don't tell me Qingwei kicked you out. How dare she? I'll go give her a piece of my. Leave her be. Xiaoqi gently grasped her hand. I came out on my own. Perhaps. I had a premonition I'd find you here tonight. Let's go to our special spot. Hand in hand. They dashed toward the familiar hilltop where soft grass carpeted the ground. Side by side, they basked in the soothing night breeze, their hearts filled with tranquil contentment. I thought, after your marriage, I'd lose so much of you, Lingxi murmured, her starlit eyes shimmering brighter than the constellations above. Qingwei is so beautiful, so perfect in every way. I feared you'd always be by her side, with scarcely any time left for me. Auntie, you wound me with your lack of faith. Xiaoqie feigned offense. Didn't I swear this very morning that in my heart, 100 Qingyus could never compare to you? That promise you forced, no. That sacred vow we made together is etched permanently in my mind, and I'll honor it joyfully. He counted on his fingers, after marrying Qingwei. First, I must never neglect my Annie for my wife. Second, our time together shall remain undiminished. Third, I must respond to your summons as promptly as ever. And most importantly, though Qingwei is now my wife, her place in my heart shall never surpass yours. Every syllable remembered perfectly. Lingxi's expression softened, her eyes glistening with emotion. These demands, I know they're unreasonable. I only said them in jest. You've truly treasured them all this time? Absolutely. Xiaoqie nodded without hesitation. Because you and grandfather are the most precious people in my life. No one else could ever compare. Auntie, I solemnly vow to you that even after I wed, you shall never lose me, just as I could never bear the thought of losing you. Xiao Lingxi giggled with delight, wrapping her arms around Xiaoqie's sleeve and resting her delicate head upon his shoulder. Indeed, my little Che is the sweetest and most obedient, she murmured. A shadowy cloud drifted across the sky, momentarily veiling the full moon, dimming the silvery glow around them. It has been so long, months, I suppose, since we last stargazed together, she mused. When we were children, no matter the season, winter or summer, we would always sneak out. I remember one winter's eve. Right here beneath the stars, we gazed for so long, nestled close, until we drifted off to sleep, only for snow to fall upon us. By the time Father found us, we were frozen stiff, two little snow statues. It took 2 whole days by the hearth and countless bitter tonics to thaw us out. She chuckled softly. Father was furious, yet he couldn't bring himself to strike either of us. Once we recovered, his punishment was to have us sweep an endless stretch of snow. Xiao Chun chuckled and continued. In the end, we barely swept any snow before frolicking in it. Even building a snowman that looked remarkably like Grandpa. It left him both amused and exasperated. Once he started laughing, he completely forgot about punishing us. Dad has always been like that, Xiao Lingxi said with a warm smile. He may seem stern on the surface, but he has never truly laid a hand on us. He only pretends to be intimidating. No matter what, if we pout or act a little spoiled, he'd always relent in the end. Not always. Xiao Qin replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. Remember when I was 12 and you were 11? Grandpa arranged a separate courtyard for you, insisting you could no longer share a bed with me. You cried for days, begging him, even refusing to eat, yet he remained firm. Eventually, you had no choice but to obey. That was because I was still young and didn't understand certain things. Xiao Lingxi lightly pinched his shoulder, her cheeks flushing. There are matters girls only realize as they grow older. Humph. What matters? Xiao Chen widened his eyes and feigned ignorance. You know how boys and girls can't sleep together once they're older. Don't pretend you don't know. Recalling past incidents, she hastily added. And we can't just kiss carelessly like we did as children. Is that so? Xiao Chen tilted his head, gazing at her delicate, radiant face under the starlight. Gently leaning closer, he murmured. But I always feel like kissing you. What should I do? Then marry me. Xiao Lingxi lifted her chin, her rosy lips curling into a triumphant smile. If you weren't my aunt, I would. The words slipped out before Xiao Chen could think. The moment he spoke, both froze, as if struck by a spell of stillness. Chapter 13. A dangerous ambiguity, Auntie. Why are you looking at me like that? Sensing the sudden tension, Xiao Chen hesitated before cautiously breaking the silence. Xiao Lingxi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly after a long daze. Then she quickly averted her gaze, lowered her head, and whispered softly, speaking such words just now, aren't you afraid your beloved Qingwei might hear? Xiaoqie feigned a look around, then said with an air of feigned innocence. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around, so what is there to fear? Even if she were to overhear, I wouldn't be the least bit concerned. You're well aware that she isn't genuinely interested in marrying me, just as I have no true desire to wed her. If she were my aunt, No, don't say it. Don't say another word. Xiao Lingxi reached out and pressed her hand firmly against his lips, silencing the words he was about to utter. After a long while, she finally withdrew her hand and leaned her body once more against Xiaoqie's shoulder, murmuring softly, Little Che, though I am a year younger than you, I am your true aunt by blood. There are words you might say to other girls that you must never in this lifetime speak to me. Just knowing that you've harbored such thoughts in your heart is enough for me. Her last words trailed into a whisper, so faint it was almost inaudible, laced with a sorrow so poignant it could rend the heart of any who heard it. Xiaoche's heartstrings trembled profoundly. He remained silent, closing his eyes as he quietly listened to the girl's breathing and heartbeat beside him. When I was little, I was skinny, dark, and very short. They called me the ugly duckling, always mocking and bullying me. Xiaolingxi murmured dreamily, nestling against him. The only one who played with me was Xiaoche. Whenever someone bullied me, Xiaoche would rush in to fight them off, chasing them away, even if it left him battered and bruised. So many of his wounds back then were because of me. I grew accustomed to it. No, I cherished the feeling of being protected by Xiaoche. I even thought I could be sheltered by him forever. Xiaolingxi's words transported Xiaoche back to their childhood days. In those years, she had indeed been, as she described, dark-skinned, scrawny, and diminutive, a veritable ugly duckling. Yet being her elder by a year and her nephew by relation, he had felt it his solemn duty to protect her with unwavering devotion. Who could have foreseen how dramatically time would transform her? That once awkward child had blossomed into the radiant beauty she was today, becoming the object of countless young men's ardent desires within the Xiao clan. Later, when Xiaoche was diagnosed with crippled meridians, she continued, I devoted myself to rigorous cultivation. The time had come for me to shield him instead. Her voice softened with nostalgia. Back then, I believed it made no difference whether he protected me or I protected him, so long as we remained together always. A wistful sigh escaped her lips. But as I matured, I came to understand. Xiaoche would take a wife, and I must wed another. We could never return to those carefree days. Her words carried the weight of unspoken sorrow. Of all maidens under heaven, I alone am forbidden to be his bride. And among all men in this world, he stands as the sole one I may never marry. Xiaoche, after all this time. I thought I had fully come to terms with it. Today is Xiaoche's wedding day. I should be overjoyed. Yet from dawn till dusk, my heart has felt inexplicably heavy, as if weighed down by something indescribable. I long for sleep, but rest eludes me. And now, Xiaoche, hearing those words from you again, I feel both joy and sorrow intertwine. What on earth is happening to me? Xiaochen's chest heaved heavily. Yet he remained silent, utterly at a loss for words at this moment. That perilous ambiguity between him and Xiaolingxi had taken root long ago. When they realized it was a dangerous sentiment, though they continued to live side by side, neither ever dared to acknowledge it, instead consciously redirecting those emotions toward familial affection. Without the memories of his past life in Sungyan continent, his temperament leaned toward timidity and self-doubt. Even unto death, he would have only retreated, never finding the courage to voice those feelings, burying them completely. As for Xiaolingxi, at least until this very day, she had never revealed them even once. But the Xiaochun of today was no longer the Xiaochun of yesterday. He uttered those earth-shattering words. And in the hazy intimacy of this secluded mountain night where no others would intrude, Xiaolingxi could no longer restrain herself from speaking what she had believed she would never dare confess. Xiaochen's heartbeat began to falter slightly. Intoxicated by the enchanting fragrance of the maiden at his side, he extended his right arm, gently embracing Xiaolingxi's delicate form. Her body trembled faintly. Yet she did not resist, closing her eyes as she surrendered her weight entirely against him. The maiden's supple frame was as soft as silk, her smooth, tender skin radiating warmth even through layers of clothing, stirring his senses. Xiaochen dared not hold her too tightly, fearing he might startle or dishonor her. Yet soon, he felt a pair of slender arms winding around his back, pulling him closer with increasing fervor. A subtle, intoxicating fragrance, its origin unknown, drifted into his breath and seeped deep into his soul. Xiaolingxi's initiative dispelled the unease in Xiaochen's heart. He moved to encircle her slender waist with his left arm, but in his dazed state, his aim faltered, his palm instead met the yielding softness of her full, warm curves. Xiaolingxi let out a soft moan. Xiaoche's mind became unsettled, and he hurriedly attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet, Xiaolingxi's delicate fingers swiftly grasped his left hand before he could. Initially, Xiaoche assumed she intended to swat away his inadvertent transgression, but her jade-like hand simply held his in place, neither releasing nor allowing further movement. Through the proud swell of her bosom, he could distinctly feel the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat. Xiaolingxi's breathing grew slightly heavier, a delicate blush spreading from her jade-like face down to her snowy neck. She tightly shut her eyes, burying her delicate head against his chest without moving, as if striving to prove she had already fallen asleep. Xiaochen also closed his eyes, motionless and silent, simply nestling quietly with her. At this moment, neither wished to utter a word, for speech would disturb this undisturbed reverie, free from any external intrusion. As the night deepened, when Xia Qingwei found them, they remained in that same posture, now deeply asleep. Judging by the earlier sounds, it seemed he had climbed over the wall to the back mountains of the Xiao sect. with his meager initial Xian power at the first level. Venturing alone into the mountains late at night and failing to return for so long, Xia Qingyue could no longer suppress her concern and went out to search for him. Then, she beheld a sight that left her stunned. Today marked the first day of their official interaction as husband and wife. On the journey to the Shao sect, he had carried himself with composed dignity. In the ceremonial hall, he suppressed fury and resentment. In the bridal chamber, though his words were many and his tongue sharp, his expression and eyes flickered with confusion, unwillingness, distraction, and even a melancholy she could not decipher. Yet now, nestled beside Xiaolingxi, he slept with unparalleled tranquility. The faintest curve graced his lips, revealing a tender smile. His features were utterly relaxed, his expression serene, like an infant cradled in a mother's embrace, peaceful and content. An unfamiliar discomfort stirred within Xia Qingyue. Of course, this did not signify any affection for Xiao Chun. Rather, they were now husband and wife, though she had always regarded this marriage as a mere formality. The title of husband nothing more than a label incapable of stirring even the faintest ripple in her heart. Some things defy conscious expectation, especially for a creature as inherently emotional as a woman, unless she were utterly heartless. Xiao Chun was her husband now, though she cared little for this union. The fact of his status as her spouse was indelibly imprinted in her subconscious. A husband was, by definition, a man who belonged solely to her. Yet here he was, on their wedding night, nestled intimately with another girl, both drifting into slumber together, his face adorned with such warmth and satisfaction. Naturally, her subconscious reacted with this strange, unsettling sensation. Even if that girl was his aunt, this discomfort disturbed the tranquil ice of her Xian heart, stirring a rare agitation. Startled by the sensation, she swiftly composed herself, focusing inward until, after some time, the restlessness faded, leaving her mind clear once more. Without disturbing Xiao Chun and Xiaolingxi, she retreated silently, her footsteps light. Moments later, Xia Qingyue returned, this time carrying a thick crimson blanket. Gently, she draped it over the two, then departed once more without a sound. As dawn's first light gently filtered through, Xiao Chun awoke to find Xiaolingxi still nestled against his chest. Her slumbering visage the very picture of angelic serenity, were it not for the sizable pool of drool staining his garments. With returning consciousness came the vivid recollection of the previous night's events, though his shoulders ached with stiffness from remaining motionless throughout the night. He dared not stir lest he disturb Xiaolingxi's peaceful repose. It was then his gaze fell upon the crimson blanket draped over them. Bloody hell! The exclamation escaped Xiao Chen's lips unbidden as he clutched the fabric. This was unmistakably the very same blanket that had been prepared just yesterday, destined for the bridal chamber's nuptial bed. Xiao Che raised his head, gazing toward the direction of his courtyard, a groan escaping his heart. On his wedding night, not only was he absent from the bridal chamber, but he had also spent the night with another woman. To make matters worse, his newlywed wife personally came to deliver a blanket. What an utterly dramatic script this was. Chapter 14. A letter from the Shao sect at dawn. When the sky was just beginning to lighten, Shao Yunhai, the sect leader of the Shao clan, was abruptly awakened from his deep slumber by a series of urgent knocks on his door. Sect leader, are you awake? Shao Yunhai opened his eyes, glanced at the faint light outside, and frowned. What is it at this ungodly hour? It's the Shao sect. A letter from the Shao sect. The voice outside trembled with barely contained excitement. What? The Shao sect? The mere mention of this name struck him like a dagger to the spine. The lord of the Shao clan, a man who could stride through Luoyuan City with impunity, bolted upright from his bed with such force that he nearly tumbled to the floor. Hastily draping his robes over his shoulders, his hair still disheveled, he flung open the door and seized the disciple standing outside. His eyes burned with urgency as he barked, "You said the Shao sect? You mean the Shao sect?" "Yes, the Shao sect, without a doubt." The disciple swallowed hard, nodding fervently before thrusting the letter forward. "Look, the sky eagle seal of the Shao sect is upon it. In all of the Songfeng Empire, none would dare forge the emblem of the Shao sect." The moment his gaze fell upon the sky eagle insignia, Shao Yunhai's entire body shuddered. Snatching the letter with trembling hands, he tore open the envelope with a mix of haste and reverence, extracting the delicate parchment within. Although the Shao sect differs from the Shao clan by just a single character in name, the disparity between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. While the Shao clan may barely dominate within Luoyuan City, across the vast expanse of the Songfeng continent, it remains an utterly insignificant entity. In stark contrast, the Shao sect stands as one of the four supreme sects that reign supreme over the Songfeng Empire, peerless alongside the Heavenly Sword Villa, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. In the Blazing Heaven sect, it exists on such an exalted plane that the Shao clan isn't even worthy to gaze upon its shadow. To put it bluntly, even the lowliest servant sweeping the Shao sect storage rooms would likely look down upon the Shao clan's esteemed patriarch. Yet, there exists a tenuous thread connecting these two disparate entities. 160 years prior, Xiao Bieli, the founder of the Shao clan in Luyun City, was once a member of the Shao sect. To be precise, he was a discarded outcast, rumored to be the illegitimate son of a sect elder. Conceived in disgrace when the elder drunkenly violated a serving maid, Xiao Bieli was born unremarkable in appearance and talent. Further burdened by scandalous whispers that earned his father's disdain, by adulthood, his cultivation lagged pitifully behind his peers, an embarrassment the elder could no longer tolerate. Thus, he seized the first opportunity to exile the young man to the desolate backwater of Luyun City, assisting him in establishing the Shao clan before severing all ties and abandoning him to obscurity. But today, against all expectations, the Shao sect has initiated contact. Xiao Yuhai could scarcely contain his elation, trembling as though caught in a dream. His fingers shook violently as he traced each character of the missive. His face flushed and breath ragged. With a hoarse cry, he thrust a quivering finger toward the door. Summon all elders and stewards to the council hall at once. Inform them, this concerns the very future of our Shao clan. Go, now. Why yes, patriarch. The disciple stammered, scrambling away in haste. Xiaoqun cautiously pushed open the door while clutching a crimson blanket, tiptoeing into his chamber, only to discover Xia Qingwei already seated primly by the bedside. Her tranquil, exquisite eyes regarded him with undisturbed serenity, like still waters reflecting moonlight. Xiao Chun abruptly tossed the blanket onto the table, his expression unruffled as he inquired with shameless ease. Darling, up so early? Did you sleep well last night? Or perhaps you'd care to enlighten me first about your nocturnal whereabouts. Xia Qingyue's exquisite eyes narrowed slightly as she responded with detached coolness, unnecessary. Stretching languidly, Xiaoqun turned toward the mirror to meticulously arrange his hair. Quite understandable. For I know such matters hold no interest for you. Though he had spent the previous night nestled against Xiao Lingxi on the back mountain, he awoke at dawn with remarkably refreshed spirits. After smoothing his attire and adjusting his locks to restore his immaculate, porcelain doll handsomeness, he rose gracefully. Shall we? The first morning demands we pay respects to grandfather. Surely even you wouldn't refuse this? Xia Qingwei remained silent, standing before gliding past him through the doorway. With an indifferent shrug, Xiaoqun quickened his pace to follow. Xiaolai always rose early each day, and today was no exception. The moment one stepped into his courtyard, he could be seen tending to his flowers and plants with gentle care. Noticing Xiao Che and Xia Qingwei entering side by side, he greeted them with a warm smile. You've arrived. Under Xiaolai's gaze, Xiao Che swiftly reached out and grasped Xia Qingyue's delicate hand. Her fingers were soft and smooth, carrying a faint coolness, perhaps due to her cultivation of the ice cloud art. Xia Qingyue stiffened, on the verge of forcefully shaking him off, yet meeting Xiaolai's eyes. She suppressed the impulse, allowing Xiao Che to lead her forward. Her father had always held deep respect for Xiaolai, and so did she. Though she could show indifference towards Xiao Che in private, openly rejecting him in front of Xiaolai would undoubtedly provoke displeasure. This despicable scoundrel. Grandfather. You're up early again today, Xiao Che remarked casually as he approached, guiding Xia Qingwei with him and offering a respectful bow. Xiaolai chuckled, his expression pleased at their apparent closeness. You two are early as well. Cheer, Qingyue, though marrying at 16 is indeed young, it eases my heart. Qingyue, you're aware of Cheer's circumstances. Truthfully, this marriage does you an injustice, but our family will do everything to make amends. My greatest wish now is to see the two of you live in peace. Had Xiaolai not been present, Xia Qingwei would have long frozen Xiao Che's mouth shut with her ice cloud art. Xiaolai laughed heartily, shaking his head in fond exasperation. Yu Qingwei has only just arrived. And already you tease her. Don't mind his nonsense. Qingwei, this boy has always had a way with words. You must not have eaten yet? Knowing you'd come. Old Hong had the kitchen prepare breakfast. Come, join me. Of course, grandfather. Should we invite Aunt as well? She's always been fond of sleeping in. Let her rest. The dining table was already set with 3 freshly prepared meals. Xiao Che kept his grip firm, pulling Xia Qingyue, who struggled to maintain composure, to sit beside him. Xiaolai took his seat opposite them, but before he could settle, hurried footsteps approached from outside, followed by a breathless voice. Elder Xiao. Is Elder Xiao present? What is it? Xiaolai turned, brows slightly furrowed. The sect leader's orders. All elders must gather at the council hall immediately. A matter concerning the future of the Shao sect demands urgent discussion. Xiao Lai stood, accepting the outer robe handed by Xiao Hong. It seems something urgent has arisen. Eat without me. In all his years, Xiao Lai had never seen such an urgent summons at dawn. Donning his robe, he departed swiftly. No sooner had Xiao Lai departed than Xiao Che swiftly withdrew his hand from Xia Qingyue's grasp, leaping back with the agility of lightning. His sword-like eyebrows arched slightly as he adopted an air of solemnity, declaring, "My dearest Qingyue, with your remarkable intellect, you must surely comprehend that my sole intention in holding your hand was to reassure and delight grandfather. I assure you, no ulterior motives were at play. Though I neglected to seek your consent beforehand, I trust you wouldn't take offense or object, would you?" Yet Xia Qingyue's countenance grew increasingly frigid, her voice dripping with frost as she retorted, "Should you dare lay hands upon me so casually again, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Xiao Che's temperament left Xia Qingyue increasingly bewildered. Upon their first encounter, she had perceived him as aloof and indifferent, only to gradually discern an extraordinary depth to his character, one tinged with an air of mystery. Time and again, he gave her the uncanny impression of a man weathered by life's vicissitudes rather than a mere youth of 16, save for those moments when his irrepressible roguishness surfaced. Now, here he stood, having brazenly overstepped his bounds yet displaying not an ounce of remorse. Instead, like a petulant child, he whined and wheedled, shamelessly casting her, the aggrieved party, as the one at fault. The sheer absurdity of it all left her torn between fury and laughter, the flames of her indignation quietly dissipating despite herself. "Enough. Let us sit and eat," Xia Qingyue sighed wearily. She was beginning to suspect that her decision to request her master's permission to remain by his side for another month had been a grave and perilous mistake. Chapter 15. Xiao Yulong's test. After breakfast, Xiao Lai returned in haste, his expression etched with unprecedented gravity and traces of lingering astonishment. "Grandfather, what has happened?" Xiao Che rose swiftly to inquire. "A matter of great consequence. One might even say a monumental event for the Xiao clan," Xiao Lai replied, though the furrows in his brow gradually eased. "However, it likely bears little relevance to us." "A monumental event? What could it be?" Xiao Che pressed, his bewilderment mounting. "It concerns the Xiao sect." "The Xiao sect?" This revelation drew not only Xiao Che's attention, but also a sharp glance from Xia Qingyue. Merely half an hour ago, the clan leader received a missive from the Xiao sect, Xiao Lai explained deliberately. It stated that a delegation from the sect would soon arrive here, led by none other than the youngest son of the current sect leader, Xiao Ju Tian. The news plunged Xiao Che into contemplative silence before he finally remarked, "If this is true, it defies reason. Though our Xiao clan originated from the Xiao sect over a century ago, the sect has long regarded us with contempt. For over 100 years, there has been no interaction between us. The Xiao sect would never spare a thought for this insignificant branch. Why would they suddenly dispatch envoys now? If they seek to exploit us, what could our humble clan possibly offer the all-powerful Xiao sect? And if they intend to bestow favors, that seems even more improbable." Xiao Lai's countenance appeared calm, yet the poorly concealed disappointment could not escape Xiao Che's perceptive gaze. Within the Xiao clan, not a single soul was devoid of yearning for the prestigious Xiao sect. Even he himself had harbored such aspirations until this very day. The arrival of envoys from the Xiao sect represented the closest encounter in the clan's entire history, offering at least a genuine opportunity for direct interaction. While other clan members nurtured faint glimmers of hope, Xiao Lai alone dared not entertain even the slightest expectation. For when the Xiao sect sought talent, by no conceivable turn of events would their gaze ever fall upon Xiao Che. Xiao Che opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of comfort to his grandfather. But after much deliberation, not a single syllable could escape his lips. The state of his profound veins was laid bare before them. What use were eloquent words when the truth was so stark? Though this matter shouldn't concern us, perhaps it's for the best. The Xiao sect may loom as vast as the heavens, but even if we were to go there, we'd only be at the very bottom. How could it compare to the peace and freedom we have here in Luoyang City? Xiao Lai chuckled with an air of nonchalance as he settled at the dining table. "Come, keep your grandfather company and finish breakfast with me." Upon leaving Xiao Lai's courtyard, Xiao Che immediately sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the Xiao clan. At this hour, the grounds would usually be bustling with disciples engaged in morning training. Yet now, only a sparse few figures could be seen, most hurrying along with barely concealed excitement. Seems everyone is eager to climb onto the lofty branch of the Xiao sect. But is vaulting straight to the heavens truly a good thing? Do they not realize that even if they did make it there, they'd likely be nothing more than the lowest of underlings? Xiao Che remarked with detached indifference. Jealous? Xia Qingwe's expression remained impassive. Absolutely not. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiao Che remembered that the woman beside him was a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, a sect in no way inferior to the Xiao sect. He pursed his lips. You're different from them, never mind. Forget I said anything. Xia Qingwe paid him no further heed. With a single, seemingly unhurried step, she glided effortlessly past him, leaving Xiao Che trailing by several paces. Another step, and the distance between them widened further. Xiao Che halted, watching with astonishment as her graceful, almost illusory movements carried her away. Is this the legendary dance of ice and snow from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? He murmured to himself. This woman's profound strength is clearly far beyond the initial profound realm. Well, if it isn't brother Xiao Che, a voice called out from his right. Xiao Che turned to see Xiaoyang approaching. Normally, Xiaoyang would regard him with nothing but disdain, his nose perpetually in the air. For him to initiate a greeting was unprecedented. Brother Xiaoyang, you're up early, Xiao Che replied amiably, turning to face him. What a coincidence. I was just on my way to find you. And here you are, Xiaoyang said with a jovial laugh as he drew near. You were looking for me? Xiao Che feigned surprise. Indeed, Xiaoyang nodded. Actually, it was Brother Yulong who sent me. He said that though you're the youngest among us, you're the first to marry. As your fellow clansmen, we ought to celebrate this occasion properly. Besides, with yesterday's banquet being so crowded, we didn't get to drink to our heart as content. So, how about joining us for a little wine and breakfast this morning? Are you free? Inviting me for drinks at this hour? Seems Xiao Yulong's patience is rather thin. A cold smirk flickered in Xiao Che's heart. He knew exactly why Xiao Yulong had summoned him. Putting on an expression of flattered astonishment, he exclaimed, Brother Yulong invited me? Of course I'm free. How could I refuse an invitation from him? Shall we go now? Xiao Yang sneered inwardly at Xiao Che's expression, his contempt barely concealed. With a nod, he replied, Certainly. Let us proceed. Xiao Yulong's courtyard was at least 4 or 5 times larger than Xiao Che's, exquisitely adorned with lavish decorations and attended by dedicated maidservants. At the northern center of the compound stood a square pavilion, where a round table had been meticulously arranged with fine wines and delicacies. Raising his goblet with a genial smile, Xiao Yulong remarked, Dear Brother Che, congratulations once more on your union with the foremost jewel of Luoyuan City. As your elder brother, it seems I must redouble my efforts as well. Many thanks, Brother Yulong, Xiao Che responded hastily, his face flushing crimson with emotion as he lifted his own cup. Truth be told, my humble marriage pales in significance compared to the felicitations I should be extending to you instead. Oh? Xiao Yulong arched an eyebrow with polite curiosity, maintaining his gracious smile. Congratulations for me? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Precisely. Xiaoyang chimed in eagerly. His own talents being merely above average among the Xiao clan's disciples, he harbored no illusions about being chosen by the Xiao sect. Without question, Xiao Yulong stood as the most probable candidate from their lineage. Having diligently curried favor with Yulong over the years, Yang now reveled in the foresight of his sycophancy. Should Yulong gain entry to the prestigious sect, the benefits to himself would be innumerable. The Xiao sect's selection is undoubtedly destined for our eldest brother. With you as our standard-bearer, others wouldn't dare entertain such aspirations. Xiao Yulong shook his head with a humble smile and said, You all flatter me too much. Within our Xiao clan, there are so many outstanding brothers and sisters. In terms of profound strength, I may be considered first by sheer luck, but when it comes to innate talent, I dare not claim superiority. Nevertheless, I shall strive diligently. Come, Brother Xiao Che, let us toast to your joyous occasion yesterday. Though his tone was casual, deep within his eyes lurked a madness more fervent than anyone else's could fathom. After downing a cup of wine, Xiao Che's face flushed crimson. At that moment, Xiao Yang leaned in with a mischievous grin and remarked, Brother Xiao Che, the bride you married yesterday is none other than the most beautiful maiden in Luoyuan City. Such fortune truly makes us brothers envious. The delights of your wedding night, must have been quite exhilarating, no? Xiao Yulong raised his wine cup with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed intently upon Xiao Che's face and eyes, anticipating an expression of embarrassment to surface. However, the moment Xiao Yang finished speaking, Xiao Che's eyes sparkled with a lecherous grin that any man would recognize. Leaning conspiratorially toward Xiao Yang, he lowered his voice and chuckled darkly. Absolutely. Heh. Elder brother Xiao Yang, let me tell you, women, they're all the same. Xia Qingwei usually struts around like some proud peacock, but once in bed, oh, she transforms into an utter wanton. Those moans, that sensation, far beyond mere pleasure. As Xiao Che spoke, his eyes narrowed, his face flushed with a rapturous expression. Xiao Yulong crushed the wine glass in his hand, shards scattering across the table. Chapter 16. The Reckless Young Master Xiao. Brother Yulong? What's wrong? Xiaochen swiftly rose to his feet, his expression one of alarm. Xiao Yulong's face twisted into an awkward and unsightly smile as he shook off the shards of the shattered wine glass from his hand. It's nothing. Just a momentary lapse in controlling my strength, he muttered. Ah, I see. Xiao Che suddenly understood, quickly adding, Brother Yulong has made another breakthrough. Congratulations. I heard you reached the 3rd level of the profound entry realm 3 months ago, and now, in just 3 months, you've advanced again. Truly. You are the greatest genius of our generation. Without a doubt, the one chosen by the Xiao sect this time can be none other than Brother Yulong. Xiao Yulong's face twitched uncontrollably as he rose to his feet, suppressing the turmoil within him with great effort. Forcing a strained smile, he replied, You flatter me too much. Younger brother Xiao Che. Indeed, I've just made a breakthrough, and my profound energy is somewhat unstable. I must stabilize it immediately and may not be able to continue entertaining you. No need, no need. Xiao Che hastily waved his hands, nodding with understanding. Of course. Stabilizing your profound energy takes precedence, Brother Yulong. I won't disturb you any further then. Thank you for your generous invitation today. Once Brother Yulong is selected by the Xiao sect in a few days, I'll be the first to come and offer my congratulations. Watching Xiao Yulong's expression, Xiao Yang swallowed hard and cautiously approached. Big brother. Ah. Xiao Yulong let out a furious roar. Sweeping all the wine vessels and tea sets off the table like a madman, shattering them to pieces. With a vicious kick, he overturned the stone table as well. Clenching his fists tightly, he panted heavily, his eyes burning with jealousy and hatred that seemed ready to ignite. Through gritted teeth, he uttered in an extremely low voice. Didn't you tell me that Xia Qingwei would never let that waste Xiao Che touch her? Xiao Yulong rarely lost control of his emotions. Yet his current state sent chills down Xiao Yang's spine, making his scalp tingle with unease. It must be that Xiao Che brat fabricating lies. He stammered in panic. There's no way Xia Qingwei would ever fancy someone like him. Bullshit. Xiao Yulong snarled through gritted teeth. Do you take me for a blind fool? I know exactly how worthless Xiao Che is. Do you really think he could deceive me? Xiao Yulong possessed considerable shrewdness and discernment. Having known Xiao Chun for 16 years, he prided himself on understanding every facet of the young man's being. He was utterly convinced that someone with such feeble mystical prowess and a timid, self-deprecating disposition could never conceal emotional fluctuations from his penetrating gaze. Yet when Xiao Yang had questioned him earlier, there hadn't been the slightest trace of affectation or pretense in his eyes, expression, or subconscious body language. Xia Qingwei was the woman he had sworn to possess. Allowing their marriage had been partly out of helplessness, but also because he believed that even if Xia Qingwei wed Xiao Chun, she would never surrender herself to him. Instead, it would only make her more accessible to himself. Never had he imagined that on the very second day of their union, he would receive news that Xiao Chun had already defiled her. The fury, envy, and resentment now churning within him threatened to tear his chest asunder. Xiao Yang stood there with his neck hunched, not daring to even breathe heavily. In the past, Xiao Yulong had been the designated successor as the next sect leader of the Xiao sect, so Xiao Yang had always behaved obediently in his presence. Now that Xiao Yulong was highly likely to be chosen by the Xiao clan, Xiao Yang dared not show the slightest hint of defiance. A long time passed, yet Xiao Yulong was still panting heavily, such was the magnitude of the blow he had suffered. Suddenly, he spoke in a low, heavy voice. Where did Xiao Chun go after leaving this place? Xiao Yulong's brows slanted darkly. His face shadowed with gloom as he murmured in a low voice. I always believed Xia Qingwei possessed not only peerless beauty and talent, but also a dignity and aloofness surpassing all other women. Never did I imagine that even the most despised trash within the Xiao clan could catch her eye. Xiao Yulong let out a cold snort, abruptly flicked his sleeve, and strode briskly toward the courtyard gate. Xiao Yang was about to follow when he suddenly realized the intended destination, immediately halting obediently before slowly raising a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Xiao Chun left Xiao Yulong's courtyard, strolling leisurely towards the kitchen to fetch breakfast before ambling in the direction of Xiao Lingxi's residence. Upon closer proximity, one could hear him murmuring to himself, that fool Xiao Yulong must be rushing to my place by now. Will my beloved Qingwei break one of his legs? Or perhaps both? Ah, maybe even all three? Arriving at Xiao Lingxi's courtyard, he found the door tightly shut. Xiao Chun stepped forward and knocked. Auntie, I've brought breakfast. The door swung open, admitting him before slamming shut again with a resounding thud. Xiao Lingxi slumped over the desk, her cheeks resting on her palms, eyelids drooping with a listless expression. Xiao Chen placed breakfast on the table and waved a hand before her eyes. Didn't he sleep well last night? At the mention of the previous night, Xiao Lingxi let out a muffled whimper and buried her entire face in her hands. Don't bring it up. Xia Qingwei came to deliver a blanket last night. She must have seen everything. What do I do? What do I do? I can't face anyone anymore, woo-woo. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Xiao Chen rubbed his temples, sitting beside her with an amused smile. Relax. You're my aunt. What is wrong with us snuggling together to sleep? Because I'm your aunt. Xiao Lingxi shook her head frantically, nearly hysterical. And last night, your hand was on my, woo? She definitely saw. What if she tells others? What do I do? Rest assured, she absolutely won't tell a soul. Besides, you're my aunt. So what if I accidentally touched your chest while sleeping? It's no big deal. Xiao Chen spoke with utter nonchalance. I'm 100% certain that even if she saw, she wouldn't say a word, nor would she even think in that direction you're imagining. Come on, eat your breakfast before it gets cold. He chuckled lightly, offering reassurance. In matters like these, a girl's thoughts were simply different from a man's. Oh. Xiao Lingxi finally freed her delicate face from her hands and began nibbling tearfully at the breakfast Xiao Chen had brought. Meanwhile, just as Xiao Chen had anticipated, Xiao Yulong headed straight for his courtyard after leaving. Upon entering, his gaze immediately landed on Xia Qingyue standing in the center of the yard. Xia Qingyue stood motionless beneath the pomegranate tree, arms raised, her expression serene yet focused, clearly cultivating her profound energy. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, shimmering softly in the morning light. Her breathtakingly beautiful face bore two slender, willow-like brows, arched like crescent moons, while her tranquil eyes gleamed with a crystalline clarity, radiating an almost ethereal glow. Clad in crimson robes, her graceful silhouette was faintly outlined, complementing the flawless, jade-like smoothness of her snow-white skin. This was the first time Xiao Yulong had ever beheld Xia Qingyue's peerless elegance at such close proximity. In that instant, he froze completely, his entire being ensnared by the mesmerizing vision before him, as if the world itself had momentarily lost all color. Noticing Xiao Yulong's arrival, Xia Qingyue remained unmoved. Her gaze still fixed ahead as she uttered indifferently, Xiaochen isn't here. Yet the next second, his eyes flickered downward, shamelessly tracing the curves of her chest. Her delicate brows twitched slightly, the faint trace of goodwill she had felt toward his earlier politeness instantly twisting into revulsion. Though Xiao Chen often provoked her with his sharp tongue and wandering hands, at the very least, she had never detected lechery in his gaze. This Xiao Yulong. However, Xiao Lingner's voice, initially calm, suddenly took on a chilling edge as she uttered with stark simplicity, Xiao Che is not here. Despite the evident coldness in Xia Qingyue's demeanor, Xiao Yulong appeared unfazed. Nodding slightly, he remarked, what an unfortunate coincidence. However, having long admired the beauty and reputation of Miss Xia, this visit is hardly in vain. As he spoke, Xiao Yulong meticulously adjusted his posture, expression, gaze, and tone to an impeccable state, exuding his utmost charm. Confident that he surpassed Xiao Che by 1,000-fold. He thought to himself, if Xia Qingyue could settle for someone like Xiao Che, how could she possibly resist him? I am cultivating in seclusion and will not entertain guests. Xia Qingyue replied, her voice serene yet laced with faint impatience. True beauty remains captivating in any form. Gazing upon Xia Qingyue, whose grace rivaled that of a celestial maiden, Xiao Yulong's eyes burned with increasing fervor, his heart seething with envy. How could such an ethereal goddess be wedded to Xiao Che, that worthless cripple? And worse, have her purity claimed by him? The mere thought was an unbearable travesty, an unforgivable outrage. I have heard that Miss Xia, at the tender age of 16, has already reached the 10th level of the initial profound realm. I have long admired and yearned for such talent, Xiao Yulong said, suppressing his emotions and adopting a gentle tone. Though the gap between the 10th level of initial profound and the first level of entry profound is but a single tier. Without proper guidance, the breakthrough can prove elusive. While my aptitude pales in comparison to yours, as one who has walked this path, I possess some insights into transcending the initial profound realm. Perhaps we could exchange pointers. What do you say? With a practiced smile, he stepped forward, subtly gathering profound energy in his palms as he reached for Xia Qingyue's delicate hand. Though Xia Qingyue was undeniably gifted, she remained within the initial profound realm, while Xiao Yulong had already attained the 3rd level of entry profound, qualifying him, in his own estimation, to mentor her. But as Xiao Yulong's lecherous gaze turned into action, a flash of fury ignited in Xia Qingyue's eyes. Swiftly, she extended her hand and pushed toward him, not in acquiescence, but with a force that sent him reeling. Momentarily elated by her apparent compliance, Xiao Yulong barely had time to react before an overwhelming impact struck his chest. A choked grunt escaped him as his body was hurled backward, flipping midair before crashing headfirst into the ground with a humiliating thud, his front teeth shattering upon impact. Xiao Yulong holds a position of great prominence within the Xiao clan. Even if the women who marry into the clan are subjected to his teasing, they would never dare to retaliate, regardless of their ability to defend themselves. However, what is the background of Xia Qingyue? Behind her stands the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. To say that one could merely humiliate him is an understatement, even if it were to cost him his life. The mere revelation of her identity as a disciple of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace would render Xiao Yunhai utterly speechless. Compelled to don a smiling face and offer sincere apologies. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the illustrious Lord of the Fallen Knight for the generous reward of 500,000. I humbly seek your support. I am grateful to Milkshake June for the generous reward of 100,000. I initially thought it was a girl. My eyes sparkling with anticipation as I opened the profile, only to find, well, this is reality. I also extend my gratitude to the lovely Xiaoho Lingxi for her reward of 100,000. She is indeed a true girl. The name Zai Lingxi was bestowed upon her by none other than herself. I merely happened to inadvertently change my surname. I am deeply grateful to Mi Lian Xiaoqi Jun for the generous reward of 100,000 once more. A true friend for life. I shall forever remember all that you have done for me. I also extend my gratitude to Chiu Air Jun for the substantial reward of 100,000. May I inquire about your gender? I would like to express my gratitude to Rainbow Kuan for the generous reward of 100,000. Having known you for many years and always believing you to be a girl, I also extend my thanks to for the remarkable contribution of 200,000 as the esteemed administrator of our YY channel, who has continuously devoted efforts in silence. Furthermore, I welcome everyone to visit YY49554 for some enjoyable moments. Lastly, I appreciate the generous reward of 100,000 from. Might you dare to select such a casual nickname again? Thank you, Tuv, for once again bestowing a reward of 200,000 upon the youth. Your avatar undoubtedly reveals your status as an ardent fan of the anime realm. Therefore, what classic collectibles can you share? Thank you, my esteemed one, for the generous reward of 200,000. Your nickname is indeed the most authentic and reliable reflection of my current life and soul. Absolutely. Thank you, my dear, for your generous appreciation. Though you claim to no longer harbor affection, your body and actions reveal a different truth. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the melancholic soul for the esteemed presence of the evil god of rebellion upon your bookshelf. Your unwavering devotion and discerning taste are truly commendable. I am also grateful to the indulgent spirit for your messages in the review section and on WeChat. They have warmed my heart immensely. Lastly, thank you once more to the lovely CI for your generous support. Where has the Little Mermaid recently found fortune? I am deeply grateful to the esteemed Cold Night Wind for the generous reward of 100,000. Your username is unfamiliar to me. Yet upon perusing your bookshelf, I realize you have been a silent supporter for quite some time, evoking a profound sense of gratitude within me. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the illustrious Starflame for the same generous reward. You too have been a steadfast supporter of Mars for many years. Words of gratitude seem insufficient in this moment. Now the question arises, which company truly excels in excavator technology? I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Qi Dian for the generous reward of 100,000. Regarding the domain of Zonghong, are you truly certain that your chosen nickname poses no issue? Chapter 17. I'm a divine doctor. Do you believe it? In any case, I quietly gave it a thumbs up. Xiao Yulong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. Having reached the third level of the profound entry realm, he had arrogantly assumed that toying with Xia Qingyue would be effortless. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate being overpowered in a mere instant. Before he could even comprehend what transpired, he found himself disgracefully flattened. His eyes widened in shock as they fell upon two bloodied front teeth glaring back at him from the floor. Xiao Yulong hastily rose from the ground, his face contorting in spasms. He was acutely aware of how utterly disheveled he appeared at this moment. As the esteemed young master of the Xiao clan, never in his life had he been reduced to such a pitiable state, especially not before the woman he most admired and coveted. Yet, true to his noble upbringing, Xiao Yulong swallowed the metallic tang of blood in his mouth and managed to conjure a remarkably composed and elegant smile. Miss Xia's prowess at the 10th level of the initial profound realm is indeed as legendary as they say, he remarked. His speech slightly slurred from the absence of two front teeth. My earlier casual probing was rather presumptuous. This time, however, I advise you to be on your guard. With that, he raised both hands, channeling every ounce of his profound energy. Foolishly, he attributed his earlier humiliation to his own lackadaisical approach. While Xia Qingwei had struck with full force, how could he, at the 3rd level of the entry profound realm, possibly be bested by someone merely at the 10th level of the initial profound realm? Xiao Yulong advanced with swift steps, executing 3 misaligned movements before extending both hands to entwine Xia Qingyue's arms. His actions not only deepened her revulsion, but also exhausted her patience. With a sudden flick of her right arm, her crimson sleeves fluttered like dancing flames as a surge of profound energy, laced with an icy chill, lashed mercilessly across Xiao Yulong's face. Though devoid of the frozen cloud art, this force was far beyond what Xiao Yulong could withstand. With a resounding thud, the right side of his face caved inward, his entire body hurled backward like a whipped top. Spinning wildly through the air, at least 7 or 8 full rotations, before crashing heavily outside the courtyard. 3 bloodied teeth followed in succession, 2 of them striking his own face upon landing. The spar is over. I want to see you out. Xia Qingyue's voice, cold as immortal jade, carried neither glance nor warmth. Xiao Yulong's entire right cheek was flushed crimson, as if stained with blood. Even a fool could now comprehend that his 3rd-level profound realm cultivation was utterly insignificant before Xia Qingyue. Clutching his throbbing cheek, he rose unsteadily. Casting a fearful glance at her, panting heavily, he staggered away without uttering another word. Xiao Yulong arrived at the medicine hall, only to find Xiao Che emerging from within, carrying a medicinal jar in his left hand and a parcel in his right. Upon spotting Yulong, Che immediately greeted him with fervent enthusiasm. Brother Yulong, what brings you here? Oh heavens! Brother Yulong, what on earth has happened to your face? At the sight of Xiao Che, Yulong clenched his teeth, let out a cold snort, and stormed straight into the medicine hall. Moments later, the startled voice of Xiao Gu, the chief pharmacist of the Xiao clan, echoed from inside. Eldest young master, who in the world would dare lay such violent hands upon you? It's nothing. I merely took a fall while training on the back mountain, Yulong replied, his voice laced with unmistakable pain. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to admit that his current wretched state was the result of harassing Xia Qingyue and suffering her merciless retaliation. Nothing. The cheekbone is severely fractured. 5 teeth have been knocked out, and 3 more are broken at least halfway. None of these can ever grow back. Xiao Che hadn't gone far when the sounds reaching his ears sent a chill down his spine. That woman's methods were utterly ruthless. The poison that nearly killed him most likely came from Xiao Yulong. He had intended to use Xia Qingyue's hand to teach him a small lesson, but this was no mere lesson. It was practically a beating to the brink of death. Recalling how he had used his grandfather as an excuse to hold her hand that morning, Xiao Che couldn't help but shudder. Oh, yes, I know. I just saw him at the medicine hall, Xiao Che said cautiously, stealing a glance at Xia Qingyue's expression. Xia Qingyue paid him no further attention, her eyes slightly closed, a layer of icy energy swirling around her. Qingyue, my dear wife, may I ask you a question? Xiao Che took a small step forward. Xia Qingyue remained motionless. What level is your profound energy? To humiliate Xiao Yulong like that, you must be at least at the 5th level of the entry profound realm. If word got out that a 16-year-old had reached such a stage, all of Luyuan City would be in an uproar. Ignored, Xiao Che wore a look of frustration. Judging by Xia Qingyue's demeanor, she was likely silently cultivating the ice cloud art, the unique technique of the ice cloud immortal palace. He said nothing more. Setting down the items in his hands, leaning back, crossing his arms, and watching her serene form with leisurely amusement. A full quarter of an hour passed. Xia Qingyue, accustomed to solitude in her chambers, had always practiced the ice cloud art undisturbed, save for the occasional guidance from her master. Never had she been subjected to the unrelenting gaze of a man. Though her eyes were closed and her mind focused, the circulation of her profound energy steady. She could still feel Xiao Che standing there, watching her, staring without pause, his piercing gaze sweeping over every inch of her figure. It made true concentration impossible, leaving her restless and unsettled. After all, she was only 16. Expecting her to achieve absolute tranquility was asking too much. After an entire quarter of an hour, with Xiao Che still staring shamelessly, Xia Qingyue could bear it no longer. Her beautiful eyes snapped open as she turned her head and snapped coldly. Why are you staring at me? Waiting for you to speak to me first, Xiao Che replied with an innocent expression. For a moment, Xia Qingwei felt the overwhelming urge to kill him. Ahem. Actually, I have something very important to discuss with you, Xiao Che said, straightening up with an earnest expression. I didn't want to interrupt your training earlier, so I had to wait. What is it? Xia Qingwei forced down her irritation. Well, it's like this. Xiao Che's expression turned serious. He took a few steps forward until he stood before her and spoke with deliberate emphasis. This morning, when I held your hand, hey. No violence. This is serious business, serious business. As Xia Qingyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous glint, Xiao Chun hastily retreated several steps, his expression turning wary. The gruesome fate of Xiao Yulong served as a vivid cautionary tale. Fortunately, Xia Qingwei refrained from actual violence, allowing Xiao Chun to exhale slightly in relief before continuing. While holding your hand, I incidentally examined your pulse and discovered something gravely amiss, deeply troubling irregularities. His words failed to elicit even the slightest ripple in Xia Qingyue's composed gaze, utter disbelief. Though she had indeed noticed him stealthily tracing her wrist when their hands connected that morning, what could this frail young master of the Xiao family, notorious throughout Luoyan City for his sickly constitution, possibly comprehend about pulse diagnostics? Yet Xiao Chen's subsequent pronouncement sent subtle tremors through her composure. Every dawn at the third watch, do you not awaken from slumber? And for the subsequent double-hour mark, does your entire body not grow deathly cold while your limbs ache with piercing soreness? A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qingyue's eyes as she instinctively responded, how could you possibly know this? Xiao Chen continued, moreover, ever since cultivating the ice cloud art. Whenever your profound energy breaks through, for the next 2 or 3 days, do you not experience an all-pervading chill, aching limbs, loss of appetite, and restless nights? Xia Qingyue's pupils trembled violently. Every word Xiao Chen spoke was undeniably accurate. Xiao Chun then took several steps toward the courtyard gate, pausing only when half his figure was obscured beyond the threshold. With utmost solemnity, he added, and regarding your last monthly cycle, was it delayed by approximately 7 or 8 days? Xia Qingwei, how could you possibly know that? Xia Qingwei frowned slightly. Pulse diagnosis. You can read pulses? What if I told you I'm a divine physician, would you believe me? Xiao Chen replied with earnest sincerity. If you wish to jest, go find your end instead. Xia Qingwei averted her gaze, her expression unreadable. Xiao Chen certainly did not expect Xia Qingwei to believe him. If she actually did, that would be truly bizarre. These were all severe symptoms. Wouldn't you ask how to regulate them? Unnecessary. Xia Qingyue's voice was icy. The Frost Cloud art is the exclusive mystic technique of the Frost Cloud Immortal Palace, profound and boundless. When first cultivating it, the body struggles to adapt to the cold energy, inevitably experiencing certain adverse reactions to varying degrees. This is common knowledge within the Frost Cloud Immortal Palace. Every disciple, even our masters and ancestors, endured the same. Once the Frost Cloud art reaches a certain level of mastery, these reactions naturally vanish entirely. You're absolutely right. Xiao Chen nodded sagely, then chuckled lightly. Though I've finally come to understand why the Frost Cloud Immortal Palace enforces abstinence from love and desire upon entry. After all, even if a woman from your sect took a man, she could never bear children. How disgraceful it would be if word spread. Far better to simply sever any path for disciples to seek men, preserving this rather unsavory secret indefinitely. Xia Qingwei's delicate brows abruptly arched, her gaze sharpening with cold fury. For the first time, genuine anger toward Xiao Chen flared within her. Silence. I may tolerate your reckless words, but I will not permit you to insult my sect. Speak another syllable of such nonsense, and you will be beyond forgiveness. Yet Xiao Chen, who had earlier appeared timid and cautious, now showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he smiled faintly and remarked with leisurely calm, whether my words are false, I know perfectly well. Moreover, I can tell you this, the stronger one's profound energy, the longer their lifespan. Yet, judging from your pulse, I can say with absolute certainty that, for those of equal strength, the disciples of the Frost Cloud Immortal Palace live nearly a third shorter than those of other sections. Perhaps even less. Am I right? Or wrong? Xiao Che's words struck Xia Qingyue like a thunderclap beside her ear, causing her beautiful pupils to contract momentarily. Chapter 18. Silver Needles Dispelling the Cold. Who told you this? Xia Qingyue demanded coldly, her brows furrowing in shock. With equal strength and profound energy, those of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace live significantly shorter lives than practitioners of other sects, a cruel truth concealed even within the palace itself, suppressed by its highest authorities. Due to the palace's exceptionally high cultivation standards, its disciples still enjoyed longevity overall, masking this flaw to some extent. Xia Qingwei had learned of it only when her master, in a moment of distraction after her breakthrough, revealed it as the greatest defect of the ice cloud art and sternly forbade her from speaking of it, even to her fellow disciples. Yet now, Xiaoqi had uttered it without hesitation. If I were the palace master, I'd suppress this flaw by any means necessary to keep outsiders from discovering it. Who do you think could VE told me? Xiaoqi scoffed. I truly deduced this solely from your pulse. Judging by your reaction, it seems I was entirely correct. I don't believe you. Xia Qingwei shook her head firmly. To uncover the ice cloud immortal palace's most guarded secret through mere pulse diagnosis was absurd. If it were that simple, with countless renowned physicians across the empire, this secret would have spread far and wide long ago. Yet every word Xiaoqi had spoken struck with unerring precision, leaving her unable to dismiss her growing suspicion. "Do you wouldn't believe me?" Picking up the medicine pot and bundle from the ground, Xiaoqi strode toward the room. "Come with me." Her gaze lingered on the items in his hands before. After a brief hesitation, she followed him inside and closed the door. "Sit." Setting down the pot and bundle, Xiaoqi commanded her in a tone that brooked no argument. "What are you doing?" Xia Qing eyed him warily. "Adjusting your condition, of course." "Unnecessary." She refused outright. "Whether it's necessary or not, you should decide after trying. Hey, you're not even willing to give it a chance." Xiaoqi had already unwrapped the package and retrieved a silver box. He sighed, a faint trace of disappointment and dejection flickering across his face. "I know you scarcely believe anything I say, but at the very least, I possess neither the capability nor the motive to harm you. Rising at dawn to procure these medicinal ingredients from the apothecary was merely an earnest attempt to restore your vitality. Should they prove efficacious, all the better. Should they yield no discernible effect, you stand to lose nothing. Since you place no faith in my efforts and refuse even to try, let us consider the matter closed. And my solicitude entirely misplaced." Xia Qingwei sighed inwardly and settled beside Xiaoqi. "How exactly do you propose to administer this treatment? You're willing to proceed?" Xiaoqi shot her a glance before turning away with a petulant sniff. His childish display of pique momentarily disarmed Xia Qingwei, softening her tone. "I wish to observe your methods of treatment." "Ah, now that's more like it." When Xiaoqi turned back, his face had transformed into a beaming smile. Leaving Xia Qingwei momentarily stunned, the mercurial swiftness of his expressions was truly remarkable. "Extend your hand." Xiaoqi seated himself before Xia Qingwei, who obediently extended her arms across the table. The loose crimson sleeves were drawn up to her elbows, revealing twin segments of jade-like limbs so fair they seemed to shame the purest snow and frost. Xiaoqi opened the silver box, revealing dozens of slender silver needles as fine as silk. "Are you planning to use acupuncture?" Xia Qingwei arched her delicate brows slightly. "Oh, you actually know about acupuncture?" Xiaoqi cast her a surprised glance. Back in the Tsanyan continent, fewer than 10 individuals in the entire realm practiced acupuncture, including himself and his master, the sage of medicine. Yet in the Tianxian continent, it seemed to be a fairly widespread medical technique. Even the Shao clan's medicine chamber housed a set of acupuncture tools. "Of course I know. I'm also aware that acupuncture demands exceptional skill, requiring over a decade to achieve minor proficiency and decades to master. I've never heard of you studying medicine, let alone needle techniques. Besides, your room carries no trace of medicinal herbs or practice. What exactly are you up to?" Xia Qingyue's gaze remained sharp with suspicion and wariness. Xiaoqin retrieved a slender silver needle, delicately pinching its base between his fingers. As he lifted it, Xia Qingyue's gaze momentarily wavered with subtle astonishment. There existed an inexplicable harmony between the needle and his hand, as though the delicate instrument had naturally grown from his very flesh. This ephemeral yet palpable sensation defied verbal description, yet manifested with crystalline clarity in the silent space between them. Xiaoqi uncorked a small vial, lightly dipping a silver needle into it as he uttered, "Whether I possess skill in acupuncture, you shall soon discern. Naturally, should you experience any discomfort or suspect me of jesting, you may halt me at any moment." "What is in that vial?" Xia Qingyue's gaze shifted toward the small medicine bottle. There was no pain, indeed, scarcely any sensation at all. Had she not witnessed the silver needle with her own eyes, she would never have known it had already been inserted into her wrist. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features. Swift? No, this was not mere speed. It was mastery, a level of proficiency so staggering it bordered on perfection. A second silver needle was already in Xiaoqi's grasp, lightly coated with the essence of the crimson sunflower. As he approached Xia Qingyue's right hand, his wrist flicked imperceptibly, and the second needle found its mark with unerring precision upon the Yang Valley acupoint. Then came the third and fourth, piercing the Middle Marsh and Union Valley points in succession. After the right hand, for more needles were deftly inserted into the left, Yang Pool, Yang Valley, Middle Marsh. In Union Valley, each motion so swift that Xia Qingwei could perceive only a fleeting blur. With every insertion, her astonishment deepened, layering upon itself like waves upon the shore. She could not yet say whether Xiao Chei's treatment would yield any effect. But the preternatural deftness of his technique made it impossible for her to believe such skill belonged to a youth of merely 16. Relax your hands, steady your breath, he instructed, and above all, refrain from channeling your profound energy. Xiao Chei's voice whispered by her ear. She cooperated with him, relaxing her arms and calming her mind. At that moment, she suddenly felt a chilling aura condense in both her left and right hands, then surge swiftly toward the acupuncture points, Yanqi, Yanggu, Zhongzhu, and Higu, where the silver needles had been inserted. Instantly, wisps of white mist rose slowly from each of the 8 silver needles, dissipating into the air. The cold energy contained within them caused the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly, sensing the frigid currents coursing through her meridians and the swiftly escaping mist. Xia Qingyue's snow-like countenance flickered with astonishment. The cold energy is even more intense than I imagined. Fortunately, you met me. Xiao Chei muttered under his breath before casually closing the silver needle case. Qingwei, my dear, how do your hands feel now? Xia Qingwei lifted her hands, her eyes rippling with emotion. Lightness, comfort, warmth, this was the sensation enveloping her palms. It was as though she had been freed from some heavy shackle. The warmth in her hands and arms was something she had never experienced since cultivating the ice cloud art. She raised her gaze to Xiao Chei, stunned. What exactly? It's quite simple, Xiao Chei replied nonchalantly. I merely guided and released the cold energy accumulated in your hands and meridians while unblocking the congealed pathways. The Ice Cloud Palace's cultivation technique enhances the power of your profound energy by infusing it with coldness. But while frigid energy can harm enemies, who are, after all, human, it inevitably harms the wielder first. This is an elementary truth. When I touched your palm this morning, I noticed its temperature was far below normal. Perhaps the disciples of Ice Cloud Palace dismiss this as a natural consequence of practicing the Ice Cloud art, but from a medical standpoint, such a condition is anything but normal. When you're not actively channeling profound energy, it remains dormant in your profound veins, leaving you unaffected. However, once unleashed, the icy energy courses through your entire body, wounding foes upon release, but also damaging yourself in the process. You haven't cultivated the ice cloud art for long. Yet vast amounts of cold energy have already seeped into your organs, blood, marrow, and dantian, accumulating relentlessly. Over time, this will inflict severe, persistent damage on your entire system, shortening your lifespan drastically. Experiencing those adverse effects is only to be expected. Xia Qingyue. Moreover, Xiao Chei continued solemnly. Under the influence of this cold energy, many of your meridians will constrict and become obstructed due to frequent spasms, significantly impairing the flow of your profound energy. Try channeling your energy into your hands now and observe the difference. Xiao Chei's eloquent discourse was both logical and coherent, presenting a well-structured argument with clear cause and effect, articulated in such simple terms that even a fool could comprehend. Combined with Xia Qingyue's tangible reactions, his words left no room for doubt or refutation. Yet while maintaining an earnest expression, Xiao Chei inwardly grimaced, for though everything he said was undeniably true, it was also utter nonsense. Having practiced the ice cloud art for merely 3 or 4 years, Xia Qingyue was far from fully acclimated to its effects. His words, aligned with her own lingering sensations and the perceived relief after his adjustments, rendered his explanation flawless in her ears. The so-called adjustments were merely a pretext. The alleged flaws in the ice cloud art were equally fictitious. His true intentions remained known only to himself. Chapter 19. Profound enlightenment upon hearing Xiao Chei's words. Xia Qingyue attempted to channel her profound energy into her hands. Instantly, her heart trembled once more, for the flow of energy was now far smoother than before. Its speed increased by nearly 20 to 30%. Observing her reaction, Xiao Chei nodded in satisfaction. Do you feel the increased fluency and speed? If I were to fully expel the cold energy from your body and unblock your meridians, your temperature would normalize when not using the ice cloud art, eliminating all adverse effects. Moreover, the speed of your profound energy execution would nearly double, and henceforth, your cultivation of the ice cloud art would accelerate by at least 30%. He then added nonchalantly, but I'm merely speaking casually. Feel free to take it as such. After all, you'd never allow me to proceed. As Xiaoqi spoke, he had already begun tidying up the items he had retrieved from the medicine chamber. You mentioned earlier that the speed of cultivating the ice cloud art would increase by 30%. Xia Qingwei abruptly turned her head. His words had utterly shocked her, so astonishing that she wanted to believe, yet found it impossible to believe. A pill capable of accelerating one's progress by 10 to 20% within a year or two would already be considered a rare and priceless treasure of the world, unquestionably sparking fierce and bloody battles for possession. Yet, the implication in Xiaoqi's words was a permanent increase of 30%. This statement was nothing short of staggering. If there existed an object or condition that could permanently enhance one's cultivation speed by such a staggering margin, Xia Qingwei had no doubt that the mighty powers of the world would swarm forth, vying with all their might to seize it. Indeed, Xiaoqi nodded. Believe it or not, as you wish. Xiaoqin's nonchalant believe it or not demeanor only made Xia Qingwei trust him even more. Combined with the tangible relief she felt after his treatment, his casually uttered astonishing claims left her with little room for doubt, a realization that surprised even herself. The mighty Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had stood for 1,000 years in the Songfeng continent, yet never had she heard of such miraculous methods. How could this 16-year-old youth from a small backwater town, with crippled meridians, speak with such conviction and make her involuntarily inclined to believe him? If it truly has the effects you claim, Xia Qingwei said, then why would you say I wouldn't agree to it? Xiaoqin tilted his lips into a smirk and replied matter-of-factly, simple, think about it. To dispel the cold energy and unblock your meridians, I'd need to apply needles all over your body. And to do that, you'd have to remove your clothes, at least bare your entire back. You wouldn't even let me touch your hand. Would you really undress in front of me? Xia Qingwei, watching Xiaoqin pack his belongings. Xia Qingwei's expression shifted before she finally spoke again. I've always known about the cold energy accumulating in my body. I'm also aware that the early stages of the ice cloud art can congeal certain meridians. Dispelling the cold and clearing the blockages would indeed relieve physical discomfort and aid in channeling profound energy. But how does that relate to accelerating cultivation speed? That involves highly intricate medical principles, extremely complex ones, Xiaoqin said evasively, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He had assumed his earlier words and acupuncture display had successfully convinced her, yet here she was, pressing the issue and hitting the core of the matter. After all, increasing cultivation speed had absolutely nothing to do with cold energy or meridians. Fortunately, Xia Qingwei didn't press further. Just as Xiaoqin finished tying his bundle, she asked, "Where did you learn all this? With your acupuncture skills, you could easily join one of the major medical sections. If you truly possess the abilities you claim, your name would be known across the entire Songfeng continent, not just this insignificant Luyun city. Yet you've remained obscure, even branded as a cripple. Join those medical sects?" Xiaoqin scoffed before turning to her with calm composure. "Everything I know was taught to me by my master." "Your master?" Xia Qingwei's brows lifted slightly. She had never heard of Xiaoqin having a mentor. "My master was a great healer, dedicating his life to saving others and alleviating suffering. I met him when I was very young. He taught me diagnosis, acupuncture, medical theory, pharmacology, toxicology, and how to recognize countless herbs, poisons, and insects. I was his sole successor, indebted to him beyond measure. Yet not long ago, he departed, leaving me with no way to seek him again. That's why I possess some medical knowledge. As for the rest, it's better not to ask. I'd rather not speak too much about my master. The fact that I possess medical skills is unknown even to my grandfather and aunt. You are the only soul besides myself privy to this secret." At the remembrance of his departed master, an irrepressible shadow of sorrow and nostalgia passed over Xiaoqin's face. This was the most genuine of emotions, utterly devoid of pretense or artifice. Such raw sincerity moved Xia Qingwei deeply, compelling her to believe his words without reservation. To bestow upon one so young such astonishing mastery of acupuncture, she murmured softly, "Your master must indeed have been a remarkable physician, the greatest in this world." Xiaoqin declared with unshakable conviction, without equal. Xiaoqi's demeanor caused Xia Qingwei's lingering doubts to diminish unconsciously. After a brief hesitation, she finally resolved herself. "Then, are you certain that what you claimed about permanently increasing my cultivation speed by 30% is true? If I've spoken it, I would never tarnish my master's medical reputation." Don't tell me you're actually considering trying it?" Xiaoqi turned around, gazing at her with astonishment. Xia Qingwei exhaled softly, averting her gaze slightly. "You're certain? Only my back needs to be exposed." Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned in closer, grinning playfully. "If you insist on revealing everything, that can certainly be arranged." Xia Qingyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a graceful flick of her crimson sleeve, a sudden gust of chilly wind sent a shiver down Xiao Chen's spine. She moved toward the bed, her voice cool and composed. Very well, begin. Let me see if your medical skills are as extraordinary as you claim. But if you dare entertain any improper thoughts, I assure you, there will be consequences. You could crush me with a single slap. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Chen chuckled roguishly. Retrieving the silver needle case and the essence of scarlet sunflower he had just put away, he approached the bedside where Xia Qingwen now sat. His expression turned solemn as he commanded, "Remove your garments." 3 simple words, yet Xiao Chen managed to infuse them with the air of a scoundrel coercing an innocent maiden. One could only imagine the turmoil in Xia Qingyue's heart. A woman of pristine purity, as untouchable as a lotus above worldly filth, upon hearing such a demand. Yet the temptation was undeniable, a permanent 30% increase in cultivation speed. Such an offer was irresistible to any practitioner of the mystic arts. If successful, it would mean that with equal talent, techniques, and resources, 3 years of her cultivation would yield the progress of 4. A century later, she would surpass others by 30 years of advancement. Xiao Che was certain that Xia Qingwei, despite her reluctance to undress, would not refuse. For Xia Qingwei was evidently a maiden who pursued higher mystical prowess, otherwise she would not have joined the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace at the cost of severing emotions and desires. If his words held truth, then such a price was entirely worthwhile. Moreover, it was merely bearing her back. Thus resolved, Xia Qingyue turned her back to Xiao Che, her chest rising and falling gently as her heart settled into tranquility. Closing her eyes, she unfastened her garments, allowing the crimson robes to slip slowly from her delicate shoulders and jade-like arms. In an instant, the flawless expanse of her powdered back, radiant and mesmerizing, lay unveiled before Xiao Che's gaze. She drew a brocade quilt over her chest, while the fallen red robes concealed the alluring curves of her hips, leaving only the sinuous, water-smooth line of her jade back exposed, slender yet not bony, luminous beyond compare. The skin of her shoulders and neck was tender and unblemished, like polished ivory, rendering Xiao Che momentarily transfixed. Begin at once. No other thoughts. Xia Qingyue shut her eyes and spoke coldly. A woman's form is meant for her husband's eyes alone, Xiao Che muttered under his breath before falling silent. Grasping the silver needle, his expression grew solemn the moment it touched his fingers. Sensing Xiao Che's steadying breath behind her, Xia Qingyue, who had been about to speak, held her tongue and lightly closed her eyes, though she still found it difficult to fully believe his claims. The allure of increasing her cultivation speed by 30%, even the faintest possibility, was something no one could resist. A whisper of wind stirred as Xiao Che's wrist flicked, and a silver needle alighted with feather-like precision upon the Tianzong acupoint of Xia Qingyue's jade-like back, his fingers never once grazing her skin. Xiao Chen's fingers began to dance with astonishing speed, picking up silver needles one after another and swiftly yet precisely puncturing Xia Qingyue's back. The movements were so rapid that only a blur of motion could be discerned. Xia Qingyue closed her eyes, focusing entirely on the sensations along her back. She gradually became aware that with each insertion of a needle, a faint trace of profound energy accompanied it. This realization stirred something deep within her. She was well aware of Xiao Chen's physical condition. His crippled meridians confined him to the initial profound realm's first level, limiting him to the most basic and minuscule amounts of profound energy. Yet, the energy accompanying each needle, though subtle to her, represented nearly the maximum exertion of his current capabilities. She couldn't fathom why Xiao Chen infused his needles with such energy. But it was clear that every puncture demanded his utmost effort. The initial 8 needles had been administered too swiftly for her to notice, her attention absorbed by his technique. But now, this revelation left her heart unsettled. Chapter 20. This is quite intriguing. The first 20-some needles were executed with ease. But as beads of sweat formed on Xiao Chen's forehead, his left hand began to tremble slightly, and his movements noticeably slowed. What had once taken a single breath now required several, and after the 30th needle, each subsequent insertion took progressively longer. With every puncture, the heavenly poison pearl in his palm emitted a faint shimmer. Its power silently seeped into Xia Qingyue's body, not as a toxin, but as a purifying force. The pearl possessed the ability to cleanse all poisons in existence, and this extended beyond lethal toxins to include harmful or excessive impurities within the body. This was no mere cleansing of meridians. The true purpose behind his meticulous needlework today was to refine Xia Qingyue's profound veins. Dispersing the cold energy and unblocking her meridians were merely secondary. His true aim was to enhance her profound cultivation. Minutes passed, then 10, then 15. Tendrils of cold energy gradually rose from the silver needles. After a full half hour, 54 needles had been embedded into Xia Qingwei's back. Xiao Chun's hands finally paused, but only for a fleeting moment before he swiftly withdrew them, plucking each needle with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, all 54 needles vanished from her skin. Her jade-like back remained flawless, as pure and unblemished as the finest white jade, bearing no trace of the ordeal. The moment the last needle was removed, Xia Qingwei felt as though she had ascended to paradise, her entire body enveloped in an indescribable warmth and comfort. So surreal she could scarcely believe it was her own. After nearly 4 years of cultivating the ice cloud art, she still frequently found herself unable to fully master it. Yet now, feeling the flow of the ice cloud art within her body, she was utterly certain her current physical state could completely and perfectly harness its power. Naturally, the speed of her cultivation would ascend to a higher level as a result. Faced with such an outcome, she was overwhelmed with astonishment and delight. Having initially held little hope, at the same time, a deep sense of awe gripped her. Xiao Chei's words had truly come to pass, and the effect seemed even more remarkable than he had promised. She was convinced that if her master were to witness her current condition, even he would be profoundly shocked. Do you believe me now? Recalling the profound energy infused into each needle, a faint pang of sorrow pricked her heart, a sensation akin to the sting of a needle. This unexpected ache unsettled her emotions, for she had inexplicably begun to feel an unwarranted sympathy for this man, bound to her in name alone, with whom she had never expected any meaningful connection. I believe you truly are a miraculous healer. Xia Qingwei gazed at him with complex emotions. The man scorned by all of Luyun City. Who would have imagined you possessed such astonishing ability? But you knew. I have no affection for you. And in a month, I will leave you forever. Why? Why reveal this to me? Why bestow such an immense favor upon me? Why exert yourself so desperately for my sake? A favor, indeed, an incomparably immense one. 3 reasons. Exhausted and panting, Xiao Chei still managed a faint smile. Nearly everyone looks down on me, and you, of all people, had every right to despise me. Yet you didn't. Instead, you've always done your utmost to protect my fragile dignity. Last night, you went out searching for me in concern, even silently bringing me a blanket. To those who treat me well, I will only ever return greater kindness. Xia Qingwei. The second reason, you are, after all, my wife. Xia Qingwei parted her lips slightly, but found no words to speak. The third reason, and the most important one. Xiao Chei's smile turned teasing. I imagine you must look quite breathtaking without your robes. Whenever Xiao Chei teased her with such shameless remarks, she would usually respond with a frosty glare. But this time, staring at that infuriating grin on his pallid face, she found herself unable to summon even a trace of anger. That's all for explanations. Xiao Chei weakly raised a hand, pointing toward the medicinal pot he had brought. Wife Qingwei, go pour out the decoction inside and drink it. Xia Qingwei studied him deeply for a moment before silently complying, downing the bitter liquid in one gulp without question. This was only the first session of adjustment. To maintain your current state, you'll need 6 more, 1 each day for the next 6 days. The optimal time is the 3rd hour of the morning, when the yin energy is at its peak, ensuring the best results. Of course, whether you continue is entirely your decision. Having said this, Xiao Chei closed his eyes wearily. His exhaustion was genuine, his strength utterly drained. This was no pretense. Rest well. Xia Qingyue's gaze grew increasingly intricate as she softly concluded her words, making her way towards the door, which she then closed silently behind her. Standing in the courtyard, she raised her hands, gazing at her palms, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. What manner of person is he truly? At the very least, I have consistently misjudged him, as have the entire populace of Luyun City. After Xia Qingwei departed, Xiao Chei's body completely slumped onto the bed, reclining there, reluctant to move, occasionally murmuring indistinctly to himself. Alas, his physical condition was exceedingly poor. Merely engaging in a bit of profound discussion had nearly exhausted him. If Master were to discover that I had actually attempted to undress him, I wonder if he would descend from the heavens in a fit of rage to chastise me. After all, I had been capable of performing acupuncture through clothing since the age of 13, and by 15, I could do so with my eyes closed. Ever since receiving a letter from Xiao Zong, the entire Xiao clan has been enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme peculiarity. The clan leader, elders, and stewards have been diligently preparing for the forthcoming events, fearing even the slightest oversight. Meanwhile, the younger generation is fervently engaged in their cultivation, driven by dreams of sudden breakthroughs that would enhance their chances of being brought into the Xiao clan. However, none of this seemed to concern Xiao Che in the slightest. He could be considered the most leisurely individual within the entire Xiao clan. On this particular day, in the back mountains of the Xiao clan, there lies a cemetery established for the clan's deceased. It is here that most of the clan members are interred after their passing. Xiao Lai stood silently before a gravestone, his white hair, imbued with the weight of time and sorrow, gently swaying in the breeze. The wind howled, carrying with it a sense of desolation. The gravestone bore the carved name of Xiaoying. Xiao Lai stood there, his gaze hazy and his body rigid, uttering a series of seemingly unconscious murmurs. I understand that despite the passage of many years, you still harbor countless concerns. Chair, having been afflicted from a young age, is destined for a life of mediocrity. Yet, in such a state of being, there is no strife or animosity. Now that Chair has established his own family, I hope he can lead a life of tranquility and stability, though not of your blood. He is a life preserved by your sacrifices and the life of your biological son. I shall do all in my power to ensure his safety. With a sudden exclamation, Xiao Yulong emerged from behind the sturdy ancient tree at the center of the graveyard. Upon seeing Xiao Lai, he paused in surprise, stepped forward a few paces, and performed a respectful gesture befitting a junior. Yulong pays his respects to the fifth elder. I did not expect to find the fifth elder here. Have I inadvertently disturbed you? Xiao Lai's gaze flickered with turmoil. He had recently been engulfed in sorrow, momentarily lost in thought, and had failed to notice someone approaching. It was uncertain whether Xiao Yulong had overheard his earlier musings. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Yulong, what brings you here? Xiao Yulong hastily remarked, the envoy from the Xiao clan shall arrive tomorrow. My father believes this is a pivotal event that could alter the fate of the Xiao family, and thus it is only right to inform our late great-grandfather. I regret inadvertently disturbing Elder Wu. The fault lies with me. Did you hear what I was just saying? Xiao Lai's voice turned suddenly cold, an invisible pressure descending upon Xiao Yulong. The aura released by a peak practitioner of the spirit-profound realm was beyond what Xiao Yulong could endure. His complexion paled, and he quickly shook his head. I have only just arrived here. Had it not been for Elder Wu's earlier interjection, I would not have even noticed his presence, let alone heard his words. If Elder Wu wishes not to be disturbed, I shall take my leave at once. Elder Wu's words are too severe. I do not deserve such reproach. Xiao Yulong humbly replied. Xiao Lai nodded slightly, choosing not to linger any longer, and turned to depart. After his exit, Xiao Yulong's expression grew increasingly nuanced. With his right hand resting on his chin, he furrowed his brow and murmured, if this is indeed the case, it becomes rather intriguing. Gratitude is due to To for yet another generous donation of 200,000. The Platinum League reigns supreme. Appreciation is extended to Yuhan Ming for a contribution of 220,000. Golden League 1. Thanks to Luo Qing for another 100,000. Golden League 2. Heartfelt thanks to S. Melancholy for a donation of 38,000. Platinum League 2. Inti, who remains charming, for 33,000. Platinum League 3. Sui Xianghuan's generous gift of 200,000 also deserves recognition. Golden League 3. In summary, the number of patrons for the Martian has been steadily increasing. It was only after I released my new book that I discovered the abundance of affluent individuals surrounding me. Chapter 21. Sharing a bad habit is an insidious force, quietly reshaping a person's spirit without their awareness. During the wedding procession, when Xiao Che attempted to assist Xia Qingwei, she cruelly froze his arm. The first time he called her wife, it nearly provoked her wrath. Even the first time he took her hand, Xiao Che could sense the icy aura emanating from her. Yet, in just a few days, his utterance of Qingwei, my wife, became increasingly fluid. She accepted the title, regardless of her inner thoughts, presenting an outward acceptance of the appellation. Not to mention, holding her hand felt less awkward, and even undressing in his presence was no longer so uncomfortable. In these days, Xiao Che undoubtedly slept in the corner, though the thick blanket spread out on the floor made for a more bearable rest. Each night at 3 o'clock, he would awaken voluntarily, using silver needles to treat her. Over these days, she increasingly perceived the astonishing transformation of her constitution. The light was dim, yet Xia Qingyue's bare back shimmered like jade, her skin more radiant than snow. Holding the silver needles, Xiao Che's fingertips danced, soon drenched in sweat. After a quarter of an hour, once more completing the treatment, he withdrew the needles, exhaling a long sigh. Overcome by exhaustion, his mind suddenly spun, and his body swayed. Collapsing onto Xia Qingyue's bare back, an indescribable sensation of warmth and softness flooding from his chest. Xia Qingyue's eyes flew open, a flash of anger flickering within them. Just as she prepared to exert force to push Xiaoqie away, she noticed that his current aura was extraordinarily feeble, weaker than he had ever been before. Xiaoqie's complexion was as pale as death, devoid of any trace of color, his eyes half open, as if he had lost the strength to fully awaken. He shook his head slightly and, with a feeble voice, remarked, "It's nothing. I've merely overexerted my strength and energy. A moment's rest will suffice." Xia Qingyue's gaze wavered slightly, and a pang of unwelcome pain surged within her heart. After his first acupuncture session for her, he had been utterly fatigued. While a single instance of exhaustion might be relatively easy to recover from, these past few days, he had been administering treatment daily, utilizing the utmost limits of his profound energy with each needle. His already frail body could hardly endure such continuous strain. It was highly likely to inflict permanent damage. "You need not exert yourself so for my sake," Xia Qingyue said, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Xiaoqie closed his eyes, gradually gathering his strength, and spoke in a gentle voice. "Although you have married me solely to repay a debt of gratitude, never regarding me as your husband, I cannot help but view you as my wife, unless I were to divorce you. Treating my own woman kindly is one of the most fundamental responsibilities and dignities of a man." After uttering these words, a warm sensation surged within Xiaoqie's chest, and he found himself moved, convinced that this woman harbored not a single feeling in her heart. After a moment of silence, he heard no response from Xia Qingyue. Opening his eyes, he took a few shallow breaths, adopting a pitiable expression as he said, "Qingyue, my dear wife, I find myself somewhat unable to move. Could you assist me to that corner?" His gaze indicated the spot where he usually slept. Xia Qingyue glanced at the blanket spread out on the floor, the uninvited pang of pain in her heart deepening subtly. She shook her head and turned towards the bed. "You should sleep on the bed. I will take that spot." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqie immediately became agitated, inexplicably finding strength as he swiftly grasped Xia Qingyue's arm. "No, absolutely not. Though you surpass me in every aspect. I am a man, and you are a woman. As a man, how could I possibly allow myself to sleep on the bed while you rest on the floor? If you choose that place, I would rather sleep outside." His voice was urgent, imbued with an undeniable determination. After speaking, he struggled to rise. Attempting to get out of bed, Xia Qingyue's expression shifted to one of complexity. She bit her lip, and after a brief struggle, made a resolute decision. She gently pushed Xiaoqie's frail body inward and pulled over the vibrant red blanket, covering both herself and him. "Do not touch me." Xia Qingyue lay down on the outer edge of the bed, turning her back to Xiaoqie, concealing her expression from him at that moment. Xiaoqie quietly smiled, swiftly arranging himself into the most comfortable sleeping position, gently closing his eyes. "Rest assured, with your profound power, it is beyond my capability to harm you in any way. Sharing a bed like this is what truly defines a couple." Xiang Qingyue replied, "I am so weary. My dear wife, I shall sleep now. Tomorrow, I will request my aunt to prepare a nourishing snow ginseng chicken soup for me." As Xiaoqie's voice dwindled to a whisper, his breathing became remarkably steady, and he succumbed to a deep slumber amidst overwhelming fatigue. Xia Qingyue quietly turned to face the countenance of Xiaoqie, so close that it stirred a tumult of complex emotions within her. Since her arrival at the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, she had resolved to a life of emotional restraint and celibacy, never once contemplating that she would share a bed with a man. He, too, had steadfastly believed that he would never permit such a thing to transpire. Before marrying Xiaoqie, she would not have allowed him to touch her in the slightest. Yet now, here she lay beside him, and surprisingly, her heart felt little resistance to this new reality. What has come over me? Is it the sense of guilt I harbor towards him? Perhaps so. Lost in such tumultuous thoughts, she unknowingly drifted into a dream-filled slumber. She failed to realize that the swift ease with which she fell asleep beside a man indicated a profound lack of wariness and aversion towards Xiaoqie in her subconscious. Xiaoqie slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Upon awakening, he found that Xia Qingyue was no longer beside him, and her presence was absent from the room. Despite having rested for an entire night, he still felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Sitting up, he exhaled heavily, muttering to himself, "At this rate, my body may well collapse. I seem to have pushed myself a bit too far." However, he mused, it was only by doing so that she might take the initiative to help him retrieve those 3 items. In the Songyan continent, his master had informed him that when he was found, he wore a pendant around his neck. The one he currently possessed was also one he had worn since his earliest memories. His grandfather had told him that it was a relic from his father, Xiao Ing, who had acquired it from an unknown source and placed it on him at birth. After changing into fresh attire, Xiaoche's consciousness entered the heavenly poison pearl. Within the verdant realm, the girl with crimson hair remained in her initial pose, quietly suspended without any sign of awakening. After donning lighter garments and stretching his limbs, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. Following the scent, he spotted a pot of soup on the table and hurried over, lifting the lid. A plume of steam accompanied by an irresistible fragrance rose gently. Snow ginseng chicken soup. Ah, and is the best, Xiaoche exclaimed, his stomach growling as he eagerly grasped his chopsticks and began to devour the soup. Halfway through his meal, the door creaked open, and in walked Xiaolingxi, clad in a pale yellow outfit. Upon witnessing Xiaoche's voracious appetite, she gasped, exclaiming, "Oh, chicken soup? It smells delightful. I can even detect the essence of snow ginseng. Xiaoche, who made this for you? Humph, and you didn't even tell me, sneaking off to enjoy it all by yourself." Xiaolingxi's words momentarily stunned Xiaoche. "Aunt, could it be that this was not sent by you?" "Of course not," Xiaolingxi replied, her gaze suddenly turning peculiar. "Within the Xiao family, the only ones who would bring you soup, aside from myself, Humph, would likely be your beloved Qingwei. It seems your marital relationship is quite harmonious." In Xiaolingxi's words, there was an unmistakable hint of bitterness. Xiaoche set down his chopsticks and murmured, "How could she possibly make me chicken soup? It defies logic." "Humph. Regardless of who prepared it, you know you have always relished chicken soup. Just drink it all. I am here to inform you that the members of the Xiao clan will be arriving this afternoon. The entire Xiao family is currently preparing. You must exercise caution. Be extremely careful not to inadvertently offend anyone from the Xiao clan," Xiaolingxi said with utmost seriousness. "I understand. If necessary, I simply want to go out. After all, they cannot possibly choose me," Xiaoche replied indifferently. "You cannot avoid going out," Xiaolingxi insisted, shaking her delicate, snow-white fingers at him. The clan leader mentioned that the young master from the Xiao clan will be reviewing every single member of our family. No one can be overlooked. Therefore, it is imperative that we maintain proper decorum. "Very well. I shall assist my father for now. After you finish your chicken soup, if you find yourself with nothing to do, feel free to join me," Xiaolingxi concluded before turning to leave. Chapter 22. A dramatic turn. Xiaoche's eyes suddenly brightened, leaving him momentarily entranced. Is this not the very embodiment of an unparalleled beauty that transcends the mortal realm? As Xia Qingwei stepped through the doorway, each movement was as ethereal and graceful as if she were treading upon clouds. Her snowy complexion and delicate neck were nothing short of breathtaking, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness that rendered others feeling insignificant in her presence. Anyone who beheld her would find it hard to believe that she was merely the daughter of a merchant from a remote town. Rather, they would assume she was a regal princess, untouchable and exalted. Xiaoche was momentarily dazzled, his heart filled with countless sentiments. The only place where she could change her attire was this very room. He must have been sound asleep at that time, missing the splendid sight of her changing clothes. "Oh, how unforgivable! The blue garment suits you far better than the red." As he gazed at her, he felt a delightful admiration bubbling within him. However, Summer Qingwei remained unperturbed by his compliment. Casting a glance at the now empty soup pot on the table, she approached it and prepared to leave. "Did you make the chicken soup?" Xiaoche inquired. "Not to your liking?" Summer Qingwei replied coldly, her back turned to him. Yet, deep within her eyes flickered a subtle emotion that even she could not comprehend. "It was delightful. I never realized you were so adept at making soup," Xiaoche remarked with a smile, rising to stretch lazily. He added with earnestness, "and gratitude for my dear Qingwei's chicken soup. I shall certainly endeavor to be more diligent tonight." Accustomed to his playful banter, Summer Qingwei maintained a stoic expression as she replied, "This afternoon, someone from the Xiao clan will be arriving. Leading the group is the youngest son of the clan's master, named Xiao Kuangyan. I have heard from my master that his cultivation level among the younger generation of the Xiao clan is rather mediocre and his reputation is quite poor. However, being the youngest son, he is greatly favored, and no one in Luoyang City dares to provoke him. It is advisable to avoid an encounter with him if possible." Xiao Kuangyan? "Understood. Thank you for the warning, my dear Qingwei," Xiaoche said with a cheerful smile. Today marked the arrival of the Xiao clan's members. The news of the arrival of the Xiao sect's representatives has reverberated far beyond the confines of the Xiao family. It has cast a substantial shadow over the entirety of Luoyang City. Luoyang City, in all aspects, occupies the lowest strata of the Zongfeng Empire, while the Xiao sect stands at the zenith of its hierarchy, separated by an unfathomable chasm of status. The presence of the Xiao sect's patriarch's son here is akin to an emperor gracing the most humble of rural dwellings, enveloping the city in an atmosphere thick with tension. Some individuals harbor a faint hope of establishing even the slightest connection with the Shao sect, while the majority are gripped by anxiety. Upon learning that this afternoon marks the time of their arrival, many have chosen to stay behind closed doors, fearful of inadvertently offending the Shao sect's representatives, whose wrath they believe could be as merciless as crushing an ant beneath one's foot. For them, the law is but a jest. The courtyard of the Shao residence was meticulously organized, immaculate in every corner. The grandest and most opulent chamber, where Xiao Yuhai had resided, had undergone a thorough renovation and cleaning 2 days prior. Even the bed linens and furniture had been entirely replaced. Xiao Yunhai himself had relocated to the modest courtyard next door. For the meals over the following days, he personally arranged everything, exhausting himself to the point of weariness. Yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He was utterly convinced that this time, the Shao clan would select his son, Xiao Yulong. When that moment arrived, his son would soar to great heights, and he himself would ascend to become the undisputed ruler of Luyun City, commanding respect across a radius of hundreds of miles. Everyone trembled at his words as Xiao Yuhai stepped outside, bellowing, "Quick! Immediately notify everyone to make preparations. Anyone who neglects our esteemed guests will not be spared. Elders, follow me at once to extend our welcome." As Xiao Yunhai sprinted forward, he covered over a mile before finally catching sight of a group of four leisurely approaching their direction. Leading the quartet was a young man who appeared barely in his 20s, adorned in luxurious attire, of average height and unremarkable appearance. His pallid complexion tinged with a hint of yellow, indicative of indulgence. In terms of looks, he was certainly the kind of face that would easily blend into a crowd. Yet his ordinary visage was imbued with an air of arrogance and pride. He walked with his hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward, indifferent to the passers-by, as if even a fleeting glance would sully his eyes. Trailing closely behind him was an elderly man clad entirely in black, his demeanor as calm as still water. Following them were 2 young men, also dressed in black, each adorned with a silver eagle emblem on their shoulders. Xiao Yunhai took a deep breath, hastily approached with quickened steps, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and, with a slight bow, inquired cautiously, "Might I ask if the 4 esteemed guests hail from the Shao clan?" The young man leading the way halted his stride, casting a languid glance their way, and, with his eyes half closed, declared, "Indeed, I am Shao Kuangyun of the Shao clan." Xiao Yunhai's demeanor instantly transformed into one of heightened reverence as he spoke with trepidation. "It is indeed our esteemed guests. How splendid! We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I am the current leader of the Shao clan in Luyun City, and these 5 esteemed elders behind me are the most respected members of our clan. We are profoundly grateful and somewhat overwhelmed that you have traveled such a distance to visit us. Without further ado." Xiao Kuangyun cast a casual glance over the 5 elders before languidly waving his hand. "Please, lead the way. May I inquire if this venerable elder is Xiao Moshang?" The elderly man in black inquired coolly, his expression as devoid of emotion as that of a corpse. Xiao Yunhai remained silent, his heart filled with trepidation. He could somewhat gauge the profound energy of Xiao Kuangyun, yet from Xiao Moshang, he sensed not a trace of such power. This situation could imply either that Xiao Moshang possessed no cultivation whatsoever, which was evidently implausible, or that his mastery of the arcane arts far surpassed Xiao Yunhai's own, remaining entirely beyond his discernment. Upon returning to the Shao clan, a throng had gathered at the entrance. Upon witnessing Xiao Yunhai's respectful demeanor, they felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, their gazes converging upon the arrogantly poised young man, before they rushed forward in eager anticipation. "Might I inquire if this esteemed individual is the son of the Shao sect?" A corpulent middle-aged man at the forefront inquired with utmost reverence. "Who are you?" Xiao Kuangyun regarded him with a sidelong glance. "I am but the lord of Luyun City. My humble name is Situ Nan. Having heard of the distinguished guest from the Shao sect's arrival, I have come specifically to pay my respects." As Situ Nan spoke, his voice trembled towards the end, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though he had encountered numerous prominent figures in his capacity as the city lord, none compared to the significance of the Shao sect's young master. The man before him, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, could extinguish his life with merely a word. "I am Yuba, a longtime friend of the Shao clan's master, here to pay homage to the grandeur of the Shao sect's young master and to present a modest gift. Hoping you will graciously accept it." The head of the Yu family, equally renowned in Luyun City, hurriedly stepped forward, his expression filled with deference, cradling a delicately crafted jade box in his hands. Xiao Kuangyun cast a fleeting glance at the jade box, then gestured dismissively to the 2 individuals behind him. "Take it." One of them stepped forward without a hint of emotion, grasping the jade box in his hand. Witnessing the young master of the Shao clan accept his gift, Yu Ba's face lit up with delight. Others who wished to cultivate a connection with the Shao clan hastily surged forward, eager to present their own lavish offerings. Shao Kuangyun, indifferent and nonchalant, accepted them all, then glanced sideways and said casually, "You may all withdraw. The hour is getting late. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." Indeed, young Master Shao has traversed great distances to arrive here. He must be weary. We shall pay our respects again once young Master Shao is rested. Master Sidhu promptly agreed. Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed. Shao Yunhai and the fifth elder respectfully led Shao Kuangyun into the Shao clan. Shao Yunhai stepped forward and said, "The four distinguished guests of the Shao clan have traveled a long way and must be weary. Would you care to rest for a while? The elegant quarters are ready." "No need. My constitution is not so fragile," Shao Kuangyun replied, casting a sweeping glance over the Shao clan with a smirk that revealed unmasked disdain. He continued coolly, "If it weren't for the passing of Elder Shao Zhang, I would not have known such a place existed. I have heard that the ancestors of this place were exiled by our Shao clan as worthless. Yet, even if they are deemed worthless by the clan, they can still reign supreme in such a location. After all these years, their development is somewhat commendable." "Indeed. We are grateful for your kind words, young Master Shao," Shao Yuhai responded, nodding in acknowledgement of Shao Kuangyun's blatant contempt, too timid to offer a rebuttal. "Tomorrow morning, everyone in the Shao clan will gather here. I assure you, no one will be absent," Shao Yuhai hastily promised. "Excellent. Our time is precious, and we have only tomorrow. I trust there will be no unforeseen incidents," Shao Kuangyun remarked coolly, tilting his head slightly. "Since we are here, and you are the esteemed descendants of Elder Shao Zhang, it is only fitting that you present a gift." "Shao Ba, present the gift," he commanded. The individual referred to as Shao Ba stepped forward, expressionless, placing a wooden box before Shao Yuhai. Trembling, Shao Yuhai received it with both hands, his face a mask of trepidation. "Thank you for the generous gift from the Shao clan. I am truly grateful." Inside the box lay a substance known as Tongshen San, which could enhance the flow of the mysterious veins and significantly accelerate one's cultivation speed for a certain period. It also had remarkable restorative properties for any damage suffered by the mysterious veins. Even within our Shao clan, it is considered a fine elixir. The implication was clear. What is regarded as an excellent elixir in the Shao clan is tantamount to a celestial pill in your realm. The mention of the restorative properties for damaged mysterious veins caused Shao Lai, who had remained silent, to suddenly shift in expression, his eyes lighting up with intrigue, only to be followed by a deep sigh as his demeanor darkened once more. Shao Yuhai cautiously tucked the wooden box away, his face awash with gratitude. Since it is the elixir of the Shao clan, its efficacy must surely surpass our wildest imaginations. The magnanimity of young Master Shao leaves us of the Shao family at a loss for how to express our gratitude. If young Master Shao does not require rest, might we suggest a guided tour of our humble Shao clan or the enchanting flowing cloud city? Although it is but a small town, there are certain places that may offer a delightful surprise. Noticing that Shao Kuangyun did not decline, Shao Yuhai hastily beckoned his son over. "This is my son, Shao Yulong, who is of a similar age to young Master Shao. Perhaps he could accompany you on your exploration?" "I am Shao Yulong, and it is indeed a rare privilege to witness the esteemed presence of the esteemed guests from the Shao clan." Shao Yulong stepped forward, his demeanor radiating humility. Shao Kuangyun cast a casual glance at Shao Yulong and remarked indifferently, "Very well, then. Let us around." After spending an extended period in grand places, it is refreshing to explore the quaint locales. He then addressed the others, "You may disperse. I prefer not to be followed by too many. When the time comes for me to seek you out, I shall do so naturally." "Of course." Shao Yuhai promptly nodded in agreement. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct any of those present here. Yulong, ensure that our esteemed guests are well taken care of." "Yes, father." Shao Yuhai and the fifth elder departed with utmost respect. The arrival of Shao Zong and his companions was later than they had anticipated. Thus, the matters of significance would naturally be postponed until tomorrow. Shao Yulong stood beside Shao Kuangyun, inclining his waist in a posture that exuded a semblance of humility, a smile gracing his features. "Young Master Shao, though Luyan City may be modest in size, it possesses all the essentials one might seek. May I inquire whether you wish to first behold the scenic views, indulge in delectable cuisine, or perhaps admire the fairer sex?" Observing the suggestive grin on Shao Yulong's face, Shao Kuangyun's eyes sparkled with interest, a hint of a lewd smile appearing on his countenance. "As a man, what do you think we should first pursue?" From the pallid complexion of Shao Kuangyun's face, Shao Yulong could easily discern his character. With a chuckle, he replied, "Young Master Shao clearly embodies the essence of a true man. And as a true man, we must certainly seek out that which piques our interest. While our Luoyuan city may be small, the Tianxiang Tower within is renowned far and wide, attracting visitors who travel hundreds of miles to experience it. Shall we venture there first? You, my friend, are quite perceptive, Xiao Kuangyan remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Yulong and smirking. Let us proceed. Xiao Yulong moved his steps, leading the way ahead. Just as they were about to set off, a graceful figure of a girl suddenly appeared in Xiao Kuangyan's line of sight. Xiao Kuangyan stood there, mouth agape, utterly entranced by the enchanting figure in the distance. In his daze, he almost believed he had beheld the legendary goddess of the Luo River. It seemed that she sensed his gaze. The girl turned her face slightly, casting him a cold glance before she turned away and walked into the courtyard. Her visage was imprinted in Xiao Kuangyun's mind with that fleeting glance, causing him to shudder as if every bone in his body had turned to mush. When Xia Qingwei made her sudden and ill-timed appearance, Xiao Yulong's heart sank, silently praying that she would remain unnoticed by Xiao Kuangyun. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Xiao Kuangyun did see her, and his reaction mirrored that of most men upon witnessing Xia Qingyue's true beauty, albeit with even greater exaggeration. His heart convulsed at the thought that in this small town of Luoyuan, how could a woman favored by Xiao Kuangyan possibly escape? Once she caught his eye, it signified that he could never hope to claim Xia Qingwei for himself. However, he quickly steeled himself, positioning himself beside Xiao Kuangyan, waving a hand before him and whispering, "Young Master Xiao, who is that girl? Who is she?" With his composure wavering, Xiao Kuangyun's voice trembled with excitement. Is it possible that such a stunning woman exists in this world? The number of women I have entertained pales in comparison to her. She is truly a celestial being. Xiao Kuangyan, overwhelmed with excitement, spoke with a disjointed fervor, his gaze burning with intensity. Xiao Yulong, steadying his mind, smiled and replied, "Her name is Xia Qingwei, the most enchanting beauty of Luoyuan City, truly a celestial being." Xia Qingwei? So, she is not from the Xiao clan. Indeed. Xiao Yulong nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he articulated each word clearly. She is not of our Xiao clan. She is the daughter of the wealthiest merchant in Luoyuan City, and just 3 days ago, she married into our clan. Wedded to the grandson of Elder Wu, Xiao Che. What? She is married? Disappointment washed over Xiao Kuangyan's face, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Married? Into one of your clan? This is utterly preposterous. Such a celestial figure should not be paired with a mere grandson of an elder. Indeed. You speak the truth, young Master Xiao. Xiao Yulong immediately concurred. Only a person of your caliber, a dragon among men, deserves such a fairy. What you may not know is that the man she married, though a grandson of an elder, is the greatest disgrace of our Xiao clan. He has been crippled since childhood, only achieving the first level of Xianjing this year. He is nothing short of a humiliation to us. What? Xiao Kuangyan's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembling with rage. Such a beauty marrying such a worthless man. This is simply unforgivable. Such a woman should belong to me, Xiao Kuangyan. How can a mere waste of the Xiao clan be deserving of her? Fueled by jealousy, Xiao Kuangyan growled and marched straight towards the small courtyard where Xia Qingwei had just entered. However, after taking only 2 steps, a deep, aged voice resonated behind him. Young master, the sect leader has sent you out this time as a form of training. He specifically instructed you not to do anything that would tarnish the reputation of the sect, especially not to forcibly take another's wife. Xiao Kuangyan halted his steps, his face awash with desire and reluctance, yet he obediently came to a standstill. Xiao Yulong cast a perplexed glance at the elder known as Xiao Ma Shen, realizing that he was not merely accompanying and safeguarding Xiao Kuangyan, but also serving as his overseer. A single utterance from the elder had effectively intimidated Xiao Kuangyan. Furthermore, it was evident from his words that Xiao Kuangyan had engaged in numerous acts of forcibly seizing the spouses of others. Xiao Yulong's gaze flickered as he swiftly approached Xiao Kuangyan's side and whispered, "Young Master Xiao, if you have taken a liking to Xia Qingwei, there is no necessity to resort to forceful means. There exist numerous alternative approaches." Alternative approaches? What do you mean? Xiao Kuangyan turned his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded him. Xiao Yulong swiftly leaned closer to his ear and whispered something urgently. Upon the completion of his words, Xiao Kuangyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and a trace of an eager, lewd smile graced his lips. This information was also freshly acquired and had not been divulged to anyone. It was serendipitous that it could assist young Master Xiao, truly an unexpected boon. Observing Xiao Kuangyan's grotesque grin, Xiao Yulong felt a surge of revulsion, yet maintained a compliant smile on his face. Excellent, truly excellent, Xiao Kuangyan nodded slowly. appearing to harbor a considerable fondness for beautiful women. In truth, within our Xiao clan, the allure of beauty extends far beyond merely Xiaqingwe. Xiao Yulong spoke in a hushed tone. Elder Xiaolai has a daughter who is merely 15 years old this year. Yet she possesses a beauty that could rival the most exquisite of flowers, not falling short of Xiaqingwe. I wonder if young Master Xiao might be intrigued. 15. Akin to that celestial maiden? Xiao Kuangyun's eyes widened abruptly, exuding a predatory gleam. Observing the intensity in his gaze, Xiao Yulong understood precisely how to proceed. He leaned even closer to Xiao Kuangyun, whispering, if young Master Xiao finds this appealing, acquiring her would be effortless. The method is exceedingly simple, requiring merely. Xiao Yulong leaned closer to Xiao Kuangyun, whispering once more. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Yulong and nodded slowly. You are called Xiao Yulong, correct? Indeed. I am Xiao Yulong, he replied, his face alight with excitement, as if the mere fact that Xiao Kuangyun remembered his name was a tremendous honor. Suddenly, Xiao Yulong shuddered, his eyes widening in exhilaration. Realizing the gravity of the moment, he knelt before Xiao Kuangyun with a resounding thud, bowing deeply. Yulong is profoundly grateful for your kindness. Young Master Xiao, should I have the privilege to serve by your side, I shall remain steadfastly loyal, dedicating myself entirely to your service. This turn of events made Xiao Yulong's heart race with joy. Being brought into the Xiao clan felt akin to achieving celestial heights. To stand in the presence of the clan leader's son was a notion he had never dared to dream of. Chapter 24. A dramatic turn. Xiao Lai had harbored high expectations for the arrival of representatives from the Xiao clan, believing the son of the clan leader to be a figure akin to a celestial dragon. However, upon meeting him, his anticipations swiftly dissolved into disappointment. He observed a lack of the commanding presence, grace, and refinement one would expect from a direct descendant of a major sect. Instead, encountering a haughty arrogance and an unsettling malevolence in the young man's gaze, indicative of a spoiled scion raised amidst indulgence and flattery. Yet upon reflection, Xiao Lai found solace in this realization. After all, for such a minor branch as the Xiao clan, it was unlikely that the main sect would genuinely send any notable personage. The title of the clan leader's son merely served as a superficial gesture of respect for the deceased Xiao Zheng. Xiao Lingxi's words reminded him of the elder who trailed behind Xiao Kuangyun. He nodded and remarked, those from the Xiao clan are indeed unfathomable. However, my dear Lingxi, during their stay here, it would be prudent for you to avoid any interaction with them. The young man leading them is not a virtuous character. It is best to steer clear. Ah? Xiao Lingxi blinked in confusion, then gently nodded. I understand, father. In truth, I have always felt a bit intimidated by them, considering they hail from the Xiao clan and must be exceptionally formidable. Even though I am curious, I shall keep my distance. Xiao Lai reiterated his caution, took a deep breath, and strode into the courtyard, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Father? You appear to be troubled. Has something significant occurred? Knowing her father as she did. Xiao Lingxi immediately detected the weight of his concerns and inquired with a hint of anxiety. Xiao Lai paused for a moment, then shook his head. It is nothing. He began, contemplating that if he remained silent, his perceptive daughter might spend the entire day in turmoil. He reluctantly continued, when the people from the Xiao clan visited, they brought a gift known as the Tongxian San. According to that Xiao Kuangyun, this Tongxian San possesses remarkable restorative properties for damaged meridians. Ah, it can truly mend the damaged meridians? Is that so? Before Xiao Lai could finish his statement, Xiao Lingxi exclaimed with excitement, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Restoring Xiao Chei's meridians had always been her greatest aspiration, and for years, she had tirelessly sought various potential methods alongside Xiao Lai. His words resonated with her like celestial music. The elixirs from the Xiao clan are far superior to ordinary potions. Perhaps they could indeed work wonders. However, as he spoke, Xiao Lai's expression gradually grew somber. Yet, the primary function of the Tongxian San is merely to accelerate the cultivation process for a limited time. Presently, the sect leaders regard this Tongxian San as a priceless treasure, and the prospect of persuading them to use it on Xiao Chei, whom they deem worthless, seems exceedingly bleak. Xiao Lingxi's expression froze, and Xiao Lai's words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all her excitement. She bit her lip and resolutely declared, no matter the method, we must secure the Tongxian San. Xiao Chei is far from worthless. He is the one in dire need of the Tongxian San. I will exert every effort to obtain it. Observing his daughter's fervent determination, Xiao Lai let out a long sigh. Yet he was acutely aware of how minuscule the hope was for acquiring the Tongxian San, or rather, he knew it was an utterly impossible endeavor. As night descended, Summer Qingwei remarked. I met Xiao Kuangyin from the Xiao sect today. The flickering candlelight danced in the room as she sat by the bedside, speaking in a calm tone. Oh, what kind of person is he? Xiaoqie yawned, casually inquiring, feigning disinterest. He is true to his name, recalling the look Xiao Kuangyin had given her. Summer Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Her master had informed her that among the 4 sons of the Xiao sect's leader, the other 3 could be deemed exceptional talents, while this 4th son was an utter fool, yet he was the most favored by the leader. Perhaps because he was the youngest and the only son born of the principal wife. It's quite normal, really. One can easily deduce the caliber of individuals the Xiao sect would dispatch to this place. Xiaoqie shrugged, adding, but it doesn't really concern me. At most. I'll just follow along for appearances tomorrow. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he became slightly grave. He looked up and asked, Qingwei, you said you saw him? Did he see you as well? Indeed, why do you ask? Summer Qingwei turned her gaze. Xiaoqie raised his hand and lightly tapped his chin, suddenly stating, you previously mentioned that he is a person of exceedingly notorious reputation. Such a character, who, Qingwei, my dear wife, if I am not mistaken. Your master should be residing near Luyun City. Am I correct? How did you know? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Qingyue's face. Xiaoqie offered no explanation. His expression earnest as he said, in that case, find a way to contact your master and have her come here by tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, his demeanor lightened. If your master is nearby, it likely isn't a grave matter. Let us get some rest. Xia Qingwei raised her delicate brows, lost in thought. Recalling the way Xiao Kuangyin had looked at her earlier that afternoon, she finally grasped the implications of Xiaoqie's words. Her expression shifted, and instinctively, she grasped the ice-like communication talisman at her waist. Watching as Xiaoqie tidied the blanket in the corner, her gaze flickered. Her lips moved silently several times before she finally spoke. Let us sleep in the bed. What? Xiaoqie turned around, eyes wide with disbelief. Qingwei, what did you say? Xia Qingwei turned her face away, not wanting him to see her expression, and coldly replied, forget it if you didn't hear me. I heard. How could I not? Xiaoqie eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain, tossing the blanket aside, and quickly leaping onto the bed, grinning at Xia Qingwei. Qingwei, will you sleep inside or outside tonight? Xia Qingwei remained silent, her snowy hand sweeping through the air, extinguishing all the red candles in an instant. The room was plunged into darkness, and she secretly exhaled, pushing Xiaoqie into the inner side of the bed, pulling the blanket over both of them. She turned away from him, lying on her side, her voice icy as she stated, do not overthink it. I simply need you to help me adjust my body at 3 in the morning. Do not engage in any inappropriate behavior, or you shall never sleep on this bed again. Understood, my dear wife. Xiaoqie tugged the blanket closer, inhaling the lingering fragrance of her presence, delighting in the moment. Now he called her wife dozens of times a day. From initial irritation, it had transformed into something that felt entirely natural, and simultaneously, it bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of being his wife. This subtle shift unsettled her, leaving her bewildered. She shut her eyes, striving to dismiss these disconcerting thoughts, and soon drifted peacefully into slumber. In the darkness, a faint creak echoed from Xiaolingxi's courtyard as the tightly shut door slowly opened. A petite shadow cautiously emerged, glancing around before darting out swiftly. Yet, before the shadow could escape the courtyard, a tall, gray figure suddenly descended from above, landing directly in her path. A startled gasp escaped the girl before a serious voice, tempered with urgency, followed, 12. Where do you think you are going at this hour? Ah, father. The startled shadow pulled down the veil from her face, revealing a captivating young girl, Xiaolingxi, staring at the unexpected appearance of Xiaolai before her. She momentarily lost her composure. I. Sighing heavily, Xiaolai spoke softly, 12. You were trying to steal the Tongxian sand, aren't you? Xiaolingxi lowered her head, stammering. You are my own daughter. How could I not understand what is in your heart? Xiaoqie let out a long sigh once more and gently patted his daughter's shoulder. From the moment you departed from my side this afternoon, I sensed something amiss in your gaze. Thus, I could not help but come here to keep watch. Indeed, you have harbored the reckless intention of stealing the Tongxian sand. Sheer, you are truly being foolish. Do you comprehend the peril you invite? The Tongxian sand is no ordinary item. It is a gift bestowed by the Xiao clan. Should your actions be discovered, it would be akin to provoking the Xiao clan itself. At that juncture, the 4 individuals from the Xiao clan would bring down their wrath upon you. Do not expect assistance from me. In the entirety of Luyun City, there would be no one capable of saving you. Xiaolingxi lowered her head, biting her lip. I am aware of all this. However, Xiaoqie is so pitiful. He is undeniably kind-hearted, yet he is constantly ridiculed and looked down upon by others, treated as a worthless being. If only he could mend the spiritual veins, then he would no longer be subject to derision and would stand equal to anyone. Xiaolai parted his lips, a profound sorrow fleeting across his visage. I often ponder why it is Xiaoqie whose meridian has been rendered useless, rather than myself. It is exceedingly unjust, dear father. Do you not agree? Each time I witness Xiaoqie being ridiculed, yet he feigns indifference and attempts to console me. My heart aches beyond measure. Were it possible to restore his meridian, I would willingly embrace the role of a thief, even if it meant facing the ultimate punishment of death. As she spoke, tears brimmed in Xiaolingxi's eyes. She covered her cheeks with her hands and could no longer suppress her sobs. Xiaolai's final words gently struck the soft heart of Xiaolingxi, causing a sudden wave of trepidation within her. What if I fail and am captured, facing severe consequences? What would Xiaoqie do? He chuckled softly. Just be obedient. Xiaolai nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet, as he departed, he still uneasily collected the black garments from the ground, taking them with him. Chapter 25. A dramatic turn today marked one of the most bustling days in the history of the Xiao clan. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Xiao estate was swarmed, teeming with individuals from the influential families of Luyun City, predominantly the leading figures. Despite the throngs, not a soul dared to raise their voice. They whispered amongst themselves, cautious not to disturb the eminent personalities within the Xiao clan. It had long been rumored that the progenitor of the Xiao clan hailed from the Xiao sect, and it turned out to be true. The Xiao clan was poised for remarkable ascendance, necessitating the cultivation of favorable relations with them. Fortunately, I had never crossed paths with Xiao clan's ire. Otherwise, I would be restless with anxiety. Old Mu, you two have come? Ah, everyone is clamoring to be here. I had no choice but to follow suit. They seek connections, while I come as a precaution. What if that descendant from the Xiao sect inquires about the notable families of Luyun City and discovers that no one from the Mu family is present? It could lead to dire consequences for us all. The gates of the Xiao clan remained firmly shut, and everyone waited with bated breath, none daring to stray. This vigil continued until the clock struck 9 in the morning. Even before dawn broke, a grand platform had been erected in the central square of the Xiao clan, along with tables, chairs, and an array of instruments. At 8 o'clock, a hurried assembly order echoed through the Xiao clan, and in an instant, the premises were teeming with figures. Everyone rushed to the designated gathering point. Within a mere quarter of an hour, individuals of all ages, from the young to the elderly, had assembled without exception at the predetermined location. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Xiao clan. They were all acutely aware of what was to transpire, and the majority wore expressions of fervor and anticipation. Even those of rather mediocre talent harbored secret hopes of being noticed by the esteemed members of the Xiao sect. Xiaoqie was essentially the last to arrive. As he leisurely strolled in hand with Xia Qingyue, he instantly became the focal point of the gathering. However, it was not solely his presence that captivated the crowd. Rather, it was the enchanting Xia Qingyue by his side. With her unparalleled grace and breathtaking beauty, she resembled a celestial nymph gliding toward them. Particularly, the young men were transfixed, their gazes turning vacant, hearts racing. Some even unaware as drool escaped the corners of their mouths. In stark contrast, Xiaoqie appeared pale, his eyelids drooping, eyes devoid of vitality, and his steps languid. In the mere distance of a few dozen paces, he yawned thrice, exuding an aura of lethargy, as if he had succumbed to excessive indulgence. Suddenly, the notion of overindulgence struck him, and upon observing their interlocked hands, many felt their teeth clench, their bodies trembling with a mix of resentment and burning jealousy. The thought that such a stunning beauty, their coveted goddess, was being overshadowed by this individual they deemed worthless, who daily dominated her, ignited a fury within them that felt as though their chests might burst. Xiaoqie's appearance, half awake and utterly fatigued, was genuine, not a mere pretense. It certainly could not be attributed to excessive indulgence. Awakening at 3 in the morning to administer acupuncture to Xia Qingyue, he was utterly drained, and being roused again at the break of dawn left him in a state of disbelief at any semblance of vitality. As for their entwined hands, it was beyond doubt that Xia Qingyue did not initiate this connection. Rather, it was Xiaoqie who abruptly grasped hers as they walked together. In the presence of onlookers, Xia Qingyue could hardly extricate herself without appearing rude, and having grown accustomed to his hand-holding in recent days, she simply acquiesced. Within the Xiao clan, everything was harmonious, save for the presence of an extraneous and bothersome waste. As Xiao Che passed by a young man, a derisive voice reached his ears, clear enough to be heard. Glancing sideways, he spotted Xiao Qingji, the eldest grandson of the third elder Xiao Zhe, casting a sidelong glance ahead, a smirk of unrestrained mockery adorning his lips, his face betraying a veiled jealousy. Although his words were directed toward the front, even a fool could discern that he was ridiculing Xiao Che, prompting laughter from those around. As young disciples cast derisive glances in Xiao Che's direction, "Brother Qingji, were you speaking to me just now?" Xiao Che halted momentarily, addressing Xiao Qingji with an innocuous smile. "Oh, dear Xiao Che, you must have misunderstood. I was clearly addressing the waist. Why would you inquire if you believed yourself to be one?" Xiao Qingji turned, a grin on his face. Upon meeting Xia Qingyue's stunning visage, his eyes gleamed with an unmistakable fervor. "What did you say?" Xiao Qingji spun around abruptly, his expression darkening. Xiao Che paused, feigning astonishment as he regarded him. "Brother Qingji, what troubles you? I was merely speaking of a toad. Your reaction seems rather peculiar. Do you share some special connection with the toad I mentioned?" "You." Xiao Qingji's rage peaked, his lips quivering, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Dear Qingyue, we should take our leave swiftly. Even a toad, when provoked, may bite, and we wouldn't want to be subjected to such unpleasantness," Xiao Che remarked, gently pulling Xia Qingyue away. Xiao Qingji's face contorted with a spasm of muscles, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "Cheer, Qingyue, come here." Amidst the crowd, Xiao Che swiftly spotted Xiao Lai beckoning him, with Xiao Lingxi by his side. He and Xia Qingyue hastened towards them. A pained groan escaped him as the small hand he held suddenly dug its nails sharply into the back of his hand. Xia Qingyue turned her face away, and he could faintly discern a blush slowly spreading across her cheeks. She actually blushed? As Xiao Che was about to explain in a hushed tone, he suddenly felt a sharp pinch on his left arm from Xiao Lingxi, who was grimacing beside him. "Auntie, why did you pinch me?" Xiao Che looked at her with a face full of grievance. "Humph." Xiao Lingxi pouted, turning her face away in a sulky manner, refusing to acknowledge him. "Young Master Xiao has arrived." A resounding voice rang out from the front, and the crowd fell silent, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound, eager to witness the grandeur of the Xiao clan. Soon, a young man, clad in splendid attire and exuding an air of arrogance, approached amidst a throng of admirers. Behind him, Xiao Mashing was ever vigilant, while Xiao Yuhai personally led the way, displaying utmost respect without a hint of negligence. With Xiao Yunhai's guidance, Xiao Kuangyun ascended the erected platform and seated himself in the central grand chair, surveying the members of the Xiao clan below with a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of an emperor gazing down upon his subjects. After a brief moment, he nodded to Xiao Yuhai, signaling that they could commence. "Is this the esteemed figure from the Xiao clan? Not to mention anything else, but his appearance is rather unimpressive, isn't it? Shouldn't the lineage of a major clan be more formidable?" Xiao Che muttered quietly. "Even 100 of them wouldn't compare to Xiao Che." Xiao Lingxi chimed in, only to remember she was still upset with him, and quickly huffed, turning her face away again. "Cheer, do not speak out of turn," Xiao Lai admonished softly. "Oh," Xiao Che replied, falling silent thereafter. "Has everyone from the Xiao clan arrived?" Xiao Kuangyun inquired, his eyes half closed as he spoke in a lethargic tone. Yet his eyes darted quickly, searching the crowd for the ethereal figure he had glimpsed the day before, along with the girl whom Xiao Yulong claimed was equally captivating. "It has been confirmed. Everyone is present, not a single person is missing," Xiao Yuhai stated with a serious expression. "Excellent." Xiao Kuangyun nodded, then cast his gaze toward the entrance. "Who are those standing outside?" "I see," Xiao Kuangyun replied, raising a hand. "Since they are guests, we cannot leave them waiting outside. Let them all come in. It is beneficial for today's event to have witnesses from beyond the Xiao clan, to avoid any accusations of bias later on." Xiao Yunhai hastily flattered, "Young Master Xiao, as the son of the Xiao sect's leader, your remarkable vision at such a tender age truly humbles us." He then commanded, "Xiaoda, please invite the guests in." As the grand doors swung open, the influential figures of Luyun City, who wielded great power, entered with a demeanor of restraint and order, each bearing significant gifts. Among them, Xiao Che recognized Xia Qinyue's father, Xia Hongyi. "Excellent, now we may commence." Xiao Kuangyun straightened his posture, finally adopting a relatively normal seating position. He surveyed the assembly below and spoke with nonchalance. "I am Xiao Kuangyun, hailing from the Xiao sect. You are undoubtedly familiar with the esteemed name of our sect. In the Zongfeng Empire, there is nothing that the Xiao sect cannot determine. You should feel honored, for although you may be of lesser stature, you are nonetheless a part of the Xiao lineage. The progenitor of your Xiao clan was the son of one of our esteemed elders." However, your ancestor's origins were humble, born of a servant girl, which rendered him of lowly status, and regrettably, his innate talent was quite lacking. Such inadequacy is unworthy of remaining within the Shao sect. Consequently, your ancestor was exiled by that elder to this place, giving rise to your Shao clan. Shao Kuangyun's words were exceedingly harsh, revealing an unreserved disdain for the entire Shao clan, even for its illustrious progenitor. Some members of the Shao clan furrowed their brows in discontent upon hearing his remarks, yet none dared to voice their grievances. Chapter 26. Turbulence. Shao Kuangyun was indeed audacious, and within the confines of the Shao clan, he possessed ample grounds for such audacity. It is not merely that his words were cutting, even if he were to insult every member of the Shao clan by calling them dogs. The entire clan would be compelled to listen obediently, without a single soul daring to retort. Indeed, it is likely that some would even wag their tails in compliance. Shao Kuangyun picked up a roster meticulously prepared by Shao Yuhai and surveyed the surroundings with an air of pride. Today, I shall personally oversee the proceedings. Shortly, those whose names I call shall step forward to demonstrate your profound abilities. However, the criteria for assessing your qualifications will not merely hinge upon the strength of your power, but rather on the foundation and potential you possess. Even the most absurd words spoken by Shao Kuangyun did not evoke any response from Shao Yuhai. However, upon hearing them, Shao Yunhai's countenance turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He did not move to retrieve the Tongshan San. Instead, he stood there, stammering. No, of course not. He hastily shook his head, his expression filled with trepidation. It's just what? With a sudden thud, Shao Yuhai dropped to one knee, trembling hands revealing his fear as he spoke. I am doomed. The Tongshan San that Master Shao gifted me yesterday was placed in the pharmacy of the Shao clan, and I instructed the staff to safeguard it diligently. However, this morning, I was suddenly informed by the personnel of the pharmacy that the Tongshan San has inexplicably vanished. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices rising in alarm. Who possessed the audacity to steal the treasured artifact of the Shao clan? Shao Che furrowed his brow slightly, his mind enveloped in confusion. Given his long acquaintance with Shao Yunhai, he knew him to be an exceedingly cautious individual. It seemed illogical for someone of his temperament to leave the clan's treasure in the pharmacy rather than keep it close at hand. It was important to note that the pharmacy was manned solely by Shao Gu, who, being focused on medicine, lacked significant martial prowess, rendering it the most vulnerable location within the Shao clan's defenses. Furthermore, the Tongshan San was a precious item bestowed by the clan. Even if someone coveted it, they would likely wait until the Shao clan members had departed before making a move. Why then would they choose such a perilous moment? Even if they succeeded in stealing it, would they have the life to use it? What? Shao Kuangyun abruptly rose from his seat. His countenance transformed into a visage of unparalleled severity, exuding an aura of malevolence that surged forth. He fixed his gaze upon Shao Yuhai and spoke with a fierce intensity. Are you implying that someone has audaciously stolen the box containing the Tongshan powder? It is my failure to safeguard it. I beseech you, young Master Shao, to mete out your punishment. Shao Yuhai bowed his head, his face suffused with shame and trepidation. What nonsense is this? Shao Kuangyun inhaled sharply, his chest heaving heavily. The pallor of his face growing increasingly dark, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. How dare anyone steal the gifts of our Shao clan? Truly remarkable. I have severely underestimated this Lu Yun city. You are indeed bold. Shao Kuangyun's fury and murderous intent permeated the entirety of the Shao clan, sending chills down the spines of all present. Their hearts quivered in trepidation, and they dared not breathe a word, hastily bowing their heads in fear of attracting Shao Kuangyun's gaze. Shao Che squinted slightly, his gaze piercing directly into Shao Kuangyun's eyes. After a moment, he nudged Shao Lai and whispered, "Grandfather, could it be that the sect leader offended this Shao Kuangyun yesterday?" Shao Lai was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, asserting that Shao Yuhai had always been cautious and should not have acted recklessly. That is indeed peculiar, Shao Che responded, nodding thoughtfully. He continued in a subdued tone. The fury exhibited by Shao Kuangyun is evidently feigned. If the sect leader had offended him, then his act of self-theft to embarrass the leader would serve as a plausible explanation. But if that is not the case, could it be that Shao Kuangyun is merely performing a solitary farce? Do not speak carelessly, Shao Lai cautioned in a hushed voice, as he struggled to comprehend the implications of Shao Che's words. Shao Kuangyun's gaze was piercing, his expression as dark as a stormy cloud. Yesterday, when I revealed the Tongshan powder, only those from the Shao clan were present. I trust that you, members of the Shao clan, are not foolish enough to broadcast the acquisition of a superior elixir to outsiders. Moreover, considering the formidable defenses you maintain within this Luyun city, breaching them would indeed be quite a challenge. Therefore, it must be concluded that there is a traitor within your ranks. Xiao Kuangyin's words caused the expressions of all the members of the Xiao clan to shift dramatically, with whispers growing louder among them. Xiao Yunhai quickly nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, young Master Xiao, your insight is astute. Upon learning that the Tongxian powder had been stolen, I too suspected that it was taken by someone from our Xiao clan. Xiao Gunyang, who is nearly 60 and has always led a life of tranquility, would have no motive to pilfer the Tongxian powder himself. So he is unlikely to be the culprit. However, others may indeed have their suspicions. Humph. The mere Xiao clan holds no significance in the eyes of our Xiao lineage. Any servant from our esteemed sect could single-handedly annihilate your entire clan. This time, we have humbled ourselves and traveled a great distance to your Xiao clan, bestowing upon you an immense favor and grace. Yet you have repaid us with such a shocking surprise. This is nothing short of a slap in the face to our Xiao sect." The weight of the extraordinary accusation of insulting the Xiao sect left Xiao Yuhai as pale as a ghost. Xiao Kuangyin's eyes resembled those of a venomous serpent, sweeping across each visage before him. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, none daring to engage in direct eye contact. Yet, this phenomenon was not solely attributable to the sharpness of Xiao Kuangyin's stare or the formidable aura he exuded. Rather, it stemmed from the immense power of the Xiao clan that loomed behind him. Xiao Chei's gaze shifted to Xiao Yunhai's face, his expression growing increasingly somber. In a voice barely audible to himself, he murmured, "This facade that Xiao Yuhai presents, is it merely an act? What are their true intentions?" Xiao Chei's memory spanned 2 lifetimes, particularly the one on the Tsangyan continent, where he endured countless trials of virtue and vice, traversed the precipices of life and death, and ascended from a humble commoner to a sovereign ruler. The myriad of individuals he encountered is truly immeasurable. His discerning gaze is so keen that even the most powerful practitioners, who have lived for centuries, may not rival his perceptiveness. Xiao Kuangyin surveyed the surroundings once more, his tones suddenly softening. "Very well. Though it is quite lamentable, there is no need for me to become vexed with individuals from such a humble locale. The one who pilfered the Tongxian sand shall have 15 seconds to step forth willingly and surrender it. Perhaps, in light of this being your first transgression, I might show leniency. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Xiao Ba, commence the countdown. Xiao Yuhai promptly turned around and exclaimed, "Did you hear that, you wretched creature who stole the Tongxian powder? Young Master Xiao has shown great magnanimity and extended a chance for redemption. Hurry and come forth to express your contrition. Otherwise, not only will young Master Xiao be unforgiving, but the entirety of the Xiao clan will certainly show no mercy." The man clad in black, referred to as Xiao Ba, monotonously recited the numbers 12, 21, 19. The members of the Xiao clan turned to gaze at those beside them, each speculating who among them possessed the audacity to steal something brought by the Xiao sect. Although Xiao Kuangyun called for leniency, the expression in his eyes left no room for belief that anyone who confessed would receive such mercy. 3, 2, 1, time's up. As Xiao Ba's voice faded, he stepped back. Xiao Kuangyun then rose once more, his gaze penetrating, a cold smile forming on his lips. "I have already granted you your chance. Since you remain oblivious to your fortune, do not blame my lack of mercy when I seize you." Xiao Jiao. "Yes." At Xiao Kuangyun's command, another young man in black stepped forward, swiftly raising his palm, a vortex of profound energy coalescing within his grasp. "Master Xiao, the Tongxian sand was stolen along with the box, correct?" "Indeed, it was taken together," Xiao Yunhai replied, nodding, a look of confusion crossing his face, as if he did not comprehend the reason for the inquiry. "Excellent. The box containing the Tongxian sand bears our Xiao clan's unique profound energy mark, the Sky Eagle seal. By activating our clan's distinctive profound energy, we can swiftly sense the location of the nearby Sky Eagle seal." As soon as Xiao Kuangyun finished speaking, Xiao Jiao suddenly lowered his hand and let out a low growl, transforming into a whirlwind as he darted towards the right with lightning speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Ha ha, it seems he has already found it," Xiao Kuangyun sneered, a glimmer of deep satisfaction flashing in his eyes, as if he were exceedingly pleased with his own performance. "Excellent, truly worthy of the Xiao clan. Nothing slips past them." Xiao Yuhai also bore a pleased expression, but then his face darkened, growing serious as he said, "Young Master Xiao, the nature of this matter is exceedingly grave. Not only has it provoked your anger, but it has also brought disgrace upon our Xiao clan. Therefore, regardless of who the thief is, even if it is my son, young Master Xiao should harbor no reservations and must ensure a severe punishment. Humph. Of course, those who offend the Xiao clan will never meet a good end. Young Master, we have found it. Xiao Jiao handed the wooden box to Xiao Kuangyan and silently stepped back. All whispers ceased. The surrounding atmosphere thickened to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Every eye widened, breaths held, as they awaited the revelation of the audacious soul brave enough to steal the Tongxian sand, foreseeing the grim fate that awaited him. Xiao Jiao, where did you find this box? Xiao Kuangyan asked with a cold smile. In Courtyard 66. All gazes abruptly converged on a single direction, incredulously staring at the seemingly petrified young girl. Upon hearing the words Courtyard 66, Xiaolingxi was struck dumb, her heart racing as she looked into the eyes that turned towards her. She instinctively took a step back, panicking, shaking her head as she stammered, "It's not me. It's not me." Chapter 27. Dramatic change. Courtyard 66 was indeed the residence of Xiaolingxi. Its easily memorable number was well known among the members of the Xiao clan. When Xiao Jiao mentioned Courtyard 66, they immediately thought of its owner. The crowd parted, isolating Xiaolingxi in a way that left her exposed to all eyes. With no escape, Xiao Lai's expression shifted drastically, while Xiao Che furrowed his brow, his demeanor darkening as he stepped forward to shield Xiaolingxi. A surge of fury swelling within him, nearly erupting. When Xiao Jiao called out Courtyard 66, Xiao Che finally understood the source of the discord that had lingered all this time. Previously, the crowd had been dense and chaotic, preventing Xiao Kuangyun from discerning Xiaolingxi's position. But now, the clarity was unmistakable. In an instant, his eyes lit up, radiating a predatory gleam akin to that of a wolf. The girl appeared slightly younger than Xia Qingwei, a true maiden in every sense, yet possessed of bright eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty striking. Her delicate features were gentle and enchanting, particularly her eyes, which, though currently filled with alarm and fear, still resembled a crystal-clear spring, transparent and captivating. Xiao Kuangyun swallowed hard, his heart in turmoil. That Xiao Yulong did not deceive me after all. Although this Xiaolingxi may lack a touch of beauty compared to Xia Qingwei, the difference is indeed negligible. In terms of allure, she will undoubtedly not fall short. Moreover, as she matures, she may even surpass Xia Qingwei. To stumble upon two exquisite beauties in such a desolate place is truly a reward from heaven for my arduous journey. Xiao Kuangyan began to realize that his initial decision to reject the invitation to the Xiao clan was indeed an exceedingly foolish one. Fortunately, he ultimately succumbed to his father's command and obediently arrived at this place. How could you be Xiaolingxi? Upon seeing her, Xiao Yunhai's expression shifted from astonishment to shock, followed by a visage of utter disbelief. Oh, who would have thought this audacious thief would turn out to be merely a young girl? Xiao Kuangyan remarked with a sardonic tone, yet I have made it clear that regardless of who it may be, no one shall be spared. Alas, Xiaolingxi, how could you act so recklessly and commit such an outrageous deed? This box of Tongxian powder was an invaluable treasure sent to us by the Xiao sect from 1,000 miles away. What am I to do now? Xiao Yunhai sighed heavily, his demeanor reflecting profound sorrow. Master, it was not me. I swear it was not I who stole it. There must be some mistake. It truly was not me. Xiaolingxi fervently shook her head, her cheeks already pale as a ghost. Xiao Kuangyan, in a fit of rage, declared with a stern voice, "This box of Tongxian powder was discovered beneath your pillow. If it was not you who pilfered it, then did it sprout wings and fly away on its own? Young lady, I previously extended to you the opportunity to confess, which you failed to seize. Now, with irrefutable evidence and countless witnesses both within and outside the Xiao clan, do you still wish to deny your guilt? It seems that without the imposition of severe punishment, you will not concede." The phrase severe punishment sent a shiver through Xiaolingxi. Had it not been for Xiao Che's swift support, she might have collapsed to the ground. Xiao Che clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating as he gazed intently at Xiao Kuangyan. An aura of genuine murderous intent emanating from him for the first time since his rebirth. "Master Xiao, please temper your wrath," Xiao Yuhai urgently interjected, dropping to one knee with a pleading expression. While it is true that Xiaolingxi has committed the unforgivable act of stealing from the Xiao clan, her nature is undoubtedly not malevolent. She is greatly beloved within our clan, and her theft of the Tongxian powder was born of desperation. Desperation? What kind of desperation? Xiao Kuangyun retorted darkly. Xiao Yunhai gestured subtly towards Xiaolingxi and Xiao Che, who stood together, and with a grave expression. He spoke, "Xiaolingxi is the sole daughter of our esteemed elder Xiao, and she has a nephew, Xiao Che, who is a year her senior. Tragically, Xiao Che suffers from a congenital disability in his spiritual veins, rendering him devoid of other exceptional talents. His crippled spiritual veins have essentially doomed his life. Xiao Lingxi has always shown profound affection for Xiao Che, tirelessly seeking methods to restore his spiritual veins. This is well known within the Xiao clan and throughout the entire Luyun city. All present can attest to this. The reason Xiao Lingxi resorted to the audacious act of stealing the Tongxian powder was evidently driven by her desperation upon hearing of its reputed efficacy in repairing damaged spiritual veins. In a fervent attempt to save her nephew, although she has committed a transgression with irrefutable evidence against her, I implore young Master Xiao to consider her youth and the purity of her intentions, and to exercise leniency in her punishment. The entirety of the Xiao clan would be immensely grateful for your magnanimity. Although Xiao Yunhai's demeanor is humble, his words are imbued with sincerity, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who hear them, evoking a profound emotional response. His statements also illuminate the bewilderment of those unable to comprehend why Xiao Lingxi would dare to pilfer the Tongxian powder. They come to a startling realization that the Tongxian powder possesses the remarkable ability to mend damaged spiritual veins, which explains much. It is widely known throughout Luyun City that Xiao Che was born with a defective spiritual vein. Xiao Lingxi has always shown him great affection and has continuously worried about the state of his spiritual vein, a fact that is well recognized within the Xiao clan. Given this context, the notion that Xiao Lingxi would resort to stealing Tongxian powder becomes not an act of audacity, but rather a reasonable course of action. Xiao Yunhai has consistently displayed a subservient demeanor before Xiao Kuangyan, prompting scornful glances from many. Yet, in this moment, a genuine admiration for Xiao Yunhai blossomed in the hearts of all present. In a bid to protect the disciples of the Xiao clan, this clan leader, despite facing the ire of the furious members of the Xiao sect, fervently implored for leniency. His words were both rational and heartfelt, even going so far as to kneel on one knee. Only Xiao Che stood aside, coldly laughing in anger at what he perceived to be a flawless performance. Ostensibly, he was advocating for Xiao Lingxi's exoneration, yet in reality, he was meticulously solidifying her culpability. Were he an outsider, he might even be persuaded to believe that all of this was indeed orchestrated by Xiao Lingxi. It was a revelation of hidden truths. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhai's plea, Xiao Kuangyan's expression visibly softened. He replied nonchalantly, I am not a heartless individual. Since she committed this grave mistake to save her own nephew, considering this sentiment, as long as she admits her fault and makes amends, I might contemplate leniency. It was not me. I did not steal it. Xiao Lingxi vehemently shook her head. Her teeth clenched as she cried out in a voice tinged with hoarseness, if I had done it, I would certainly confess. But the Tongxian sand was not stolen by me. I have no idea how it ended up in my room. There must be some mistake. Clan leader, please believe me. It truly was not me. Xiao Lingxi's desperate cries did not evoke sympathy. Rather, they backfired, especially given the groundwork laid by Xiao Yunhai. She had the most compelling motive to steal the Tongxian sand, which was discovered in her own chamber, thus solidifying her guilt beyond doubt. Xiao Yunhai, at great personal risk and loss of dignity, implored Xiao Kuangyan on her behalf, a gesture that should have been deeply moving. Yet, she stubbornly refused to acknowledge this kindness. And to onlookers, her actions appeared utterly ungrateful. Xiao Kuangyan's previously softened expression darkened once more as he coldly remarked, where did the error lie? This Tongxian sand was indeed discovered by members of our Xiao clan within your chamber. Are you implying that we, the esteemed Xiao clan, would deliberately frame a mere girl from the Xiao sect? To anyone who hears this, it is nothing short of absurd. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Xiao sect, Xiao Li, rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Lingxi, his voice laced with severity. Xiao Lingxi, you have committed a grave error, bringing shame upon the entire Xiao sect. The sect leader personally interceded on your behalf, and even young Master Xiao was inclined to show leniency, yet you remain so ungrateful. You have truly disappointed us. Alas, it was more than mere disappointment. It was an utter heartbreak. The second elder, Xiao Bo, shook his head. A sorrowful expression etched upon his face. Such efforts from the sect leader to plead for you have been in vain. Xiao Lingxi, do you not understand the stature of the Xiao clan? Would we truly go so far as to wrong you? To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is of the utmost virtue, yet your actions have left us humiliated before our peers in Luyun City. As Xiao Lingxi felt the cold, indifferent gazes directed her way, her fragile form trembled, tears welling in her eyes, her mind blank, rendering her unable to articulate a coherent response. At that moment, Xiao Che gently squeezed her hand. Standing beside her, whispering in a tone only she could hear, "And do not fear, refrain from speaking for now, for whatever you say will be of no consequence. Their beliefs do not matter. I will always have faith in you. Leave the rest to me." "Leave the rest to me," she echoed softly within her heart. "Oh, so you are the infamous waste of Luyun City?" Xiao Kuangyun glanced at him disdainfully, a derisive smirk crossing his lips. "Surely, you do not intend to exonerate your aunt, do you? Heh. I am curious to see what you can uncover." Xiao Lai, whose complexion had already turned ashen, made a faint sound, only to be met with Xiao Chei's gesture behind his back, signaling silence. "Very well." Xiao Chei nodded, turning his gaze towards Xiao Yuhai, sect leader. "I have several inquiries regarding the Tongxian San." Chapter 28. A dramatic turn. Xiao Chei. "What do you mean by this?" The Grand Elder, Xiao Li, immediately erupted in anger. "Are you suggesting that the sect leader orchestrated the theft of Tongxian San and then framed Xiaolingxi? The theft of the Tongxian San was rooted in your actions. And should you continue with such baseless claims, you might find yourself facing punishment as well." "Step back. Grand Elder, please, do not be agitated," Xiao Chei replied, smiling benignly, his demeanor seemingly harmless. "I would not dare question the sect leader. I merely seek to voice my own uncertainties, which I believe echo the sentiments of many present. Those who understand the sect leader's character are not few, and surely, they too must be perplexed by this course of action. The master, undoubtedly of impeccable integrity, would never stoop to engage in such despicable acts, unworthy of both heaven and earth. Thus, the master shall surely provide the most exquisite explanation, shall he not?" The individuals of the Xiao clan, along with the prominent dignitaries of Luyun City, were secretly astonished by the transformation of Xiao Chei, whom they knew to be frail and timid, often intimidated by interactions with outsiders. Now, in a highly tense atmosphere and under the watchful eyes of many, he spoke eloquently and maintained his composure in the face of the Grand Elder's admonitions, presenting a stark contrast to the timid person they were familiar with. The words "worse than pigs and dogs," unworthy of respect, caused Xiao Yunhai's face to twitch involuntarily. He lifted his gaze towards Xiao Chei and, with a faint smile, remarked, "There is no need for the Grand Elder to be agitated. It is quite natural for Xiao Chei to harbor such questions. And I believe many friends present share his curiosity. In truth, when I received the Tongxian powder from young Master Xiao yesterday, I did intend to keep it close at hand. However, the Tongxian powder is a high-grade elixir brought by the Xiao clan, and is exceedingly precious. The more advanced the elixir, the more susceptible its potency is to dissipate. Even the slightest loss of such a precious concoction constitutes a significant loss. Had I kept it on my person, frequent exposure to impure energies, despite the protective presence of the black mysterious wood, would still likely lead to its rapid dissipation. Thus, I opted to store it in the apothecary room. After all, the apothecary room has accumulated various medicinal materials over the years, creating a rich reservoir of medicinal energy. In an environment abundant with such energies, the essence of the spiritual herbs is less likely to dissipate, and this is precisely the reason for my decision." Having spoken, Xiao Yunhai let out a profound sigh. Xiao Yunhai's explanation was nothing short of impeccable. The Grand Elder immediately let out another stern reprimand. "Xiao Chei, are you comprehending this clearly? The sect master placed the Tongxian powder in the medicinal chamber precisely because of his meticulous nature, intending to safeguard the potency of the powder. Who could have anticipated that a traitor would emerge from within the family? Do you have anything further to say?" "Oh, I see." Xiao Chei nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Xiao Yunhai's clarification. "Indeed, the sect master is remarkably erudite, even possessing knowledge of the essence of medicinal vapors. Therefore, my second inquiry is directly related to this vapor." Xiao Chei narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with a gentle smile. "Speaking of medicinal vapors, our Xiao clan's pharmacy has amassed a plethora of various herbs over several decades, indeed quite abundant. Moreover, as the herb siluo grass is the most plentiful in the pharmacy, the aroma of the medicinal vapors predominantly carries its sweet and savory scent. The clan leader is also aware that the box containing the Tongxian powder is crafted from black mysterious ebony, which effectively preserves the potency of the elixir from dissipating. Do you know the reason why black mysterious ebony can safeguard the efficacy of the elixir? The principle is quite straightforward. Black mysterious ebony possesses a remarkable ability to absorb fine particles. When the dispersing medicinal power encounters the ebony, it is firmly absorbed, making it exceedingly difficult to diffuse. Once the surface reaches saturation, the medicinal essence cannot escape. I believe those present with a basic understanding of medicine would recognize this principle." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yunhai's expression subtly shifted. Xiao Che astutely deduced that Xiao Yunhai would never place the Tongxian San within the medicinal chamber. For if it were to be stolen, it would surely lead to his lamentations. Indeed, Xiao Yunhai had not concealed the Tongxian San in the medicinal chamber. As for the medicinal chamber, Xiao Gu had already been informed, and under the intimidation of the Xiao clan. How could Xiao Gu dare to utter a single word of dissent? I wonder if the sect leader would dare to present that box to us. So we may discern whether it bears the appropriate scent, Xiao Che remarked with a smile. Xiao Che, you are indeed questioning the sect leader, which is utterly preposterous. Before Xiao Yunhai could respond, Xiao Li erupted in fury once again. To shield your little aunt, you audaciously cast aspersions upon the sect leader, which is simply absurd and laughable. It is incomprehensible. The Xiao clan has wasted years on you. Now, leave at once. Haha. There is no need for the elder to be so agitated. Their aunt-nephew bond has always been quite strong, and it is only natural for him to seek a rationale for his inquiries. Furthermore, his reasoning is quite justifiable. If he wishes to ascertain whether there is an issue with the box, then let it be demonstrated to him. However, the Tongxian San and this black mysterious wood are treasures that must not be handled carelessly. Having said this, Xiao Yunhai turned to Xiao Kuangyun and respectfully stated, Then I must trouble young Master Xiao to serve as a witness. I believe that your presence will be more convincing than that of anyone else. Xiao Che concealed a cold smirk, yet maintained an impassive expression as he slightly nodded. Indeed, if it is young Master Xiao, he is undoubtedly the most trustworthy. I implore young Master Xiao to indulge me by discerning the scent emanating from the box, to alleviate the doubts that weigh upon my heart. As Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Yunhai's gazes met, they simultaneously pondered how Xiao Che, the fool, could possibly grasp that this was a scheme they had orchestrated together. Xiao Kuangyun picked up the box in his hand, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, and remarked nonchalantly, This skepticism is quite intriguing. If that is the case, allow me to take a whiff. With that, he raised the box containing the Tongxian powder to his nose, inhaled earnestly, then frowned slightly, stating, Though the scent is not overpowering, it indeed possesses a sweet, yet fishy aroma. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, Elder, why not come over and take a sniff? This way, no one can claim that I conspired with the sect master. How could young Master Xiao, of such esteemed standing, utter falsehoods? Elder Xiao Li promptly flattered, obediently moving closer to inhale deeply. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a sweet yet fishy fragrance. His expression turned stern as he glared, declaring, Xiao Che, do you have anything further to say? Young Master and the sect master have already shown you great favor. Should you persist in your absurdity, I shall personally expel you. Oh, please, Elder, quell your anger. Xiao Che waved his hand, his countenance shifting to one of peculiarity. It is rather astonishing that both young Master and Elder have detected a sweet and fishy scent. Cough. I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Given young Master's noble status, he must inevitably engage with superior elixirs, and surely he would not spare a glance at mundane herbs like Shu Luo grass. The sect master and elder, devoted to their cultivation, naturally have little time for the apothecary. Thus may be unaware that the scent of Shu Luo grass is not sweet and fishy, but rather sweet and bitter. Anyone who visits the apothecary now could confirm this. Yet, young Master and elder have both perceived a fishy scent, which I simply cannot comprehend. Might anyone present elucidate this for me? Upon utterance of these words, the expressions of everyone present transformed dramatically, becoming extraordinarily vivid. In stark contrast, Xiao Kuangyun, Xiao Yunhai, and Elder Xiao Li momentarily froze, their faces stiffening, though only for an instant. It was clear to many observers, those familiar with the scent of Shu Luo grass, along with a few disciples of the Xiao sect accustomed to visiting the apothecary, were left agape. Many hearts began to race as they detected an unusual atmosphere. Xiao Che, you insolent wretch, cease your prattle. Not only do you attempt to shield Xiaolingxi, but you dare to question the sect master and young master. Your rambling here is nothing short of a deliberate mockery. Elder Xiao Li's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with fury. Young master, sect master, do not heed his nonsense any longer. The theft of the Tongxian powder has already been clarified. We need not squander more time. This scoundrel not only instigated the chaos, but also harbors the criminal, thus offending both the sect master and young master, and he deserves to be punished collectively. It was evident to all who were not deaf that Elder Xiao Li's tone was laced with indignation. He entirely avoided addressing the earlier misperception of the scent, providing not a single word of explanation. Having spoken, without waiting for Xiao Yuhai and the others to respond, Xiao Chei's gaze fell upon Xiao Jiu's deathly pale face. His expression remained indifferent, yet his eyes had transformed into a piercing glare. He spoke with unwavering clarity, inquiring, "Xiao Jiu, you claimed that the Tongxian powder was discovered beneath my aunt's pillow. Therefore, could you enlighten me as to whether the bed in my aunt's room is situated on the eastern or western side? What color is the pillow? Is it placed at the southern or northern end of the bed?" Xiao Jiu's expression suddenly stiffened, while the faces of Xiao Kuangyin and Xiao Yuhai also turned remarkably grim. Chapter 29, A Sudden Change. Xiao Jiu's silence, coupled with the grim expressions of Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Yunhai, revealed an understanding even to the most oblivious. Xiao Chei and Xiao Lingxi, their hands covering their faces, gazed with a haze of confusion. In her moment of despair and solitude, when all others distanced themselves, questioning and wronging her, he stood resolutely before her, unflinching, even against those whom the Xiao clan dared not provoke. This figure, already deeply etched in her heart, became ever clearer, a presence destined to endure and never fade. Summer Qingwei's eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. What was once an impeccably crafted scheme, believed by all to be infallible, was utterly dismantled by his few simple yet profound inquiries. She increasingly recognized that she had never truly comprehended him. No, it was more accurate to say that he had concealed his extraordinary medical prowess from everyone. At this moment, he revealed an astuteness that was impossible to overlook. The expressions of everyone subtly shifted, yet Xiao Lai's countenance remained taut and unyielding, darkening further as his hands quietly clenched. He had known from the outset that this was a frame-up. The moment he discerned Xiao Kuangyun's gaze directed at Xiao Lingxi, his fury crystallized. Yet, he remained silent, unable to voice his thoughts. Now, Xiao Chei's words laid bare their vile intentions before all present. What would follow? Would they be consumed by shame? Would they offer apologies? Or would they vehemently declare it all a misunderstanding? Such possibilities were non-existent. This would only incite their anger further, spiraling the situation into chaos and amplifying the consequences. Although everyone in attendance understood the truth, none would dare utter that this was a frame-up. Instead, they would bend under the weight of the other's wrath, like reeds in the wind, for the other party was the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. With a mere finger, he could extinguish the entire Xiao clan. Without sufficient power, even the most eloquent arguments would hold no weight. In the face of absolute strength, so-called truth would not even be regarded as a jest. Xiao Chei, you rebellious scion of the Xiao clan, cease your words. The elder pointed at Xiao Chei, his voice trembling with fury. You continue to seek absurd justifications to defame the clan leader and the esteemed guest of the Xiao clan. What is your true intention? The Xiao clan is a force to be reckoned with. Would they frame Xiao Lingxi? The name of the Xiao clan is known throughout the land. Their words carry weight. The Tongxian San was found in Xiao Lingxi's chamber, thus it belongs to her. No one in Luyan City has the right to question this. It is utterly outrageous to doubt the esteemed guest of the Xiao clan. The clan leader and young Master Xiao have shown remarkable restraint, yet you have audaciously overstepped. Young Master Xiao, clan leader, I implore you, swiftly apprehend the thief Xiao Lingxi and the blasphemous Xiao Chei here. The second elder, Xiao Bo, shouted with fury etched across his face. The truth was clear to all, yet no one dared to speak it aloud. The grand elder and the second elder roared shamelessly, and not a single person stepped forward to speak a word on behalf of Xiao Chei and Xiao Lingxi. Instead, they gazed at them with a look of pity, facing the Xiao clan. Yet, even if you held the utmost justification, even if you fully unraveled your intentions and the truth, what significance would it hold? Xiao Kuangyun's countenance had darkened to the hue of coal. He never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would be so brazenly thwarted, especially in front of such a multitude. Although these onlookers continued to regard him with a semblance of reverence, not one dared to utter a word. Yet he could easily surmise that in the recesses of their minds, they were undoubtedly mocking him as a fool. All of this turmoil was instigated by Xiao Chei. The shift in circumstances had been alarmingly swift. Just when he had seemingly gained the upper hand, the opponent had cast aside all semblance of decorum and charged forward. Xiao Chei was indeed somewhat flustered, retreating a step as he whispered to Xia Qingwei, "Hey, where is your master?" The audacity with which Xiao Chei confronted the Xiao family in front of their clan was not born of reckless bravado, but rather stemmed from the knowledge that Xiao Lingxi's master was nearby. Just the night before, he had specifically urged Xia Qingwei to inform her master. Yet now, Xia Qingwei seemed to be utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Xiao Cheng's profound strength ranked among the top 5 within the Xiao clan. rendering Xiao Che and Xiao Lingxi utterly incapable of mounting any resistance before him. At that moment, a towering figure suddenly emerged, positioning itself protectively in front of Xiao Che and Xiao Lingxi, its entire being pulsating with profound energy. With a forceful thrust, it propelled forward, creating a thunderous sound that stirred a cloud of dust into the air. The oncoming Xiao Cheng was directly struck, sent flying through the air, and upon landing, he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally managing to regain his balance. Within the confines of the Xiao clan, or rather, within the city of Luyun, the only one capable of delivering such a devastating blow to him was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Lingxian realm, Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai, what is your intent? Are you brazenly attempting to shield him? In the past, facing Xiao Lai, Xiao Cheng would have undoubtedly felt intimidated. However, now he roared with newfound confidence, though he understood that at this juncture, any struggles or justifications would be futile. Xiao Lai could not stand idly by while Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Che were wronged. Ignoring Xiao Cheng, he turned towards the high platform and declared, "Clan leader, I have something to say regarding today's events. My daughter, Xiao Lingxi, could never be the one who stole the Tongxian San." "Huh? Xiao Lingxi is indeed your daughter, so you would naturally defend her," Xiao Li retorted with a cold sneer. "Yet the truth is glaringly evident. Your attempts at evasion are in vain. Should you dare to obstruct or protect further, do not blame us for disregarding our kinship and taking you down as well." Aligning with Xiao Kuangyun, Xiao Li spoke with an audacity that, even in broad daylight, exuded righteousness. The audacity displayed on his face was anything but ordinary. Xiao Lai's expression was remarkably composed as he gazed at Xiao Yunhai, calmly articulating, "The Tongxian San possesses the capability to mend the Xian veins." This information was intended for Xi'er. However, after imparting it to her, I found myself regretting it. For I am well aware of her temperament and feared that in a moment of impulse, she might actually resort to stealing the Tongxian San. Thus, I vigilantly stood guard at her courtyard entrance throughout the night, remaining until dawn. She did not set foot outside her door, not even for a moment. "Humph," Xiao Li scoffed derisively. "In your attempts to exonerate your daughter, you contrive the most ludicrous justifications. Do you truly believe anyone would take your words to heart? Friends present, is there anyone among you who believes him?" Confronted by the somber gazes of the 4 from the Xiao clan, not a soul dared to utter a word. Xiao Lai's gaze was resolute and unyielding as he proclaimed, "Though my life may lack notable achievements, I have lived with integrity and honor. While I am not a paragon of virtue, I have always scorned the petty and the unscrupulous. I neither harm others nor deceive them. If any part of what I have just uttered is false, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may I meet a wretched end." Xiao Lai's words resonated with a profound intensity, striking directly at the heart. Each utterance was imbued with a deep sense of righteousness and vigor. Not only was Xiao Lai the foremost powerhouse of Luyun City, but his integrity was also widely acknowledged. He had no need to invoke oaths of divine retribution or accursed demise. The people would wholeheartedly trust his proclamations. In truth, his declarations were unnecessary, for Xiao Che's prior assertions had already laid the truth bare before all. However, under the overwhelming authority of the Xiao clan, the circumstances that unjustly implicated Xiao Lingxi could not be altered. Regardless of how many pieces of evidence Xiao Lai presented, it would ultimately prove futile, merely inciting further wrath from Xiao Kuangyun. Suddenly, a disdainful laughter erupted from the front row where the Xiao family members were seated. Xiao Yulong, who had remained silent until this moment, stood up and faced Xiao Lai, a serene smile gracing his features. "This matter does not warrant my intervention. Yet upon hearing the grandiose claims of the 5th elder, I find myself unable to remain composed. How can one who has deceived the entire Xiao clan for over a decade dare to proclaim himself as upright and never misleading? It is nothing short of a colossal farce." The brevity of those words, which spoke of deceiving the entire Xiao clan for years, left the audience in stunned silence. Listening to Xiao Yulong's remarks and observing his expression, Xiao Che's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Xiao Yulong, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Lai demanded, his expression suddenly grave. At this moment, Xiao Yunhai spoke up with a serious expression, saying, "Yulong, Elder 5 has always been highly esteemed. Now, with esteemed guests from the Xiao clan and friends from Luyun City present, you must refrain from speaking carelessly." Xiao Yulong inclined his body slightly and said, "Please rest assured, Father, I would never dare to speak frivolously in broad daylight." He gazed at Xiao Lai, his eyes narrowing as a subtle smile graced his lips. "Elder 5, you claim to be upright and never deceive others. Therefore, Do you have the courage to swear by all the honors your son Xiaoying held in life that Xiaoche is indeed your biological grandson? Chapter 30. A dramatic shift. Xiao Yulong's words caused Xiaolai to tremble all over, his pupils abruptly constricting as he stood there in stunned silence. Observing the sinister smile on Xiao Yulong's face, he realized with chilling clarity that he had overheard every whisper uttered by him at his son Xiao Ying's grave that day. Xiao Yulong's words instantly ignited a fervor in the crowd, leaving everyone agape, their gazes fixed upon Xiaolai. As they beheld Xiaolai's extraordinary reaction, their astonishment magnified manifold, and the murmurs of discussion grew increasingly animated. Xiaoche was utterly stunned, and upon noticing Xiaolai's reaction, he found himself completely at a loss. Xiao Lingxi wore a similarly dazed expression, staring blankly at Xiaolai. From Xiao Yulong's earlier words and Xiaolai's response, the onlookers had subtly begun to infer this truth. Yet when Xiao Yulong stated it so explicitly, it resonated like a thunderclap in the air. Everyone within the Xiao clan was left in sheer astonishment. Those familiar with Xiaolai widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Xiao Yunhai, too, wore a look of shock and immediately adopted a serious tone. Yulong, this is a matter of bloodline significance. You must not speak carelessly. Xiao Yulong spoke with gravity. Such a significant matter. My child would never dare to utter a single falsehood. What is the truth? One need only consult Elder Wu to ascertain it. Elder Wu, I believe you have grasped my words clearly. If you harbor no guilt in your heart, and if Xiaoche is indeed your biological grandson, would you dare to swear by all the honors your son Xiaoying possessed in his lifetime? All gazes converged upon Xiaolai. He stood frozen, his expression growing increasingly bitter. For a long while, he remained silent, offering no defense. His son Xiaoying had been his greatest pride in life, even in death. He could never pledge by the legacy of Xiao Ying's honors. Xiaoche opened his mouth, yet he found himself utterly incapable of uttering a single word. A profound sense of oppression swiftly enveloped his entire being. Father, how could Xiaoche not be your beloved grandson? Please speak. Urgently tell them. Xiao Lingxi fervently shook Xiaolai's body, her voice trembling with panic. Yet, Xiaolai remained as though petrified, lingering in silence. Gradually, his complexion transformed into one of despondency, as if he had aged a decade in the blink of an eye. Xiaolai slowly tilted his head back, drawing in a deep breath. Xiao Yulong compelled him to swear by his son, Xiaoying, a pledge he found utterly impossible to fulfill. Thus, the secret he had concealed for 16 years was destined to remain undisclosed no longer. He had believed this matter would remain hidden for a lifetime, until the day he departed from this world. Yet, unexpectedly, it was revealed in such a brief span of time, in a setting he could never have anticipated. Before so many witnesses, mercilessly exposed. Xiaolai's demeanor was already tacitly accepted. Otherwise, he could have sworn without hesitation to silence Xiao Yulong. Everyone in the Xiao clan stood in stunned silence. Even Xia Qingyue's eyes were wide with astonishment. Xia Hongyi, who had remained quietly on the periphery, wore an expression of disbelief. How could it be that Xiaoche was not the son of Xiaoying? How could this be possible? Grandfather. Xiaoche approached Xiaolai, each step laden with an overwhelming weight. Observing the seemingly aged visage of his grandfather, a wave of bitterness surged within him. Striving to maintain his composure, he softly inquired, Grandfather, is this truly happening? Xiaolai lowered his head, gazing at Xiaoche. A bittersweet smile graced his lips, and within his murky eyes lay a complexity that Xiaoche could not fathom. Though you are not my biological grandson, I have always regarded you as such throughout these years. The prior silence was an unspoken acknowledgement, and this statement resonated clearly, unmistakably affirming their bond for all to hear. The Xiao clan was suddenly thrown into an uproar. Without a doubt, this was the most explosive news they had encountered in all their years within the Xiao clan. Xiaoche stood there, lost in thought, as though his spirit had departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingxi was equally taken aback. She shook her head vigorously and exclaimed to Xiaolai, Father, what are you saying? Xiaoche grew up alongside me. He is the biological son of my brother, Xiaoying. How could he possibly not be your true grandson? You must be joking, right? At that moment, a hand reached out and grasped Xiao Lingxi's, restoring Xiaoche's expression to one of calm. He looked at Xiao Lingxi with a gentle smile and softly shook his head, saying, It's all right, dear aunt. Grandfather has always been my grandfather. And you have always been my dear aunt. We have always been the closest of kin. Regardless of blood ties, our bond remains unaltered. So, does it truly matter whether we are biologically related? Xiao Lingxi's eyes became misty with emotion. Meanwhile, a few enraged individuals, having seized upon a significant grievance against Xiaolai, began to bark like wild dogs. This is utterly outrageous. How could it be that the descendants nurtured by the Shao clan for a full 16 years are not of our blood, but rather a bastard bearing foreign lineage? This is undoubtedly the greatest farce in the history of the Shao clan. Elder Shao Li bellowed in indignation. Shao Li, how could you bring a bastard into the Shao clan, allowing us to nurture him for 16 years? What are we to say about this? Elder Shao Zhe sighed heavily. Knowing full well he is a bastard, you still kept him within the Shao clan, allowing him to enjoy the privileges of an elder's grandson. Shao Li, you have deceived our entire clan for 16 years. If it weren't for the fortunate discovery by Yu Long, he might have lived his whole life under your deception. In that case, the bloodline of the Shao clan would have been tainted by foreign blood. Shao Li, do you understand the magnitude of this sin? Elder Shao Chang pointed an accusing finger at Shao Li, his face flushed with agitation. Elder Shao Bo scolded vehemently. No wonder every descendant of the Shao clan has shown remarkable talents. Yet suddenly there appears a talentless wretch. It turns out that this waste we have nurtured for 16 years is merely a bastard. If this were to spread, wouldn't the Shao clan become a laughingstock in Liyan City? Not only the 4 elders, but also the middle-aged members belonging to the 4 elder factions, as well as various stewards and managers, stepped forward to mercilessly criticize Shao Li. In an instant, he became the target of their collective ire. 5th elder, you. Xiao Yunhai's expression shifted dramatically before he let out a long sigh. Ah, what a farcical spectacle I have witnessed. The Shao clan, which has developed to this point, is now mixed with a bastard of unknown origin. I feel ashamed for you all, Xiao Kuangyan remarked, his voice sharp and unpleasant. He cast a glance at Xiao Che and coldly stated, today is the assembly of the Shao clan. Aside from those belonging to the clan and permitted guests, there is no room for outsiders. Clan master, what are you waiting for? Expel this bastard at once, forbidding him from ever stepping foot in the Shao clan again. A pained expression flickered across Xiao Yunhai's face, but after a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and addressed Xiao Che. Xiao Che, the 5th elder has already acknowledged that you are not his grandson. There is no trace of our Shao clan's blood within you. Although we have raised you for 16 years, you have remained blissfully unaware of this truth. If we were to demand anything from you, it would only reflect our own ingratitude. Depart now, leave our Shao clan at once, and from this moment forth, let there be no ties between us. You are forbidden to set foot within our clan again. His gaze then returned to Xiao Che, prompting silent reflections among many present. Yet, Xiao Che displayed neither plea nor sorrow upon his countenance. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhai's words, he merely smiled, a smile that was both understated and laced with irony. There is no need for the clan leader and esteemed elders to concern themselves with me. Since I do not belong to your Shao clan, I shall take my leave. And I shall do so immediately. He stepped forward, standing before Shao Li, his eyes trembling. After a moment of bewilderment, he asked, Grandfather, if I am not your grandson, then who are my biological parents? Shao Li had long anticipated that he would pose this question. He closed his eyes and slowly shook his head, saying, I do not know. You are an eagle's child found from the outside, and even he does not know who your biological parents are. From the flickering complexity in Shao Li's gaze, Xiao Che discerned that this was not the genuine truth. He must have known something about his true heritage, however. In the presence of so many, he found himself unable to speak it. With a heavy thud, Xiao Che knelt before Shao Li, speaking earnestly, Grandfather. Though I am not your blood, for the past 16 years, your care has far surpassed that of a biological parent. You have nurtured, raised, and protected me, expending countless efforts and devotion. The grace you have bestowed upon me over these 16 years is something I can never repay in my lifetime. I have always felt profoundly fortunate to have such a wonderful grandfather like you. Although I have only just learned that I do not possess the bloodline of the Shao family, what does it matter? You are my grandfather, and I am your grandson. Regardless of our blood ties, this bond of affection will forever reside in my heart. As long as you do not reject me, I shall eternally remain your grandson. His heartfelt words resonated deeply, stirring the emotions of all present. Shao Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded solemnly. His voice hoarse as he uttered a single word of affirmation, good, and reached out, intending to help Xiao Che rise. Yet, Xiao Che evaded his hand, bowing deeply as he prostrated himself before Xiao Li 3 times. Grandfather, little aunt, no matter what transpires after my departure, please take good care of yourselves and cherish your health. As Xiao Che rose, a bruise marred his forehead. Yet, the smile adorning his face remained as gentle as the warm breeze of spring. He turned and walked with a composed demeanor towards the door. He hesitated to leave, for both his grandfather and aunt were still present. He yearned to protect them with his very life. However, he understood that departure was imperative, otherwise, his grandfather and aunt would inevitably face unforeseen repercussions. Even if he wished to remain, he would be forcibly expelled. Xiaoqie possessed an extraordinary intellect and profound composure. Yet he found himself devoid of strength, powerless to resist or shield his grandfather and aunt, lacking even the energy to struggle against his expulsion. He longed for immense power to safeguard them, to absolve all disgrace, to see those who revealed their grotesque visages today filled with regret, to wish for Shao Kuan-Yun to meet a fate worse than death, and to demand that the entire Shao clan pay a price that would be eternally etched in memory. Please ensure the safety of my grandfather and aunt, he implored softly as he passed by Xia Qingyue, his voice a mere whisper meant solely for her ears. This enigmatic and proud man, when uttering those words, revealed an earnest plea within his gaze, a depth of yearning that perhaps he had never expressed before, rendering his supplication particularly poignant. Xia Qingyue felt a tremor within her heart, an almost suffocating sensation. Almost involuntarily, she slowly nodded in response. Chapter 31. Ice Cloud 7 Fairies. Chu Yuli, wait. You cannot leave just yet. A voice called from behind, prompting Xiaoqie to pause momentarily. Xiao Yulong approached him swiftly, his expression a portrait of righteousness. Everyone is aware that Xiaoqie married just 4 days ago, and his bride is none other than the esteemed jewel of Luyan City, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Qingyue. However, let us not forget the reason Xia Qingyue consented to marry Xiaoqie. It was due to the life debt owed to her by Xiao Ying, the son of the fifth elder, who saved her life years ago, as well as the betrothal established 16 years prior. Yet, whether it be for gratitude or an engagement, the one she should have married is Xiao Ying's legitimate son, not this illegitimate child who bears no blood of the Xiao clan and has appeared from the shadows. Xiao Yulong's words instantly reminded everyone of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Xia Qingyue's marriage to Xiaoqie was rooted in a betrothal made 16 years ago, and now, Xiaoqie was no longer the son of Xiao Ying. Thus, this grand wedding was fundamentally a misstep. If it is indeed a blunder, it must be addressed. Xia Hongyi remained silent, yet his countenance betrayed his discomfort. Meanwhile, those members of the Xiao clan, who had long disapproved of Xia Qingyue's union with Xiaoqie, finally found an opportunity to voice their frustrations, erupting into chaotic shouts. Xiao Yulong was correct. Xia Qingyue is wedded to our Xiao clan. And now that we know Xiaoqie is not one of us, this marriage must be annulled. Elder Wu, who was fully aware that Xiaoqie did not belong to the Xiao clan, facilitating this union was nothing short of disgraceful deception. Xiaoqie, an utterly inept individual, is unworthy of Xia Qingyue. Annul the marriage at once and expel him from the Xiao clan. Xiao's patriarch, speak up. Have you not been deceived by Elder Wu and Xiaoqie for so many years, turning your daughter's marriage into a farce? Do you not feel a sense of indignation? The cacophony of sarcasm, condemnation, schadenfreude, and spiteful remarks echoed around them as the previous envy towards Xiaoqie's marriage to Xia Qingyue finally found an outlet, with each shout more grating than the last. Standing on the side of righteousness, every voice echoed with a sense of moral superiority as if they were conducting a trial. At this moment, Xiao Yunhai interjected, his expression stern as he declared, Xiaoqie, you have heard what everyone has said. You are utterly unqualified to marry the daughter of the Xia family, to prevent our Xiao clan from becoming a laughingstock in Luyan City. And to spare the Xia family further humiliation, kindly surrender the marriage certificate before you depart from our clan. Xiaoqie remained silent, reaching into his bosom and retrieving a marriage certificate. This document had been kept close to him, for within the Xiao clan, there were countless individuals eager to obliterate the sacred bond. Upon seeing the situation, Xiao Yulong swiftly approached, intent on seizing the document. Yet, Xiaoqie deftly sidestepped, placing the marriage certificate into Xia Qingyue's hands. Instinctively, she grasped the certificate, her gaze momentarily clouded with confusion. Our union, whether to part or to remain, is a matter solely between us. Not even the mightiest of deities may intervene. Xiaoqie's voice, cold and resolute, resonated in the ears of all present. Gradually, his tone softened as he gazed tenderly at Xia Qingyue. At this moment, I lack the ability to safeguard this marriage certificate, thus I entrust it to you. Should you wish to continue as my wife, cherish it. If you seek complete freedom, then feel free to destroy it. Though he relinquished the responsibility of protecting their marriage and the right to choose into Xia Qingyue's hands, which somewhat diminished his masculine dignity, Xiaoqie found himself with no other alternatives at that moment. Xiaoqie has always been a minor character, a mere shadow even within the Xiao clan. Despite the brilliance of his incisive words today that left many in awe, it did little to alter the prevailing perception of him that has persisted for over a decade. Consequently, his departure is merely a trivial affair to everyone. They will revel in his misfortune for a moment before their attention swiftly shifts to the marriage contract held by Miss Xia. Miss Xia, I imagine you must be quite incensed upon discovering the truth. Xiao Yulong approached her with a disingenuous smile, continuing. Not only has Xiao Che deceived our Xiao clan for 16 years, but he has also brought misfortune upon your Xia family. However, fret not. For all you need to do is tear up that marriage contract, and everything that transpired will dissipate into thin air. The entirety of Luyun City will understand and support your decision. Moreover, with your exceptional talent and beauty, you are certain to find a suitor who surpasses Xiao Che by 1,000-fold. Since witnessing Xiao Yulong's disgraceful demeanor last time, Xia Qingwei has harbored a profound disdain for him, which has now reached its zenith. She coldly retorted, Did you not hear my husband's words clearly? Matters concerning us as a couple are not for outsiders to meddle in. Xiao Yulong's expression suddenly changed, reflecting the transformation in the countenances of many others present. Almost everyone had long believed that Xia Qingwei was compelled to marry Xiao Che out of gratitude, bound by a promise made 16 years ago. Otherwise, with her remarkable talents and beauty, she could have chosen any suitor from across the realm. They had anticipated that Xia Qingwei would unhesitatingly tear up the marriage contract. To their astonishment, she echoed Xiao Che's sentiments almost verbatim, speaking with unwavering determination, and referred to him as her husband. In the somewhat vacant depths of Xiao Lai's eyes, a flicker of unusual brilliance emerged, illuminating his gaze towards Xia Qingwei with a newfound gentleness. Despite the oppressive weight of the Xiao clan and the collective outcry from the family, her words resonated with profound significance. Regardless of what the future may hold, she had undeniably honored Xiao Che, having valiantly upheld his final dignity. Even Xiao Lingxi, who had harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Xia Qingwei, now felt a genuine sense of gratitude for her. Meanwhile, the previously silent Xiao Hongyi slowly nodded, a look of appreciation and delight gracing his features. Xiao Kuangyan's countenance turned ashen. Should Xia Qingwei refrain from tearing up the marriage contract, his pursuit of her would become exceedingly troublesome. This was largely due to the presence of Xiao Mozhan, who had accompanied him, the vice master of the Xiao clan's discipline hall, stern and unyielding. Was someone even he dared not offend? Mozhan was there not only to protect him but also to keep a vigilant watch, preventing any actions that might tarnish the reputation of the Xiao clan. While Mozhan might turn a blind eye to his flirtations, he would never allow him to forcibly take a married woman. Regardless of Xiao Kuangyan being the clan leader's own son, he would intervene decisively. Yet, as the son of the esteemed leader of the Xiao clan, how could he possibly be thwarted by a mere merchant's daughter from Luyun City? With a furrowed brow, he declared with authority, This matter is beyond your discretion. This marriage impacts the reputation of the Xiao family, which is a branch of our illustrious clan, thereby indirectly affecting our own standing. The Xiao clan is renowned far and wide, and we shall not permit anyone to sully our name. Xiaoba, destroy that marriage contract at once. Yes, young master. Xiao Kuangyan forcefully articulated a reason so far-fetched that it was almost absurd, yet none dared to refute him. Xiao Mozhang remained utterly silent. Xiaoba responded immediately, his body leaping from the high platform, charging towards Xiang Qingyue's direction, his gaze firmly fixed on the marriage certificate in her hand. As Xiao Zong made his move, even if he were merely a subordinate, who in Luyun City could possibly stand in his way? Just when everyone believed that the marriage contract in Xia Qingyue's hands was destined to be lost, a sudden, piercing sound descended from the heavens, accompanied by an intensely frigid wind. The unexpected turn of events elicited gasps from the crowd, and Xiao Mozhang, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, directing his gaze skyward. At that moment, a clear and chilling voice resonated from above. Your Xiao Zong has truly grown bolder, daring to interfere in the marriage affairs of my palace disciples. By what authority do you presume to act? The sky was a brilliant blue, occasionally adorned with wisps of white clouds. A woman clad entirely in white floated gracefully in the air, her icy gaze surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. Her beauty was unparalleled. With a complexion as pure as snow, lips like crimson petals, and a physique as exquisite as jade, radiating an ethereal, sacred aura reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the moon palace, or a solitary, frost-kissed Tianshan ice lotus, untouched by the mortal realm. While her visage was distinctly visible, her age remained enigmatic. She appeared to be in her 20s, 30s, or perhaps even a mere teenager. Surrounding her was a shimmering aura of ice spirits, akin to the breath of a fairy, breathtaking and dreamlike. The stunning scenery above captivated everyone, leaving them entranced. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke through the silence. Xin Xin Du Su Kong. It is Xin Du Su Kong. This exclamation struck like thunder, causing jaws to drop and eyes to bulge in astonishment. The gaze directed at the floating woman transformed dramatically. Indeed, this woman hovered effortlessly in the air, unassisted by any mystical artifact or flying beast. She was entirely reliant on her own strength. To achieve such aerial prowess, one must possess the cultivation at least at the celestial profound realm. This woman in the sky was, astonishingly, the legendary celestial profound realm. The Ice Cloud 7 Immortals. Xiao Mozang murmured, his entire being tensed, a deep apprehension flashing in his eyes. What? What did you say? The floating woman, Xiao Kuangyan, who had been mesmerized, suddenly heard the 4 words Ice Cloud 7 Immortals and felt a jolt of shock. The Ice Cloud 7 Immortals, affiliated with the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, were the 7 women of highest rank, second only to the palace master, figures whom even his father deeply feared. It was said that among the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals, the weakest possessed the celestial profound realm, while the strongest was rumored to be on the verge of reaching the king profound level. It was the very existence of the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals that had kept Xiao Zong's status firmly suppressed by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. For 3 consecutive seasons of the Tsongfeng ranking wars, Xiao Zong had been defeated by the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Young master, she is Chu Yueli, the 5th ranked among the Ice Cloud 7 Immortals. I do not know why she is here, but whatever the case, do not offend her. 10 of me combined would not be her match. Xiao Mozang spoke in a low voice. He was acutely aware of Xiao Kuangyun's character. This man, driven by lust, would be utterly reckless should he provoke Chu Yueli, and the consequences would be utterly dire. Advertisement 1. Tomorrow, the 17th, at 1800 hours. A live interview with Mars will take place in the Anti-Sky Evil God Forum. Everyone is warmly invited to participate and engage with questions. I have also prepared inquiries to pose to you, and those who answer correctly will receive prizes. For detailed rules, please refer to the pinned post in the forum. To find the forum, search for Anti-Sky Evil God on Baidu or directly access P3352115639. Advertisement 2. Please add Mars on WeChat, Wox and Genie99. As for the reason to add, I have yet to contemplate it. I will share it once I have figured it out. Chapter 32. The Ice Fairy's demeanor upon hearing Xiao Moshang's words. Xiao Kuangyun dared not show off any longer. His expression promptly sobered as he looked up and said, "So it is the Ice Cloud Fairy, Miss Chu. I, Xiao Kuangyun of the Xiao clan, feel immensely fortunate to encounter you here. However, might I inquire why Miss Chu has graced this humble Luyun city today? Is there a matter of importance? My father has always advised that one should show utmost respect to the fairies of the Ice Cloud Palace. And if there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to speak." At the mention of the Ice Cloud Palace, all present were momentarily struck dumb, their throats emitting a synchronized gulp. What divine favor has befallen this small Luyun city today? A place typically scorned by even the most mediocre sects is now graced not only by members of the Xiao clan, but also by someone from the Ice Cloud Palace. No wonder this woman exudes such ethereal elegance and possesses a beauty that could topple nations. She must indeed be of significant standing within the Ice Cloud Palace. Otherwise, Xiao Kuangyan, as the son of the Xiao clan's leader, would not be so deferential. Why have I come here? Chu Yueli replied with a cold gaze. Has your Xiao clan dared to bully my disciple, and I should stand idly by while you torment her? Your disciple? Xiao Kuangyun was taken aback, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Miss Chu, you mean to say your disciple is Xia Qingwei? At that moment, Xia Qingwei approached Chu Yueli, respectfully calling out, Master. These 2 simple words caused Xiao Kuangyan's face to twitch violently, while Xiao Yulong stood in stunned silence. Members of the Xiao clan and the esteemed figures of Luyun City were left gaping in disbelief, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. Heavens! This heiress of the Xia family is actually a disciple of the Ice Cloud Palace. There has been a disciple of the Ice Cloud Palace within Luyun City all along. People's expressions shifted dramatically as they regarded Xia Qingwei, morphing into a mix of shock and reverence. Even their gazes towards Xia Hongyi changed abruptly. Moreover, the recent expulsion of Xiao Che and Xia Qingwei was orchestrated by him as a strategy to present to Xiao Kuangyun. He had even planned how Xiao Kuangyun would win over Xia Qingwei after driving Xiao Che away. If the Ice Cloud Palace were to learn of these machinations, his fate would be dire indeed. As cold sweat poured down, Xiao Yulong looked at Xiao Kuangyan, his face a mask of pleading. It turns out that Xia Qingyue is indeed a disciple of the esteemed Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. The younger generation was previously unaware, leading to some misunderstandings. If she were a disciple from another sect, Xiao Kuangyan would not have paid her any heed. However, the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is unique. Unlike family heritage sects, its disciples are exclusively female, selected from the most gifted individuals across the Tsangfeng continent. Consequently, it is the smallest among the four major sects. Yet it holds a commendable position as the second among them, which speaks volumes about its strength. Each disciple within the palace possesses exceptional talent, devoid of mediocrity, and all are under the palace's unwavering protection. Provoking lower-ranked disciples from other sects may be trivial, and skirmishes leading to injuries or fatalities among them are commonplace. But to provoke the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, regardless of rank, will invoke a fierce response, leaving no room for leniency until a satisfactory resolution is reached. A misunderstanding? It is best to consider it merely a misunderstanding. Will you continue to tear apart the marriage contract of my palace's disciple? Chu Yueli's expression was impassive, her gaze sweeping over the assembly, and none dared to meet her eyes. Though merely a woman, she emanated an aura reminiscent of a celestial being from the Moon Palace, leaving all the men present feeling like mere mortals, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy, scarcely daring to gaze upon her. Since it is a misunderstanding, how could I dare to persist? Xiao Kuangyun replied with a semblance of composure. However, I am perplexed. Though I am not well versed in such matters, I am aware that the fairies of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace are bound by vows of celibacy, never partaking in marriage. How then could this Xia Qingyue? No, this is truly just a misunderstanding, Xiao Kuangyan hastily interjected, turning towards Xia Qingyue. Fairy Xia, I was unaware of your affiliation with the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, and I apologize for my rudeness. Please do not take it to heart. Before arriving here, he could hardly have anticipated encountering someone of Chu Yueli's caliber in this dismal place. His aspirations towards Xia Qingyue were now rendered futile, leaving him frustrated after expending considerable effort. Before Chu Yueli, he was obliged to behave with utmost decorum, which only deepened his sense of indignation. His chest rose and fell with agitation as his gaze shifted towards Shaolingxi. Although Xia Qingyue was unattainable, there was still hope for another. Chu Yueli would undoubtedly protect Xia Qingyue, but she would certainly not extend the same protection to outsiders like Shaolingxi. Otherwise, she would not have remained absent during Xiao Chei's expulsion, only to appear when attention was diverted to Xia Qingyue. Indeed, for Chu Yueli, her sole concern was Xia Qingyue. The fate of others bore no significance to her. She had neither the reason nor the obligation to intervene. Yes, young master. Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu descended simultaneously, advancing towards the flustered Shaolingxi. Master. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qingyue hastily signaled to Chu Yueli with her eyes, imploring her to intervene and safeguard Shaolingxi, at least preventing her from being taken away by Xiao Kuangyun. However, Chu Yueli appeared oblivious, offering no response. Her gaze flickered slightly, and with a gentle sigh, she raised her right hand and waved it delicately. In an instant, a chilling breeze descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiaoba and Xiao Jiu, causing an abrupt shiver to course through their bodies, rendering them motionless and hesitant to advance further. Xiao Kuangyun's expression subtly shifted as he steadied his composure, addressing Chu Xianzi. What do you mean by that? Earlier, Chu Xianzi had reproached me for interfering in the matrimonial affairs of your esteemed sect's disciples. Yet now we are addressing matters pertaining to my own sect. Do you intend to meddle in this? Not at all. I have no interest in entangling myself in the affairs of your sect, Chu Yueli replied with an air of indifference, her gaze devoid of emotion. I merely acted on impulse because there are certain matters I find intolerable. Since you assert that this is purely an internal affair of your sect, may I inquire if Shaolingxi is indeed one of your sect's members? Xiao Kuangyun shook his head and replied, no. However, what she has stolen is the Tongxian powder of our sect. Yet, according to what I have previously heard, this Tongxian powder was a gift you brought from the Xiao clan and was presented to the Xiao Gate yesterday. How is it that something sent out by your Xiao clan still belongs to you? If word of this spreads, are you not concerned about being ridiculed? Chu Yueli spoke with unreserved candor. Xiao Kuangyun's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Shaolingxi belonged to the Xiao clan, not to your Xiao sect. The Tongxian San is also an artifact of the Xiao clan, and it no longer pertains to your Xiao sect. Thus, even if Shaolingxi were to steal the Tongxian San, the responsibility for punishment should rest with the Xiao clan, and it is not a matter for your Xiao sect to intervene. Chu Yueli cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuhai. Merely that one glance sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to instinctively shrink back. Chu Yueli spoke in an indifferent tone, master of the Shao clan. Should the actions of your members who commit theft be dealt with in such a manner? Xiao Yunhai cast a glance at Xiao Kuangyin, gritted his teeth. In feigned calmness as he proclaimed, if any disciple under my command commits theft, the lightest punishment shall be 3 months of confinement in the back mountain. As for Xiao Lingxi, who has stolen the treasured artifacts sent by the Shao clan, she deserves the severest penalty, 15 years of imprisonment in the back mountain, during which she shall not set foot outside the thought reflection gorge. Chu Yuli diverted her gaze and fell silent. What are you still dawdling for? Why haven't you imprisoned her in that thought reflection gorge? Xiao Kuangyin bellowed, his expression stern. Though he felt a sense of injustice and frustration, even he, despite his dullness, recognized that Chu Yuli had afforded him considerable face. Otherwise, she could have directly exposed this scheme as his framing, leaving him unable to retaliate against Xiao Lingxi while simultaneously losing face in public. I have failed in my duties as a mentor and deceived the Shao clan for over a decade. I too should receive severe punishment. Please confine me to the thought reflection gorge as well. As the fourth elder, Xiao Cheng, approached, Xiao Lai spoke calmly, his demeanor composed. With Chu Yuli present, Xiao Cheng dared not act recklessly, uttering not a word beyond decorum as he escorted Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi toward the back mountain. Although their fate ultimately led to a lamentable 15 years of confinement, Xia Qingwei understood that Chu Yuli had reached her limits in this matter. Xiao Lai's voluntary request to be imprisoned alongside Xiao Lingxi was clearly a gesture of companionship and protection for her. In terms of safety, there was no longer much to worry about. As for what lay ahead, they would have to rely on their own destinies. Since this is the case, there is no longer any need for us to linger here, Chu Yuli remarked coolly after Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Lai had been taken away. Xiao Gongzi, I shall remain in this vicinity until your departure from Luyun City. Let us take our leave. Chu Yuli's final remarks caused Xiao Kuangyin to clench his teeth in secret. Her statement that she would remain nearby until his departure was clearly a warning against harboring any ill intentions toward Xiao Lingxi. Although she had merely ensured Xiao Lingxi's safety, her commitment to protect was resolute. After Chu Yuli and Xia Qingwei departed, Xiao Kuangyin slammed his fist heavily onto the armrest of his chair, shattering it into splinters. He had initially expected to acquire 2 breathtaking beauties, only to find that his efforts had amounted to nothing. The consequence was merely driving away an inconsequential figure while imprisoning 2 individuals in the Shao clan's thought reflection gorge, an outcome entirely contrary to his desires. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had gained nothing and had instead sown the seeds of catastrophe for himself and the entire Shao clan. Observing the inquiries regarding the levels of mystical power, I shall reiterate once more. Levels of mystical power: initial mystical realm, entry mystical realm, true mystical realm, spiritual mystical realm, earthly mystical realm, heavenly mystical realm, sovereign mystical realm, overlord mystical realm, monarch mystical realm, divine mystical realm. Levels of mystical artifacts: common artifact, secondary mystical artifact, true mystical artifact, spiritual mystical artifact, earthly mystical artifact, heavenly mystical artifact, sovereign mystical artifact, overlord mystical artifact, monarch mystical artifact, divine artifact. Beast levels: common beast, lesser mystic beast, true mystic beast, spiritual mystic beast, earth mystic beast, heavenly mystic beast, king mystic beast, overlord mystic beast, sovereign mystic beast, divine beast. Mystical power levels, mystical technique levels. Chapter 33, Star Concealment. Sacrificing blood to avenge. On the outskirts of Luyun City, in a corner of an abandoned house, Xiaoche sat there quietly, his frail body leaning against the cold wall behind him, his eyes devoid of focus, staring blankly ahead as if his soul had departed. He had maintained this posture for several hours. In his lifetime on the Songyan continent, he was forsaken by his parents and remained unaware of their identities until his demise. The only connection to them was the pendant he had worn close to his heart. In this life on the Songfan continent, he lost his parents at a tender age. Yet he at least knew their names and had a grandfather and a young aunt. However, fate cruelly played another jest upon him. All of it turned out to be a fabrication. His grandfather was not his true grandfather, nor was his young aunt truly related to him. He remained ignorant of his parents' identities, even oblivious to his own surname. The experiences of 2 lifetimes had broadened his heart. Yet he still found it challenging to swiftly accept this disorienting sensation of being rootless and unanchored. Who am I, and where shall I go next? Expelled from the Shao clan, he could never set foot in the clan again. Deep down, he understood that it was not only the Shao clan. He could no longer remain in the entire Luyun city. He had yet to depart solely because of his concern for his grandfather and young aunt. needing to ensure their safety first. Time flowed slowly, from morning to noon, and then the sky gradually darkened. Amidst a chilling, faint smile, he slowly extended his left hand, revealing a small blade of emerald grass in his palm, one of the two Xingyin grasses he had discovered on the night of his wedding to Xia Qingwei. Found in the mountains behind. He gazed at the Xingyin grass, and suddenly, a verdant glow erupted from his palm, enveloping the grass within its radiant embrace. Beneath the emerald luminescence, the Xingyin grass twisted and contracted, changing colors until it ultimately transformed into a small pile of dark green powder. With a gentle exhalation, Xiaoqi dispersed the dark green powder into the air, leaving in his palm a transparent orb that had mysteriously materialized. This orb represented the essence of the heavenly poison pearl, the epitome of unparalleled alchemical prowess. The formation of a single elixir typically necessitates an array of ingredients, subjected to extensive processes of crushing, refining, igniting, and the infusion of mystical energy. This intricate procedure is not only laborious, but also inevitably results in a loss of potency, accompanied by a significant risk of failure. Especially with high-grade elixirs, the requirements for rare and precious materials are exorbitant, and the likelihood of failure is alarmingly high. Upon failure, all efforts are rendered futile. Moreover, the crafting of such elixirs demands exceptional skill from the alchemist, as well as optimal conditions for the cauldron and the infusion of mystical energy. However, the refinement process of the heavenly poison pearl alleviates these concerns entirely. It possesses the astonishing ability to swiftly extract the most refined essence from the materials within a remarkably short time frame, ensuring that not a single drop of potency is squandered. And the specter of failure is utterly eliminated. The inconsequential portions are meticulously excised by the heavenly poison pearl. Once it has recognized its master, it can even refine and amalgamate specific components according to the master's desires. The terror of such a capability is enough to drive individuals to madness. Initially, the foremost sects of the Zhongyan continent pursued him not merely due to the toxic potency of the heavenly poison pearl, but rather because of its unfathomable and extraordinary refining abilities that defied reason, provided that there are sufficient and suitable materials. The heavenly poison pearl can transform them into the most exquisite elixir without any risk in a remarkably brief period. Should the existence of this capability be revealed in the Tianxian continent, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. And the pursuit of Xiaoqi would be no less fervent than on the Zhongyan continent. Gazing at the transparent orb in his hand, Xiaoqi's smile grew increasingly ominous. He opened his mouth and swallowed the orb whole. Instantly, his body shimmered and then gradually vanished as if it had evaporated into thin air. Star Concealment Pill, requiring merely a single star concealment herb for its formation. Once ingested, it grants perfect invisibility for 3 hours. The body, voice, aura, and any belongings are rendered completely undetectable. The star concealment herb is an extraordinary entity, and the star concealment pill derived from it is nothing short of miraculous. It bestows effects that transcend the conventional understanding of the Tianxian continent, effects that no one has ever dared to imagine. Xiaoqi firmly believed he possessed the first star concealment pill in the Tianxian continent, for only the star concealment herb can yield such a pill. And only the heavenly poison pearl can refine the herb. Silently and without a trace, Xiaoqi rose and made his way toward the Xiao clan. The sky had darkened, and within the Xiao clan, the lights burned brightly. Xiaoqi stepped through the grand entrance of the Xiao manor, advancing with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any semblance of caution. Although several disciples of the Xiao clan passed him by, not a single individual cast a glance in his direction. The concealment afforded by the star concealment pill was nothing short of exquisite. It transcended mere corporeal transparency, effectively masking both his outward and inner presence, as if he had been enveloped within an imperceptible crevice of space. During his initial use of the star concealment pill on the Zhongyan continent, even a sect leader whose prowess ranked among the top 10 on the continent had failed to detect him within a mere 10 steps. Xiaoqi advanced with an air of profound tranquility. Along his path, the murmurs of hushed conversations reached his ears, revealing that Xia Qingwei had been taken away by her master, while Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi had been confined in the back mountain for a full 15 years. Upon arriving at the reception hall, Xiaoqi paused, silently listening to the dialogue within. Yulong, tomorrow you must accompany young Master Xiao to the Xiao clan. But do remember the immense favor young Master Xiao has bestowed today. Indeed, young Master Xiao's grace is unforgettable. I shall toast him 3 more cups. Xiao Yulong, though today's events have unfolded disastrously, you are not to blame. Who could have known that Xia Qingwei was a disciple of the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace? Your disposition aligns well with my preferences. As long as you heed my words in the Shao clan, I shall not treat you poorly. Xiao Yulong's voice was somewhat slurred, clearly indicating that he had indulged in considerable inebriation. Xiao Chei's expression grew increasingly cold, his hands clenched tightly. He then turned and strode toward the eastern courtyard. Upon exiting the eastern courtyard, he found himself in possession of a short dagger of unknown origin and proceeded directly to the northern courtyard. Number 11 in the northern courtyard belonged to Xiao Yulong and was currently devoid of any occupants. Xiao Chei pushed the door open, cast a glance at the room's arrangement, then let out a cold smile. He approached the opposite window, raised the dagger, and thrust it into the glass, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist upon extraction. He then stood beside it, awaiting Xiao Yulong's arrival. He did not have to wait long. After a quarter of an hour, sounds echoed from outside the door, followed by its creaking open. Xiao Yulong staggered in, supported by Xiao Yang, reeking of alcohol. Brother, I have been by your side all these years. Once you ascend to the Xiao clan, do not forget your younger brother. Xiao Yang said with an ingratiating expression as he assisted Xiao Yulong onto the bed. He could never have imagined that at that very moment, a figure stood silently 2 paces to his left, coldly observing him. Xiao Yulong appeared to be quite inebriated, mumbling incoherently as he responded a couple of times before collapsing directly onto the bed, emitting soft grunts. Observing this, Xiao Yang casually nudged Xiao Yulong further inside. Then with a slight smirk, he exited the room, gently shutting the door behind him. Xiao Chei approached the bedside of Xiao Yulong, slowly raising the dagger in his hand. In a direct confrontation, he was undoubtedly no match for Xiao Yulong. Even with the aid of the star concealment grass, he might not succeed in slaying him. For even in a moment of vulnerability, the body's innate energy would instinctively shield it from harm. With his almost non-existent energy and a mere ordinary blade, it was uncertain whether he could pierce the flesh of Xiao Yulong, who possessed the formidable power of a third-level practitioner of the profound realm. The invisibility provided by the star concealment pill was not without its flaws. If his concealed body was touched by another, the effect would dissipate immediately. Should he miss his strike and instead be touched by his opponent, he would find himself in a perilous and potentially fatal situation. However, at this moment, Xiao Yulong was inebriated, presenting an opportune moment that could not be overlooked. He glanced at the hole he had previously punctured in the window, calculated his position, narrowed his eyes, and with all his might, he plunged the dagger deep into the left side of Xiao Yulong's dantian. In that instant, he swiftly retreated, positioning himself in the corner of the room. This strike could have severed Xiao Yulong's throat, ending his life, yet he refrained from doing so. How could he bear to let Xiao Yulong die so easily? If he were to perish without struggle, how could he vent his deep-seated resentment? He aimed to shatter Xiao Yulong's beautiful dreams, to plunge him from the heights of paradise into the depths of hell, to ensure that his existence became a living torment. The true spectacle was only just beginning. A surge of crimson erupted from Xiao Yulong's abdomen, and in his drunken stupor, he let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Collapsing from the bed, clutching his wound, and writhing in agony on the floor, Xiao Chei hesitated, wanting to assist Xiao Yulong, but fearing to touch him uninvited. After a moment of panic, he dashed outside as swiftly as he could. His frantic shouts echoed into the night. Master! Master! Xiao Yulong has been attacked. Under the cloak of darkness, Xiao Yang's voice carried far, transforming the previously tranquil Xiao clan into a scene of chaos. Observing the writhing form of Xiao Yulong, Xiao Chei let out a cold smile, pushed open the door, and exited with deliberate calmness. Before long, Xiao Yuhai, Xiao Gu, and several esteemed elders burst into the room. Upon witnessing Xiao Yulong, his abdomen pierced by a dagger and drenched in blood, Xiao Yunhai was momentarily taken aback, stumbling forward. Yulong! Yulong! Despite his father's dire condition, Xiao Yulong's consciousness remained intact, and he was fully awakened from his stupor. He grasped Xiao Yunhai's sleeve, emitting a pained and feeble voice. Quickly help him to the bed, Xiao Gu urged, hastily preparing the medicine chest. The accompanying elders were equally astonished, their faces reflecting shock. Who did this? Who was responsible for this heinous act? Xiao Yulong was assisted onto the bed, lying flat, while Xiao Yuhai and the elder used their profound energy to staunch his bleeding. With a twisted expression, Xiao Yuhai inquired, Xiao Gu, what is the situation? Xiao Gu furrowed his brow tightly. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhai's inquiry, he sighed deeply and said, My life is not in grave danger. The assailant clearly did not intend to take my life, but the wound is exceedingly treacherous. It struck precisely at the heart of the Xian meridian. If this area is breached, the Xian meridian will behave like a punctured balloon, resulting not only in damage to the meridian itself, but also in the complete depletion of all Xian energy. What? The notion of losing all Xian energy struck Xiao Yuhai like a thunderclap, causing his complexion to drain of color. He steadied himself with great effort and, with a glimmer of hope, asked, "How long will it take to recover?" Xiao Gu shook his head, stating that it was not a depletion of energy, but rather an exhaustion of profound power, rendering recovery impossible. However, he considered himself fortunate that the damage to the profound meridians could still be mended, allowing for a fresh start in cultivation thereafter. Xiao Yunhai's body suddenly trembled, and Xiao Yulong's face was suffused with an expression of utter despair. This strike did not claim Xiao Yulong's life, yet it had rendered him devoid of all his profound strength. Moreover, it occurred at the most critical juncture of his life. Who could possibly possess such malice? Who could it be? "Master, please remain calm. Yulong is still conscious. He may know who inflicted this treachery," Xiao Li said darkly. Xiao Yunhai, awakening from a dreamlike state, swiftly approached Xiao Yulong and in a grave tone inquired, "Yulong, did you manage to discern who it was that inflicted this wound upon you?" At that moment, Xiao Yulong's abdomen was already encircled by a bandage. The injury temporarily stabilized. He shook his head in agony and replied, "I have no idea. I didn't see anyone at all." "Did not see anyone?" Xiao Yunhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiao Cheng's gaze flickered, and he exclaimed, "Look over there at the window." On the oblique window, there was unmistakably a hole the size of a fist. Xiao Yunhai pressed his hand against it, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. It was evident that someone had been lurking behind the window, waiting for Yulong to enter, and under the cover of his inebriation, had hurled a dagger that injured him. Xiao Li spoke with grave caution. "This courtyard is situated in the central region of the Xiao clan, yet someone managed to stealthily infiltrate here to carry out an assassination, and astonishingly, this individual was not detected afterward. This person must either possess an intimate familiarity with our Xiao clan or is, in fact, a traitor from within our ranks." Upon finishing, Xiao Li's gaze seemingly wandered, glancing fleetingly at Xiao Bo, Xiao Zhe, and Xiao Cheng. Xiao Li's words struck Xiao Yuhai like a thunderclap. The Xiao family held a prestigious position as a top-tier cultivation family in Luyan City. Infiltrating the Xiao family to assassinate the sect master's son posed immense difficulty and risk. Xiao Yulong, known for his courteous demeanor and exemplary reputation, raised the question, who could possess the motive to carry out such a heinous act? If the assailant were indeed from within the Xiao family, the situation would become alarmingly clear. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a chill enveloped Xiao Yunhai, and his vigilance heightened. The second, third, and fourth elders, all of whom harbored significant suspicions, surrounded him. They dreamed of propelling their own grandsons into the sect. Faced with the rare opportunity presented by the arrival of the sect, it would not be surprising if they resorted to unspeakable acts. "Xiao Gu, what is the current status of Yulong's injuries?" Xiao Yunhai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. "The bleeding has ceased, and the wounds are treated. He is in no grave danger. Given Yulong's constitution, he should recover around 70 to 80% in a week and a half. However, the restoration of his meridians may take several months, and he will need to rebuild his cultivation from scratch," Xiao Gu reported candidly. At that moment, a deafening commotion erupted outside. "Fire! Fire! The medicinal chamber and the southern courtyard are ablaze." "What?" Xiao Guman turned abruptly and dashed outside as if his life depended on it. The pharmacy was stocked with countless medicinal herbs and formulas, all of which he cherished as if they were his very existence. Xiao Yunhai and the others were equally astonished, for the southern courtyard was the abode of the sect leader and several esteemed elders. Without a moment's hesitation, the four elders sprinted out. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yunhai urgently instructed Xiao Yulong, "Yulong, your injuries are no longer severe. Rest well, and do not concern yourself with anything else. I shall swiftly apprehend the perpetrator who attempted to take your life." With that, Xiao Yunhai hurriedly exited, making his way towards the southern courtyard, where all his most significant possessions accumulated over a lifetime resided. Hearing of the fire, he could not rest easy without personally ensuring their safety. In that instant, only Xiao Yulong remained in the room. His meridians shattered and gravely injured, he lay motionless, unable to muster the strength to even lift a finger. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze enveloped in darkness, desperately wishing this was merely a nightmare. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, unmistakably present despite the absence of others. Xiao Yulong's heart raced as he strained to turn his head towards the source of the sound, only to behold a figure drawing nearer, an apparition that should not have been there. Xiao Che, gazing at the ghostly figure standing at his bedside. Xiao Yulong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he, who had been expelled from the Xiao clan, possibly appear here? What are you doing here? Xiao Yulong's voice came out hoarse and strained. He struggled to sit up, but could barely lift half of an arm before collapsing again. How could I be here? Xiao Che replied with a disarming smile that, to Xiao Yulong, felt chilling to the core. He slowly picked up the dagger that Xiao Gu had wrenched from Xiao Yulong and pointed it at him. Of course, I am here to collect a debt. Collect a debt? What debt? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Xiao Yulong's body convulsed, and suddenly, his pupils constricted in horror. The one who tried to kill me was you? No, it can't be. It's impossible. How dare you question me about what debt is owed? The smile vanished from Xiao Che's face, replaced by a demonic snarl, his features contorting into a terrifying visage. The hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly, a torrent of murderous intent and resentment pouring forth without restraint. On the day of my wedding, you poisoned me with the heart-killing powder. If fate had not favored me, I would already be a corpse. Xiao Yulong, tell me, what debt do you believe I should collect from you? How must I treat you to ensure this debt is repaid? As the roar of resentment echoed, Xiao Che raised the dagger high and suddenly lunged toward Xiao Yulong. Stop! Stop! The gleaming dagger sliced through Xiao Yulong's feet, blood gushing as it mercilessly severed his tendons. Xiao Yulong emitted a blood-curdling scream, convulsing in agony, as if he were in the depths of hell. Observing his torment, a wicked satisfaction spread across Xiao Che's face. He raised the dagger once more, letting out a low growl before striking fiercely at Yulong's hands. In an instant, two streams of crimson gushed forth as the tendons in Xiao Yulong's hands were brutally severed. Ah! Xiao Yulong's anguished cries echoed like the wails of a tormented spirit. His limbs stained with blood as he found himself ensnared in a chasm of agony and terror. He could scarcely believe that this seemingly frail and self-effacing Xiao Che was indeed intent on his demise, and with such merciless ferocity. Please, spare me, spare me. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Xiao Yulong's complexion had turned as pale as paper. His pupils dilated to an alarming degree from agony and overwhelming terror. Xiao Che raised his blade once more, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Death? No, rest assured. I shall not allow you the mercy of a swift demise. How could I bear to let you die so easily? Not only will I keep you alive, but I shall also ensure that you endure an existence far worse than death. You will spend the latter half of your life suffering. A constant reminder of the consequences of provoking me and harming my loved ones. With that, he declared, with this strike, I will render you blind. The blade plunged swiftly, piercing both of Xiao Yulong's eyes, reducing his once vibrant orbs to a grotesque mixture of black and white pulp. A blood-curdling scream erupted, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, a sound so harrowing it sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Yet, Xiao Che wore a smile, as if savoring celestial music from the heavens. He withdrew the blade, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile. Ah, such a resounding cry. Relish it while you can, for you shall never produce such melodious sounds again. With a swift motion, he proclaimed, with this strike, I shall render you mute for life. The dagger plunged mercilessly into Xiao Yulong's mouth, and as it was withdrawn, a bloody segment of tongue and several teeth flew out. With this strike, I shall ensure you are deaf for eternity. The blade flashed once more, crimson splattering as both of Xiao Yulong's ears severed from his body, falling to the cold ground in a pool of blood. With this strike, I shall extinguish your lineage. You despicable wretch are unworthy of progeny. The blood-stained dagger was raised, then plunged forcefully between Xiao Yulong's legs. Xiao Yulong's entire body stiffened, and even the hoarse cries that had reached a fever pitch gradually faded into silence. Chapter 35. Ancestry. The flames in the medicinal chamber in the southern courtyard blazed with an eerie ferocity. It was evident that someone had maliciously set the fire. Yet not a single person in the vicinity had seen any suspicious figures. Even the man from the Xiao clan who had been vigilantly stationed at the entrance of the medicinal chamber had not witnessed anyone entering or exiting. As Xiao Yuhai pushed open the door, he had yet to call out Xiao Yulong's name when he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Rendered completely motionless, Xiao Yulong was no longer on the bed. Instead, he lay on the floor like a lifeless dog, his body contorted in a grotesque manner. He was drenched in blood, with dark crimson gashes marring his wrists and ankles, and his hands and feet were twisted beyond recognition. His entire face was smeared with blood, with only remnants of flesh remaining on either side of his ears. His nose and upper lip had vanished entirely, and bubbles of blood escaped from his mouth. From the depths of his dark, hollow eye sockets flowed a mixture of red, white, and black fluid, while his lower body was completely saturated in a vivid scarlet hue. Xiao Gu trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way beneath him as he sank to the ground in a half-kneel. Throughout his life as a physician, he had encountered countless injuries, both grave and minor, yet he had never witnessed such a brutal and sanguinary scene, one so harrowing it defied the bounds of humanity. From the pallor of Xiao Yulong's complexion, he could discern that his patient was still alive, and his vital signs remained remarkably strong. However, the horrific state before him was far more tragic than 100 or 1,000 deaths. Xiao Yuhai trembled all over, his heart quaking with fear, his complexion as pale as death. It seemed he faintly sensed someone approaching. Xiao Yulong's body convulsed slightly, and from his blistered lips escaped a sound akin to the grating of sandpaper, a mournful groan of despair. Xiao Yunhai's body suddenly swayed, and he staggered a step forward, erupting into a frenzied roar. "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Show yourself. I will subject you to 1,000 cuts, a myriad of torturous executions, and ensure your lineage is utterly extinguished." Xiao Yunhai's roar was imbued with boundless resentment and madness, as if he had suddenly succumbed to insanity. He felt as though his chest might explode, and his veins threatened to burst. Gazing down at his son, who lay on the ground, utterly broken, neither human nor ghost, he longed to weep profusely and wished he could truly descend into madness. Who was it? Who was responsible? Come forth. Show yourself. Amidst his heart-wrenching cries, Xiao Yuhai lunged forward, shattering the back window of the room. In that moment, he noticed 2 lines of blood-red characters scrawled on the wall. Written in the blood of his son, Xiao Yulong. Old dog Xiao, in celebration of your wretched son's soon ascending to the Xiao clan, I present this grand gift. Please accept it. Xiao Yuhai delivered a powerful punch, shattering the wall inscribed with blood characters. With a piercing roar, he suddenly expelled a jet of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Before departing, he hesitated briefly, retrieving the blanket he had once shared with Xia Qingwei, placing it into the heaven-poisoned pearl. After residing in this place for 16 years, he would likely never return. The true target of his wrath was Xiao Kuangyun. However, even with the miraculous abilities afforded by the star concealment pill, he found it utterly impossible to defeat Xiao Kuangyun. Although he was unaware of Xiao Kuangyun's profound strength, he knew that, despite being inept, he hailed from the Xiao clan, and his power would undoubtedly surpass that of Xiao Yulong by many degrees. As anticipated, he had not ventured far when he encountered 4 individuals from the Xiao clan, rushing toward him in a frenzy, sweeping past like the wind, headed straight for the Xiao clan's direction. Xiao Che quickened his pace, heading straight for the misty gilt gorge in the rear mountains. This gorge served as a place of confinement for the wayward disciples of the Xiao clan. It was dark and damp inside, sweltering in summer and frigid in winter. Fortunately, the entrance was narrow enough to prevent any ferocious mystical beasts from intruding. In Xiao Che's memory, few individuals had been imprisoned in the misty gilt gorge, and those who were held the longest had not exceeded 2 months. Yet, despite knowing that Xiao Lingxi had been wrongfully accused, the clan still chose to confine them for a daunting 15 years. How many 15-year spans does one experience in a lifetime? At only 15 years of age, Xiao Lingxi would spend her most beautiful moments shrouded in darkness, coldness, and solitude, an extraordinarily cruel punishment. As he emerged from his hidden state, Xiao Che gazed at the entrance of the misty gilt gorge, his hands clenched tightly. How could he allow his grandfather and aunt to be imprisoned in this place? However, he currently possessed neither the strength nor the means to rescue them. He could only watch helplessly, enduring the pain and harboring resentment. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Che moved forward. Without concealment, his footsteps naturally echoed in the air. The sound caught the attention of Xiao Lai within the gorge, who turned alertly towards the entrance. When his gaze met Xiao Che's, he was momentarily startled and exclaimed, "Chair!" Suddenly, a girl's cry pierced the air, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Xiao Lingxi soon appeared beside Xiao Lai, her complexion slightly haggard and her hair somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Xiao Che, she covered her mouth with her fingers, momentarily frozen in place, before tears began to well up in her eyes. "Xiao Che," she called out, rushing forward and throwing herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around him as she wept uncontrollably. She had thought she would be confined for 15 years, and that Xiao Che had been expelled from the Xiao clan, believing she would not see him for at least that long. Yet, as if in a dream, he suddenly stood before her once more. Xiao Lai nodded, having not inquired about the significant events unfolding within the clan, for his heart had turned to ash regarding the Xiao clan. Even if the clan were to be annihilated, he would remain largely unmoved. The misty gilt gorge housed several caves, varying in depth, furnished in a starkly simple manner, with the only notable features being a few cold stone tables. Xiao Lingxi's tears fell like a torrential downpour, casting a shadow over the world. Xiao Qie refrained from interrupting her lamentations, allowing her to fully express her grievances, fears, anxieties, and uncertainties. Otherwise, prolonged suppression of such emotions might lead her to a melancholic affliction, for she was merely a 15-year-old girl. By the time Xiao Lingxi ceased her weeping, she was on the verge of fainting from exhaustion. Xiao Qie and Xiao Lai sat face to face at the stone table, while Xiao Lingxi leaned against Xiao Qie's side, her hands tightly clasping his arm. Her delicate head rested upon his shoulder, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Lai's presence beside them, unwilling to let go for fear that he might once again vanish from her world. Xiao Lai shook his head, offering a comforting smile. Rest assured, the esteemed Fairy Chu from the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace has hinted that she will protect us before Xiaozong departs. With such a deterrent in place, how could they dare to harm me and Sheer? Once Xiaozong's people leave, their audacity will diminish even further, especially considering my reputation as the foremost expert in Luyun City. That is reassuring, Xiao Qie nodded, harboring a sense of gratitude towards Xia Qingyue's master. Xia Qingyue is a remarkable wife. She never tore up that marriage contract until the very end, Xiao Lai remarked with a hint of melancholy. Xiao Qie silently nodded in agreement. The three of them fell into a contemplative silence. Following the calamity they had faced today, their destinies would undoubtedly undergo a drastic transformation. A multitude of thoughts filled their minds, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Grandfather, I wish to know. You wish to inquire about your biological parents, correct? Xiao Lai replied calmly, directly following his train of thought. Yes, Xiao Qie affirmed, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Lai. I believe I was not simply abandoned without reason, grandfather. You must know something, do you not? Xiao Lingxi also raised her gaze, her face awash with astonishment as she looked at Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai silently gazed at Xiao Qie, and after a long while, he gently sighed and slowly closed his eyes. I had initially believed that this secret would remain locked within my heart for a lifetime, never to be known by another. Now, the Xiao clan can no longer accommodate you, and you have grown up. It is well that you have come to know your heritage and return to your roots. For this is the rightful duty of a descendant. Your biological father bears the surname Yun. Chapter 36. My name is Yun Che. Yun? Xiao Qie was taken aback. In the Tsungyun continent, his master had also given him the surname Yun. What a remarkable coincidence. Aside from knowing that your biological father's surname is Yun, I possess no further information about him, such as his name or origin. Xiaoying met your father during his travels in the Tsongfeng continent. It was your father who saved Xiao Ying's life when he was attacked by a formidable mystical beast. Subsequently, the two became companions, finding a kindred spirit in one another, and forged a brotherly bond before parting ways. I know my son's temperament all too well. He speaks no falsehoods. Your father was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, achieving an astonishing realm of mystical power at a young age. Such an extraordinary individual was willing to forge a brotherhood with Xiao Ying, who at the time was lacking in strength, which speaks volumes of his character and grace. It is no wonder that Xiao Ying has always spoken highly of your father, taking pride in their bond as brothers. Later, after marrying and having children, Xiao Ying encountered your father and mother again 2 months after the birth of his child. Xiao Lai's emotional fluctuations underwent a notable transformation at that moment. Xiao Qie held his breath, silently listening with rapt attention. Yet at that time, your father and mother were covered in blood, cradling you, who was likewise drenched in crimson. You were merely 2 months old, unconscious in your mother's embrace. When Xiao Ying intercepted them and led them to a concealed refuge, they were both grievously injured, their life force nearly depleted. They lingered only briefly, resolutely intent on departing. For their pursuers were overwhelmingly powerful, formidable enough to render the entire Luyun city incapable of resistance. Remaining would only serve to burden Xiao Ying. He could not detain them. Fully aware that even your parents were no match for their adversaries, he, too, lacked the qualification to contend against such foes. At that moment, he discerned in your parents' eyes a profound resignation to death. Clearly, your father and mother had reached a state of exhaustion in their flight, harboring no illusions of escaping the clutches of death. Thus, Xiao Ying, under the pretense of embracing you, discreetly placed his own son, my grandson, into your blood-stained swaddling, concealing you within the folds of his child's blanket. Xiao Qie's gaze trembled abruptly, and Xiao Lingxi let out a delicate gasp. At that moment, your parents, in their frantic escape, clutched the tightly swaddled infant from Xiao Ying's grasp, scarcely having the time to discern whether it was indeed their own child. After your parents departed, Xiao Ying sought me out, kneeling before me to express his contrition. He lamented that while he was still young and could father many more sons, if he were to perish, then his brother, your father, would face eternal extinction, and his vendetta would remain unavenged. Though my heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, how could I bear to cast blame upon such a devoted son? Thus, apart from the two of us, no one else was aware that my grandson had been replaced by you. At that time, you were merely 2 months old and had sustained injuries. It took a full half-month for you to finally recover. The impairment of your mystical veins was evidently a consequence of the trauma you endured. In the midst of such perilous pursuit, the fact that your injuries only affected your mystical veins and did not threaten your life essence was indeed a stroke of fortune. Xiao Lai's voice faltered slightly, his face revealing an agonizing expression that he desperately sought to suppress, his hands tightly clenched. Less than half a month later, Xiaoying fell victim to an assassination, his entire meridian system shattered, leading to his demise. When I rushed to the scene, he still clung to the last breath of life, revealing to me that the assailant was the very individual who had pursued your parents. This person, unbeknownst to me, had acquired intelligence suggesting that he had seen a young couple, bloodied and cradling an infant. The assassin had come to interrogate him about the whereabouts of your parents. Yet, in his final moments, Xiaoying wore a smile, for the words of his killer at least affirmed that your parents had not been found. Perhaps they were still alive. Xiao Chei's heart surged with tumultuous waves, gazing at Xiao Lai's head of white hair. His own heart ached with unbearable sorrow, the pain of losing a son, the anguish of losing a wife. No one could fathom this grief, not even his sole grandson, his last remaining bloodline, who had long since departed this world. The child he held was not his own, but rather a life exchanged for his grandson's. It is no wonder that he has become gray-haired in middle age. Under such relentless blows, a man of ordinary fortitude would surely have crumbled, perhaps even fallen before the weight of his despair. Today, Xiao Chei sorrowfully realized that the true culprit behind all these calamities was, in fact, himself. Had he not exchanged his own life for the genuine Xiao Chei's? How could Xiaoying have faced assassination? How could Xiao Ying's wife have chosen to follow him in death? How could Xiao Lai's wife have succumbed to despair? How could Xiao Ying's son have become a figure of ridicule? Their family could have lived in peace and harmony, with Xiao Ying's unparalleled talent in Luyan City, and his father's unmatched mystical power and reputation. His status within the Xiao clan would undoubtedly be exalted. He might even have ascended to the position of clan leader. Xiao Lai would not have suffered disdain. Rather, he would have held a position of great esteem, and the other 4 elders would not have dared to bully him. Instead, behaving like meek mice in his presence, Xiaoying sacrificed his son's life to save him, yet condemned himself and his entire family to an extraordinarily harsh fate. However, throughout these 16 years, Xiao Lai has never unleashed any anger or resentment upon the true instigator of their plight. Instead, he has shown an unwavering and unblemished affection towards him, even knowing that his meridians are completely severed and that he will never achieve anything in this life. Perhaps it is natural for a grandfather to exhibit such love for his own grandson, but to extend the same boundless compassion to the child of another, the very source of his family's disintegration, speaks volumes of his remarkable magnanimity and great heart. Xiao Chei trembled inwardly, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, like father, like son. Such a venerable elder, it is no wonder that Xiaoying, a son of profound loyalty and righteousness, emerged from him. He, along with his biological parents, bore an insurmountable debt that could never be repaid in a lifetime. Xiao Chei's hands gripped the edge of the stone table, his fingers tightening with each passing moment. Gazing at the sorrowful visage of Xiao Lai before him, he found himself at a loss for how to express gratitude to the man he had affectionately called grandfather for over a decade. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a trembling voice. "Grandfather, I will carry your kindness with me throughout my life." However, Xiao Lai responded with a gentle smile, his voice imbued with warmth. "Chair, I have watched you grow since childhood. Though not by blood, you are, in my heart, no different from my own grandson. You have said it yourself. Even without blood ties, we are forever family. As family, such gestures are but a duty. I do not seek your gratitude or repayment. As long as you are well in the future, I shall remain unburdened, even if I am confined here for eternity." Xiao Chei's lips sealed shut, the words of gratitude lingering unspoken. After a considerable pause, he finally nodded emphatically. "Indeed, he is my grandfather, now and forever. While he is here, I shall honor him dutifully. In his absence, I will don mourning attire and fulfill all the responsibilities expected of a grandson." Observing his demeanor, Xiao Lai also nodded with a sense of comfort and continued, "You must be eager to know more about the events of that time. However, regarding your parents, Xiaoying did not divulge much to me. As for the reasons behind their persecution, Xiaoying merely informed me that it was due to a celestial treasure they possessed. He even warned me that the term celestial treasure is a dreadfully forbidden phrase, one that must never be uttered in the presence of outsiders. The name celestial treasure was etched firmly in Xiaoche's mind. Yet, what if they were still alive? Could it be that the son of Xiaoying from back then might also still be living? As night deepened and the time for the star concealing grass to lose its efficacy approached, it was time for Xiaoche to take his leave. Grandfather, Aunt, I must go, he said with a heavy heart, though the words weighed heavily on his tongue, reluctant to part. Xiaolai nodded slightly, glancing outside, and said, we should leave this place soon. If they discover us, it will lead to considerable trouble. Ah, you are leaving? Xiao Lingxi exclaimed, her hands gripping him tightly as if electrified. Feeling a profound sense of reluctance in Xiao Lingxi's gaze, Xiao Che experienced a pang of sorrow in his heart. He desperately wished to take both Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi away with him, but in his current state, how could he possibly do so? Even if they managed to escape, how could he protect them in the outside world? Instead, it seemed they were the ones who would need to protect themselves. Every word Xiao Che spoke was resolute, not meant to comfort Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi, nor was it a jest. It was a conviction deep within his heart. An unwavering determination he compelled himself to fulfill. His words left Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi in stunned silence for a long while. Eventually, Xiao Lingxi shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at him. Xiao Che, I don't need you to do this. I only wish for you to stay safe and protect yourself. One day, I will find a way to leave this place and come to you, but you must promise me not to do anything foolish or dangerous. In her eyes, he remained the boy who needed her protection and care. She could discern the resolution in his words. His intent was enough for her. How could she ever want him to truly risk his life for them? Rest assured, I will certainly take care of myself, Xiao Che replied with a gentle smile. For my grandfather and dear aunt are still here waiting for me. I have yet to fulfill a promise made to my aunt. Promise? Xiao Lingxi's gaze flickered with confusion as she looked at him. All right. Xiao Lai slowly nodded, his voice trembling, tears shimmering in his eyes. He stepped forward to help Xiao Che to his feet, then retrieved a wooden token adorned with white tassels from his belongings, placing it in Xiao Che's hand. Cheo, the Xiao clan has expelled you, and this Luoyuan city can no longer accommodate you. Your spiritual veins are damaged, and you have never left Luoyuan city in your life. Though I am deeply concerned, your gaze brings me comfort and solace. If you have nowhere else to go, take this token and head to a place called Xinyue City. Then inquire about a person named Sikong Han. Sikong Han visited Luoyuan city several years ago, and due to certain matters, I owe him a debt of gratitude, which is why I possess this token. When you find him in Xinyue City, show him this token and inform him that you are my grandson. Perhaps he can provide you with a place to stay. Though he spoke of comfort and reassurance, the worry and concern in his eyes and demeanor could not be concealed. This grandson, nearly devoid of spiritual power and who had never stepped beyond the confines of Luoyuan City, was destined to face the world alone, without support. How could he feel at ease? How could he bear the heartache? Xiao Che held the wooden token firmly in his hand, nodding earnestly before stating, before I depart, I wish to pay my respects to Uncle Xiao. Indeed, Xiao Lai replied, nodding with a sense of reassurance. Just as Xiao Che turned away, Xiao Lingxi grasped him once more, her hands clutching tightly, her eyes shimmering with a lingering affection that nearly melted Xiao Che's heart. How he longed to take Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Lai along with him. Yet, despite his fervent desires and impulses, he found himself bereft of the means and the right to do so. At least in this desolate place, they were still somewhat safe. I promise. If you were not my aunt, I would surely marry you. Xiao Lingxi suddenly covered her lips, and in an instant, the tears she had struggled to suppress for so long burst forth like a torrent breaching a dam. At the grave of Xiao Ying, Xiao Che stood in contemplative silence before the weathered tombstone for an extended period. Eventually, he knelt down and gently bowed 3 times. When he lifted his gaze, it was filled with unwavering resolve. Uncle Xiao, your immense kindness towards the Yun family shall forever remain etched in my heart. If ever the day comes when I learn that my parents still walk this earth, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to find them, along with the son you once cradled in your arms. On the day my capabilities are sufficient, I shall seek out those who conspired to take your life, avenging you and my grandfather in the process. Before the spirit of Xiao Ying, Xiao Che vowed with fervent determination. Rising to his feet, he offered a deep bow once more, before departing with heavy steps. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be known as Xiao Che. My name shall be Yin Che. The news of Xiao Yulong's brutal mistreatment sent shockwaves through the entire Xiao clan, leaving it in turmoil throughout the night. In a fit of anger, Xiao Yunhai fell into a prolonged unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he frantically commanded the entire clan to search for the assailant. Yet after an entire night of effort, not a single trace or shadow of the perpetrator was found. The most plausible explanation was that it was an inside job. Xiaozhe, the youngest grandson of the third elder, Xiao Qingji, was undoubtedly overjoyed by this development. However, the gazes of all the clan members towards Xiaozhe had shifted dramatically, particularly Xiao Yuhai and Xiao Li, when looking at Xiaozhe. Unmistakably harbored intense murderous intent in their eyes. If it was indeed someone from within the clan who had incapacitated Xiao Yulong, then Xiaozhe would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. Nevertheless, these matters were clearly not of concern to Xiao Kuangyan. In the afternoon, the 4 members of the Xiao sect, accompanied by Xiao Qingji, departed from Luyan City under the watchful eyes of the city's powerful elites, embarking on their journey back to the Xiao sect. In truth, it would have been effortless for the Xiao sect to dispatch several flying mystical beasts, but this time the sect leader had issued a personal decree that, in order to allow Xiao Yulong to gain experience, no flying beasts were to be utilized during the journey. Rest assured, Master, Qing Yue is fully prepared and ready to depart with you at any moment. Although her father felt reluctant, he was deeply gratified that Qing Wei could enter the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Chu Yueli nodded. In that case, let us set forth immediately. The Palace Master has long wished to meet you after I mentioned you years ago. I am certain she will be fond of you upon their meeting. My father has prepared the Xuanma for us. Please, Master, proceed to the front courtyard, respectfully stated Xia Qingwei. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate right hand. It was evident that Chu Yueli intended to traverse the void and soar through the skies with her, stirring a sense of excitement and anticipation within Xia Qingwei. Chu Yueli extended her slightly cold hand, grasping Xia Qingyue's, and in an instant, a flash of icy brilliance emanated from her being as the formidable ice cloud art swiftly commenced. However, at that moment, a sudden tremor coursed through Chu Yueli's entire body, causing the just-formed ice cloud art to dissipate instantaneously. She turned, her beautiful eyes fixated on Xia Qingwei, reflecting an astonishment akin to witnessing the most unbelievable spectacle in the world. Master, what is the matter? The abrupt and intense reaction from Chu Yueli startled Xia Qingwei, prompting her to ask in alarm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Yueli muttered in a daze, her other hand suddenly reaching out, both hands grasping firmly onto Xia Qingyue's right wrist. In a flicker of icy radiance, Chu Yueli's beautiful eyes widened once more, her entire body trembling more violently, her face and gaze filled with an indescribable shock, disbelief, and elation. She clutched Xia Qingyue's hand tightly, staring into her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xia Qingyue, increasingly alarmed, questioned, "What on earth is happening to you, Master?" Xia Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. The human meridian contains a total of 54 profound gates. Individuals of ordinary talent may naturally open around 10 meridians, while those endowed with greater gifts can unlock approximately 15. When I first encountered you, I was astonished to discover that you had, by nature, opened 21 meridians, a prodigious talent that is exceedingly rare. The more meridians one possesses, the swifter their cultivation and the more rapid the flow of their inner energy. A practitioner with 20 open meridians will experience a cultivation and energy flow speed that is double that of someone with only 10. The postnatal opening of meridians is exceedingly arduous. Even a formidable figure like the sect leader has only managed to unlock 7 meridians over a century's time, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of 30 meridians. Presently, within the entirety of the Tsangfeng continent, there are fewer than 5 individuals who have achieved the 30 meridian threshold through postnatal efforts. The Tongshin powder gifted by Xiao Zong to the Xiao clan enhances cultivation speed because it temporarily allows the opening of an additional 3 to 4 meridians for a few days. However, this effect is merely transient. Even so, Tongshin powder is regarded as a highly precious elixir, even within Xiao Zong's possession. At this moment, Chu Yueli firmly grasped Xia Qinwei's shoulders, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly fixed upon her. You have opened all 54 meridians, and they are permanently unlocked. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that your speed of cultivation and energy flow surpasses that of the sect leader by nearly a factor of 2. Compared to ordinary individuals, your speed is over 5 times greater. Furthermore, your practice of any mystical arts will be entirely unconstrained. When breaking through, you shall encounter no bottlenecks whatsoever. Indeed, Yinshe has successfully emerged from the novice village. Ahead lies the realm of level 110 wild beasts. Chapter 38. The peerless sage Chu Yuli's words left Xia Qinwei momentarily dazed. She was well aware of the significance of 54 meridians. It is an essential knowledge that every practitioner must grasp. She understood the concept of fully open meridians. It is a theoretical possibility. Yet she had never heard of anyone achieving such a pinnacle state. It was rumored to be a divine attribute possessed only by ancient gods, far beyond the aspirations of any mere mortal. Ever since Xiaoqie utilized silver needles to regulate her body, she had felt her mental and physical state improve remarkably. The flow of her inner energy and her cultivation had become extraordinarily smooth, at times so fluid that it felt surreal to her own body. Upon hearing Chu Yuli's words, her heart was a tumult of astonishment. 54 meridians fully opened, the divine spirit meridian. How could this be possible? Yet, as one of the 7 fairies of Ice Cloud, Chu Yuli would not utter falsehoods. With her unparalleled strength at the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm, how could she misjudge the state of Xia Qinwei's meridians? Moreover, her usual calm demeanor was now replaced with utmost excitement, which could not possibly be feigned. But how could this be? Could it be that? The image of Yunche surfaced in Xia Qinwei's mind, recalling how he had diligently treated her body each day at 3 in the morning with silver needles. His stated purpose had always been to dispel cold energy and clear her meridians, and each time, he had exhausted himself, nearly depleting his own vitality. Now, reflecting on it, she recalled that the number of silver needles he had used on her was precisely 54, an exact match for the number of meridians. Could it truly be him? It could only possibly be him. Aside from him, no one else has ever touched my body. It is indeed due to his guidance that my physique has undergone such tremendous transformation. Yet, how could he, a son of the Shao clan, a person whose spiritual meridians are entirely severed, possess such extraordinary abilities? I simply never anticipated that he was, in fact, a person. A profound astonishment enveloped Chu Yuli's face. What is the name of that esteemed elder? What does he look like? Such astonishing abilities are indeed beyond comprehension. To describe the power that enables one to completely open a practitioner's spiritual channels with the term astounding is by no means an exaggeration. I am a divine physician. Do you believe me? Someone capable of unblocking the spiritual pathways of a practitioner in a short span of time. If his abilities and name were to circulate, it is unimaginable how tremendous the uproar would be and how many would go to great lengths to seek him out. He claims to be a divine physician. Xia Qinwei spoke with a complex expression. However, he forbade me from disclosing anything about him. Please forgive me, master. Upon hearing Xia Qinwei's words, despite her disappointment, Chu Yuli chose not to pursue the matter further, instead nodding in agreement. Such a transcendent being, surely detached from worldly affairs, must be an unparalleled sage. In our Songfeng Empire, there exists a renowned medical sage known as Gu Qiuhong, whose medical skills are exceptional and can directly open 3 spiritual channels for practitioners, thus gaining him widespread acclaim and countless devotees, hailed as the foremost divine physician of Songfeng. Yet, compared to the esteemed elder you encountered, he is hardly worthy of even holding his shoes. Such reclusive masters typically wish to remain unknown to the world. Having received his heavenly grace, you must certainly keep his secrets. Xia Qinwei nodded, her heart awash with bewilderment. During those days, he had exhausted all his strength, nearly to the point of desperation. In his treatments, the so-called dispelling of coldness and unblocking of meridians had merely been a facade. What he was actually doing was opening all of her spiritual channels, a feat he accomplished using merely a few dozen silver needles, which was the astounding ability spoken of by her master. Who on earth is he? I shall strive diligently to live up to my master's expectations. Xia Qinwei slightly nodded, her mind still in a state of confusion. Wait, Qinwei. Since that esteemed elder was willing to bestow such heavenly grace upon you, he must hold you in high regard. Did he leave any information regarding a future meeting? Chu Yuli inquired eagerly. Even if she were 1,000 times more intelligent, she could never draw a connection between this esteemed elder and Yunche, who appeared worthless in the eyes of all. No, he did not. Xia Qinwei shook her head. Perhaps I was being a bit too greedy. Chu Yuli laughed it off nonchalantly, then sighed. However, if such a master were to grace the Ice Cloud Fairy Palace, even if it were merely for a brief moment of guidance, it would be an endless boon for our palace. At that moment, Xia Qinwei suddenly felt a stir in her heart and, after a moment of hesitation, said, Master, he once mentioned that he was searching for 3 items, the purple vein celestial crystal, the 7 mystical linglong grass, and a geographical beast celestial pill. If we manage to locate those 3 items for him, perhaps he will appear and express his gratitude towards me. Xia Qingwei is evidently not adept at deceit. As she uttered these words, she could not bear to meet Chu Yueli's gaze. The purple-veined celestial crystal, the 7 mystical linglong grass, and the earthly mystic beast mystic pill, Chu Yueli softly repeated the names of these 3 exceedingly rare treasures, committing them firmly to memory. Despite their scarcity, it is not beyond the capabilities of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to procure them all. I shall report this matter to the palace master, confident that she will make a decisive judgment. Chu Yueli grasped Xia Qingyue's wrist, lifting her into the air, and in an instant, they ascended nearly 100 meters high, transforming into 2 ethereal figures against the sky as they soared towards the northwest. This was Xia Qingyue's inaugural experience of flying, while it should have been exhilarating. Her tumultuous thoughts were consumed by other concerns. What manner of person are you? In this world, who truly understands you? You have bestowed upon me such immense kindness. Is it to ensure that I can never forget you? For in every future moment of cultivation, I may uncontrollably think of you. After being expelled from the Shao clan, where did you go? And where are you now? Qingwei, my dear, are you asleep? Well, Qingwei, you look far more beautiful today than yesterday. They say that one's spouse only becomes more enchanting with time. It seems this is indeed true. Qingwei, did you perhaps sneak out to pick jasmine this morning? Otherwise, how could you smell so delightful? Could it be the legendary fragrance of a maiden? He always delights in calling her this, often emphasizing it at the beginning of nearly every sentence. From her initial resistance to gradually accepting this habit, she now realizes that she may never again hear this endearment. Contemplating this, a sudden pang of sorrow welled up within her, and her gaze became misty. Qingwei, what troubles you? Why is your heartbeat so erratic? Chu Yueli turned to her, concern evident in her voice. Xia Qingwei gently shook her head. I am fine, merely feeling a bit nostalgic for home. Thank you for your concern, Master Su. She replied softly, her gaze drifting towards the direction of her home, murmuring, after I depart, Yuan Ba will also head alone to New Moon City and enter the New Moon Mystic Mansion. I hope he remains safe and unscathed. At last, the first female protagonist is about to make her entrance. Fear not, wild monsters. Little bosses, graciously surrender your experience and equipment. A heartfelt thank you to Win K for the generous rewards. It's been a while, and I have missed you greatly. Seeing you fills my heart with excitement. I also express my gratitude to the Indifferent NN for the generous rewards. Supreme One, when they first mentioned that Indifferent June would ascend to supremacy, I thought it was a jest, and then, well, thank you to Blood in the Rain for the generous rewards. Those who have read my works from Mars know that my narratives are never drenched in gore. Thus, this name does instill a modicum of trepidation within me. And thank you to Pure White Little Cheong for the generous rewards. Whether she is truly pure white, I cannot say. But one thing is certain, the generous one is certainly not impoverished. Thank you, Jenny, for the generous donation of 100,000. I shall have Sia give you a kiss thrice. Chapter 39, the bloodstained jasmine situated less than 200 kilometers west of Luyun City, Qilin Town, though somewhat remote, boasts a fair number of residents, and occasionally, travelers pass through. This town can be deemed a necessary waypoint on the journey from Luyun City to Xinyue City. Under the blazing sun, the ground is cracked and parched, provoking a sense of irritability among the populace. At this moment, a group of 6 individuals strides down the town street. Leading them is a robust figure clad in silver armor, bearing a massive bronze cleaver nearly 1.5 meters long upon his shoulder. His visage is fierce, and his gaze menacing. Following closely behind him are 2 companions adorned in animal hide attire, wielding an array of weapons including swords, knives, and hammers. Their arrival transforms the atmosphere of the street, instilling a palpable tension. Passers-by hastily retreat to the roadside, moving with caution and displaying expressions of fear until the 6 enter a local tavern, at which point they exhale in relief and hasten away. With a resounding thud, the towering cleaver is slammed onto the largest table in the center of the tavern, followed by a thunderous roar. This table is now mine. Those who wish to live, get out. The 4 patrons seated at the table, initially prepared to retaliate, quickly changed their demeanor upon catching sight of the man's face, turning pale and departing without uttering another word. The imposing figure sweeps his powerful arm across the table, shattering cups and plates with a cacophony of clattering sounds, as he growls, "Bring me the finest food and drink in the establishment." The innkeeper, having already approached personally, watches the shattered remnants on the floor with a heavy heart, yet maintains a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed gentlemen of the Silver Dragon, please have a moment's respite. The food and drink shall be ready shortly." These 6 individuals belong to the renowned Silver Dragon Mercenary Corps of Qinglin Town. The formidable man wielding the enormous silver blade is the leader of this group, Long Yin, who goes by the moniker Silver Dragon. In his early 40s, he possesses a profound strength. Having reached the 2nd level of the true profound realm, an exceptional feat in a town where those of the 4th level and above are considered masters. Undoubtedly, he stands as an unrivaled presence in Qinglin Town. The Silver Dragon Mercenary Corps has thus established itself as the most formidable mercenary group, operating with impunity, feared by all. As the 6 take their seats, the 5 members begin to shower him with flattery, their voices filled with laughter and vulgarity echoing throughout the tavern. A display of their accustomed tyrannical behavior. The surrounding patrons, intimidated by Silver Dragon's notorious reputation, dare not utter a word. At this moment, another group of 5 appears at the tavern entrance. Leading them is a young man, seemingly just over 20, of average build and unremarkable appearance, yet clad in extraordinarily opulent attire. The townsfolk, upon seeing his garments, cannot help but gaze in envy, unable to tear their eyes away. He stands at the doorway, surveying the patrons within with a haughty demeanor, as if regarding a collection of inconsequential lower beings. With a slight arch of his brow, he disdainfully snorts. Behind him, a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, hurriedly stepped forward, bowing slightly and offering a forced smile. Young Master Xiao. Taverns in such remote locales are invariably like this. It is unlikely you will find anything of decent quality within 100 miles. Let us make do with what we have. Humph. Xiao Kuangyun exhaled through his nostrils, casting another disdainful glance at the surroundings before striding inside. Xiao Qingji promptly took the lead, rushing to secure the most advantageous seat. He crouched down and swiftly wiped the wooden bench with his sleeve, then looked at Xiao Kuangyun with a sycophantic expression as he settled in. Following that, he shouted loudly, "Innkeeper, bring forth the finest food and drink at once." As Xiao Kuangyun and his companions entered, the 6 members of the Silver Dragon Mercenary Corps fixed their gaze upon them. One of them, wearing an expression of disdain, chuckled derisively. "Hey, that kid is truly audacious. Did you see the way he looked at us? TSK, TSK. He must be some young master from a noble family, out for a leisurely jaunt. Look at that delicate skin. I bet a mere pinch would draw blood. But to act so arrogantly on our turf, he clearly doesn't know the meaning of danger. Boss, should I go teach them whose territory this is? Regardless of which aristocratic family he hails from, on our Silver Dragon mercenary grounds, he ought to learn some humility." With that, he brandished his large cleaver and swaggered toward Xiao Kuangyun's table. Stopping 3 steps away, he brought his blade crashing down onto the table, adopting a menacing demeanor. "Hey kid, that outfit looks quite nice, but on you? What a waste. Hurry up and take it off. Take it off. Do you hear me? If you don't want to, we can help you with that. If our boss has to do it, believe me, it won't be gentle." Ahahaha. The raucous laughter of the Silver Dragon mercenaries' underlings erupted from behind. The patrons in the tavern quickly distanced themselves, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Kuangyun and his companions. The innkeeper and the server cowered at a safe distance, too frightened to intervene. Unexpectedly, in the face of the notorious Silver Dragon Mercenary Corps, Xiao Kuangyun's table remained remarkably calm, disturbingly so. Xiao Kuangyun disdainfully brushed off the wine splatters on his attire and coldly declared, "All of you are finished." "What? Finished?" The mercenaries echoed in disbelief, their laughter abruptly turning into horrified shrieks. Like lightning, Xiaoba sprang forth, hurling the loudest 3 attackers away, accompanied by the sickening sound of snapping bones. The raucous laughter of Yin Long faded as he stumbled back, terror etched across his face. Spirit realm. The mere utterance of those words resonated like thunder within the small tavern, leaving everyone in shock, their bodies trembling and eyes wide in astonishment. Such a level of power was typically associated with sects found only in large cities, a realm they had never encountered in their lives, nor dared to dream of. As Yin Long's words fell, 2 of his remaining subordinates were sent flying over 10 meters by Xiaoba's strike, collapsing to the ground, unconscious, trembling all over. Yin Long suddenly dropped to his knees, frantically bowing his head. "I am sorry. I was blind and ignorant. I deserve to die?" Had he known that his adversary was a master of the spirit realm, he would never have dared to provoke them. "Finished," Xiao Kuangyun stated coldly. As the words left his lips, Xiaoba followed suit, delivering a brutal blow that shattered Yin Long's arms amidst his agonizing screams. Just then, a figure of a young boy appeared at the tavern's entrance. After departing from Luyan City, Yin Che found himself devoid of any clear objective. Recalling the wooden plaque given to him by Xiao Lai, he began to inquire along the way, consciously making his way towards the direction of Xinyue City. He felt the need to venture into a larger realm, for such places held a greater possibility of uncovering something that could restore his meridians. His frail body left him with little choice. The meager amount of Xian coins he possessed was too precious to squander on a horse, compelling him to proceed on foot at a sluggish pace. Upon reaching Qingyun town, he was on the brink of exhaustion and hunger. Spotting a modest tavern by the roadside, he rummaged through his remaining Xian coins, chuckling self-deprecatingly before making his way over. As he stood at the threshold, a chilling scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. Following the sound, he instantly recognized Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Mozhang seated together, with Xiao Chengji standing nearby. His steps faltered, and he quickly turned to leave. At that very moment, Xiaoba, who had just shattered Yin Long's arm, happened to glance towards the entrance. His expression shifting instantly. "Shopkeeper, rid me of these unsightly nuisances." Xiao Kuangyun barked coldly. A group of individuals so insignificant they could be likened to ants had disrupted his dining pleasure. "Why, yes, yes." The shopkeeper trembled at the command. Hastily nodding as he and a trembling waiter began to escort the members of the Silver Dragon Mercenary Corps outside. Yin Long, a second-tier practitioner of the true Xian realm, was someone no one dared to provoke in Qinglin town. The arrogant and ruthless youth possessed subordinates who were spirit Xian realm cultivators, leaving no room for disobedience. "Young master." Xiaoba approached Xiao Kuangyun, whispering a few words in his ear. You mean the waste who was expelled from the Xiao clan?" Upon hearing Xiaoba's words, Xiao Kuangyun's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk spreading across his face. "Excellent. I almost forgot about this character. Since fate has delivered him to my doorstep, Xiaoba, go and mar his visage for me. The sect master has stated that one should not bully others with their power when outside," Xiao Mozhang remarked impassively. That waste from the Xiao clan dared to humiliate me publicly that day. It was already merciful of me not to have him displayed as carrion in Luyan City." Xiao Kuangyun's voice turned grave. "Xiaoba, after you disfigure his face, ensure you cut out his tongue as well. He is quite the orator, is he not? Let us see how he continues to speak so eloquently in the future." That day at the Xiao clan, Yunche had exposed his schemes before everyone, turning each word he uttered into a slap to his own face. How could he not harbor resentment? The desire to ruin Yunche's face stemmed from jealousy that this waste had married the one he could never possess, Xia Qingwei. Xiao Mozhan fell silent, while Xiao Ba nodded silently and strode out of the tavern, heading directly towards the direction where Yunche had departed. Chapter 40. Bloodstained Jasmine in Qinglin Town. The number of shops was few, yet they offered a diverse array of goods. Yunche furrowed his brow and quickened his pace, swiftly turning into a nearby apothecary. "Shopkeeper, do you have purple lantern flowers and iron sandvines?" Upon entering the apothecary, Yunche spoke directly, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the interior. "I'll take half a pound of each," he added hastily. The shopkeeper wrapped the herbs and tossed them to him. "That will be 20 yellow Xian coins." Note: in the Tianshan continent, there are 3 circulating currencies: yellow Xian coins, green Xian coins, and purple Xian coins. 1 purple Xian coin equals 100 green Xian coins, and 100,000 yellow Xian coins. The value of Xian coins can be referenced as an ordinary family in the Tianshan continent earns approximately 30,000 yellow Xian coins annually, equivalent to 3 purple coins. Placing the coins on the counter, Yunche departed briskly, continuing without pause towards the southern exit of the town. Xiaoba had already caught sight of him, yet he did not rush to act, maintaining a stoic expression as he trailed behind. The exit of Qinglin town soon appeared ahead. Southward lay an endless expanse of mountains known as the Qihong Mountain Range, inhabited by various Xian beasts, making it quite perilous. Even the formidable Xian practitioners or mercenary groups from Qinglin town dared only to operate on the outskirts of the mountains. Delving deeper would lead to encounters with more powerful Xian beasts, often resulting in dire consequences. This mountain range was named Qihong because, according to legend, a colossal flame dragon resided at its center, capable of emitting scorching flames. As he stepped into the territory of the Qihong mountain range, Yunche inhaled deeply, cradling the 2 bags of herbs he had just purchased against his chest with his right hand while placing his left hand over them. The Tian poison pearl glimmered, and a shower of fragments cascaded from his hand. When Yunche removed his left hand, only a small mound of purplish-black powder remained in his palm. The purple lantern flower and iron sandvine were non-toxic, and consuming them together would not provoke any adverse reactions, even if there were toxins. For a formidable practitioner at the Spirit Xian realm, The effects of common poisons were negligible, often entirely ineffective. However, the powder formed from the synergistic extraction of certain components contained in the purple lantern flower and iron sandvine possessed an extremely potent irritant effect on the eyes. If it came into contact with the eyeball, even the strongest Xian force would result in temporary blindness. To Xiaoba's surprise upon discovering Yunche, he looked down on him disdainfully and coldly remarked, "You are called Xiaoche, are you not? The waste who was expelled from the Xiao clan?" "No. I am Yunche." Yunche met his gaze with calm confidence, devoid of any fear. Humph. Xiaoba was evidently uninterested in how he was addressed and showed no reaction to Yunche's composed demeanor. After all, a crippled practitioner was hardly worth his contemplation. "By the orders of the young master, I am to escort you to meet the king of hell. In your next life, remember not to foolishly provoke those you cannot contend with." As the sound descended, Xiaoba's hand was suddenly equipped with a gleaming short blade. With a swift flick of his right hand, the knife hurtled through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Yunche. Though Xiao Kuan-Yun had ordered him to ruin Yunche's face and tongue, he evidently lacked the patience to expend unnecessary effort on a complete waste of existence. Even shirking the act of physical contact, instead, he unleashed the blade, targeting Yunche's throat. The moment Xiao Ba brandished the dagger, Yunche's brow twitched in alarm. As Xiao Ba flung his right hand, a rush of realization struck him. He had prepared himself for a forceful attack. Yet he never anticipated that someone of Xiao Ba's caliber, at least at the spirit profound realm, would resort to using a weapon against someone he deemed insignificant. Moreover, he employed a flying dagger for the assassination. Given his own meager profound strength, how could he possibly evade the assault of a formidable spirit profound practitioner? Had Xiao Ba's temperament been twisted? Was he truly so devoid of conventional reasoning? To kill someone powerless in profound energy with a weapon, was he not afraid of ridicule? Yunche silently cursed within, as the chilling glint in his pupils drew nearer. His instincts prompted an immediate evasive reaction, yet his sluggish body rendered him incapable of escape. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his throat, a flash of crimson suddenly darted forth from Yunche's form, hurtling towards Xiaoba. The blade missed its mark. And in fact, Yunche's eyes no longer registered its presence. Behind Xiaoba stood a petite figure, her back turned to Yunche. Clad in a flowing white gown, her legs and feet were bare, resembling polished jade, while her flowing red hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding an enchanting allure. In her right hand, she clearly grasped the very blade that Xiaoba had launched. The attire and the striking red hair, could it be? A refreshing breeze swept through at that moment, causing Xiaoba's upright body to suddenly collapse. Indeed, it was a collapse akin to a stack of blocks tumbling down, transforming into a pool of blood and countless tiny remnants of flesh. The wind brushed against Yunche's face, carrying with it a nauseating scent of blood. He stood frozen, eyes fixed on the back of the crimson-haired girl, his pupils constricting violently, breath held captive, and even his heartbeat nearly ceased. Her attire and red hair unmistakably revealed her identity. She was the girl he had encountered that fateful night on the back mountain, the one he had brought into the heavenly poison pearl. Upon entering the heavenly poison pearl, she had been engulfed in slumber. But now she awakened and emerged from its depths, revealing to him the most terrifying scene to ever unfold in the realm of Tianxian. In that fleeting moment, the girl had undeniably seized a dagger that was poised to pierce his throat, and then charged at Xiaoba, delivering a fatal blow. The entirety of this sequence was but a flash of crimson light. In an instant, Xiaoba's body was utterly obliterated. To achieve such devastation, one would need to inflict hundreds of cuts upon him. This meant that in that singular moment, the girl not only disarmed the dagger that nearly claimed his life, but also wielded it to carve out at least 100 wounds upon Xiaoba's form. Could such prowess belong to a mere child? No. Is this the zenith of human capability? As Yunche stood in profound astonishment, the short blade in the girl's hand suddenly clattered to the ground, issuing a sound akin to a small creature's pained cry. Subsequently, she slowly crouched down, her petite frame trembling slightly as if she were enveloped in a chilling wind. This accursed god-slaying poison. How could the princess have exerted such minimal strength yet suffered such recoil? The girl's voice was frail and anguished, as if she were enduring immense torment. Yunche cautiously stepped forward, and each time his gaze met the pool of blood, an icy chill coursed through his heart. Who exactly was this girl with the crimson hair? Xiao Ba hailed from the Xiao clan, wielding power that resided at least within the lower ranks of the spirit profound realm. In the entirety of Luoyuan City, few could rival him. Yet this girl had effortlessly dispatched him in a mere instant. She appeared to be no older than 12 or 13 years. for a girl of such tender age. Reaching the third level of the initial profound realm would already be a remarkable feat. Xia Qinghua, who attained the 10th level of the initial profound realm at the age of 16, was widely recognized as the city's foremost prodigy. But this girl, upon returning to the Tianxin continent, Yunche experienced a genuine sense of terror for the first time in 2 lifetimes. The scene before him had entirely surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Gritting his teeth before finally speaking, "Little sister, you are awake?" Upon hearing Yunche's voice, the girl's slight shivering ceased. She gradually rose and turned to face him, revealing a face as exquisite as a doll's. Though youthful, her beauty was breathtaking, yet it was marred by evident pain. She gazed at Yunche, her tone youthful yet frigid. "It is truly inconceivable that the heavenly poison pearl would acknowledge you, a mere mortal of no consequence. As its master, has the spirit of this transcendent treasure been so distorted?" In truth, this was Yunche's first genuine encounter with her. Although he had visited her within the heavenly poison pearl many times over the past few days, looking upon her now, he found himself unable to divert his gaze. This girl was simply too beautiful, enchanting to the point of being soul-stirring. Every aspect of her snow-white visage was exquisitely perfect, embodying a level of beauty that transcended description. Her eyes shimmer like black jewels, deep and profound as the night sky. In her gaze, Yunche perceives a kind of pride. Yet this pride is not the arrogant bravado born of power, as exhibited by Xiao Kuangyun, but rather a noble and dignified essence that emanates from her very soul. It is as if all beings in the world appear as mere ants beneath her gaze, rendering everything insignificant and trivial in her presence. In the tavern of Qinglin Town, Xiao Kuangyun began to grow impatient, letting out a cold snort. To deal with a worthless fool, such time has been wasted. Humph. Could it be that he has lost his way in this unfamiliar place? Xiao Jiu, go investigate. Yes, young master. Xiao Jiu complied, promptly rising and exiting the tavern, heading in the direction where Xiaoba had previously pursued. Chapter 41. The bloodstained jasmine. Yunche's heart had swiftly regained its composure. However, the words spoken by the young girl resonated deeply within him, particularly a few phrases from her earlier murmurs. This princess possesses the god-slaying absolute poison, the celestial treasure. Did she just refer to herself as a princess? Which imperial lineage could she belong to? What is this god-slaying absolute poison? I am well versed in the myriad poisons of the world, yet I have never encountered such a name. Moreover, the celestial treasure. My grandfather once mentioned that my biological parents were hunted because of a celestial treasure they possessed, and that the term itself was a dreadful taboo. The celestial treasure she speaks of undoubtedly refers to the heavenly poison pearl. Could it be that there is more than one celestial treasure? Yet, Yunche refrained from inquiring further. It was not the moment for questions. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. "Little sister, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. However, after sleeping within the heavenly poison pearl for so many days, you have finally awakened. Might you share your name with me?" Jasmine. Yunche chuckled, his gaze filled with genuine admiration. The jasmine flower is charming and delicate, with a rich fragrance and pure white petals. It is truly a name befitting you. Pure white? The anguish on the girl's face gradually lessened, her lips curling into a cold arc. At that moment, a gust of cool wind swept by, causing her blood-red hair to dance alluringly as a green leaf floated down, caught delicately in her hand. "I am Jasmine, the jasmine stained red with blood." As the girl released her grasp, the intact green leaf crumbled into a shower of tiny fragments, scattering in the wind. Suddenly, an inexplicable, chilling sensation pierced Yunche's heart. The minute fragments dispersed in the gentle breeze, a portion drifting toward the girl's form, in an eerie spectacle before Yunche's eyes. Upon contact with the girl's body, the fragments did not cling to her, but rather passed straight through, scattering behind her. This cannot be. If she were an ethereal being, how could she wield that dagger? How could she grasp that falling leaf? Is it possible that she exists in a peculiar state, able to interact with objects but impervious to being touched herself? This was given to me by my master. However, my master is deceased, and I have no knowledge of where he acquired the heavenly poison pearl, Yunche stated directly. Faced with the girl's crystalline gaze, he felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of uttering even a single lie. Thus, he chose to speak the truth, which, in essence, amounted to nothing. He truly did not know where his master had obtained the heavenly poison pearl during his time in the Songyun continent. The girl's gaze lingered upon his eyes for 3 seconds before it slightly wavered. In a tone that was utterly inappropriate for a girl of 12 or 13, she spoke with a chilling detachment. The heavenly poison pearl ranks 5th among the 7 supreme treasures of Xiantian. It harbors boundless space, capable of generating and neutralizing all poisons of the world, refining all things. It only appeared for a fleeting moment 1,300 years ago, inciting chaos across the realm, and thereafter vanished without a trace. Who would have thought it would end up in the hands of a waste of a person whose meridians are completely severed? Moreover, it has fused with your body. How utterly laughable. I wonder if this heavenly poison pearl has lost its spirit, or if its spirit has completely gone mad. The 5th among the 7 supreme treasures of Xiantian? At this moment, the girl's delicate brows furrowed deeply, an icy aura suddenly coalescing, enveloping Yunche's body with an oppressive force. If the heavenly poison pearl is willing to cling to a worthless person like you, then it has no reason not to adhere to this princess. With a sudden gust of frigid wind, Yunche was thrown against the trunk of a tree before he could react. The girl's face, now filled with murderous intent, was alarmingly close, her left hand gripping tightly around his throat. Yunche's eyes widened in shock, his complexion paling rapidly as he struggled against the suffocating grip. I shall offer you 2 choices, the girl declared, her stunning countenance marred by a chilling, sinister expression, her youthful voice dripping with frost. The first is to obediently hand over the heavenly poison pearl to me. The second is that after I kill you, I shall extract the heavenly poison pearl from your lifeless body. Though her hand was as delicate as warm jade, it constricted around his throat like an iron vice, rendering him utterly immobile and in excruciating pain. Yet, his face bore no trace of fear or panic. Instead, he spoke in a weak, obscure voice. Utterly calm, I choose the second one. Go ahead and kill me. The girl's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she sneered. Do you think this princess dares not? As she spoke, her fingers tightened abruptly, leaving 5 ghastly marks upon Yunche's neck, intensifying his agony. Yet, he managed to smile. Pale as death, if you truly wished for my demise, you would not have risked the soul-corroding poison to save me. Yunche fixed his gaze upon her eyes, contorting his face in the throes of suffocating pain. You are afflicted by a strange poison that not only harms the body but also the soul. That night, your body dissipated before my very eyes. What remains of you now is merely a soul ensnared by potent toxins. The reason you possess a corporeal form is that you forcibly absorbed my blood that night, prompting the heavenly poison pearl, which had merged with me, to exhibit affinity towards you, thus deriving a semi-corporeal existence through its power and my vitality. This means that my life is your life. If you perish, I remain unaffected. However, should I die, you too shall follow suit. To hand the heavenly poison pearl over to you would be tantamount to seeking death. A profound astonishment flickered in the depths of the girl's enchanting eyes, and her delicate hand that had been gripping Yunche's throat gradually loosened. Finally liberated from the torment of strangulation, Yunche was seized by a violent fit of coughing, followed by a frenzied bout of vomiting, expelling even bile. His complexion rendered a ghastly pale. You do not seem as inept as you appear, Jasmine remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. How did you discern that? With a low chuckle, Yunche replied, because I am a divine healer. If you wish to survive, not only must you refrain from harming me, but you must also exert every effort to protect me. However, to condense one's soul into a corporeal form is a feat that can only be achieved upon reaching the King Xian realm. Your life is undoubtedly far more valuable than mine. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, the weight of such a statement left Yunche's heart in tumult. Throughout the entirety of the Songfeng Empire, one could reign unchallenged upon attaining the heavenly Xian realm, while fewer than 10 individuals have reached the King Xian realm. Each of these 10 stands as proud as an emperor, unparalleled in might. To attain such heights necessitates not only exceptional talent and fortuitous circumstances but also ample time. Those who achieve the King Xian realm in the Songfeng Empire are invariably over a century old. Upon reaching this realm, even if one's physical form is destroyed, the soul can coalesce into shape, allowing for a perfect rebirth upon finding the opportunity to reconstruct the body. The girl, whose physical form has been shattered, yet whose soul clings to her life force, evidently possesses power at the King Xian realm. This is a truly terrifying notion. The girl's subsequent words left Yunche in a stupor for a full 5 seconds. King Xian realm? Her gaze remained unshaken, yet her expression unmistakably conveyed a profound disdain. What is that? At this moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead, causing Jasmine's eyes to narrow as she slowly turned to face the source. The owner of the footsteps quickly came into view. Xiaojiao, another who seeks my demise has arrived. I leave it to your discretion. Just moments ago, when confronted by Xiao Ba, despite the secret weapon clenched in his grasp, it would be a lie to claim I was unperturbed. Yet now, In the presence of Xiaojio, I find myself devoid of any trepidation, leaning casually against the trunk of a tree. My gaze towards Xiaojio is tinged with a subtle mixture of pity and regret. Why is it that only Xiaojio has come? How delightful it would be if a few more were to accompany him to the grave. Xiaojio first caught sight of Yunche, and then his gaze descended upon the pool of blood and the scattered remnants of flesh on the ground. Although Xiao Ba's body had been shattered into thousands of pieces, after decades of acquaintance, he recognized him at a glance. Instantly, he was seized by a profound horror, and when his eyes fell upon Emily, he was utterly transfixed. Xiao Ba and Xiaojio, born not of the direct bloodline of the Xiao clan, hailed from a modest background within the vast lineage. However, due to their remarkable innate talents displayed from a young age, they were selected for rigorous training, ultimately becoming the personal bodyguards of Xiao Kuangyun. Possessing formidable powers and a demeanor that was cold and unfeeling, they knew only loyalty, harboring no interest in anything else, including women. Even when faced with the most beautiful of maidens, their expressions remained unchanged, their hearts devoid of emotion, akin to machines devoid of fundamental human traits. Naturally, any inclination towards inappropriate affections was unfathomable. Yet, upon encountering Jasmine, a spark ignited within him, his eyes widened, and an unfamiliar sensation of tingling warmth coursed through his body, his very blood nearly reaching a boiling point. He found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the beauty of the girl before him. Her eyes sparkled like the most resplendent pearls, radiating an astonishing brilliance, while her delicate features were so exquisitely refined that they transcended mere descriptions of beauty. Her petite and tender form, imbued with a youthful allure, was irresistibly enticing, flowing seamlessly down from her white dress, exuding an innate gracefulness. Beneath the hem of her gown, her slender legs, akin to finely carved jade, were bare, their skin exceptionally fair and smooth, glistening with a creamy sheen and radiating a crystalline purity. Her feet, poised upon the ground like two ethereal ice lotuses, were breathtakingly beautiful, seemingly crafted from realms beyond this world. How could such exquisite beauty exist in this universe? Xiaojio was utterly transfixed, his eyes wide open, gaze vacant, as if his consciousness had completely drifted beyond this realm. It seemed as though his very soul had been entirely stripped away. He forgot the tragic demise of Xiaojio himself, forgot the intent to slay Yunche. In his eyes and within his mind, there remained only the breathtaking beauty of the girl before him, her long red hair billowing gracefully in the wind, accentuating her exquisite allure with a touch of enchanting charm. His heart raced, his body ignited with fervor and an overwhelming desire to possess her. To pin her down and ravage her coursed through him with an intensity that bordered on madness. Observing the fervor in Xiaojio's gaze, Jasmine's countenance darkened with indignation. She suddenly raised her delicate, jade-like hand, palm directed towards Xiaojio's heart. In an instant, without any surge of energy or forewarning, as Jasmine lifted her right hand, Xiaojio's expression shifted drastically, transforming into one of sheer terror, as if he had glimpsed the most horrifying depths of hell. Then, with a cataclysmic explosion, his body erupted. His head, limbs, and torso, along with his internal organs, were obliterated in an instant, exploding into a magnificent spray of crimson, the sanguine droplets cascading over the surrounding ground, staining it a deep scarlet. Yunche could only watch in stunned silence. Xiao Ba and Xiaojio, two formidable protectors hailing from the Xiao clan and sons of its leader, met their untimely demise at the hands of a girl named Jasmine. One was instantaneously torn apart, while the other exploded in a moment of sheer violence, utterly vanquished without a hint of struggle. Perhaps, until their last breath, they remained oblivious to the nature of their demise. The manner of their deaths was exceedingly tragic. Yunche, having taken countless lives throughout his existence, was no stranger to brutality and bloodshed. In confronting his most despised enemies, his methods were often exceedingly vicious. Yet, none of his actions could rival the sheer ruthlessness displayed by Jasmine during either of her lethal encounters. Indeed, he lacked the capacity to match her ferocity. As for the girl with crimson hair, who identified herself as Jasmine, she suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching groan, her petite form collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Baqian lay in a gruesome array of dismembered remains, while Xiao Jiuchen was reduced to a pool of blood. In that moment, Yunche began to comprehend why she referred to herself as the bloodstained Jasmine. From her method of killing, one could envision the countless lives she had extinguished. Each met with a tragic end. Despite being merely a girl yet to mature, her actions mirrored those of a merciless and cruel harbinger of death. An icy dread surged uncontrollably within Yunche's heart. Observing her in anguish, he hesitated briefly, then stepped forward, saying you could have easily taken his life with minimal effort. Yet you chose to leave him in such a horrid state. Your soul is now tainted by a vile poison. Should you draw upon your power, this venom will seep in and consume your spirit. A long, mournful howl suddenly echoed from behind Yunche, alarmingly close, as if it were whispering in his ear. He swiftly turned to find, within a mere 20 paces, a fully grown wolf with a coat of gray fur, glaring at him with predatory intent. A wild wolf. Panic surged within Yunche. This was the outskirts of a small town. How could a wolf be here? Although this creature was evidently just a mundane beast, it was still a wolf and should not have been present in such proximity. Wait, the wind is picking up, and with Xiaoba's gruesome demise, the scent of blood could easily attract bloodthirsty beasts. The sudden appearance of the wolf left Yunche little time to react or ponder. With a low growl, it charged forward, leaping within 7 steps, aiming directly for him, its glistening claws capable of rending his flesh apart. What he had previously uttered held a grain of truth. Jasmine had drawn his blood to enter the heavenly poison pearl, binding her life to his. Thus, his fate became entwined with hers. If he were to perish, so too would she. Even if she survived, without the heavenly poison pearl, she would soon succumb to the poison. Therefore, witnessing the wolf lunging toward Yunche, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Jasmine's gaze. In an instant, her chaotic power began to coalesce in her hands. Yet the moment her energy surged, it was as if she had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Her body stiffened, and a groan of profound agony escaped her lips. The energy she had just summoned dissipated entirely as she writhed in pain, her form flickering between clarity and obscurity. The initial strike to annihilate Xiao Ba had inflicted upon her a powerful backlash from the god-slaying venom, while the second use of her abilities to eliminate Xiao Jiuchen intensified the backlash severfold. Now, attempting once more to harness her powers, the venom within her surged forth like awakened serpents, ravenously consuming her soul. She found herself unable to stand, her semi-ethereal body threatened with dissolution under the onslaught of poison. Do not use your power. Seeing Jasmine's form flickering between reality and illusion, Yunche's brow furrowed as he shouted. Meanwhile, the wolf descended upon him, its fangs glinting like blades, drawing ever nearer. The garment on his right shoulder was violently torn, nearly inflicting grievous injury to his flesh. With a sudden lunge to the right, Yunche narrowly evaded disaster, not allowing himself a moment's respite as he exerted every ounce of strength in his right hand to hurl the powder he had originally intended for Xiaoba towards the direction of the gray wolf. The powder accurately enveloped the head of the wild wolf, which had just landed, eliciting a chilling, mournful howl. In a frenzy, the wolf's claws desperately raked at its own eyes. Yunche sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, swiftly retrieving the short blade that Mo Li had previously discarded. Gritting his teeth, he counterattacked the wild wolf, plunging the dagger with utmost force toward its throat. Though the wild wolf was but a mere beast, its flesh and bones were remarkably robust. A typical person's full thrust, if it struck the throat bone, would likely result in a mere injury to the skin and bone, entirely awakening its ferocity. However, Yunche's blade descended with unparalleled swiftness, precisely targeting the narrow gap between the wolf's throat bone, severing its windpipe. The wolf's cries transformed into a pitiful, feeble whimper as its body convulsed violently before collapsing onto the ground, silenced forever. Yunche exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although he now possessed little strength and a frail physique, his combat awareness and keen eyesight remained intact. Yet, the once mighty figure he had been now found himself facing an utterly ordinary wolf with such peril, prompting a bittersweet smile to creep across his face. Emoli continued to flicker, curled on the ground like a wounded kitten, her expression etched with profound anguish. Once he had regained his composure, Yunche approached her, placing his left hand upon her shoulder. The purifying power of the heavenly poison pearl surged forth, swiftly countering the malevolent toxin that ravaged her body and soul. What manner of poison was the Godslayer's venom? It had nearly claimed the life of this formidable girl. Gradually, the distress on Emoli's delicate face began to ease. Though her body oscillated between clarity and obscurity, the tempo of this fluctuation accelerating, unmistakably signaling impending dissolution. Suddenly, Emoli lifted her face, grasping Yunche's right wrist with her hand, her tender lips parting as she sank her pearly teeth into his index finger. The sharp pain radiating from his finger contorted Yunche's expression. He felt the piercing bite break the skin. The droplets of blood that oozed forth were eagerly drawn into her mouth. Compared to the initial terror he had felt during her first blood-sucking, this time, Yunche remained remarkably composed, refraining from struggle as she clung to his finger. The warmth and softness of her little tongue pressed against his fingertip provided an indescribable pleasure amidst the agony. As the droplets of blood were consumed by Mo Li, the frequency of her bodily transformations began to slow, and after half a minute, it ceased entirely. She withdrew her teeth from his finger, although her complexion remained somewhat pale. The torment had finally subsided. Yun-Che stepped back, observing the still bleeding puncture marks on his index finger, inhaling sharply as he remarked, "Are you akin to a little dog? Each time I see you, you bite me." Jasmine extended her small hand, gently brushing the corner of her mouth, her youthful face still reflecting remnants of fear. With a slight clench of her teeth and a furrowed brow, she coldly retorted, "This predicament is solely due to your ineptitude. Otherwise, how could this princess have been driven to such extremes?" "Me, inept?" Yun-Che chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Ah, in comparison to you, I indeed seem rather useless. A mere ordinary wolf could easily take my life, and had it not been for your two timely rescues, I would have met my end at the hands of those two whom you just dispatched. Nevertheless, despite my shortcomings, I have saved you twice. If you had not encountered me that fateful night, you would have succumbed to poison long ago. And just now, had I forsaken you, this perilous little sister, you might have already lost your spirit." Jasmine fell silent. "You happened upon the heaven-poisoned pearl in your near-death experience, a stroke of fortune indeed. However, your luck appears to have reached its limit. My meridians are damaged. Without repair, I shall remain forever at the first level of the initial profound realm. You are gravely poisoned and cannot recklessly wield your power. With my limited strength, even a minor threat could spell doom for me, and consequently, for you as well." Yun-Che remarked, his fingers clutching the finally staunched wound with a calm yet resolute demeanor. Jasmine remained silent, her gaze shifting continuously, as if grappling with some internal conflict. "Rest assured, I will strive to discover a method to restore my meridians. No, I must find one. Until then, I will safeguard my life," Yun-Che asserted with unwavering determination. Images of Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi resurfaced in his mind. For their sake, he vowed to traverse this undoubtedly arduous path with utmost speed and relentless effort. "Restore your meridians?" A hint of disdain flickered across the girl's face. "I have examined your meridians. They were not recently damaged by external forces, but rather, they sustained severe injury when they were still in their formative stages, effectively crippling them at their roots. The current state of your meridians is utterly desolate. There exists a method to forcibly mend them, yet even then, the maximum you could hope for is the opening of 3 gates. Moreover, you have missed the critical foundational period before the age of 14. Given your current condition, you will be unable to break through to the initial profound realm within the next decade. For your entire life, you will remain a useless invalid, incapable of advancing into the profound realm." Yun-Che's chest heaved heavily as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I will find a way. You wish to gather various medicinal herbs and refined pills using the heaven poison pearl to forcibly elevate your abilities? It may seem a commendable idea, but with your laughable capabilities, how do you intend to procure those high-grade herbs? Instead, you would likely find yourself ensnared in a predicament from which there is no return, dragging this princess down with you to the depths." Jasmine's face lifted, her eyes sparkling with clarity, as if she had finally reached a decision. "Cast aside these absurd notions. You have saved the life of this princess, and indeed, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You need only to agree to 3 conditions, and I shall grant you a new meridian forthwith." As Yun-Che gazed in astonishment, the depths of Jasmine's eyes grew profound and enigmatic, her voice lowering slightly. 1. A meridian imbued with divine power. Chapter 43. Jasmine as master to possess a meridian with divine power. Jasmine's words struck Yun-Che with the force of thunder, as he had long yearned to discover a method to restore his meridian. Now, Jasmine was undeniably stating that she could grant him a new meridian immediately. Moreover, one infused with divine power. What exactly this divine power entailed was beyond his comprehension. Yet merely the notion of a new meridian sent waves of exhilaration coursing through his heart. Suppressing the tumult within, he fixed his gaze intently upon Jasmine's eyes and asked, "Is this truly the case? Would this princess deceive you?" The girl's delicate face bore an air of proud assurance. Yun-Che found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, with her formidable power that rendered even the King's realm inconsequential, how could she deign to deceive a mere invalid? The concept of granting someone a new meridian in such a short span of time seemed utterly absurd, even to a skilled healer like Yun-Che. However, Jasmine's clear gaze and haughty demeanor left no hint of deceit in their wake. Yet, she possessed long red hair that seemed unbefitting of a being from the Tianshan continent, and though she appeared youthful, Her overwhelming strength was terrifying. The poison coursing through her body was something he, bearer of the heavenly poison pearl, had never encountered. Was her tale not filled with absurdities? Perhaps she truly possessed some extraordinary method to bestow upon him a new meridian in a brief moment. If this were indeed feasible, he would have every confidence in fulfilling his promises to Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi. With that thought, Yin Chei's gaze ignited with fervor. Very well, tell me. What are the 3 conditions you wish me to agree to? Jasmine, fully aware that he could not refuse, wasted no time and stated directly, the first condition is that you must promise to find 3 items for this princess, a ghostly Brahma flower, 3 essence pills no less potent than those of the Overlord realm, and at least 70 pounds of purple vein divine crystal. Yun Che listened intently, but his brow furrowed when Jasmine mentioned the ghostly Brahma flower. He had heard of its name from his master, yet had never laid eyes upon it. His master had described the ghostly Brahma flower as the embodiment of the most sinister and malevolent spirit, flourishing only in the coldest and darkest of realms. Its stems and leaves were a deep purple-black, taking a full 24 years to bloom. When it did, it unveiled an extraordinarily vibrant violet flower, with petals swathed in a faint purple mist akin to the breath of the underworld, releasing faint echoes of ghostly laughter and weeping. After blooming for 3 days, it would wither, and the next flowering would not occur for another 24 years. Regarding the efficacy of the Yumming Belohua, my master did not elaborate, merely stating that any mortal who approaches it would be beset by the miasma of the underworld. The consequences could range from prolonged unconsciousness to death. To venture into a place of utmost darkness and coldness in search of a flower that blooms only once every 24 years and which poses a lethal threat. Yun Che raised his eyebrows, but displayed no extreme reaction. If Jasmine could indeed bestow upon him a new profound vein, such a request might not be deemed excessive. However, the second item she mentioned nearly caused him to lose his composure. 3 profound pills no less than those of the Overlord realm. Are you jesting with me? What does the Overlord realm signify? It is a legendary echelon, an unattainable apex for countless profound practitioners, a realm beyond reach. Throughout the entire Songfeng Empire, a handful of King Realm practitioners can be found, yet not a single one of Overlord realm. The powerful of the King Realm are referred to as thrones, whereas those of the Overlord realm are exalted as overlords, signifying that once one attains this level, they become the absolute sovereign of a domain, with no one daring to oppose them. Not to mention, in the present Songfeng Empire, not a single unparalleled powerhouse of the Overlord realm has emerged in a millennium. And Jasmine, with a mere parting of her delicate lips, demands 3 profound pills from beasts of the Overlord realm. The challenge of procuring these 3 beasts pales in comparison. Who in the Songfeng Empire can afford to provoke an Overlord beast? Above the King Realm, each step is akin to ascending to the heavens. 5 practitioners of the King Realm at level 10 could not possibly contend with a single Overlord realm being. Thus, even the combined strength of all King Realm practitioners in the Songfeng Empire would be insufficient to confront one Overlord beast. The mere mention of 3 profound pills of such caliber would surely send the leaders of the 4 major sects into a furious uproar. The third item Jasmine revealed nearly caused Yun Che to collapse in astonishment. At least 70 pounds of purple vein divine crystal, which is distinct from the purple vein heavenly crystal. The purple vein heavenly crystal is a rare treasure of the world. A shard the size of a fingernail is worth a fortune, exclusively possessed by the grandest sects, while ordinary practitioners would not dare to dream of it. The purple vein divine crystal is extracted from the heavenly crystal, and a block the size of a house might yield a shard the size of a fingernail. Therefore, 70 pounds of purple vein divine crystal. Yun Che had reason to believe that the total amount of purple vein divine crystal across the entire Tianshan continent might not even reach 70 pounds. Should such a quantity truly exist, its worth would be sufficient to purchase at least 3 Songfeng empires. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? As Yun Che spoke, breath escaped through his gritted teeth. He was convinced that anyone in the Songfeng Empire who heard this demand would be left speechless in shock. Jasmine's expression bore no trace of jest. Her cold gaze conveyed the gravity of her words. I am poisoned to the core, even with the heavenly poison pearl. It would take several years to fully purify. After the poison within me is eradicated, I must reconstruct my body. These 3 items are indispensable for my bodily reconstruction. None can be omitted. And the time required? 30 years. 30 years. At last, this moment allowed Yun Che to exhale a sigh of relief as he nodded slowly. All right. I accept this condition. What a trivial matter. 30 years is ample time, and naturally, one must agree first and consider later. As for the Yuming Baoyuo flower, the Xian Dan of the Bashuan beast, and the 70 pounds of purple vein divine crystal, there are still 30 years ahead. One step at a time. What is the second condition? Yunche inquired, holding his breath, pondering that if the first condition was so daunting, the second might be even more formidable. The second condition is that you must reach the Junxian realm within 30 years. Jasmine maintained her steady gaze on Yunche's expression, articulating her words slowly and clearly. Yunche suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to take this little girl and spank her. He began to suspect that this young girl was merely teasing him. Throughout the history of the Zongfeng Empire, no one has ever achieved the Junxian realm within 30 years. To be more precise, no one has ever reached the Junxian realm at all, Yunche declared earnestly. However, the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner indignation. Will you agree? Jasmine arched an eyebrow. Of course I will agree. Yunche replied without a moment's hesitation, his expression becoming solemn, his eyes reflecting an exquisite calmness and serenity. Your first condition may leave me somewhat apprehensive, but this second condition is truly not a burden for me. The reason I mentioned that no one has ever reached the Junxian realm within 30 years is merely to illustrate that if I were given the same starting point, I would overturn the history of the Zongfeng Empire. With the heavenly poison pearl at my side, if I were to lose to anyone from the Zongfeng Empire, that would make me the true waste. Reaching the Junxian realm within 30 years is not a mere fantasy. Yunche narrowed his eyes, his voice as tranquil as flowing water. He had anticipated that such a passionate, fervent declaration would elicit a glimmer of admiration from Jasmine, yet to his disappointment, she merely nodded slightly. Feeling somewhat dejected, he asked, "But why do you require me to reach the Junxian realm within 30 years? A person's vitality is directly proportional to their Xian power. My current ethereal life force is derived from your vitality. In order for me to reconstruct my body and maintain my previous strength perfectly, I must possess at least the vitality of the Junxian realm," Jasmine stated calmly. Yunche nodded, partially comprehending, when a sudden realization struck him. If she requires the vitality of the Junxian realm to ensure that her reconstructed body merges with her soul and retains its original strength, then does that imply her previous strength must have surpassed the Junxian realm? No, impossible. It must be that I am misunderstanding this. Yunche shook his head in disbelief, dismissing this absurd notion. He gazed at her, at a loss for words. Are you unwilling? Jasmine raised an eyebrow slightly. Her delicate face, beautiful yet youthful, cloaked in an aura of authority that stirred unease within. How old are you this year? With a face full of confusion, Yunche inquired. However, upon a moment of reflection, he felt an unexpected lightness within. If she were truly only 13 years of age, then regardless of how formidable her powers might be, how exalted and enigmatic her lineage, how cruel and arrogant her demeanor, or how mature her intellect appeared, she could only possess less than 13 years of life experience. With the memories of 2 lifetimes at his disposal, dealing with her would be a matter of ease. No matter how powerful and assertive she may seem, she remained merely a little girl yet to mature. Did you feel that your princess became much easier to handle upon learning she is only 13? Jasmine squinted her starry eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. Her words struck a chord deep within Yunche. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "How could that be? The reason I inquired about your age was to inform you that I am 16 this year, 3 years your senior. Given your youth, it seems rather inappropriate for you to take me as your disciple, does it not? Age?" Jasmine sneered disdainfully. "Even the strongest on this continent would kneel before me for 10 years, and I would not spare him a glance. My offer to become your master is a privilege, and you dare to refuse?" Her tone was so commanding that it left Yunche breathless. Without hesitation, he nodded. "Very well, I shall accept you as my master, but I will not bow to you." "Reason?" Jasmine asked coolly. "I can kneel to elders, to benefactors, and even to a wife. But to kneel before a little girl I have only known for a few days, I cannot do. That is the most basic dignity of a man." Yunche shook his head, his voice resolute. Jasmine smiled, her laughter as beautiful as a blooming jasmine flower. Yet her voice carried an icy chill. "That is not for you to decide." As her words fell, Jasmine's right hand darted forth, gripping Yunche's shoulder with lightning speed. Instantly, he felt as if a mountain had pressed down upon him, and under the weight of that irresistible force, his knees buckled, and he knelt heavily before her. "You." Anger flashed across Yunche's face as he attempted to rise, but in the face of Jasmine's overwhelming strength, he found himself utterly powerless. Even with all his might, he could not lift his body even a fraction. "Kneel before me, and I shall officially become your master, not only altering your meridians, but guiding you on the path of cultivation." Amidst his struggles, Jasmine's haughty voice echoed in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, murmuring, "You can forget it. I would rather forego my meridians than bow to a little girl like you." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy force pressed his upper body down to the ground. Jasmine raised her foot, as delicate as a snow-white lotus, and placed it upon his shoulder. With a slight exertion, a resounding crack echoed as his head was forced to collide violently with the cold earth, completing the act of submission. Jasmine kept her foot firmly planted on his shoulder, her arms crossed as she mockingly remarked, "Do you think your bones are particularly strong and impressive? Without power, you lack even the ability to refuse to bow before me. Thus, what right do you have to display arrogance in my presence? In the face of absolute strength, your self-proclaimed dignity and pride are nothing but a farce." Jasmine's words fell like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly drenching Yunche, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then, he chuckled softly, reflecting on his own lack of power. What qualifications did he have to speak of dignity and pride? Surely, his earlier self-importance must have appeared absurd in Jasmine's eyes. "Reluctantly, you have finally bowed. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. Do you have any questions for me, your master?" Jasmine stood on Yunche's shoulder, gazing down upon him. Indeed, Yunche lifted his face, his gaze upward. His voice strained. "I wish to inquire if your hair has yet to grow, or if you are naturally a white tiger." On the night Yunche first encountered Jasmine, her form dissolved, leaving only her garments behind. He had merely gathered her dress to cover her with the heavenly poison pearl, leaving her undergarments untouched. When Jasmine awakened within the heavenly poison pearl, she found herself clad solely in that white dress, entirely devoid of any undergarments. With one foot upon his shoulder, Jasmine's legs naturally parted. From Yunche's perspective, the exquisite sight between her legs, a delicate blush against fair skin, was unmistakably clear. Chapter 44. The blood of the undying evil god. Yunche's words caught Jasmine off guard, and only when she noticed where his gaze lingered did realization dawn upon her. Eek! Jasmine leapt back like a bolt of lightning, her small hands instinctively pressing down on her skirt, her snow-white face flushed with a mix of anger, panic, and a rapidly spreading pink hue. Indeed, this proud and fierce girl, known for her ruthless demeanor, was now flustered and blushing. In her moment of panic and indignation, her face radiated a rosy glow, and her gesture of covering her skirt bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an ordinary girl caught in an unexpected violation. There was a captivating grace to her that no other girl could hope to match, leaving Yunche momentarily entranced. Of course, without that chilling aura of menace, the moment would have been even more perfect. Jasmine, her face adorned with fury, clenched her pearly little tiger teeth tightly together, her eyes glinting dangerously, as if she wished to devour him whole. She had grown up surrounded by reverence, adoration, and fear. Aside from her kin, few dared to meet her gaze directly. She had never fathomed that her body would be so desecrated by a mere mortal, especially one as utterly inept as him. The murderous aura enveloping Yunche was as tangible as a weapon, and perhaps in the next moment, its wielder would tear him to shreds. Yet, Yunche remained unfazed. Adjusting his neck that had nearly been misaligned by Jasmine's foot, he stood up, dusted off his pants, and asked earnestly, "I have agreed to the 3 conditions you proposed. Does that mean it is time to grant me the new meridian you mentioned? Forget forever what you just saw." Jasmine's expression was fierce, her aura icy. Yet her beauty was so enchanting that even the most menacing of looks could not diminish her allure, leaving Yunche feeling no intimidation whatsoever. "Were it not for the shared fate between us, I would have surely gouged out your eyes, leaving you to perish without a grave." "I absolutely did not witness anything I should not have," Yunche exclaimed, panic-stricken, silently adding to himself, "Indeed, what I saw was entirely appropriate." Faced with Yunche, who was beyond her reach, Jasmine's fury gradually subsided, yet she instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt, fearful that even the slightest gust might reveal more than she intended. Coldly, she declared, "I have chosen you as my disciple not out of whim, but because I do not wish to impart my knowledge to just anyone. To be my disciple is the greatest fortune you shall ever encounter. From this moment forth, you must refer to me as your master." Yunche hesitated, a look of uncertainty clouding his features. "You are unwilling?" Jasmine arched an eyebrow. "Of course not," Yunche hastily replied, shaking his head. "It's just that I previously mentioned having a master who bestowed upon me the heavenly poison pearl. My last mentor was a kind elderly man with graying hair, whom I called master for many years. Thus, whenever I hear the word master, I cannot help but think of him. And you, being so beautiful and charming, would surely dislike the thought of me associating you with an old man when I call you master. Perhaps I should simply call you Jasmine instead?" That name is both delightful and fitting for you. Or maybe Little Jasmine, or Jasmine Jr., or even Maymay, Lily. Or even Princess Jasmine, though calling you Princess or Your Highness would not be amiss. Jasmine's brows twitched slightly, and her rosy lips quivered as she could no longer contain herself. You may call me Jasmine, but you must never forget that I am your master. You must also remember your duties and responsibilities as a disciple. Understood. Yunche promptly nodded, his voice resolute. As long as you truly grant me a new meridian, I will regard you as my master, respect you, heed your words, and do all that you command. I shall exert every effort to purify the poison within you and help restore your body. Yunche's final words caused a flicker of emotion in Jasmine's gaze, but her voice turned cold, laced with an underlying threat. Furthermore, you must never commit any acts of disrespect towards me, or else, of course, Yunche replied solemnly. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Silence. Jasmine interjected, her embarrassment and anger rising at the thought of the earlier incident, causing her defiance to wane. Oh. Yunche quickly fell silent before redirecting the conversation to the matter he was most eager about. So, can we commence with the process of granting me a new meridian? Jasmine fell into silence for a moment and then said, take this princess to a place where no one will approach. As it was his first time in Qinglin town, Yunche was completely unfamiliar with the surroundings, especially the Qihong mountain range. At this moment, he was ravenous. Yet Jasmine's words filled him with such excitement that he entirely disregarded his hunger and cautiously ventured deeper into the mountain range. After traversing a low hill, he arrived at a verdant, shaded area devoid of wild beasts and human footprints, where he finally paused. This should be fine. I doubt anyone will come here, he remarked uncertainly as he glanced around. Jasmine, what exactly do you intend to do? He inquired. After all, acquiring a new profound vein in such a short time was, by any rational measure, an absurdity. Jasmine, who had been following closely behind, slowly approached. Her bare feet remained untouched by dust throughout the journey, their delicate whiteness inciting an irresistible urge to reach out and caress them. Coming to a halt before Yunche, she gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with depth. Do you know why this princess is being pursued and has fallen victim to this dreadful poison? Why? Yunche asked, playing along. Because of this drop of blood. Jasmine slowly raised her right hand, her slender finger pointing skyward. As a mysterious light flickered at her fingertip, a drop of dark crimson liquid gradually manifested, suspended delicately above her finger. What is this? Yunche inched closer, peering intently. It appeared to be a droplet of blood. 3 centuries ago, an individual exploring a perilous ancient site stumbled upon an extremely archaic tome. Within its pages lay an astonishing revelation. In the ancient era, there existed a true deity known as the Evil God, the last of the divine beings to fall during the Age of Gods. His demise signified the genuine end of that age. As the Evil God fell, he left behind an indestructible drop of blood imbued with his malevolent power. Should one obtain this drop of everlasting blood and infuse it into their body and profound veins, they would manifest the power of the Evil God. This account soon became widely known, and the allure of divine power proved irresistible to many. Consequently, countless individuals embarked upon a frenzied quest for the Evil God's blood. Yet, despite centuries of searching, all efforts yielded not until a month ago when someone finally located the site of the Evil God's demise. A multitude flocked to that place, seeking potential relics of the divine. In an unexpected turn of events, the fabled indestructible blood of the Evil God was discovered, inciting fierce competition among all. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of this princess. They sought to seize the drop of Evil God's blood you hold? Yunche queried, a wave of confusion washing over him. Evil God's blood? Countless individuals vying for it? If such a commotion truly occurred, why have I never heard of it? This is the first time I've encountered the term Evil God. Moreover, do ancient true deities genuinely exist? Humph. Those who dare to covet what belongs to this princess are merely courting death. Molly's eyes glinted with malice as she spoke with bitterness. Upon acquiring this drop of the blood of the Evil God, I realized that the power it harbors is entirely different from what I had imagined. It possesses no apocalyptic force whatsoever. In fact, it lacks even a trace of destructive power. Should it be infused into one's body, it would merely force a transformation of the attributes and composition of the internal meridians, erasing all existing powers within. Everything would revert to square one. Nothing more. The subsequent cultivation of profound energy would still rely on one's own painstaking efforts. The divine strength anticipated by everyone is utterly non-existent. In essence, it merely imbues the meridians with a hint of the Evil God's attributes. Its intensity should only be marginally superior to that of an ordinary meridian. I would never consider using this drop of blood at the cost of erasing my current powers, but it seems exceedingly suitable for you. Molly moved her fingers, causing the still, dark red blood droplet to float before Yunche's chest. Your meridians are already crippled, and your profound energy is virtually non-existent. By infusing this drop of the blood of the evil god, your meridians will swiftly regenerate, transforming into those of the evil god. Although I cannot sense any formidable power from this drop of blood, the meridians birthed from it may possess some unique abilities. At the very least, it will prevent you from remaining in such a wretched state. As she spoke, Molly's gaze suddenly flickered, her alabaster wrists sinking as her delicate fingertips thrust the swirling blood of the evil god toward Yunche's chest. Instantly, a bloody mark was etched into his chest, and the drop of crimson-black blood, upon making contact with Yunche's spilt blood, seemed to be drawn in by an immense force, rapidly surging into his body. Chapter 45, The Rebirth of the Meridians. At the moment the crimson-black blood droplet entered Yunche's body, it served as the origin point for the blood mark upon his chest, and dozens of dark red patterns, resembling blood stains, began to wildly spread across his body. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped him entirely, covering his chest, hands, legs, face, ears, and even his eyes with blood-like markings reminiscent of demonic runes. In that fleeting moment, Yunche felt as though his body were pierced by 1,000 blades. An excruciating pain surged from every corner of his being, compelling a tortured scream to escape his lips. He trembled violently, and his vision blurred, gradually transforming into a deep crimson haze. A devouring force emanated painfully from within him. And Yunche, intimately familiar with human anatomy, recognized that the devoured part was his already crippled meridian. The meridian's function is to channel profound energy, even in its absence. One can survive, yet the possibility of cultivating even a trace of energy becomes eternally unattainable. Though the meridian does not dictate life or death, it remains an integral part of the body. The gradual consumption of a crippled meridian is akin to the slow tearing apart of one's internal organs, a destruction so profound that the agony is unimaginable. Jasmine had previously mentioned that this drop of the eternal blood of the evil god would consume the original meridian and subsequently generate a new one. As the meridian was being devoured, it at least proved that she had not spoken falsely. If the creation of a new meridian were indeed possible, what did this pain matter? The indescribable torment persisted, a suffering that transcended the limits of human endurance. The rate of consumption of the crippled meridian was excruciatingly slow. At this pace, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for complete annihilation. I do not desire the power of the evil god, nor do I require a meridian stronger than that of an ordinary person. I would be content with a meridian akin to that of others, perhaps even slightly weaker. If such a thing could be realized, I would willingly endure tenfold the pain. The horrific agony caused Yunche's entire being to convulse, yet within him there lay a profound calmness, even a surge of exhilaration. When the blood of the evil god was introduced into Yunche's body by Jasmine, a wicked smile curled upon her lips, revealing a sense of schadenfreude. With the memories she gleaned from this drop of immortal blood, she knew that once it entered the body, it would forcibly consume the original meridian. The process of this consumption, the torment it entailed, was akin to slicing away the original meridian piece by piece, a brutal dismemberment that constituted a torturous ordeal, one capable of eliciting anguished cries from even the most formidable of masters. Did you think that by lewdly gazing upon my form, I would let you off the hook? This drop of evil god blood will indeed grant you a new lineage, but it shall also exact the most brutal of punishments in my stead. Jasmine's cruel laughter echoed as she observed the crimson runes spreading across his body, watched as his eyes turned a dark red, and noted his entire being quaking in agony. His countenance contorted in pain. Gradually, however, her smile began to chill and fade, replaced by an increasingly deepening astonishment. His limbs trembled, muscles spasmed, and his features contorted almost into a singularity. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his brow at an alarming rate. One could hardly fathom the magnitude of torment that would provoke such a visceral response from his body. However, apart from the initial cry of pain, Yunche did not emit a single sound of anguish thereafter, not even the faintest whisper. Time passed by minute, and Jasmine's expression gradually transformed into one of utter astonishment. Under the excruciating torment of the devouring of his profound veins, he astonishingly remained silent. Without a single cry of despair, sweat drenched Yunche's entire body, every inch of his flesh quivering in agony, yet not a sound escaped his tightly clenched teeth. Strangely, amidst his contorted features, there lingered a hint of exhilaration. He should have been in unbearable torment, yet his reaction was anything but. How could a mortal, whose profound veins had been entirely depleted, possess such formidable willpower? No. Is this truly the resolve a human can possess? Such suffering would be insurmountable for even my father to endure with such composure. What is this ordinary man, who has the heavenly poison pearl attached to him? At this moment, Jasmine realized in her shock that she had entirely underestimated him. Though his body was frail and his profound strength negligible, he exhibited a terrifying willpower that starkly contradicted these attributes. Previously, she had been bewildered as to why the heavenly poison pearl, a treasure of profound heaven, would attach itself to such an inconspicuous human. Now, she began to sense that it was not the spirit of the pearl that had diminished, nor had it gone mad. A quarter of an hour passed, and the dark red demonic patterns covering Yunche's body suddenly shimmered with a crimson brilliance, and his distorted features began to gradually ease. The devouring of the profound veins had concluded, giving way to the emergence of new ones. He felt the rapid growth of new profound veins in the very places that had been consumed, and the speed of this growth surpassed that of the devouring process by more than tenfold. The emptiness that had briefly lingered was swiftly replaced by an entirely new sense of fulfillment, and the pain he endured receded like a tide. No more sweat flowed. Muscle spasms ceased, and even his complexion became serene. With his eyes closed, Yunche remained utterly still. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint, peaceful smile gracing his lips. In this tranquility, Yunche activated his internal vision, joyfully observing the profound veins rapidly developing within him. At this moment, he harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Jasmine's words. The rebirth of his profound veins, this incredible phenomenon was now vividly and unmistakably unfolding within him. A human's profound veins grow slowly from birth, fully forming around the age of 14, yet his newly emerged profound veins took shape like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, completing their formation in less than 2 minutes. Regardless of size or shape, the newly formed profound veins were indistinguishable from those of any ordinary human. As far as his internal vision could discern, with meticulous perception, he quickly located the presence of 54 profound apertures, their distribution and sensation mirroring that of an ordinary person's profound veins without any discernible differences. Simultaneously, among the 54 gateways, 11 have been activated, demonstrating a talent that is modestly above average. None of them harbor even the slightest trace of mystical energy. The initial level of the gateway is nil. There exists no so-called power of the malevolent deity, nor any distinctive attributes of the mystical veins. It is simply an utterly ordinary mystical vein. Yet, Yunche felt no disappointment. Instead, his heart surged with euphoric tumult, his blood boiling with the realization that he possessed a complete, unblemished new mystical vein. This signified that he would no longer be the hopeless wretch bound eternally to the first tier of the initial realm. Although the goal remained distant, the vow to make the entire Shao clan kneel within 3 years was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Yunche shouted fervently within his heart. At that moment, the dark red magical patterns adorning his body ceased their flickering and vanished entirely, allowing Yunche to finally open his eyes. "I have truly succeeded," he exclaimed, his fists clenched in exhilaration. Almost immediately, he shifted his tone, expressing confusion. "But are you certain this is the so-called divine mystical vein? It appears no different from an ordinary one." A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Mo Li's eyes as she replied coolly. "This princess has sacrificed her body and nearly lost her life to acquire this, only for it to ultimately benefit you. However, within you, it can only reach this level. Do you presume that the power of the divine is within everyone's grasp? To unlock the special abilities of this malevolent mystical vein, all 54 gateways must be opened. If it could inherently activate over 20 gateways within you, this princess would still have a way to assist you within 30 years. However, with only 11 gateways activated, even if given 100 years, I could not accomplish it. The notion of opening all 54 gateways would leave others utterly astounded. An opening of all 54 gateways signifies the legendary celestial spirit vein. In the millennium of the Songfeng Empire's history, not a single instance has occurred. Yet, Yunche remained remarkably composed, casting a rather peculiar gaze at Mo Li. "Are you certain that opening all 54 gateways is sufficient?" Let me see." With that, Yunche raised his left hand, pressing his palm against his chest, whispering, "Heavenly poison purification." The heavenly poison pearl instantaneously emitted a verdant glow, integrating into Yunche's being, reaching his newly born mystical vein. The number of gateways activated at the onset largely determines how far a mystic can ascend in their lifetime, as activating postnatal gateways is exceedingly arduous, requiring exceedingly rare elixirs, fortuitous opportunities, and luck, each indispensable. Attempting to forcibly open gateways through external means comes with great risk. A moment's carelessness may inflict irreparable and permanent damage on the gateways. In the realm of the heavenly mystics, over 99% of mystics do not manage to unlock any additional gateways postnatally. Yet, what is the heavenly poison pearl? With its unparalleled purifying capability, unblocking the obstructed gateways is remarkably effortless, and it entails no risk whatsoever. In the city of flowing clouds, he utilized silver needles to channel the purifying power of the heavenly poison pearl into the 54 meridians of Xiaqingwa. This not only unsealed all her blocked meridians, but also purified those that were inherently open, rendering her profound energy exceedingly pure, devoid of any impurities. However, as Xiaqingwei was an individual other than himself, employing the purifying abilities of the heavenly poison pearl proved to be somewhat taxing, draining him with each attempt. In contrast, purifying his own meridians was as effortless as playing with his own fingers. Under Yunche's guidance, the purifying force of the heavenly poison pearl smoothly traversed through all 54 meridians, and he could almost hear the resonant sounds as the previously obstructed meridians became unobstructed. In less than half a minute, all 54 of his newly invigorated meridians were fully opened. All right, now that all 54 meridians are open, what shall we do next? Yunche remarked with a relaxed expression. The heavenly poison pearl possesses such capabilities. Jasmine exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment on Yunche's left hand. Strictly speaking, this is not entirely the ability of the heavenly poison pearl, Yunche replied, a hint of pride gracing his features. Even without it, as long as I find the appropriate purifying elixir, I can open all the meridians, albeit at a significantly greater expenditure of effort and time. You? Jasmine's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Did I not mention that I am a divine physician? As a healer, I must be intimately familiar with every aspect of the human body, both internal and external. I am exceedingly well acquainted with meridians. In my lifetime, I have opened no fewer than 8,000 meridians. Ever since the 3rd year after my master departed, I have never failed to open a meridian. Moreover, the heavenly poison pearl possesses purifying capabilities that far surpass those of high-grade elixirs, making the task of opening meridians remarkably simple. Yunche spoke with such ease that it seemed devoid of any hint of confidence, as if narrating an utterly mundane occurrence. This rendered Jasmine unable to harbor any doubts in her heart. After gazing at Yunche for a considerable time, she finally murmured, "What an odd fellow." However, do you truly believe that merely opening all the meridians is an impressive feat? Your foundation still lags significantly behind others. Unfazed by Jasmine's cold splash of water, Yunche directly inquired, "You mentioned earlier that after all 54 meridians are opened, their unique abilities will manifest. Why do I feel absolutely nothing?" "Take a closer look at your current meridians," Jasmine advised. Yunche promptly closed his eyes and began to introspect his newly invigorated meridians. Although all 54 meridians were fully opened, the interior felt empty yet remarkably pure. As he scrutinized with care, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. And in the next moment, his attention was firmly anchored at the very center of his meridians. The meridians within the human body resembled a robust tree, its numerous branches stretching irregularly outward, each branch housing a meridian. The trunk of the tree represents the most vital core of the Xianmai, serving as the foundation upon which the entire Xianmai rests, devoid of any Xian pass. However, at this moment, he was astonished to discover that within the core of his Xianmai, there appeared 7 marks resembling Xian passes, arranged in the precise formation of the Big Dipper. Though they bore a resemblance to Xian passes, their essence was distinctly different. Their colors were muted, and their positions shattered Yunche's understanding, leaving him in a state of bewildered surprise. How could there be 7 additional Xian passes? Yunche opened his eyes and asked in astonishment. "No, those are not Xian passes," Mo Li replied calmly. "Those are the 7 boundary gates used to unlock the 7 realms of the evil god technique." Boundary gates? Yunche had never encountered this term before. The undying blood grants your Xianmai certain characteristics that, in many aspects, are akin to an ordinary Xianmai. However, the fundamental difference lies in its capacity to harbor the exclusive Xian Gong of the evil god technique. This Xian Gong encompasses 7 grand realms, which do not require your cultivation but exist inherently within your Xianmai. With each ascension of the evil god technique, a boundary gate will be unlocked. To put it differently, with the unlocking of each boundary gate, the evil god technique will elevate to a new realm. Furthermore, each realm of the evil god technique corresponds to a formidable evil god Xian skill. Do you comprehend this? Emily spoke slowly. Yunche, of course, was not unfamiliar with the concepts of Xian Gong and Xian skills. In the Tian Xian continent, a significant portion of practitioners possess mere Xian power without any Xian Gong. There are various types of Xian Gong, yet none can directly enhance Xian power. Some alter the attributes or operational methods of Xian power, such as the Ice Cloud technique from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, which transforms Xian power into an icy essence. The higher the realm of the Ice Cloud technique, the colder the Xian power becomes, with legends claiming that at its pinnacle, it can instantly freeze an area of 100 miles. Similarly, the Burning Heaven technique from one of the four great sects, the Burning Heaven Gate, alters the attributes of Xian power. But in direct contrast to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, it causes the Xian power to become searingly hot. At its highest realm, it is said to be capable of melting weapons with bare hands. There are also Xian Gongs not employed during the manifestation of Xian power, but rather to assist in its cultivation, such as a nefarious yin-yang harmony technique that enhances one's Xian power through the union of male and female. Generally, Xian Gongs are preserved within sects or family lineages and are rarely disseminated. Solitary cultivators seldom possess any Xian Gong. The Xiao clan lacks a family Xian Gong, with their progenitor having left behind only a few Xian skills of limited potency. As for Xian skills, as the name suggests, they are a category of techniques that enable one to unleash greater power from Xian power through various means. Some Xian skills necessitate the possession of specific Xian Gongs to activate. That means I can utilize the evil god technique you mentioned right now? Yin Che asked in wonder. Indeed, Emily nodded. Your Xianmai is currently empty, so you cannot sense it. However, once you possess Xian power, you will naturally become aware of the presence of this evil god Xian Gong. You also mentioned that this evil god technique does not require my cultivation. With each boundary gate I unlock, the evil god technique will elevate a realm. Then, how does one activate the realm gates? Yin Che inquired tentatively. He had never encountered the concept of realm gates before, and thus hesitated to act recklessly. If their activation method resembled that of the mysterious gate, he could effortlessly open them all in a short span, elevating the evil god art to its utmost pinnacle. Such a feat would be unattainable for others, yet for him, it would be as easy as breathing. Quite simple, 1,000 times easier than unlocking the mysterious gate. Jasmine chuckled, her laughter tinged with an unsettling quality. The implications of her words left Yin Che momentarily speechless. Those are your own meridians. If you wish for them to open, they shall naturally respond. If you desire, merely a flicker of thought will cause all 7 realm gates to unlock. Simply a flicker of thought, and then all 7 gates open, propelling the evil god art to its highest realm? Yet, observing the distinctly perilous smile on Jasmine's face, Yin Che was understandably skeptical, timidly asking, is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. However, the consequences will be dire. You will die? Instantly explode into oblivion. Jasmine's voice fell to a hushed tone. Yin Che's mouth fell agape. The attributes of the evil god art were ferocious. The first realm, evil spirit; the second realm, burning heart; the third realm, heaven shattering; the fourth realm, purgatory; the fifth realm, king of hell. Jasmine paused at this juncture, prompting Yin Che to impatiently inquire, what about the 6th and 7th realms? Why would I perish upon using them? Even this princess is unaware of the 6th and 7th realms. The memory imprint of the indestructible blood only records up to the 5th realm. It seems the evil god, when leaving behind the indestructible blood, believed that unlocking the 5th realm was the utmost limit achievable by a human body and strength. Unless one seeks their own demise, it is fundamentally impossible to access the 6th realm. Thus, no information regarding the 6th and 7th realms was preserved. For each realm gate unlocked, the realm of the evil god art ascends, accompanied by a tremendous surge of pressure upon your body. Should you forcibly elevate the evil god art beyond your capacity, your body may suffer grievous injuries, or worse, your meridians may burst, leading to your demise. With your current physique, even unlocking the first realm gate would result in immediate destruction. Is it truly that fearsome? What does the ferocity of the evil god art signify? To what extent must I reach to wield it? Yin Che inquired. Jasmine cast him a sidelong glance, a flicker of disdain crossing her delicate features. Do you not think it premature to pose such questions? You, with your newly awakened meridians, devoid of any mystical energy, dare to dream of soaring to the heavens in one leap? Well, you are correct, Yin-Che conceded, refraining from further inquiries. He shifted his focus entirely away from the realm gates, taking a deep breath and declaring, though my starting point may be belated, I shall not allow this meridian gifted by the evil god to languish. I will commence my training at once. Just as Yin-Che resolved himself, an untimely growl erupted from his stomach, instantly deflating the momentum he had just gathered. He had gone an entire night and a morning without a morsel of food, his stomach growling with hunger. Jasmine had previously unleashed a series of attacks, only to be met with a ferocious backlash from the venom, which, though suppressed by the heavenly poison pearl, had further entrenched the toxic essence within her soul. If she did not purify it through the heavenly poison pearl soon, it could spread to her very source of life, rendering even the pearl powerless to save her. Wait a moment. I still have a few questions I've long wished to ask. You repeatedly refer to yourself as this princess. Are you truly a royal princess of some empire? Before Yin-Che could finish his inquiry, Jasmine's form dissipated, transforming into a crimson streak of light that entered the heavenly poison pearl. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the mountain range whose expanse was unknown, gritted his teeth, and hastily set off in the opposite direction of Qinglin town. Thus, his journey on the path of cultivating the profound arts in this life began at the base of the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range. The urban masterpiece Saintly Hand, Wicked Healer by the magical classmate, is currently being promoted. It can be directly viewed on the homepage of Zongheng. It is an exceedingly enjoyable urban harem tale that enthusiasts should not miss. Chapter 47. Life and Death Extremes. Yin-Che settled himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and after a few breaths, his expression had completely calmed. His mind became ethereal. The sensations of hunger and the excitement and impatience from having acquired the new profound veins dissipating entirely. All his spirit and consciousness focused on the nascent profound vein within him. Having cultivated the profound arts in 2 lifetimes, from nothing to something, he no longer required guidance from others. The first strand of profound energy in the profound vein originates from one's vital essence, gradually drawing the body's vital energy into the profound vein, transforming it into thin profound energy. Once this ethereal energy fills the profound vein, one formally steps into the initial realm of profound strength. This process typically requires 6 months for those of ordinary talent and 3 to 4 months for those of superior talent. Completing this crucial foundational process allows subsequent cultivation to be pursued through the absorption of the world's vital essence, a process that is irreversible, as only upon entering the initial profound realm can one absorb the world's vital essence through the profound veins. In the tranquility, strands of initial profound energy began to coalesce within Yin-Che's profound veins. All 54 profound orifices opened simultaneously, with vital energy surging into him from 54 directions at an astonishing speed. Jasmine had instructed Yin-Che not to disturb her for 3 days. Yet even she had not anticipated that upon awakening, 7 days had already passed. The 7 days of slumber within the heavenly poison pearl had finally eradicated the negative repercussions from her earlier reckless use of profound energy. Within the pearl, she gazed at Yin-Che and, after a moment, let out a soft gasp. Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, amidst the waterfalls. A colossal waterfall cascaded down a cliff nearly 200 to 300 meters high, crashing into the pool below, sending mist and rain into the air. The thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, reverberating far and wide. At the edge of the waterfall, a youth, bare-chested and barefoot, was making his way toward the curtain of water that seemed to descend from the heavens, releasing all his profound energy to shield his head and back. His figure appeared exceptionally diminutive beneath the colossal curtain of water. The height of the waterfall, while not excessively grandiose, possessed a formidable force capable of shattering a person's body with ease. Yet, the youth resolutely advanced towards the massive rock, tirelessly battered by the waterfall for countless years. Jasmine, upon departing from the Heaven Poison Pearl, was met with this remarkable scene. She glanced at the height of the waterfall, her brows arching slightly in surprise. Boom! The immense force of the cascading waters violently struck Yin-Che's body, instantly shattering his fragile defensive barrier and hurling him into the tumultuous depths below. A searing pain radiated throughout Yin-Che's entire being, rendering his upper body a vivid shade of crimson. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a stark and alarming sight. Nevertheless, his eyes betrayed neither retreat nor fear. He gasped for air, emerging from the swirling waters, summoning every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming current, struggling to climb ashore. The impact of the waterfall inflicted considerable injury upon him, and battling the surging waters to reach the bank nearly exhausted his last reserves of strength. Yet, upon reaching the shore, he did not collapse in exhaustion. Instead, he swayed slightly before resolutely moving towards the massive stone beneath the waterfall once more. A thread of delicate energy, his final vestige of power, was concentrated above to shield his head. Had he already attained the first level of initial profound realm? How astonishingly swift! Jasmine was taken aback upon witnessing the minuscule energy Yun-Che released. In a mere 7 days, he had officially entered the first level of initial profound realm. This pace, even by her standards, was remarkably astounding. Though he bore the physique of a mortal, the newly awakened profound veins, prior to the activation of the evil god's art, bore no distinction from those of an ordinary person. What method had he employed to achieve such a breakthrough in just 7 days? Even with all profound gates opened, it would typically require at least a month for a human. Yet, he dared to challenge such a waterfall with merely the first level of initial profound realm. A reckless endeavor indeed. Moreover, after sustaining severe injuries from the waterfall, with his profound energy nearly dissipated, he made no effort to rest before once again approaching the cascade. Jasmine swiftly moved closer, exclaiming, "Do you wish to perish?" Yun-Che heard her voice, pausing momentarily, but only briefly, before continuing towards the waterfall. Boom! His remaining profound energy was unequivocally dispersed in an instant, causing numerous small lacerations to appear on his back. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before being plunged once more into the turbulent waters. "Do not assist me." Emerged from the surface, Yun-Che's complexion pale as parchment, the bloodstains on his back a harrowing sight. He half opened his eyes, his gaze appearing unfocused yet eerily lucid. Observing him in this state, Jasmine suddenly pondered whether he was exerting his willpower to stave off unconsciousness. "You have not succumbed. That is already quite remarkable. Are you certain you can ascend to the shore once more?" Jasmine floated above him, honoring his wish not to extend her hand. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden thought struck her, causing her face to flush crimson and her entire body to recoil in alarm. She retreated a considerable distance, her small hands pressing firmly against her skirt. However, at that moment, Yun-Che's attention was clearly elsewhere. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have withstood such a torrent. But for him now, this rushing water was undeniably a terrifying nightmare. He strained against his nearly depleted meridians, lifting an arm that was almost devoid of sensation, desperately resisting the overwhelming impact of the water, inching his way toward the riverbank. In just a few breaths, the muscles in his arms and shoulders began to spasm, a primal response of a body utterly drained of strength. In this state, his arms were nearly incapacitated, making any further movement nearly impossible. The fissures on his back widened, blood pouring forth. Jasmine watched in horror, her hands instinctively loosening their grip on her skirt. Yet, Yun-Che's arms began to rise, flailing as he slowly drew closer to the shore. It was unfathomable that a body pushed to its limits, utterly exhausted, could still muster strength. Perhaps what propelled him now was not sheer force, but an indomitable willpower, a terrifying resolve. He was somehow able to stand, rejuvenated. Yun-Che staggered toward Jasmine, his steps slow and unsteady, each movement causing his body to sway violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. After taking several laborious steps, he finally halted, and Jasmine then noticed a small pool of water nearby. This pool had evidently been excavated by human hands, measuring no more than a meter in length, filled with a dark, viscous liquid. Yun-Che stepped into the black water, laboriously sitting down, his entire body submerged except for his head. At that moment, he closed his eyes and finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Jasmine descended from the air, her gaze complex as she looked at the unconscious Yun-Che. This pool was clearly dug by him, surrounded by a multitude of items. The majority were various herbs, numbering over 20 types, with the most abundant being a cluster of charred, twig-like branches, whose scent closely resembled that of the pool. Jasmine casually picked one up, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff, her expression shifting immediately. The demon skull vine. He had submerged himself in this. This was how he had managed to force himself into the initial profound realm within a mere 7 days, perhaps even in less than that. Jasmine silently gazed at Yun-Che's face, the remnants of youth evident, confirming he was indeed only 16. How could someone so young achieve such a feat? Had he truly endured hell? 2 hours later, Yun-Che awoke, his eyes fluttering open to find Jasmine hovering nearby, her expression cold as she regarded him. The moment he opened his eyes, she instinctively pressed her hands against her skirt. "Have you been like this for the past few days?" Jasmine inquired. "Pretty much," he replied. Yun-Che straightened his somewhat exhausted body, the wound on his back having largely healed. In the pool, not only were there the magical skeletal vines, but also the finest healing liquid crafted from the herbs he could gather. Aren't you afraid of suddenly perishing? Jasmine's face turned a shade colder. I will not allow myself to die. Absolutely not. Yunche replied with a gentle smile, exuding confidence and determination. Jasmine scoffed disdainfully. You overestimate yourself. Do you think there is only water in the waterfall? If a stone were to strike you, your body would be shattered in two. I am curious. Why are you pushing yourself so recklessly? Because I require immense power, Yunche said slowly, reclining in the pool. If I possessed sufficient strength, my master would not have been forced to his death, and my family would not have suffered oppression. Previously, my meridians were crippled, and I was unqualified to pursue power. Now that fate, no, it was you, Jasmine, has granted me a new meridian. I have no reason to be idle. And you, my dear Master Jasmine, you have set a goal for me to reach a realm that no one in the Songfeng Empire has attained in 30 years. For you, how could I not strive with all my might? Chapter 48. The Seed of the Evil God. Fire Yunche's method of cultivation was simple, yet extreme and terrifying. He utilized the immense force of the waterfall to disperse all his spiritual energy, severely damaging his vitality. Then, in a state of near exhaustion, he pushed himself to the limits of his spiritual energy and body. For every tear of the limit, he advanced further. However, this process was perilous, with even a slight misstep leading to death. Afterward, he immersed himself in the potion made from the magical skeletal vines. These vines contained potent toxins and would intensely stimulate the body, causing Yunche's consciousness to fade while his surface cells continued to spasm, contract, and invigorate, accelerating the healing of his wounds and further enhancing his physical strength. As for the toxicity of the magical skeletal vines, Yunche had the heavenly poison pearl in his possession, rendering him completely unafraid. For the past few days, he had persevered in this manner, like a madman who had no regard for his life, relentlessly practicing in the most extreme way. Since you wish to exert yourself so fervently, this princess shall not hinder you. So, how long do you intend to train here? Jasmine said in a proud yet playful tone. Of course, until I conquer this waterfall, Yunche declared emphatically, his gaze flickering with a glimmer of tenacity. If I cannot conquer even a waterfall, how can I hope to achieve my goals? Very well. Then this princess shall observe how long it takes you to conquer this waterfall. At that moment, Jasmine averted her little face, a hint of shyness appearing on her cheeks. Immediately, go and procure me a new outfit. Underwear, outerwear, shoes, and hairbands, all must be included. Is it truly necessary? I think this outfit looks quite good. Yunche said earnestly, scrutinizing Jasmine from head to toe. If you do not go by it, this princess will be angry. Jasmine began to emanate a chilling aura. Very well, once I have restored my ethereal strength, I shall proceed. Jasmine rose to her feet, her expression unperturbed, and declared, I am indeed a princess, yet not one of royal lineage. As for the origin of my being, it is a place so distant that even if I were to divulge it, you would remain oblivious. Jasmine's delicate brows furrowed momentarily, and she spoke coldly. Those who pursued me have all perished. However, I never anticipated they would wield such a forbidden poison, ensnaring me unaware. My purpose in coming here was to seek the 5 hidden sanctuaries of the malevolent deity, as hinted at in the memories left by the blood of the dark god. One of these sanctuaries lies to the east of the Songfeng Empire. You are likely aware of the subsequent events that transpired when the deadly poison suddenly manifested during my search. The 5 hidden sanctuaries of the dark god? Yunche expressed astonishment. The memories of the dark god mentioned that this Tianxian continent was forged by his own hand, and within it, he established 5 sanctuaries. Before his demise, he planted 5 seeds in these locations. Jasmine cast a glance at Yunche and added, only those who inherit his power can uncover them. Are you implying that only I can find them? Yunche exclaimed, invigorated. What are these 5 seeds? How formidable are they, and how might I locate them? How should I know? Yet, considering they are artifacts left by the dark god, they must possess great strength. However, you would do well to suppress such frivolous thoughts for now. The power surrounding the dark god's sanctuaries is assuredly formidable, far beyond your current capabilities to approach or touch. Perhaps when you can look down upon the entire Songfeng Empire, you may contemplate these matters. Jasmine stated with an air of maturity. Yunche had no choice but to remain silent, redirecting his focus to restoring his ethereal strength. Ultimately, however, Yunche returned empty-handed, for the events unfolded thusly. Jasmine, what do you think of this attire? It seems quite appealing. Absolutely not. I never don purple garments. What about this one? How can the clothing here be so coarse? I cannot wear such shabby attire. This is merely a remote town, and this establishment offers the finest garments available. It is sufficient to make do. I would rather wear nothing at all than don such inferior clothing. I refuse to wear any of these garments. Once I conquer the waterfall, I shall venture to Crescent City, where I am certain to find superior attire. If you reject the garments here, you will have to wait until then to procure something better. Humph. Perhaps a pair of trousers would suffice? Do you wish for death? Do you dare believe I would not slay you on the spot? Unbeknownst to them, for months slipped by in silence. In the Crimson Dragon Mountains, amidst the cascading waterfalls, a rumble echoed. The youth's body began to tremble, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the strain, plummeting into the surging pool below. For the past few months, he has lingered at the edge of this waterfall, repeatedly pushing his limits. Yet the immersion in the essence of the magical vine ensures that his body suffers no lasting damage. After an hour and a half, Yunche opened his eyes, leapt from the small pool, wiped his body dry, and then devoured a remaining roasted rabbit leg from his last meal. This time he managed to persevere for 23 seconds. A slight improvement over his previous attempt. Jasmine approached him, her hands clasped modestly over her petite chest, and remarked softly, "At this pace, in another month and a half, you shall break through to the 5th level of the initial profound realm. This speed is commendable." Starting from 0, he had entered the initial profound 1st level in 7 days, reached the 2nd level in a month, attained the 3rd level in 2.5 months. And just 10 days ago, he had broken through to the 4th level. Such progress is not merely commendable in the annals of the Tsongfeng Empire's history of profound cultivation. It is unparalleled. Yunche, now with all 54 profound gates opened, well-versed in the composition of his body and profound veins as well as the methods of cultivation, coupled with his relentless efforts day and night, has achieved this astonishing rate of advancement. This is no exaggeration. Not only has his profound strength transformed beyond recognition compared to 4 months prior, but his body has also become remarkably resilient. The enhancement of his protective profound energy is merely a fraction of the reason. The greater cause lies in the countless impacts of the waterfall and the immersion in the essence of the magical vine over these months. Although his profound energy currently stands at the 4th level of the initial profound realm, the strength of his body may well rival that of a 6th level practitioner. When will you teach me profound techniques? You've claimed to be my master for 4 months now, yet you have taught me nothing. Yunche mumbled through bites of food. You are clearly well aware of the foundational principles of profound cultivation and need not be instructed by me, Jasmine replied. Her expression serious as she asserted her authority as a teacher. What you must do now is solidify your initial profound level. Once you break through to the entry profound realm, I shall naturally impart profound techniques to you. At this juncture, Jasmine's gaze shifted slightly, and her voice lowered. Someone is approaching. ISNT had expected that someone would come every day? Yunche replied casually. There are 5 individuals, all at the heavenly profound realm. One of them is already at the half-step king profound level. Jasmine's brow furrowed, her tone growing grave. What? Yunche nearly bit his tongue in shock, exclaiming in astonishment. Heavenly profound realm? How could such practitioners appear in the small red dragon mountain range near this humble Qinlan town? The heavenly profound realm is the domain of figures like Chu Yueli, standing at the pinnacle of the Tsongfeng Empire, revered and exalted. And a half-step king profound is a superlative powerhouse, having reached the peak of the 10th level of the heavenly profound realm, mere steps away from the king profound realm. Such individuals possess the strength to contend amongst the top 10 in the Tsongfeng Empire. Typically, such figures hail from vast sects, holding esteemed positions within those sects, and are seldom encountered by ordinary folk. How could 5 of them appear in this remote locale? Chapter 49. The Seed of the Dark God. Fire to such a formidable assembly would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir anywhere within the Tsongfeng Empire. To witness it in this remote locale is nothing short of astonishing. Yunche gazed upward, instantly spotting 5 dark figures soaring towards him from the northern sky. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one gains the ability to traverse the void and soar through the air. Without a doubt, these 5 individuals were indeed the genuine celestial realm superiors, just as Emily had indicated. Once they had flown far beyond, Yunche pondered for a moment and promptly made a decision. He swiftly gathered all the medicinal herbs he had collected over the past few days into the heavenly poison pearl. After changing his attire, he set forth in the direction where the 5 celestial experts had departed. What are you planning to do? Emily inquired with a furrowed brow. Naturally, I intend to catch up with those 5. Yunche replied, his pace unrelenting. Do you truly wish to pursue them and request to be taken as their disciple? Emily remarked with an air of indifference. Impossible. I already have you as my esteemed master. I wouldn't deign to seek others. Yunche flattered, then chuckled slyly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The most plausible reason for the appearance of celestial realm experts in this place is undoubtedly in pursuit of a certain high-level mystical beast. Otherwise, there would be no need for 5 of them to act in concert. High-level mystical beasts are laden with treasures. If we can collectively vanquish one, it would undoubtedly yield an enormous bounty. How can you be certain they are not merely passing through? Emily countered, casting a sidelong glance. Even if that were the case, what harm would it do to follow? If my conjecture proves true and they succeed, I might very well reap some benefits from the sidelines. For instance, they may take the mystical beast's core or its eyes, but I refuse to believe they would leave behind not even a shred of its flesh. Yunche grinned, baring his teeth. What a hopeless fellow, Emily scoffed, her disdain palpable. As the 5 figures traversed the sky, their speed began to diminish, evidently nearing their destination, just as Yunche had anticipated. He trailed behind at a safe distance, completely unconcerned about being detected. Even if he were noticed, as a mere 4th-level novice in the initial celestial realm, he would hardly warrant their attention. A weathered warning sign appeared before Yunche. Beware of ferocious, secondary mystical beasts ahead. No entry for those below the 10th level of the initial celestial realm. The Qihong mountain range was vast. The deeper one ventured, the more perilous the mystical beasts became. Overall, while the mystical beasts in the Qihong mountain range were not exceedingly powerful, they certainly posed a challenge beyond what a practitioner of Yunche's level could confront. Not long after, another warning sign loomed ahead. Beware of high-level secondary mystical beasts ahead. Those below the 5th level of the celestial realm, please vacate immediately. Along the journey, Yunche encountered 5 warning signs, the last of which bore the ominous crimson inscription, Forbidden Domain of the Crimson Dragon. These 4 characters alone exuded an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, the 5 figures hovering above also came to a halt. From a considerable distance, Yunche could faintly discern their conversations. Is this the vicinity? Indeed, that red area ahead must be the lair of the Inferno Dragon. Are you certain about the investigation into its strength? Yes, it is a level 10 celestial beast. With the Great Elder present, we have no reason to fear it. If we can obtain its fire attribute Xiandan, it will undoubtedly allow the young Master's burning heaven technique to ascend once more. If all goes well, in the next Songfeng ranking battle, we are confident we can surpass Shaozong and even the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Burning heaven technique? The mere mention of those 3 words sent a tremor through Yunche. Could these 5 individuals be from the Burning Heaven sect? One of the 4 great sects of Songfeng? No wonder they could muster such a formidable lineup. They hailed from the 4 major sects. One among them was even the Great Elder, indicating that this quintet represented the core strength of the Burning Heaven sect. Their objective, indeed, was to capture a powerful Xian beast. Was the level 10 celestial beast, the Inferno Dragon, they spoke of. The very Crimson Dragon that had long been whispered about in the Crimson Dragon mountain range? It seems someone has been trailing us. Just a fledgling in the initial Xian realm. It's probably their first encounter with the realm of Xian, and they foolishly followed us. If they wish for death, they need not wait for the Inferno Dragon to strike. I could easily send them on their way right now. TCH. Stooping to engage with a mere fledgling in the initial Xian realm, how unseemly. Yunche's heart sank. Despite his cautious approach, he had evidently been detected. After all, his pursuers were formidable beings of the celestial realm. Taking a deep breath, he began to retreat, feeling a pressing desire to withdraw. His current strength was far too feeble, rendering him unworthy of such a gamble. A single misstep could cost him his life. As he stepped back, preparing to leave for the time being, his heart suddenly raced, and he could even faintly hear the sound of his heartbeat reverberating in his chest. This was a frantic thumping, a sensation that inexplicably surged within him, intensifying with each moment. Yunche placed a hand on his chest, astonished by an inexplicable force that seemed to beckon him. He turned to gaze southward. This peculiar sensation undeniably emanated from that direction. It was an elusive feeling, one that was intangible and ineffable. Yet it filled his heart with an undeniable sense of intrigue and allure. What troubles you? Jasmine, within the Heaven Poison Pearl, noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. Over there. It feels as if something is summoning me. Yunche gazed towards the south, his expression tranquil as he spoke. Summon? Jasmine's voice was filled with astonishment. It cannot be mistaken. That is the place. Yunche's brow furrowed slightly. What could it possibly be? Could it be some form of extraordinary technique? No, The resonance is not merely from consciousness, but also from the profound veins. I must go and see for myself. The 5 individuals above had already pressed on. If he continued to follow, even a mere encounter with a profound beast would spell his doom. Should the members of the Burning Heaven sect discover his presence, they might consider him a hindrance and take action against him. After a moment's hesitation, Yunche gritted his teeth, producing the last of his star-hidden grass. As he released it from his grasp, it transformed into a luminous star-hidden pill. Upon swallowing the star-hidden pill, Yunche's body instantly vanished as if enveloped in mist. Cloaked in invisibility, he took swift strides forward. The moment he stepped into the forbidden domain of the Crimson Dragon, a wave of searing heat washed over him, momentarily stealing his breath away. Ahead lay a modest hill, which he ascended quickly, pausing at its summit to peer forward. Before him sprawled an extensive expanse of crimson. At the center of this scarlet region was a colossal cavern, nearly 100 meters high, surrounded by barren ground. Puffs of scorching white vapor and flames intermittently erupted from the fissures in the earth and the cavern, as though it had recently been scorched by celestial fire. At this juncture, the 5 members of the Burning Heaven sect had also arrived above the cavern. From his vantage point, Yunche could finally discern their features. 4 of them appeared to be around 50 years of age, their robes emblazoned with a cluster of red fire insignias. The 5th, a middle-aged man with graying hair, wore a calm demeanor, exuding a terrifying aura that left Yunche breathless. The individual at the center of the 5, as Jasmine had described, was a superlative powerhouse. Having already taken half a step into the realm of the king, the Burning Heaven sect had dispatched such a formidable assembly. It was evident that the flame dragon pill they spoke of was indeed of paramount importance to them. The information had proven accurate. Residing within was a massive fire-type profound beast. The man on the far right spoke with utmost seriousness. Do not act recklessly. There may be unforeseen mysteries within this cavern. It would be wiser to lure the flame dragon out. Allow me to take charge. The man on the far left stepped forward, brandishing a dark golden long knife that exceeded 3 feet in length. The primary weapon of the Burning Heaven sect was the blade, and one of their principal profound techniques was the Burning Heaven blade. When the Burning Heaven art was in motion, flames ignited along the blade, amplifying its already formidable power. With a fierce shout, the middle-aged man raised the long knife, flames instantly enveloping its blade. He then swung it downwards with tremendous force. A robust fire dragon erupted from the blade, propelled by a wave of scorching air and a howling wind, hurtling towards the cavern's entrance. With a resounding crash, the descending fire dragon exploded upon impact, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep in the previously level ground, scattering charred debris in all directions. Even the vast cavern trembled faintly. Chapter 50, Seed of the Evil God, Fire 3. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted within the immense cave, reverberating with a force that could shake the heavens. Yunche, despite being at a considerable distance, felt his ears ring with a deafening silence. Amidst the roar, a flicker of firelight appeared within the cave, followed by a colossal fire pillar, measuring dozens of meters in diameter, surging towards the 5 individuals in the air. A searing wave of heat instantly enveloped the surrounding space for miles. Yunche's face burned with pain, and he was inwardly astonished, realizing that the legend of the fire dragon must indeed be true. Even if it were not a dragon, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly fearsome fire-type profound beast. This obscure region, known for housing only the most inferior profound beasts, the Red Dragon Mountain Range, truly concealed such a terrifying entity. Move aside. The sudden emergence of the fire pillars startled the 5, who swiftly repositioned themselves in different directions. The fire pillars soared hundreds of meters high before gradually dissipating in the sky. At that moment, a colossal dragon silhouette appeared at the entrance of the cave. Towering at 100 feet, its entire body was a blazing crimson, akin to molten steel. Its enormous wings and tail were engulfed in fierce flames. The dragon raised its head, its 2 scarlet eyes radiating a fierce majesty, and it spoke in human tongue. Bold humans, how dare you trespass upon my domain? Its voice was deep and rugged, imbued with an invisible authority that sent shivers down the spine. The Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven sect stepped forward and declared with pride, I never anticipated that this nameless land would indeed harbor a dragon, let alone a fire dragon. However, with your noble stature and immense power, it is rather stifling for you to dwell in such a place. Once we obtain your profound core, we shall elevate your power to the pinnacle of the Tsongfeng Empire. What say you? The Grand Elder, Fanemo Li, was inherently arrogant and did not engage in idle chatter with the fire dragon, directly stating his intentions, his demeanor exuding an air of inevitability, as if the fire dragon's profound core were already within his grasp. Judging by the profound energy emanating from the fire dragon, it was indeed a 9th-level heavenly profound beast. aligning closely with the intelligence they had received. Fun Mo Li had been at the peak of the 10th level of the heavenly profound realm for 7 years. A mere step away from the royal profound realm. He was confident in his ability to defeat this fire dragon alone, not to mention the 4 formidable comrades alongside him, all of whom were also in the heavenly profound realm. Moreover, their sect's profound technique, the burning heaven art, granted them significant advantages against fire-type profound beasts. Fun Mo Li's words ignited the fury of the fire dragon, causing the flames on its wings and tail to blaze even more fiercely. And the temperature around them surged in tandem with its wrath. Greedy humans, you shall pay a most grievous price for your arrogance and avarice. I shall reduce you all to ashes. In a fit of rage, the fire dragon flapped its massive wings, its fiery form soaring into the sky, charging towards the 5 like a gigantic fireball. Prepare for battle. With a low growl from the elder, the 5 individuals swiftly dispersed, positioning themselves around the Inferno Dragon in 5 distinct directions. The Inferno Dragon let out a thunderous roar as 5 streams of crimson flames erupted from its body, transforming into 5 ferocious fire dragons that lunged towards the 5 warriors. The scorching heat was so intense that, even from a distance of thousands of meters, it caused Yunche to break into a sweat, struggling to breathe. The 5 fire dragons struck against the protective auras of the 5, repelling 4 of them aside from Fun Mo Li. With a surge of energy, Fun Mo Li shattered the fire dragon, letting out a fierce roar as his body morphed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly closing in on the colossal form of the Inferno Dragon. He wielded his long blade, creating a flurry of slashing shadows that descended upon the Inferno Dragon like a tempest, producing a cacophony of piercing metallic clashes. Furious, the Inferno Dragon lashed out with its massive tail, wielding tremendous force as it crashed down towards Fun Mo Li, leaning backward. Fun Mo Li swiftly erected a protective aura in front of him. With a thunderous impact, the enormous tail struck against his shield, shattering it like glass, sending Fun Mo Li reeling back, his complexion paling. He shouted urgently, "Its body is too formidable. Do not engage closely." Upon hearing his voice, the other 4 Celestial Realm experts halted in their tracks, each now wielding a long blade engulfed in flames. Burning Heaven Blade, Inferno Dragon S Tidal Wave. Burning Heaven Blade, Radiant Son of 1,000. Burning Heaven Blade, Scorching Earth Slash. Burning Heaven Blade, Blazing Sun Igniting Clouds. The 4 were not only comrades of the Burning Heaven sect, but also brothers who had grown up together, cultivating their skills in unison, their synergy unparalleled. They almost simultaneously raised their blades, slicing towards the Inferno Dragon from several dozen meters away. The terrifying energy of their strikes carved clear ripples through the air, cornering the Inferno Dragon with blades coming from above, below, left, and right, sealing off all its avenues of advance and retreat. Boom, 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 boom. The sheer size of the Inferno Dragon rendered its movement somewhat cumbersome, and all 4 blade energy struck its body, leaving shallow marks upon its surface amidst the jarring sounds of collision, causing the beast to wobble slightly. It was then that Fun Mo Li's counterattack descended unexpectedly. He appeared overhead, delivering an immensely weighted strike that crashed down upon the Inferno Dragon's head. Roar. In pain, the Inferno Dragon unleashed an enraged roar as a massive burst of searing flames erupted from its surface, forcing the 5 warriors back momentarily. Their Burning Heaven technique granted them some resistance to flames, yet they were far from impervious. Not allowing the Inferno Dragon a moment's respite, they closed in once again, the blade energies ruthlessly raining down on its body as if capable of rending space itself. Clang, boom, bang, whoosh. The sounds of slicing energy, explosive flames, and piercing impacts reverberated throughout the entire Crimson Dragon mountain range, sending the lower-tier mystical beasts fleeing in terror. Small hills were continuously cleaved apart, and the ground bore countless cracks. Yunche concealed himself atop a distant hill, holding his breath as he observed the fierce battle unfolding in the Tianxian realm. On one side stood the formidable Tianxian beast, while on the other, 5 powerful cultivators of the Tianxian realm faced it. Such a spectacle was rare even in the annals of the Zongfeng Empire's history, yet here he was, a mere novice at the 4th level of the initial Xian realm, witnessing it firsthand. He dared not approach, for the flames of the fire dragon or the blade aura of the Burning Heaven sect would spell certain death for him, even from mere residual forces. As the battle intensified, the temperature of the surrounding air continued to rise. The power of the fire dragon was unquestionable, yet it was confronted by 5 opponents of comparable strength. From the very outset, it found itself at a disadvantage. However, its physique was beyond the reach of mere mortals. And though the five from the Burning Heaven sect held the upper hand, they could not hope to subdue it in a short span of time. It seemed inevitable that the fire dragon would eventually be overcome by them, Yunshe murmured. You underestimate the dragon, Jasmine interjected coldly. Though it may be a low-tier dragon. It is a true dragon, not a pseudo-dragon like the Jiaolong or lizard dragon. A true dragon possesses exceptional intelligence and can conceal its true strength for greater protection. These individuals believe it to be merely a Tianxin beast, which is why they brought a half-step Wangxian expert. Alas, it is a genuine Wangxian beast. Yunshe was taken aback. It is merely toying with its opponents, feigning weakness to lure them into a fatal trap. When it truly reveals its fangs, none of these five, including the half-step Wangxian, will escape alive. A shiver ran down Yunshe's spine. This dragon was indeed cunning and treacherous. As the battle escalated, their position gradually shifted southward, moving further away from the cave. This was clearly a deliberate strategy by the fire dragon to prevent the aftermath of the battle from harming its lair. The cave? Yunshe's gaze fixated on the enormous cave. That was the dwelling place of this true dragon, possibly a Wangxian true dragon. The name of the Qihong mountain range had undoubtedly existed for centuries, suggesting that this fire dragon had resided within that cave for no less than 100 years. Given the longevity of dragons, it could have been even longer, perhaps thousands of years. Such a noble Xian beast would never willingly dwell in an ordinary place. Within that cave, there might be treasures of heaven and earth that it was reluctant to leave behind. Even if there were none, the dragon must have shed scales, skin, and horns during its long stay. Anything that a dragon casts off is still a treasure. Now, at the 4th level of the initial Xian realm, a feat he achieved in just 4 months, his speed was astonishing, yet his strength remained at the bottom tier of the Tsangfeng continent. If there were indeed treasures within that cave, they would undoubtedly provide immeasurable benefits to his cultivation. Glancing at his current state of invisibility, he gritted his teeth resolutely. It's now or never. Great rewards often accompany great risks. Hesitation only serves to allow opportunities to slip away. And the timid shall never ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Moreover, he harbored an inexplicable sensation that something which had summoned him before seemed to reside within this cavern. What do you intend to do? Jasmine inquired, her voice tinged with caution as she observed Yunshe suddenly rise, his gaze fixed intently upon the cave. I shall venture into that cavern. Since it is the lair of a dragon, there may be treasures within, Yunshe replied slowly. Indeed. There are no humans devoid of greed. The aftermath of their battle lingers everywhere. A mere brush could lead to instant demise. Do you care so little for your own life? Fear not. The concealment ability of the star-hidden grass is such that even those in the King Xian realm could not hope to detect it. The location of their conflict is quite distant from the cave. As long as I take a longer route, I shall remain unaffected. I have just informed you that true dragons possess extraordinary intelligence. Even if there are treasures within its lair, they will not be easily claimed by you. Chapter 51. Seed of the Evil God. Fire. After traversing a considerable right angle, Yunshe's feet touched the crimson earth. An intense heat surged from beneath, rapidly enveloping his entire being, imparting a terrifying sensation as though he stood upon flames. This fire dragon had existed here for at least a century, and its fiery essence had transformed this place into a realm of fire elements. He was now merely about a kilometer from the battlefield where the fire dragon clashed with the burning heaven gate, a perilous distance indeed. As the residual force of their battle could easily reach this location, Yunshe treaded carefully, yet his speed did not wane. Jasmine had indicated that the fire dragon was clearly concealing its true strength, should it unleash its power and obliterate the five from the burning heaven gate. He would not only fail to seize the opportunity, but might also lose his own life. The target lay within reach, yet at that moment, a multitude of flames suddenly rained down from above, engulfing an area spanning several miles. Although these flames were small and lacked significant offensive capability, they were densely packed, with one particular patch landing directly upon Yunshe. Instantly, his garment ignited, and the effect of the star-hidden pill dissipated. Fortunately, Yunshe's reflexes were swift. He darted to the left behind a massive boulder, extinguishing the flames on his clothing, his brow furrowing deeply. Alas, I have inadvertently entered a realm of certain death. Boom. A torrent of fire, conjured by the dragon, plummeted from the sky, striking the ground less than 100 meters ahead of Yunshe with a resounding explosion. The fire dragon erupted, unleashing a blinding blaze and generating temperatures so extreme they nearly melted the very rocks. At the moment of the explosion, Yunshe, hidden behind the boulder, widened his eyes in realization. An opportunity. In the next instant, Yunche surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, channeling all his energy as he raced toward the cave with the utmost speed he could muster. The blazing inferno obscured the gaze of the flame dragon and the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect, and the tremendous surge of energy was sufficient to suppress his feeble mystical power entirely. Moreover, embroiled in fierce combat, they would undoubtedly refrain from distraction. Therefore, Yunche boldly unleashed all his mystical energy. The moment he slipped into the cave, the fiery light extinguished completely, and the scene of the flame dragon engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 great heavenly mystics vividly reappeared before him. Panting heavily behind a searing boulder at the cave's entrance, Yunche was drenched in sweat, his face flushed crimson, whether from the heat or exhilaration, he could not tell. "I finally made it in," he murmured to himself, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him as he patted his chest. After calming his nerves, he slowed his pace and ventured deeper into the cave. The flame dragon was immense, and consequently, its dwelling was equally vast. Yunche heightened his vigilance, proceeding cautiously. The temperature here was significantly higher than outside. With each step he took, droplets of sweat cascaded to the ground, instantly transforming into wisps of steam with a faint hissing sound upon contact. The cave's depth was unfathomable, and as Yunche delved further, the light gradually dimmed. After traversing 100 paces, a sudden glow of red light appeared ahead. Yunche paused momentarily before hastening towards it. Upon discerning the source of the crimson radiance, his eyes ignited with fervor. Fire spirit grass. In its mature state, fire spirit grass stands about 7 inches tall, with shallow roots and typically 9 leaves. It emits a fiery glow in the dark and thrives solely in areas rich in active and pure fire elements, making it exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the growth of fire spirit grass is remarkably slow, often requiring over a decade to reach maturity, which significantly enhances its value. This precious herb can be distilled into fire spirit pills, granting those who consume it a temporary immunity to fire elements and allowing their mystical energy to adopt a fire attribute without inflicting harm upon themselves. For practitioners of fire-based mystic arts, its benefits are immeasurable. To his astonishment, in this rare locale, there flourished 200 to 300 stalks of fire spirit grass, nearly a quarter of which were in their mature phase. Behind them lay a vast expanse of mere roots, unmistakably the remnants of the flame dragon's meals. The rarity of fire spirit grass is also attributed to the difficulty of harvesting and storing it. A moment's negligence could lead to the complete depletion of its fiery essence. However, this posed no challenge for Yunche. He extended his left hand and, with fervent grasping, effortlessly collected all the mature fire spirit grass into the heaven poison pearl. Each stalk of fire spirit grass could fetch a considerable price outside. Yet here, Yunche harvested them as though they were mere cabbages. Soon, he had gathered over 50 mature stalks into the pearl, leaving the immature ones untouched. Rubbing his palms together, a thrill surged through him. "I've struck gold. Just think how substantial the profit would be if I sold these through an intermediary to the Burning Heaven sect. I would never have to worry about money again." Yunche produced a sprig of fire spirit grass he had harvested and swiftly refined it using the heavenly poison pearl. Under the radiant essence of the pearl, the fire spirit grass rapidly withered, ultimately transforming into a diminutive object resembling a ruby. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunche cast it into his mouth. A searing sensation coursed through his throat and spread throughout his body, rapidly radiating outward until it enveloped him entirely. Soon after, this intense warmth began to dissipate, and the surrounding space suddenly felt less oppressive. The beads of sweat that had adorned Yunche's brow ceased to flow, and the suffocating heat vanished entirely. He felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. The cave remained endless, urging him to quicken his pace deeper within. Before long, he beheld a colossal rocky nest, evidently the resting place of the flame dragon, given its size and shape. However, to Yunche's dismay, the nest was remarkably clean. Aside from the searing rocks that formed the nest, there was nothing else to be found. Suddenly, an immense rumble echoed from outside. Even in the depths of the cave, Yunche could faintly sense a wave of scorching air rushing towards him. A heavy voice resonated from without. "Ignorant and greedy humans, prepare to face the punishment you deserve." Accompanying this was the panicked outcry of the members of the Burning Heaven sect. This flame dragon is not merely a celestial beast. It is unmistakably a king-level beast. It has been concealing its power all along, luring us here. Panic ensued. "This is bad. The intelligence was erroneous. Retreat. Quickly, retreat." Molly's words had come to fruition. The flame dragon had indeed been hiding its true strength, and at this moment, it had finally unleashed its formidable power. Amidst the shouts of alarm, the earth began to tremble, as did the entire Crimson Dragon mountain range. A jolt of realization struck Yunche. The flame dragon's true power meant that battle could soon commence, and if he did not flee now, he might lose his chance forever. 50 mature fire spirit grasses represented a significant bounty. No longer hesitating, Yunche sprinted toward the exit. However, after just 3 strides, his heart seized with a sudden jolt, and he came to an abrupt halt. "What are you stopping for? Are you waiting for the flame dragon to reduce you to ash?" Molly's voice rang coldly. Yet, Yunche remained unresponsive to her words, turning back with a hand pressed to his chest, staring blankly at the empty stone nest. That same feeling surged within him once more, and this time it was closer than ever. What is calling to me? Instead of fleeing at full speed, Yunche took measured steps back toward the stone nest, advancing until he stood within its confines. His heartbeat quickened with each step, gazing intently around. His eyes finally settled upon the far right corner of the nest. The rocks here bore the weight of countless years, hard and ancient, while one particular stone remained immaculate, as if it had been frequently moved. Yunche swiftly approached, placing his hand upon the stone and exerting force to shift it. The stone toppled in response, revealing a deep crimson glow that immediately captured Yunche's attention. Before him lay a diminutive orb, comparable in size to an ordinary glass marble, yet as resplendent and translucent as a ruby, emitting a radiance far deeper and more intense than that of any gemstone. Gazing at this red orb, a profound and inexplicable desire surged within Yunche, compelling him to extend his hand and grasp it. Do not touch it. It bears the fiery imprint of the flame dragon. Jasmine's warning came a moment too late. Just as her voice echoed, Yunche's hand had already seized the orb. In an instant, the orb awakened, unleashing an overwhelming burst of crimson light that enveloped Yunche entirely. Chapter 52. The Seed of the Evil God. Fire. What is this object? Yunche inquired, astonishment lacing his voice, though he held it firmly in his grasp. He felt neither its weight nor its warmth. Its dazzling, fervent glow was a familiar scarlet, yet it imparted an uncanny sensation, as if he had never encountered such a hue before. The frantic beating of his heart subsided, replaced by a sudden tumult within his profound veins. Instantly, he felt his very blood begin to simmer, and an unusual sensation washed over him, despite having never seen this scarlet orb before. Its presence in his hand instilled a sense of tranquility, as though it had always belonged to him, finally returning to its rightful owner. This princess knows not what this is, but I can assure you, you are doomed. Jasmine's voice, emanating from the heaven-poisoned pearl, turned grave, her small face reflecting profound seriousness. Despite numerous attempts to dissuade him, she could not prevent Yunche from embarking on yet another perilous adventure, ultimately leading them to this critical juncture. Were it not for the bond linking her life to Yunche's, she would have dearly wished to strike down this reckless man, who was willing to gamble his very existence for a mere chance at opportunity. No sooner had Jasmine's words faded than a thunderous roar of a dragon erupted from outside the cave. How dare you, despicable humans! You covet my most treasured possession. You vile wretches shall not be forgiven. A mere low-tier royal beast. Even 10 individuals at the 10th level of the heavenly profound realm would struggle against it. Thus, a single 10th level practitioner and 4 others below the 6th level were swiftly driven into a corner as the flame dragon unleashed its true might. The blazing draconic flames were not only searingly hot but also possessed a tremendous tearing force, gradually pulling the 5 members of the Burning Heaven sect into a vortex of demise. Despair etched across the faces of the 5 elite warriors from the Burning Heaven sect. Yet, in that moment, the flame dragon erupted in a frenzy, radiating an aura of terrifying wrath, unleashing an ear-splitting roar of fury. Amidst the roars, a colossal mass of flames, stretching several dozen meters, crashed towards the 5 individuals, eliciting simultaneous cries of anguish from them. However, the fiery dragon ceased its assault, abruptly changing direction and charging towards its lair with immense fury. The 5 formidable experts of the Burning Heaven Gate, having narrowly escaped the dragon's flames, found themselves in disarray, each sustaining varying degrees of injury, with their hair, beards, and garments singed beyond recognition. Staring at the suddenly retreating dragon, they were left in a state of shock, realizing that during its confrontation with them, someone must have stealthily infiltrated its den. What was the use of worrying about that now? We must retreat. We mere mortals dared to provoke a royal mystical beast, and yet we live to tell the tale. It's as if we've been granted a second chance at life. In any case, We must flee. Within the cave, Yunche sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. His brow furrowed sharply. He could no longer afford to delay and dashed towards the exit with utmost urgency. However, before he could cover even half the distance, a thunderous sound of stomping reverberated ahead, accompanied by a wave of scorching rage that surged towards him. The very walls and ground of the cave trembled ominously, and soon, the dragon's massive head loomed into Yunche's line of sight. Yunche's aura was so feeble that it momentarily startled the dragon. When it noticed the scarlet orb in his hand, fury ignited in its colossal eyes. Impudent human, how dare you covet my treasure? Prepare to face my wrath. This is bad. If you wish to live, cease your actions at once. Just as the shadow of death loomed, a delicate yet icy voice rang out from above. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure, as if the heavens were collapsing, enveloped the entire dragon-esque cave. The dragon froze in its tracks, under the weight of this immense force. It began to tremble uncontrollably. It raised its head to behold the crimson-haired maiden who had inexplicably appeared above. The fury in its eyes transformed into shock and fear. The power radiating from this goddess was far beyond its comprehension. Faced with such overwhelming might, it felt as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguishable to ashes. Its jaws parted, and it uttered a voice laced with uncontrollable trepidation. "Who are you?" "You are not worthy to know my name," Jasmine replied frostily, her beautiful eyes gleaming like blades. "This cave now belongs to us. If you wish to avoid death, vanish from my sight at once." Yunche looked up at Jasmine, his heart racing with astonishment at the sheer force she wielded, which had subdued the royal mystical beast. What level of power did she possess? Yet, at that moment, he noticed the dragon's trembling had ceased. A chuckle escaped the dragon. "Ah, I understand now. You two cunning humans are merely posturing. Though I do not know how you conjured such an astonishing aura of pressure, do you truly believe I would be as foolish as your kind?" Molly's brows suddenly furrowed. "Do you wish to perish?" The flame dragon retorted mockingly. "Of course, I do not wish to die. However, with your capabilities, you cannot possibly threaten my existence. If you truly possess the power to end my life, you would have the audacity to seize my treasures openly. Why then do you resort to stealth during my confrontation with those foolish humans? If you had the ability to slay me, the expression on that human's face upon encountering me would not be so ghastly." Yunche felt a sudden chill. Indeed, the intellect of a dragon is unparalleled by ordinary profound beasts. "And you, little girl," the flame dragon continued, its gaze piercing. "Your eyes are cold and merciless. And the aura of killing you exude is astonishing. With such a gaze and presence, you must have taken countless lives. If your intent is to kill me and you possess the means, you would have attacked already instead of engaging in dialogue with me. Your youth is striking. At such a tender age, it is impossible for you to exert such a formidable oppressive force through human cultivation. It is all but an illusion. And I would be a fool to fall for it. To covet my treasures and attempt to mock me, how could I ever forgive you? Be reduced to ashes." With that, the flame dragon opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Yunche. Bang! A tremendous force struck Yunche's shoulder, sending him crashing away just in time to evade the dragon's deadly blaze. Molly appeared in the position where Yunche had stood, her fair cheeks enveloped in an aura of terrifying malice. "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your desire." A formidable and unparalleled aura of profound energy erupted from Molly, so fearsome that it conjured a violent storm, extinguishing the flames of the burning dragon in an instant. Yunche, having been thrown aside, collided with a boulder and was momentarily dazed. When he regained consciousness and beheld Molly's countenance, his pupils constricted in shock. "Molly, stop. Do you wish to die? This is all because of you. If you die, I shall perish as well." Molly shouted in fury, her boundless killing intent fixated upon the flame dragon. Under the overwhelming aura of profound energy and malice, the flame dragon felt as if it were encased in ice, rendering it utterly immobile, its eyes wide with profound fear and disbelief. It could not fathom how a mere human girl could emanate such a potent aura of profound energy. "Die, star goddess annihilation / Molly, stop!" Yunche exclaimed in horror at her actions, yet before he could rise, Molly's delicate form shot toward the flame dragon like a meteor, piercing through its massive body. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all elements of the universe had come to a standstill. The howling wind ceased, the flames extinguished, and every sound faded into silence. Even the echoes of his own cries. The colossal form of the flame dragon was frozen in place, a vivid crimson cross etched through its entire being. It was impossible. The fiery dragon's pupils constricted violently, as if witnessing the most terrifying and unimaginable scene in the world. Subsequently, those eyes slowly lost their color and focus, and its massive body shattered into 4 smooth pieces scattered across the searing ground. The formidable fiery dragon perished in an instant under the hands of Jasmine. Despite the dragon's incredibly resilient physique, even the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven sect, when Emoli, could only leave a shallow mark upon it with his burning heaven blade. Yet Jasmine, with no weapon in hand, merely used her delicate, fair hands to cleave the dragon's body as easily as slicing tofu. Gazing at the dragon's dismembered form, Yunche was rendered speechless in astonishment. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his heart, and he directed his gaze forward, shouting Jasmine's name as he sprinted desperately ahead. At that moment, Jasmine lay on the ground, her face, neck, and limbs devoid of any trace of color. Although only a few seconds had passed since the massive release of her profound energy, it had triggered the toxic poison invading her soul into a frenzied state. The months spent suppressing and purifying the poison within the heavenly poison pearl were utterly undone. Jasmine, reaching her side, Yunche quickly knelt down, placing his left hand on her frail shoulder, channeling the purifying power of the heavenly poison pearl to her body. However, the toxicity within Jasmine's soul was overwhelmingly potent. Even the rapid purifying speed of the heavenly poison pearl could not quell its rampant devastation. Her body grew increasingly cold, becoming transparent and ethereal. This time, I must truly be dying, Jasmine murmured, her voice as soft as a gentle breeze. Her eyes, usually filled with ice and pride, now reflected only a sorrowful dimness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Chapter 53, Seed of the Evil God, Fire Jasmine. As Yunche called her name, his heart clenched tightly. The severity of the toxin raging within her was exponentially more intense than it had been 4 months prior. After all, the last time had only involved the defeat of 2 spirit realm beings, yet it had caused her immense suffering. This time, she had directly annihilated a true dragon of the King Profound realm. The strength of the profound energy exerted was worlds apart. Jasmine was undoubtedly aware of the consequences of slaying this fiery dragon. Yet she had no choice but to act, for if she did not, Yunche would perish. And if he died, her fate would be sealed as well. The intense guilt pierced Yunche's heart as he recalled how Jasmine had repeatedly dissuaded him 3 times during their incursion into the dragon's cave, emphasizing the danger posed by the treasures of the true dragon, which were protected by powerful dragon seals, not easily acquired. Yet he had pressed on, displaying unwavering courage and resolve. However, he had perhaps unconsciously overlooked one crucial fact. He was no longer the formidable Yunche who once roamed the continent, but merely a fledgling at the 4th level of the initial Profound realm, facing an extraordinarily terrifying King Profound beast. With even the slightest misstep, he could meet his demise, dragging Jasmine down with him. And such a consequence had finally come to pass. Jasmine's lips moved slightly, but the sound she emitted was barely audible. Her body grew increasingly cold, gradually slipping into a state of translucency without her awareness. Although Jasmine's form merely existed as a half-ethereal entity sustained by Yunche's life force, it served as the vessel for her soul. Should this body vanish, Jasmine's soul, deprived of its vessel, would disperse and ultimately succumb to the lethal embrace of destruction. Jasmine! Jasmine! Yunche gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the purifying powers of the heaven poison pearl with his left hand while vigorously shaking her form with his right, yearning to awaken even a flicker of her consciousness. At last, he noticed her pallid lips parting ever so slightly once more. Startled, he leaned closer to her lips, straining to hear her feeble voice. I do not wish to die. I have yet to avenge my mother and brother. I must not perish. Her voice was frail, barely discernible even at such proximity. Yet, that fragile utterance stirred a tempest within Yunche's heart. For months prior, when Jasmine first appeared before him, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity, a reflection of his younger self. Despite her youth and breathtaking beauty, claiming the title of princess, her enchanting eyes were perpetually filled with an icy detachment. In moments of violence, her youthful visage bore no trace of fear or reluctance, only a chilling and unwavering indifference. In that instant, he comprehended the resemblance he felt. It was born of hatred. In the Songyun continent, after turning 17, he had lived in the shadow of his master's forced demise, his heart consumed solely by an unending hatred. During that time, his gaze, his coldness, and his cruelty mirrored Jasmine's current state. Yet, he was already 17, at least on the cusp of adulthood, whereas Jasmine was merely 13. He could scarcely fathom the depths of hatred that could transform a girl, destined to be an angel, into a heartless, cruel demon. In her recent soliloquy, She had shifted from referring to herself as this princess to simply I. This revelation stirred a complex turmoil within Yunche, for at this moment, Jasmine's consciousness had nearly succumbed to silence. Her words emerged from the depths of her soul. This indicated that her habitual self-reference was a deliberate fade, a constant reminder to herself of something profound. A sense of shared suffering blossomed deep within Yunche, intertwined with profound guilt and self-reproach. He began to shake Jasmine more vigorously, calling out, "Jasmine, awaken. Do not lose consciousness. We made a pact. You bestowed upon me a new profound vein. I have yet to fulfill my promises to you. Can you bear to depart so readily? You are my master, yet you have taught me nothing. A master cannot be so neglectful. Awaken, please, awaken." Yet, no matter how desperately Yunche urged the heaven poison pearl or how vigorously he shook it, Jasmine remained unresponsive. Her delicate face had drained of its final hue, and her body grew increasingly translucent, though he could still perceive her presence through her chest. Yunche could almost discern the gravel beneath. A chill gripped his heart, and he felt as though his teeth might shatter from the pressure. He struck his forehead with a fierce blow, the searing pain doing nothing to alleviate the turmoil within. "It's all your fault. Why did you not heed Jasmine's words? Your life is no longer solely your own. It is also Jasmine's. In the end, she must risk her life to save you. You have brought about her demise." Clenching his teeth, Yunche berated himself harshly, blood oozing from the gash on his forehead and trickling down onto the searing ground. As he beheld the quickly drying droplets of blood, realization struck him. Yes, my blood. Jasmine had connected her life to his through the essence of his blood, and her semi-ethereal form was sustained by his life force. Moreover, his body, intertwined with the heaven poison pearl, might possess an extraordinary resistance to toxins. Grasping this glimmer of hope, Yunche wasted not a second. He extended his left arm and, with the tip of his right hand, inflicted a long and deep incision, blood immediately flowing in rivulets. He carefully parted Jasmine's colorless lips, allowing his blood to trickle into her mouth, while simultaneously applying pressure to his shoulder to hasten the flow. "Jasmine, I will not allow you to perish, absolutely not. Even if it means honoring the vow I made that year." Blood streamed rapidly into Jasmine's open mouth, yet soon, a stream of crimson began to seep from the corners of her lips. With her consciousness lost, she could not swallow on her own. Yunche's brow furrowed. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lifted his arm and bit into his own wound, sucking fiercely. After drawing a mouthful, he bent down, gently parting Jasmine's lips once more. "If you awaken, I will accept any punishment you deem fit." In a hushed whisper, Yunche lowered his head, softly pressing his lips against hers, carefully transferring the blood from his mouth to hers, and then gently exhaling, allowing his essence to flow from her mouth into her being. After several repetitions, the wound on his arm began to heal, slowing the rate at which he could draw blood. Without delay, Yunche extended his right hand and made another deep incision beside the first, blood once again cascading forth. The life force continued to flow into Jasmine's mouth, and by the time the fifth wound appeared on Yunche's arm, nearly 1/5 of his blood had already entered her body. Yunche's mind began to be engulfed by a profound dizziness, and in that moment, he suddenly perceived that Jasmine's form was no longer fading into obscurity. Instead, it gradually became clearer. The deadly response sensed by the heavenly poison pearl began to quiet down, akin to flames doused by rain. Had he succeeded? Had he truly triumphed? It is well known that if a human loses more than 1/5 of their blood in a short span, it will lead to a decline in bodily functions. Losing over 1/3 results in shock, and losing half can be fatal. With his extraordinary medical skills, Yunche was acutely aware of these facts, yet his actions remained unwavering, as he continued to inflict wounds upon his own arm. Eventually, he could no longer resist the overwhelming dizziness that clouded his mind, and he succumbed to unconsciousness against the stone wall behind him. In his hazy consciousness, a figure of a girl he had long endeavored to forget began to emerge slowly. For 7 years, consumed by hatred, he had relentlessly trained to acquire greater power, often leaving himself battered and on the brink of death. Each time, she would gently tend to his wounds, serve him delicious meals, mend his tattered clothes, and prepare his bed, watching silently as he departed each day. Until that fateful day when she lay in his embrace, forever gone. Her gaze and voice from that moment became an indelible pain etched in his heart. "For every wound upon your body, there exists a corresponding ache within my heart. Yet, I do not regret being the girl who stood by you in your solitude. For though it was painful, it was also a source of happiness. Yunche, if in the future you find yourself lonely and a girl wishes to accompany you, She must be an angel sent by heaven, so that she may shield you from further suffering. To possess Jasmine is to possess the world. Chapter 54. Jasmine's tears. After Yunche lost consciousness, Jasmine's body ceased to appear ethereal. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the blood on Yunche's lips and the gruesome wounds adorning his left arm. All the coldness and indifference in her eyes melted away like ice, replaced by a profound complexity and confusion. Yunche was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he was met with Jasmine's gaze. "Jasmine, you've regained consciousness," he exclaimed with joy, though his voice was hoarse. As he attempted to rise, he found his body felt as if it were burdened by 1,000 pounds. Weakened from significant blood loss, he struggled multiple times, but could not stand. "Why did you save me?" Jasmine's voice still bore a hint of fragility. She glanced at the scars on Yunche's arm before averting her gaze. "Wouldn't it be better for you if I were dead? At least then, you wouldn't have to worry about the promises you made to me, nor fear that I might harm you once I regain my strength. Because Jasmine saved me with her life. That was merely a means to save myself," Jasmine replied, her voice rising slightly. Yunche was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why his utterance elicited such a profound reaction from her. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "It is precisely because you are my master. As your disciple, how could I possibly stand by idly and witness your demise?" "Master?" Emoli replied with a sorrowful smile. "If I wish to attain rebirth, I must assist you in acquiring formidable, profound strength in the shortest time possible. To become your master is merely my unwillingness to aid you for naught. Ultimately, it is for my own sake. Did you truly believe I acted for your benefit?" Having expressed these sentiments, Emoli did not perceive a flicker of disappointment on Yunche's countenance. Instead, she beheld him breaking into a gentle smile. Yunche shifted his position, drawing closer to Emoli, gazing into her eyes as he softly declared, "Yet, none of this bears significance. The primary reason I strive to save you, Emoli, is that you are an extraordinarily beautiful girl, as stunning as an angel." Emoli was momentarily stunned. Despite her efforts to project an air of indifference, even a semblance of intimidation, this truth was inescapable. She could not conceal it. With such a captivating girl by one's side, no one would wish for her to depart permanently, and I am no exception. Is this reason not sufficient? What kind of reasoning is that? Emoli's lips regained a hint of color, trembling slightly as she responded, "I have taken countless lives. On my 12th birthday alone, I ended the lives of over 130,000 people, my body drenched in blood. Even my name has become synonymous with Emoli, the bloodstained." Yunche's heart raced. "In a single day, you killed over 130,000 people?" Capturing the profound shock that flickered across Yunche's face, Emoli closed her eyes, sorrowfully stating, "How could someone like me be deemed a beautiful girl? I am Emoli, the bloodstained Emoli, a terrifying demon who has taken many lives." Emoli's eyes widened, staring blankly at him. "However, I believe that deep down, Emoli has always been a kind-hearted girl. The transformation into the very demon she despises was solely for the sake of those dear to her, perhaps her closest friends or family. No matter how many lives one takes or how much blood one spills, it does not render one a true demon. Furthermore, a lovely and beautiful girl, even if she errs gravely, is still worthy of forgiveness. If you believe that you carry countless filthy sins, then let us bear these burdens together. For you are my master, and as a disciple, it is only fitting that I share such tribulations with you." Molly was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Yunche as if she had lost her very soul. Her gaze grew increasingly hazy. She could not comprehend why, despite confessing her heinous crimes, he did not respond with fear or revulsion. Instead, he gazed at her with such tenderness, uttering words imbued with gentleness. It was inconceivable. She had taken countless lives, branding herself a terrifying demon. Everyone else feared her. Surely no one could still harbor affection for her. Why then did he strive to save her with such fervor? Why did his eyes exude such warmth? After the death of her mother and brother, it seemed impossible for anyone to treat her with such kindness. As her vision blurred further, Yunche's face began to morph into that of her brother's smiling visage. In an instant, tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. A deluge from the girl who had sworn never to weep again. The tears flowed uncontrollably, breaking the icy seal of hatred and sin that had encapsulated her heart, revealing a tiny crack. "Molly, so you can cry after all? This is what it means to be a girl," Yunche chuckled softly, extending a finger to gently wipe the tears from her cheeks. Rather than resisting, she wept even more fervently, sobbing, "But I'm your master. You just kissed me secretly so many times to save me, and now you let me cry in front of you." You cannot bully your master like this." He was entirely correct. Molly's true nature was far removed from her usual demeanor. Having experienced trials akin to hers, he understood her essence, the same breath and gaze, and knew precisely where her heart was most fragile and tender. After her tears subsided, Molly's mood began to stabilize. Although her body and spirit remained feeble, the immediate peril had been largely quelled. She extended her small hand, vigorously drying her tears, and then made a valiant effort to adopt her typical icy indifference. Averting her gaze from Yunche, refusing to meet his eyes, in a voice tinged with coldness, she declared, "Although the danger has passed, I must refrain from using any of my energy for at least 3 months. Otherwise, even if you were to shed every drop of your blood, you could not save me. I understand. I will be exceedingly cautious from now on and will ensure that such incidents do not recur," Yunche replied, filled with remorse. "The red orb you acquired, consume it. That object may very well be the seed of the evil god I mentioned before." "Ah?" Yunche exclaimed in surprise, grasping the peculiar red orb, which had nearly cost Molly her life. "You mean this is I am merely speculating. The Inferno Dragon has lingered here, which should be due to its presence. When you first obtained it, I sensed an extraordinary fire element within it, one that I had never encountered before. You also mentioned feeling something calling to you, yet it did not scorch you when you held it. Thus, it is entirely possible that it is indeed one of the 5 evil god seeds referenced in the memory imprint." Jasmine spoke with a tone tinged with uncertainty. In a moment that Yunche could not perceive, she gently bit her lip and added, "From now on, no one is permitted to touch my face without my consent." Previously cold as ice, then weeping uncontrollably, and now with a defiant expression, her swift transitions were nothing short of remarkable. Yunche's current state was one of considerable weakness. The substantial loss of blood had severely depleted his vitality, making even the act of walking a challenge. At this moment, not to mention the flame dragon, even a mere ordinary Xian beast would spell their doom here. If one were to commit the unforgivable sin of slaying 130,000 people in a single day, that would indeed mark them as a demon, stained with blood, just like Jasmine. So what of me, who poisoned 770,000 in a day, transforming the entire city into a toxic hell, littered with corpses? Yunche silently pondered. If anyone were to be called a demon, it would be me. Thus, I have never dared to defile the angel beside me until the day I lose her forever. With his eyes closed, Yunche remained in a trance for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he opened his eyes and extended his palm, gazing at the orb radiating a peculiar crimson light. Contemplating Jasmine's words, he hesitated momentarily. Then, steeling himself, he swallowed it whole. He felt no discomfort. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and he dismissed any concerns about its toxicity. After all, consuming it surely could not yield adverse consequences, could it? The crimson orb was forcefully ingested, settling within him. In that instant, he sensed a violent upheaval within his Xian veins. Before he could even investigate the anomaly, a surge of crimson radiance erupted from his body, transforming into roaring flames that enveloped him entirely. What is this? The sudden flames astonished him, but what startled him even more was that beneath this fiery spectacle, he felt no burning sensation. Rather, an unusual comfort enveloped him, as even his garments remained unscathed amidst the blaze. These fearsome flames seemed merely illusory. Chapter 55, The Power Against Heaven. Miraculously, he had discovered such power. Should one credit his extraordinary fortune, or the guidance of the evil god Xian veins? The flames surrounding him intensified, soaring to heights of several meters, as the walls and even the rocks beneath his feet slowly melted away, revealing the terrifying temperature of these flames. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Yunche sustained no injuries, nor did he experience even the slightest discomfort. Amidst the flames, he felt his Xian veins thrumming with vigorous turbulence. Gathering his focus, he dared to peer within, nearly gasping in shock. His Xian veins had transformed entirely to a deep crimson hue. Even all 54 activated Xian gates had adopted an even more profound shade of red. His profound energy began to surge rapidly within the meridians, an influx of mysterious power flooding in from unknown origins, causing the energy within the meridians to expand incessantly until it reached the utmost limit of their capacity. A soft crack echoed, and Yunche faintly perceived the sound of something being shattered. The profound energy within the meridians swiftly contracted, maintaining its quantity yet becoming more substantial. This was undoubtedly the most remarkable manifestation of a transcendence in profound energy levels. In a fleeting moment, his profound energy ascended from the 4th level of the initial profound realm directly to the 5th level. Yet, this was far from the end. The profound energy within the meridians continued to swell rapidly, as if driven mad, with an unrelenting surge of energy from unknown sources filling the recently advanced meridians once more. Then, with a resounding boom, the nature of the profound energy underwent another leap in classification, transitioning from the strength of the 5th level to the 6th level of the initial profound realm. Yunche stood agape with astonishment. Even with the composure cultivated over 2 lifetimes, he could scarcely fathom this extraordinary elevation of profound energy. In less than half a minute, from the moment flames ignited upon him, his profound energy level had surged from the 4th level to the 6th level. Such occurrences were not merely rare. They were unheard of. At one point, he even felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. The 2-level leap was still not the conclusion. The crimson flames enveloping him continued to rise slowly, eventually soaring to several dozen meters in height, while the ground beneath was melting away, sinking significantly. Streams of lava gathered at his feet, yet they caused him no harm whatsoever. The enigmatic energy continued to assail and fill his now crimson meridians, resulting in an extraordinarily terrifying explosive growth of his profound energy. 7th level of the initial profound realm, 8th level, 9th level, 10th level, even a prodigy nurtured within a grand sect, endowed with abundant resources and esteemed mentors, would require at least 3 years to ascend from the 4th level to the 10th level of the initial profound realm. Among the rumors he had heard, it took Xia Qingwei 3.5 years to achieve this same feat, a duration that was considered an unprecedented rarity in the small town of Luyun. She was hailed as the foremost genius of Luyun City. Yet he, astonishingly, had accomplished this in less than 5 minutes. This was not merely a challenge to Yunche's understanding. It was a complete overturning of the fundamental rules governing the growth of profound energy in the Tianshan continent. Therefore, although his heart brimmed with immense joy, it was overshadowed by an even greater sense of fear. More alarmingly, the expansion of his profound energy showed no signs of abating, nor did its pace diminish. Even after reaching the 10th level of the initial profound realm, his profound energy continued to strengthen rapidly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The substance he had consumed was one of the 5 seeds left behind by the evil god. This princess had searched tirelessly in the eastern regions of the Tsongfeng Empire for so long without success, yet you, with such meager abilities, stumbled upon it unknowingly. Your luck is so extraordinary, it seems deserving of divine retribution. Jasmine's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. What kind of seed from the malevolent deity can cause a surge in profound energy? Yunche, still wearing an expression of astonishment and doubt, pondered. It seems that the seed of the malevolent deity carries a trace of its power. Now that the inheritor of the malevolent deity's profound veins has been found, while transforming your profound veins into a fire attribute, it also bestows upon you a portion of that power. Fear not. This rather exaggerated increase in profound energy will have no adverse effects, Jasmine gently reassured him, transforming the profound veins into a fire attribute. Boom. A sensation akin to breaking through a barrier resonated from the depths of Yunche's profound veins, and the crimson flames that had long been raging around him finally extinguished. In that fleeting moment, Yunche distinctly felt his entire profound vein undergo a transformation akin to sublimation, becoming more resilient and expansive, imbued with a searing heat. The profound energy within him thickened to an astonishing degree, as if every meridian, bone, and sinew in his body had undergone a metamorphosis. Filled with a power far surpassing his previous strength, his vision sharpened, his hearing heightened, and even his perception of the surrounding world experienced a significant transformation. The exhilarating sensation of a complete rebirth from within was almost enough to elicit a cry of delight. Yunche tilted his head back, slowly exhaling, and instantly, a profound energy aura emanated from him, vastly more potent than before. He had entered the first realm of the profound entrance. Congratulations on stepping into the profound entrance. You can now truly consider yourself a profound practitioner. Achieving the profound entrance at the tender age of 16 is quite remarkable in this land, Jasmine remarked with a sense of calmness. All previous astonishment and trepidation vanished the moment he directly stepped into the first realm of the profound entrance. He raised his hands, extending a finger. With a mere thought, a small flame ignited at his fingertip. The temperature of this flame was intense, yet it did not scorch his skin in the slightest. Observing the flame fueled by his own profound energy, he smiled silently. Is this perhaps heaven's compensation for me? After wasting 16 years, have I now, in just one day, been returned everything that was rightfully mine, multiplied manifold? Yunche introspected quietly, witnessing his profound veins transformed into a vibrant crimson, as though sculpted from a flawless, translucent ruby. Not only his profound veins, but even his meridians, blood, and every cell now bore a hint of crimson. Speaking of which, does this mean that my body shall no longer fear the flames? Yunche was acutely aware of how astonishing this notion was, yet it resonated as an undeniable truth conveyed by his body in profound veins. Indeed, Jasmine affirmed. Her voice tinged with an unusual tone. In ancient legends, the malevolent deity wields the most powerful elemental forces of the chaotic realm, capable of manipulating the elements of nature at will through profound energy, and even transforming profound energy into elemental power at any moment. In the indelible memory marked by that drop of immortal blood, it is vividly recorded that among the 5 seeds left by the malevolent deity lies the source of his formidable elemental power. Should one acquire these sources, not only could they manipulate the corresponding elements, but they would also attain absolute immunity to such elements. It is due to this record that, despite not having utilized the immortal blood of the Dark God herself, this princess has braved immense peril to journey to this continent in search of the Dark God's secret realm mentioned in the memory. The allure of elemental manipulation and immunity is irresistible even to her. For in an age where the true gods have utterly fallen, such power is the very definition of an extraordinary force. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice turned frigid. Simultaneously, this is a forbidden Pandora's box. Now that this box has been opened by you, no one can foresee the chain reactions that the revival of such long-extinct divine abilities may provoke. Perhaps you will suffer divine retribution, or perhaps it will bring upon you endless calamities and misfortunes. If the secrets you harbor were to be revealed, countless individuals would seek your demise to seize your celestial power. If it weren't for the bond of life we share, even I would consider ending you to claim your strength. Hey, surely you don't mean to frighten me so? Yunche retorted. Though he merely entered the initial realm of profoundness, he feigned fear, knowing that even a mere profound beast could easily annihilate him. Yet, despite his bravado, the confirmation from Jasmine regarding his ability to control fire and be entirely immune to it left his heart in tumult for a prolonged period. To never fear fire, this was indeed a capability that only legendary beings might possess, not to mention mere mortals, even the powerful flame dragon that Jasmine had vanquished, though its nature was fire, could not achieve such an immunity. Faced with fire power far exceeding its tier, it too would be reduced to nothingness. I am not merely trying to scare you. Therefore, do not become complacent because of your sudden surge in power. You must swiftly enhance your abilities, at the very least, to ensure your own survival. Now that you have reached the initial realm of profoundness, you need to consolidate your current strength. Furthermore, I can begin to teach you some profound techniques you may learn. But first, let us deal with this flame dragon. Its carcass represents a substantial treasure for you at this moment. Jasmine's tone remained as cold and indifferent as ever, devoid of emotion. However, to Yunche's ears, it resonated with a distinctly different sensation than before. From her words, he sensed a departure from the previous notes of disdain, condescension, and occasional annoyance. Though her tone was still firm, there was an imperceptible hint of concern. Chapter 56. Fragments of the Star God. At this moment, Yunche felt as though he had been reborn. Even the intense weakness from his prior blood loss had vanished without a trace. He approached the dismembered corpse of the flame dragon, now fragmented into 4 pieces, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Jasmine was indeed correct. The remains of this flame dragon represented an immense treasure, not only for him, but for anyone in the Songfeng Empire, including the illustrious 4 great sects. This was a king-level mystical beast, a true dragon. As the apex of beasts, dragons surpass all other mystical creatures of the same tier in every aspect. Its hide, flesh, blood, bones, horns, eyes, wings, and internal organs are each treasures of unparalleled worth. The strongest beings ever to appear in Songfeng continent have been at the king level, suggesting that this flame dragon may very well be the first king-level beast to be vanquished in a considerable length of time. Thus, the value of this dragon's remains is incalculable. Particularly noteworthy is its mystical core, for the core of a heavenly dragon. The Burning Heaven sect dispatched 5 heavenly experts to journey from afar to this location. As for the core of a king-level dragon, it is likely beyond their wildest aspirations. The body of the flame dragon weighs at least several hundred tons, and even when divided into 4 parts, each still resembles a small mountain. Yunche retrieved a somewhat dull short knife, which he had brought from the Shao clan, and attempted to slice into the dragon's remains. With a dull thud, the blade bent, leaving only a shallow mark upon the dragon's hide. If the Burning Heaven sect's heavenly experts could not penetrate the dragon's body with their formidable Burning Heaven blade, how could Yunche hope to achieve this with an ordinary knife? You cannot cut through its flesh and hide. However, The area where the mystical core resides should have already been opened by this princess. You might want to check the base of its cervical vertebrae. The voice of Jasmine echoed in Yunche's mind. He sheathed the small knife and followed her guidance to the indicated location. At the gruesome cross-section of the flame dragon's corpse, he spotted a dazzling scarlet glow. Yunche leapt swiftly, his hand deftly grasping the radiant orb, and upon landing, he held a sphere the size of a third of his palm. The mystical core of the flame dragon. This was an object capable of inciting madness across the entire Somfan continent. However, to Yunche at present, it was of no use. For if he dared to directly refine and absorb its power, the only outcome would be his own destruction. Having secured the mystical core, Yunche found himself largely helpless against the remaining parts of the flame dragon, ultimately transferring all of them into the sky poison pearl. The spatial rings of the heavenly continent are not only exorbitantly priced, but also typically possess limited space, making it impossible to accommodate the dragoness remains. Yet, the sky poison pearl harbors boundless space. Even if the dragon's body were to expand tenfold, it could be effortlessly contained within. With your current mystical strength, there is but one mystical technique that this princess can impart to you. What is it? A body technique? Yunche felt a tinge of disappointment. Is there no offensive technique available? The offensive techniques I possess are beyond your current capability to master. Although Star God Shattered Shadow is a body technique, do not underestimate its significance. Once the Star God Shadow is unleashed, its speed will erupt in an instant, so swift that even its afterimage cannot fade away. If you can master the initial level of the Star God Shadow, you will be able to face two opponents of equal rank without defeat, upon reaching its zenith. Even if your adversaries are 3 to 5 levels above you, they shall find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish you. The final words of Jasmine stirred a tempest of blood within Yunche. Moreover, this is the sole movement technique of this princess. What magnitude of existence is Jasmine? The potency of her singular movement technique is undoubtedly formidable. Yunche immediately nodded. Very well, I shall learn. Yes, let us begin at once. Jasmine did not decline, but rather spoke with a serene demeanor. To cultivate the Star God Shadow, one must possess exceptional comprehension. If your understanding is sufficient, you may achieve minor success in 3 months. However, should your insight be lacking, you may never master it in your lifetime. Whether you can learn it and to what extent depends solely on your own enlightenment. This princess is currently in a state of mental fatigue and must rest within the heavenly poison pearl as soon as possible. I will first impart to you the method and key points for activating the Star God Shadow, along with the corresponding incantation, after which it will rely upon your own efforts. The Star God Shadow is the first mystical technique that Yunche has practiced in this world. Yet, at this moment, he remains entirely unaware of the profound significance behind the term Star God. A month later, in the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, the rain has just ceased, leaving the air fresh and humid, with droplets clinging to the branches. Suddenly, a rustle in the grass startled the birds on the ground, causing them to take flight in fright. Shortly thereafter, the grass parted to reveal a towering azure wolf with ferocious eyes, moving slowly. As a first-tier mystical beast, it poses a far greater threat than the myriad creatures within the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, and due to the presence of the azure wolf, novice practitioners of the mystical arts dare not enter this area alone. Before long, a figure appeared within its line of sight, a young boy clad in black. Approaching with gentle steps, his face adorned with a youthful smile, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying gaze fixed upon him. He drew closer, step by step. Whoosh! The azure wolf's form shot forth from the underbrush like a bolt of lightning. Its explosive power was fearsome, even a true practitioner of the mystical arts, caught unawares by the wolf's ambush, would have little chance of evasion. As the wolf closed in on its target, its teeth aimed for the boy's throat. It lunged with ferocity. Bang! In a turn of events that took the azure wolf by surprise, it had indeed made contact with the boy's form, poised to bring him down and sink its fangs into his throat. However, in the next instant, its entire body passed through him, crashing violently to the ground. Only then did the boy's figure vanish from that spot, and a powerful strike imbued with mystical energy descended from the right side of the wolf, crashing down upon its head with a resounding impact, eliciting a wretched howl as blood streamed from its orifices, rendering it unconscious. Yunche clapped his hands, ignoring the seemingly oblivious wolf, and continued onward. Remarkably, he had stabilized the first realm of the Star God Fragment Shadow in just 1 month's time. After languishing for 16 years, his innate talent had been utterly squandered. Jasmine couldn't help but exclaim. She had anticipated that Yunche would require at least 3 months to master the first layer, To her astonishment, he had made significant progress in merely 1 month, being able to wield the first realm of the star god fragment shadow at will. Hence, I have been fervently pondering how to compose the subsequent chapters in a manner that would be most pleasing to the readers, rather than insipid. This necessitated, to a certain extent, a temporary alteration of the previous settings, which led me to tug at my hair for an entire day. Then, a peculiar issue arose. Each time I finished tugging at my hair and touched the metallic doorknob, a crackling sound of electricity would ensue. Could this be the fabled lightning-type supernatural ability? Goodness, have I actually acquired a supernatural power? Do you think I might be captured and turned into a lab rat? Oh, how terrifying. I can hardly type a word in my fear. Chapter 57, Crescent Moon City, Black Moon Merchant Guild. Crescent Moon City, situated in the eastern central part of the Tsongfeng Empire, is a sprawling metropolis, significantly larger than Luyun City by a factor of 10. Within and surrounding the city, numerous sects thrive, and the Tsongfeng royal family has established their royal mansion here. Even the Shao clan and the Burning Heaven sect maintain branches in this locale. Consequently, countless young practitioners flock from all directions, hoping to join a powerful sect and pursue the path of cultivation. On this day, a youth clad in black approached the eastern gate of Crescent Moon City, moving at a leisurely pace. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. His visage still youthful, yet his gaze was profound and resolute, bearing an unexpected maturity for his age. His steps were slow, and with each footfall on the hard ground, shallow impressions were left behind, accompanied by a trail of alarming sweat. The journey from Qinglin Town to Crescent Moon City spanned 700 kilometers, and Yun Che had traversed this distance over the course of a month. It was not that he wished to move more swiftly, rather, he found it utterly impossible. From the day he departed Qinglin Town, Jasmine had tasked him with locating an object weighing over 400 jin, and Yun Che, determined to push his limits, spent all his remaining Huangxian coins to purchase a block of raw iron weighing an impressive 660 jin from a humble blacksmith shop. He then prepared provisions and set forth on foot, opting not to procure a spirit steed, but to carry the hefty iron on his back. For a practitioner at the true Xian realm, such weight would be trivial, yet for one at the intrigues Xian realm, it was far from inconsequential. On the first day of shouldering the iron, each step he took drained a considerable amount of his Xian energy, and he bore excruciating pain in his shoulders, as if his spine might shatter at any moment. After merely 400 steps, his Xian energy was entirely depleted, leaving him crushed beneath the iron, unable to rise for half a day. However, after a brief respite, he displayed no signs of aversion towards the iron and resolutely resumed his burden, step by step, advancing forward. The sweat he shed along the way could have filled a modest stream. Yun Che's formidable perseverance once again astonished Jasmine, for throughout the entire journey, he had never once set the iron down. Even in a state of utter exhaustion, with blood trickling down his back, he displayed not a hint of aversion nor uttered a single sound of pain. Rather, he remained extraordinarily composed. 700 kilometers traversed. From the initial struggle to the gradual adaptation, the profound energy within Yun Che's veins had been depleted and restored countless times, becoming increasingly dense and robust. Remarkably, even a fortnight prior, signs of a potential breakthrough had emerged, yet Yun Che resolutely stifled his advancement. The previous surge in his energy had been too intense. He needed to ensure its stability and allow his body to fully acclimate and master this newfound power. At long last, the gates of Crescent Moon City came into view. He was finally nearing his destination. With a serene smile gracing his lips, Yun Che took deliberate steps forward. Excellent. He nodded, his gaze devoid of fear, instead infused with a subtle thrill and anticipation. Now, it was time to remove the dark iron from his body. His physique had thoroughly adapted to the explosive surge of energy. Even if it were to escalate further, he was confident in his ability to withstand it. As the dark iron fell from his grasp, it struck the ground with a force that left a deep indentation. In that instant, Yun Che felt an exhilarating lightness, as if his body were nearly weightless. He took a deep breath and, with a single push from his feet, leapt over 5 zhang, landing gracefully. With a flick of his right hand, a cluster of crimson flames ignited, burning fiercely before extinguishing and reigniting at his command, effortlessly manipulated without hindrance. I have splendid news for you. Your body can now barely endure the first level of the evil god's 7th realm. This means that when faced with an opponent beyond your capabilities, you may attempt to unlock the first level. Can I truly unlock the first level now? Yun Che exclaimed in astonishment. It is merely a tentative capability. Only in dire circumstances should you attempt it. Given your current energy and physique, you should not be in life-threatening danger, but I cannot guarantee that it won't cause some degree of permanent damage, Princess Emily cautioned. Before you reach the 7th level of the profound realm, it is advisable to refrain from reckless use. Yunche had initially wished to experience the sensation of unlocking the first level and to witness the formidable techniques that would accompany it. However, upon hearing Emily's warning, he reluctantly set aside this ambition. The risk of incurring irreparable harm due to his body's inability to cope was too great a price to pay. As he approached Crescent Moon City, the imposing and formidable city walls loomed before him, exuding an atmosphere of immense pressure. Beneath the towering gates, a continuous flow of people surged, creating an unprecedented bustle in the city. Upon entering Crescent Moon City and walking along the streets, he beheld an endless array of buildings and shops, teeming with life. The cacophony of voices rose like a tide, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Regardless of age or gender, nearly everyone exuded an aura of profound energy, whether faint or strong. Indeed, this was a metropolis. In comparison, Flowing Cloud City seemed little more than an oversized town. Yunche mused. Greetings, esteemed sir. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce? Yunche addressed a seemingly amiable middle-aged man, politely posing his question. The Black Moon Chamber of Commerce? The man scrutinized Yunche for a moment. The youth's unremarkable attire and his tender age elicited a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, he gestured. Proceed westward from here, traversing approximately 7 streets. Upon reaching the 7th, take a right and continue onward until you arrive. He added, however, young man, such establishments as the Black Moon Chamber demand considerable capital for both buying and selling. Yunche nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude before following the man's directions. After crossing 7 lengthy streets and turning right, he walked for nearly half an hour, only to find the throng of people diminishing and the atmosphere shifting markedly. Before him loomed a grand sign, adorned with a pitch-black crescent moon, under which the words Black Moon Chamber of Commerce were inscribed. Though merely 4 characters, they exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of other streets, the few passers-by here hurried along, lips sealed tight. There was no raucous chatter, not even the sound of raised voices, as if they feared to disturb something profound. This Black Moon Chamber is indeed as my grandfather described. Yunche murmured to himself. The Black Moon Chamber, headquartered in the magnificent Divine Phoenix Empire, the foremost nation among the 7 kingdoms of the Tianxian continent, possesses branches scattered across various countries and major cities. It stands as the preeminent chain commerce entity of the Tianxian continent, boasting nearly a millennium of heritage. Rather than waning, it has flourished, evolving into a formidable force capable of stirring the very winds of the world. The Black Moon Chamber transcends mere commerce. Its dominance over the Tianxian continent speaks volumes of the immense power that underpins it. When Xiaolai had first broached the subject of the Black Moon Chamber, he had earnestly noted that even the 4 great sects of the Zhongfeng Empire dared not provoke it. The regulations of the Black Moon Chamber are notably stringent, ensuring a near-absolute fairness in transactions, never favoring one party over another. Yet, they exclusively deal in high-end commodities, dismissing lower-grade goods with disdain. Thus, the items available at the Black Moon Chamber are far beyond the financial reach of ordinary households. For many influential sects, a significant portion of their resources is sourced from the Black Moon Chamber, which hosts monthly auctions that are perpetually filled to capacity. Having confirmed the location of the Black Moon Chamber, Yunche retreated to a secluded corner, producing a small vial of pre-prepared powder from the heavenly poison pearl, which he swiftly applied to his face. What are you doing? Jasmine inquired with curiosity. In silence, Yunche continued his task. When he lifted his face, the youthful visage had vanished, replaced by the hardened, resolute countenance of a middle-aged man, his eyes now reflecting the weight of experience. He applied a small amount of the powder to his hands, rendering them appear more weathered, before donning a slightly tattered cloak in place of his black attire and a wide-brimmed hat that obscured half of his face. To think you possess the ability to alter your appearance, Jasmine exclaimed in astonishment. To a divine physician, what was the art of disguise? Yunche smiled with satisfaction, and his visage transformed into something hardened and frigid, his voice turning hoarse. Wherever the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce appears, it stands as an unparalleled titan in the realm of trade. With sufficient prestige, the Black Moon Chamber will acquire anything and sell everything. Perhaps even exquisite garments for beautiful maidens. Let us venture inside and take a look. Upon the mention of the exquisite garments for maidens, Yunche distinctly heard Jasmine emit a soft, involuntary sound of delight. Among the common folk, there exists a profound reverence for the Black Moon Chamber. Thus, as they pass by, they do so in haste, wary of any action that might provoke the ire of such an esteemed establishment. Yunche's peculiar attire drew considerable attention, yet as he confidently strode into the Black Moon Chamber, the gazes directed at him were tinged with a hint of awe. Those capable of engaging in trade with the Black Moon Chamber were undoubtedly individuals of great significance. The interior of the Black Moon Chamber was vast, imbued with a subtle yet palpable sense of oppression. Ordinary individuals stepping within would find themselves suffocated by the atmosphere. Towering shelves were adorned with a dazzling array of goods, herbs, elixirs, weapons, armor, gemstones, and low-tier spirit beast pills, as well as low-tier techniques, all of which came with a hefty price tag. Some items were likely beyond the reach of a typical family's lifetime savings. Chapter 58. Bluster. Behind the counter of the Black Moon Chamber stood a man appearing to be in his early 30s. He cast a glance at Yunche as he entered. Despite the latter's bizarre attire, his expression remained impassive. Buy or sell? He inquired flatly. Yunche wasted no time. He raised his right hand and placed 3 crimson elixirs upon the counter, his voice as cold as ice. 3 fire spirit pills. Name your price. These 3 crimson elixirs were fire spirit pills that Yunche had refined from the fire spirit herbs he had gathered in the Flame Dragon Cavern. Fire spirit pills? The shopkeeper's previously expressionless face now showed a flicker of interest. He picked one up and gently touched it with his fingers, his demeanor shifting abruptly as he exclaimed, 10 out of 10 quality fire spirit pills. The higher the quality of a pill, the more potent its effects and the swifter its absorption within the body, leading to a corresponding increase in price. A pill of 80% quality would be at least twice as expensive as one of 70%, while those of 90% were almost never seen on the market, reserved for core disciples of sects or as tribute. As for 10 out of 10 quality, even within the extensive reach of the Black Moon Chamber, such a rarity was seldom encountered. If only one of the pills had been of 10 out of 10 quality, it would have been remarkable enough. But the shopkeeper quickly realized that all 3 fire spirit pills were of this exceptional grade, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Fire spirit herbs were notoriously elusive, and the refinement of fire spirit pills was a challenging endeavor. 10 out of 10 quality pills were something he had never even heard of. He could easily imagine that if these 3 fire spirit pills were to be seen by cultivators of fire-based techniques, they would likely salivate uncontrollably. Name your price. Yunche reiterated coldly. Yunche fell into a moment of silence. Yunche remained silent for a considerable time, leaving the attendant in a state of unease. He had resolved that if he were dissatisfied, he would not hesitate to raise the price. 3 fire spirit pills of perfect quality would be considered exquisite even at the guild. The Tianxian continent is home to countless sects cultivating fire-based profound arts. And should these pills be sold to the esteemed sects, each would fetch an astronomical price. However, he could not fathom that Yunche's silence stemmed not from being offered too little, but rather from being utterly astounded by the price. 300 purple profound coins. My goodness. That amounts to an entire 3 million yellow profound coins. A sum equivalent to nearly a century's worth of income for an ordinary family. During his time on the Songyun continent, he had accompanied his master, who practiced alchemy solely for the purpose of healing, never accepting a single coin. After his master's passing, he consumed the pills refined with the heavenly poison pearl solely to enhance his strength. Thus his understanding of the market value of various pills was rather nebulous. He had initially believed that selling even a single fire spirit pill for 1 purple profound coin would be quite remarkable, and selling 3 would suffice for a period of indulgence. Never did he anticipate that the price would be set at 300 purple profound coins, leaving him speechless for an extended duration. The value of pills was indeed staggering. In the Tianxian continent, high-quality pills are exorbitantly priced, as they are nearly the sole expedient for cultivating profound arts. Sometimes, years of arduous training by one individual cannot compare to the benefits gained from a single pill consumed by another. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, the attendant could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "If you are not satisfied with this price, then let us conclude the transaction." Yet, Yunche did not wait for him to finish, uttering 2 hoarse words. The purple profound coin card signified that the funds inside exceeded 1 purple profound coin. Upon inspection, Yunche found it to contain precisely 300 purple profound coins, not a cent less. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never handled such a sum. In the preceding 16 years, his entire savings amounted to a little over 1,000 yellow profound coins. 300 purple profound coins. How long would it take to spend such a fortune? His aunt would surely be astounded if she were to see this. After putting away the profound coin card, Yunche did not leave immediately. He struck the table with his right hand and, in his characteristic cold tone, stated, "Name the price for a single profound pill." As he placed the crimson profound pill on the counter, a voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing? Are you planning to sell it? Have you lost your mind?" No, I would never sell it." Yunche quickly denied. "Rest assured, I am merely trying to intimidate them, creating a convenient situation for myself in the future." Molly fell silent. The profound pill? The attendant picked it up with some skepticism. Even those at the lowest tier of the Black Moon commerce possessed remarkable discernment. Yet he could not immediately identify the type of profound beast from which this pill was derived. After handling the pill for a moment, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. His eyes widened, and his hands trembled violently. This is the dragon pill. The pill of the King Profound Dragon. Humph. No need for theatrics, just name the price. Yunche replied impatiently. At this juncture, he turned around and shouted upwards, "Old Pooh, come quickly. We have a lucrative business opportunity." No sooner had his voice faded than a somewhat frail old man slowly descended the wooden staircase. Despite the nature of the steps, he made no sound as he tread upon them. His eyes, seemingly gentle, concealed a glimmer as sharp as a frosty blade. This man was none other than Pooh He, the esteemed proprietor of the Black Moon commerce, known far and wide in the city of New Moon. A lucrative business opportunity? Pooh He approached. Casting a mild glance at Yunche, his gaze calm yet tinged with an air of superiority. "Old Pooh, look." The clerk, trembling with excitement, presented a mysterious pill before Pooh He. With a disapproving glare, Pooh He remarked, "Humph, you are becoming increasingly inept. Is it truly necessary to be so agitated over a mere low-grade pill? Could it possibly be a celestial pill? Your display will only lead outsiders to believe that we, at the Black Moon commerce, have never seen the world." As he chastised the clerk with a stern expression, he casually took the pill into his hand. The moment he grasped it, his voice faltered, and his hand trembled slightly. He leaned closer, channeling his spiritual energy to sense the power within the pill. Moments later, he shuddered once more, his beard bristling as he exclaimed in a pitch at least 8 degrees higher than the clerk's previous shout, "The celestial dragon pill." The clerk rolled his eyes inwardly, noting how the very man who had just admonished him was now the one exclaiming the loudest. Humph. To be so astonished over a mere king-level pill, the Black Moon commerce is truly rising in stature. Amidst his profound astonishment, a cold and hoarse voice reached Pooh He's ears. He quickly composed himself, directing his gaze at Yunche, scrutinizing him intently before cautiously setting down the celestial dragon pill. A respectful demeanor graced his face as he inquired, "Esteemed guest, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Upon first descending the stairs, he had cast a glance at Yunche and noted his seemingly expressionless face, scoffing inwardly as no one in New Moon City dared to flaunt themselves within the Black Moon commerce. Yet now, Pooh He felt that Yunche's demeanor was entirely justified. Anyone capable of producing a celestial dragon pill was a being of no small significance, one who need not bother to grace a minor city's commerce with politeness. Having scrutinized the middle-aged man thoroughly, Pooh He was internally astonished, for the depth and sharpness of his eyes rendered it impossible to discern even the slightest detail, piercing through all pretense as if nothing could hide from his gaze. Yunche's eyes narrowed, his voice and expression growing notably icier. "Since when has the Black Moon commerce adopted the practice of inquiring about names and business transactions?" In that instant, Pooh He felt a fleeting chill of murderous intent, brief yet potent enough to raise every hair on his body. Having taken many lives and narrowly escaped death himself, he was well acquainted with the essence of killing intent, making him acutely sensitive to its presence. However, throughout his entire life, he had never before encountered such a terrifying aura of murderous intent as he had just experienced. He could scarcely fathom how many lives one must extinguish to attain such a formidable level of bloodlust. Was it tens of thousands? Or perhaps even 1,000,000 souls that could instill fear in both mortals and deities alike? It seemed that this individual could only be likened to the legendary infernal Azura, for such an aura could scarcely be surpassed. Pooh Hi's heart raced uncontrollably, and cold sweat poured down his back. It was the first time in his years since arriving in Crescent Moon City that he had truly broken into a sweat. What manner of being possessed such an icy visage and terrifying murderous intent, capable of producing a Wang Xiandan without so much as a flicker of emotion? To him, slaughter must be as effortless as dining. The mere thought of displeasing this figure sent Pooh Hi into a deeper panic, and he quickly bowed his head, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. "And no, I assure you, I meant no offense. To be able to slay a Wang Xian beast or a Wang Xian true dragon, One must be an unparalleled powerhouse, deserving of admiration. In a moment of awe, I spoke out of turn. He yearned to comprehend the true capabilities of this dread individual. Yet even if granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to inquire about Yunche's level of profound energy. Humph. Yunche let out a cold snort. The murderous intent dissipated, and Puhai secretly exhaled in relief, cautiously asking, Wang Xianden is exceedingly precious. Not only is it rare in Crescent Moon City, but it is also a treasure seldom seen in the entire Tsongfeng Empire. May I inquire why you wish to sell such a priceless item? It is of no use to me, Yunche replied expressionlessly. Of no use? Puhai's heart raced again. What kind of realm must this person be in to dismiss a Wang Xianden so casually? With a wry smile, Puhai said, Esteemed guest, I yearn to keep this Wang Xian Dragon Dan in my possession, but I must not conceal from you that its value is immeasurable. Even if I pledged the entirety of the Black Moon branch, it would scarcely amount to a fifth of the worth of this Wang Xian Dragon Dan. Chapter 59, Brother-in-Law. However, if you truly wish to sell it, I recommend visiting our Black Moon Chamber of Commerce's branch in Tsongfeng Imperial City, where you will undoubtedly receive an offer that will satisfy you immensely. As he spoke, Puhai carefully placed the Wang Xian Dragon Dan before Yunche. This question momentarily stunned Puhai. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously replied, In Crescent Moon City, I only know of one individual named Sikong Han. He is the Grand Elder of the Xian Mansion established by the royal family, a person of humility and integrity, held in high esteem throughout the city. Might you have some connection with Sikong Han? Humph. Yunche rolled his eyes inwardly and coldly replied, Daughter, Molly. Puhai suddenly understood and quickly added, This red smoke immortal skirt is crafted from the finest silkworm silk chiffon, exquisitely styled, adorned with a total of 81 crimson blood crystal tassels. Not only is it stunningly radiant, but it also possesses protective and skin-nourishing properties. This singular piece exists nowhere else in Crescent Moon City, hence, its price is slightly elevated, requiring 500 purple Xian coins. Though he appeared remarkably composed on the surface, Yunche's mind was racing with thousands of frantic thoughts. The crimson blood crystal, known to Yunche, is not only radiant in hue but also remarkably light, bestowing warmth and vitality while warding off malevolent forces. Hence, its value is considerable. Astonishingly, the cascading tassels of the pendant on this ethereal skirt are entirely composed of crimson blood crystals, an impressive total of 81. The worth of this garment reaches a staggering 500 purple mystic coins. Initially, with 300 purple mystic coins in hand, Yunche envisioned a night of lavish spending. Yet he found himself unable to afford even a single piece of clothing for a girl. What kind of outrageous items does this nefarious Black Moon Merchant Association sell? Before arriving in New Moon City, he had fervently promised Jasmine that he would procure her the most exquisite attire. However, upon seeing her chosen piece, it seemed she perceived Yunche's predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Pui extended his hand, drawing the crimson ethereal skirt toward him, placing it before Yunche with a cheerful demeanor. Honored guest, wielding the royal mystic dragon elixir, you honor me with your presence. Alas, my humble establishment lacks the means to accommodate you, and thus, let this crimson ethereal skirt serve as a token of apology. Let us consider this a chance encounter, a budding friendship. Though 500 purple mystic coins is no trivial sum for their modest branch of the Black Moon Merchant Association, winning the favor of such a significant figure is undeniably worth 1,000-fold. Yunche feigned contemplation for a moment before lifting the crimson ethereal skirt, turning to depart, leaving behind a low, measured remark. I shall remember this favor. As he vanished from sight, Puhi let out a long breath, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The attendant, who had been too timid to interject, approached quietly and murmured, Pu Lao, when did New Moon City produce such a person? To present a royal mystic grade elixir. My heart nearly stopped when I realized it was of royal grade. If word spreads about the royal mystic dragon elixir, the entire New Moon City, nay, experts from 1,000 miles around, will surely come flocking. At that point, the attendant shivered at the thought. However, when I assessed his mystical power upon arrival, it seemed he was merely at the first level of the mystic realm. Ah, you are still too naive, Puhi replied, patting the attendant's shoulder with a serious tone. A person capable of vanquishing a royal mystic beast possesses a level of mystical power beyond your comprehension. At such heights, one often regulates the aura of their mystical energy with ease. It is not surprising if you perceive them as merely at the first level of the mystic realm. Even those at the initial stages may appear so. In the future, when encountering seemingly lowly mystical power, particularly in elder individuals. Tread carefully. They may very well be masters at the pinnacle of that realm. Yes, yes, the attendant nodded vigorously, then produced a black wooden box containing fire spirit elixirs. By the way, Pu Lao, before he revealed the elixir, he also acquired 3 fire spirit elixirs, and all 3 were of perfect quality. What? Startled. Pu Lao quickly grasped the 3 fire spirit pills in his hands, his voice trembling as he spoke, to effortlessly produce pills of such exceptional quality. Only the most esteemed alchemists from the most prestigious sects are capable. That individual we encountered earlier likely hails from the realm of the sacred domain or the sea palace. No wonder he emanated such a terrifying aura of malice. Recalling the moment when the oppressive killing intent had raised the hair on his body, Hui couldn't help but shiver, feeling a wave of relief that he had managed to avoid any disrespectful behavior and seemingly secured a small favor in the process. After Yunshe exited the Black Moon Merchant Association, he walked a considerable distance to a secluded corner, swiftly changing his attire and removing his disguise. Before leisurely emerging from another direction, the furious voice of Jasmine echoed in his mind. How dare you claim that I am your daughter? I had no choice. I couldn't possibly say it was for my master, could I? That wouldn't do either. Humph, this dress is quite exquisite. So I shall let it slide for now. However, if you dare to further insult this princess, I shall not forgive you. 500 purple profound coins for this dress. The total value of all my clothing combined in 2 lifetimes doesn't even match a fraction of this. Yunshe muttered resentfully. Yunshe remained speechless. You were incredibly bold earlier, directly handing over the profound pills to him. Weren't you afraid they might resort to violence? I cannot muster any profound energy at this moment. If they truly have ill intentions, not only would we lose the profound pills, but our lives would also be at stake. Jasmine's tone was icy. On the contrary, Yunshe chuckled. The more casually I present the profound pills to them, the less likely they are to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Even if they were to sense my profound energy, they would be exceedingly cautious. As for whether this information will leak, that is their concern, not mine. I estimate the odds of that happening are slim. Today, I have finally witnessed what it means to bluff. But what exactly are you trying to achieve with this? Within the entirety of the Sky Profound continent, the Black Moon Merchant Association possesses the most abundant resources. The truly valuable items are sold at exorbitant prices to the major sections. Individuals like myself would be hard-pressed to acquire them, even with wealth. Therefore, I require an identity that carries enough weight in their eyes. With this Wang Xuanalong pill in hand, along with my disguise, achieving this will be effortless. This way, future interactions with the Black Moon Merchant Association will be considerably more convenient. Not to mention, it has already proven effective just now. The members of the Black Moon Merchant Association are all exceedingly proud. Had I not intimidated them, would they have willingly offered this celestial dress? By the way, the underworld Brahma flower and even the purple vein divine crystal you need are most likely available at the Black Moon Merchant Association. The intensity of that moment's killing intent left Jasmine deeply astonished. It was an aura so palpable it transcended mere threats. It rivaled even her fury. Such an aura cannot be cultivated or fabricated. It can only be accumulated through the countless lives lost in the process. The chilling aura of murderous intent must reach an excruciatingly cold intensity, requiring the slaying of at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions. The true source of the Black Moon Merchant Guild's formidable power lies in the petrifying atmosphere of that singular moment. Otherwise, given Pu He's extensive experience and keen perception cultivated over the years, he would certainly harbor doubts regarding Yunshe. Yunshe paused momentarily, then, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, If I were to express this, you would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, yet we truly belong to the same ilk. Apart from the imperial capital of Tsongfeng, the Tsongfeng royal family has established royal profound houses in 72 cities, with Crescent Moon City being among them. Notably, the Crescent Moon Profound House ranks prominently among all royal profound houses, and its entry requirements are relatively accessible, significantly lower than those of renowned mid-tier sections. Consequently, countless individuals are drawn each year to seek cultivation within its halls. The Crescent Moon Profound House comprises 13 divisions, including the House of Profound, House of Medicine, House of Instruments, and House of Painting, among others, with the House of Profound being the most significant. The esteemed Sikong Han, whom Xiao Lai instructed Yunshe to seek, serves as the chief elder of the House of Profound and holds an exalted status within the Crescent Moon Profound House, second only to the 3 House Masters. However, even Xiao Lai remains oblivious to Sikong Han's true identity in Crescent Moon City. After casually inquiring with a few individuals, Yunshe swiftly located the Crescent Moon Profound House. Just as he hesitated on whether to enter, an exaggerated voice suddenly emanated from his left. Sister, brother-in-law. This exclamation momentarily stunned Yunshe, causing him to turn and gaze in astonishment at the towering figure before him. No, it was a youth. Yet, at first glance, no one would believe him to be merely a 15-year-old boy. Standing at an astonishing height of around 2 meters, his physique was remarkably robust, with muscles bulging impressively. Resembling a small mountain. Yuanba, what brings you here? Yunshe exclaimed, astonished. This remarkably tall youth was none other than Xia Qingwei's younger brother. His sole lifelong confidant, Xia Yuanba, brother-in-law, it's truly you. Upon recognizing Yunshe's face, Xia Yuanba's voice grew even louder, brimming with delight as he rushed forward. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Observing Xia Yuanba's exuberance, Yunshe instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing that a bear hug might lead to a fracture, at the very least. Stop, stop, stop. Yunshe hastily waved his hands to halt the exuberant approach of Xia Yuanba. He scrutinized him thoroughly and inquired once more, Yuanba, what brings you to this place? That should be my question for you, brother-in-law, Xia Yuanba replied, his face flushed with excitement. 6 months ago, I heard you were driven out of your home. I searched for you for many days, but couldn't find you. Phew, I'm so relieved you're well. I feared something dreadful had befallen you. I haven't slept soundly for half a year. Xia Yuanba's joy and concern were utterly genuine. In this world, apart from Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi, the only person who truly cared for him was the childhood companion, Xia Yuanba. A surge of emotion welled up within Yunshe as he stepped forward and patted the robust arm of his companion. Rest assured, my life is remarkably resilient. Nothing untoward could befall me. Being expelled from the Xiao clan has its merits. The world outside is far more captivating than our years spent in the mundane flowing cloud city. For the past 6 months, I have journeyed westward, and I have only just arrived at Crescent Moon City today. You happen to be here, I presume? Yunshe cast a sidelong glance at the conspicuous sign of the Crescent Moon Xuanfu. Indeed, brother-in-law, you are astute. I currently reside within the Crescent Moon Xuanfu, replied Xia Yuanba with a chuckle. A hint of pride flickered across his face as he continued. I arrived here 6 months ago and even gained admission to the first class of the Xuanfu. The first class? Is it particularly challenging to enter? The tone of Xia Yuanba suggested that this first class was quite distinguished. Absolutely, Xia Yuanba nodded, exuding confidence. The first class is personally overseen by the Grand Elder of the Xuanfu, and the standards for entry are exceedingly high. One must either possess exceptional talent or, well, sufficient connections. Yunshe recalled that half a year ago, Xia Yuanba had been at the 4th level of the initial Xian realm at such a young age. That level could only be deemed mediocre, which had little to do with exceptional talent. Therefore, it must have been the latter that secured his place. Does your family have ties to the Crescent Moon Xuanfu? He inquired skeptically. Xia Yuanba offered an embarrassed smile and explained, Oh, actually, my grandfather frequently visited Crescent Moon City in his youth and forged a strong friendship here. Eventually, his friend became one of the vice masters of the Crescent Moon Xuanfu. Thus, I was able to enter the Xuanfu without undergoing the entrance examination and even secured a spot in the first class. Enough of that. Brother-in-law, have you been alone this entire time? Have you found a place to stay in Crescent Moon City? What are your plans moving forward? Xia Yuanba asked, his concern palpable. He knew Yunshe all too well. His physique was ordinary. He had never left Flowing Cloud City before turning 16, and most crucially, his meridians were crippled, rendering him incapable of self-defense. It was difficult not to worry. Ah, yes, it is Elder Sikong, Yunshe replied. But brother-in-law, you just arrived in Crescent Moon City. How do you know Elder Sikong? At this, Xia Yuanba's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, That's wonderful. Elder Sikong holds immense prestige in Crescent Moon City and is incredibly kind. If he knows Grandpa Xiao, perhaps he could arrange a place for you to stay. Oh, how splendid it would be if it were at the Crescent Moon Xuanfu. Yunshe smiled, then lead me to him. In truth, Yunshe did not intend to linger in Crescent Moon City. The world was vast, and countless places awaited his exploration. However, he was unwilling to squander his grandfather's efforts and wished to see if he could obtain any opportunities from Sikong Han. All right. Xia Yuanba nodded enthusiastically, but suddenly his expression faltered as he scratched his ear. However, it seems we may not be able to meet him today. Today marks the inauguration of the new lord, and there will be a celebratory banquet this evening. It is said that the renowned sects from Moonlight City will be in attendance, and Elder Seekong is likely preoccupied with preparations. After a moment of contemplation, Yunche decided it would be wise to pay him a visit. If fortunate, he might encounter him. If not, he could always return tomorrow. Thus, Xia Yuanba led Yunche towards the grand entrance of the Moonlight Xian mansion. Upon their arrival, they were halted at the gate. A young guard raised his hand to block Yunche's path, stating, "Those who are not disciples of the mansion are forbidden to enter." Xia Yuanba quickly interjected, "Brother Jean. He is my brother-in-law, here to see Elder Seekong." The young man addressed as Brother Jean maintained a stern demeanor, replying, "Under normal circumstances, a disciple may bring one guest inside, but today is not one of those days. The banquet for the newly appointed lord is taking place this evening, and all elders are quite busy and unavailable to meet with guests. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow." With no other choice, Xia Yuanba glanced helplessly at Yunche. After a moment of thought, Yunche produced the wooden token entrusted to him by his grandfather and asked, "Might this token grant me entry to see Elder Seekong?" To his surprise, the attempt proved successful. Upon entering the Moonlight Xian mansion, Xia Yuanba exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother-in-law, how do you possess Elder Seekong's 7 Xian token?" This token is reserved for the 7 closest individuals to each elder, and with it, even those from the Moonlight Xian mansion can enter at any time. This token was given to my grandfather by Seekong Han, perhaps to facilitate his visits to seek counsel. Yunche explained, pondering that such a token bestowed by Seekong Han indicated that his grandfather had rendered no ordinary favor in the past. Thus, Xia Yuanba guided Yunche directly towards the Elder Hall, narrating tales of the Moonlight Xian mansion and sharing his experiences over the past 6 months. At that moment, an unusual voice from Jasmine echoed in Yunche's mind. "Is this person your friend?" "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Yunche replied, taken aback by Jasmine's inquiry regarding Xia Yuanba. "How old is he?" She pressed. 15 and a half, Yunche answered. After a brief pause, Jasmine responded quietly. "This individual possesses the Sovereign Emperor's divine vein." "The Sovereign Emperor's divine vein?" Yunche halted momentarily, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean by that?" "His Xian vein is quite extraordinary. Its width surpasses that of an ordinary person by more than double, and its structure is markedly different. This type of Xian vein is known as the Sovereign Emperor's divine vein. Even in the realm of deities, it is a remarkably rare vein. In my homeland, those endowed with such a vein would dominate their territories, ascending to emperorship. However, in this place, it is rendered a wasted vein. His towering physique is a result of this divine vein, while its effects may not be apparent in the initial Xian realm. Once he enters the Xian realm and his Xian power matures, every subsequent advancement will require him to exert at least 10 times the effort of an ordinary person. Moreover, throughout one's lifetime, one may only remain stagnant at the threshold of the mysterious realm, never able to transcend into the true mysterious realm. "Yunche, brother-in-law, we have arrived." Just as Yunche was about to inquire further, Xia Yuanba had already grasped his arm, halting before the Elder's Hall. "I will check if Elder Seekong is present." As Xia Yuanba was about to knock on the door, it unexpectedly swung open, revealing a man clad in dark robes, appearing to be in his 40s. Upon seeing him, Xia Yuanba hurriedly approached. "Elder Seekong, it is wonderful to see you here." This man was indeed the Elder Seekong Han whom Yunche sought, although he looked somewhat younger than Yunche had anticipated. Noticing Xia Yuanba, he smiled warmly. "Oh, Yuanba, do you require my assistance? This is my brother-in-law. He has something to discuss with you." Xia Yuanba stepped aside, allowing Elder Seekong Han to see Yunche, who had been completely obscured by his imposing figure moments before. Yunche stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Elder Seekong, I am Yunche, hailing from the Flowing Cloud City in the east. I wonder if you remember an old friend from Flowing Cloud City named Xiaolai?" "Xiaolai? You speak of Xiaolai?" Upon hearing the name, Seekong Han exhibited a reaction far beyond Yunche's expectations. He quickly approached and grasped Yunche's shoulders. "Where is he? Has he come to New Moon City?" Yunche shook his head. "No, my grandfather is still in Flowing Cloud City. I have come here at his behest to seek you." Upon finishing, Yunche produced the 7 profound token and presented it before Elder Seekong Han. Taking the token into his hands, Seekong Han sighed deeply. Expressing his sentiments, "It has been 7 years. Throughout these years, I have longed to visit Flowing Cloud City to see him. Yet I have never been able to fulfill that wish. I hope that this time, I might repay some of the kindness he bestowed upon me in the past." On November 1st, this Saturday, at YY Channel 49554, at 1900 hours, there will be a book launch event for the reversed heavenly evil god. Let us not miss it. For more details, please refer to the pinned post in the review section. The following is a letter of gratitude. 1. Sorted by the generosity of the patrons. 3. There are so many benefactors that I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Any omissions, repetitions, or numerical errors are entirely my responsibility. 3. Lengthy. Thanks to the legendary brother for the 100,000 reward. You are a legend. Thanks to the starry-eyed and adorable master for the 20,000 reward. A good person card for you. Thanks to Xiaoho Lingxi for the 10,000 reward, to show my appreciation for your abundant love. I have decided to first topple Xiao Lingxi. Thanks to the father of unrequited love for the 100,000 reward. Our true golden leader, please accept my knee. Thanks to the pure white Xiao Qiong for the 100,000 reward. How can one dare to call themselves poor when we are in such a predicament? Thanks to Milkshake for the 100,000 reward. I have recently received reliable news that this is indeed a female. Thanks to the limited edition love for the 100,000 reward. I am 100% certain that your name was copied from a certain website. For I used it back in the day too. Thanks to Jinny for the 100,000 reward. Your taste is truly remarkable. I would like to suggest that you write, thank you, Yu Hen Ming, for the 300,000 reward. You are our sole diamond lord, commanding and striking. No further explanation is needed. Gratitude to Xin Xiaoyao for the 100,000 reward. How astonishing. I have misjudged you all these years. You are indeed a wealthy individual. I appreciate the 60,000 reward from Bu Miao Yanyu. We are too familiar, and I find myself at a loss for words. Thank you, Yun Huan. For the 100,000 reward, having perused your bookshelf, I am profoundly impressed by your taste. My gratitude extends to KKKKY for the 100,000 reward. I do not find your name casual in the slightest. Absolutely not. Thanks to Wu Qinghao for the 100,000 reward. My reading is limited. But I wonder if the character how is pronounced as Jing or Yi. I express my appreciation to bookfriend 274-8864 for the 10,000 reward. Now do you understand why I do not find the name of the person above so casual? Thank you to Yu Yi who is 000 for the 400,000 reward, the Platinum Lord. Please accept my golden knee. Then, I extend my thanks to Wen Ruya for the 2 million reward. There are countless words of gratitude, but I shall say no more. Here, I wish you and Yin Huajun a lasting bond that culminates in fruition. Chapter 61. Joining the New Moon Mystic Manor as Yun Che and Xia Yuanba entered the Elder's Hall, Xikong Han took a seat and scrutinized Yun Che earnestly. There was no trace of pride befitting a high-ranking elder of the Royal Mystic Manor. Instead, he wore an expression of concern. You claim to be the grandson of Elder Xiao, yet why do you bear the surname Yun? Indeed, brother-in-law. Why did you just refer to yourself as Yun Che? Xia Yuanba, brimming with questions, hastily inquired. Yun Che replied, I am not the biological grandson of my grandfather. However, he raised me for 16 years, and our bond is akin to that of blood relatives. Half a year ago, I was expelled from the Xiao family. And before I departed, my grandfather informed me that my original surname was Yun. I see, Xikong Han nodded slowly. In truth, I have heard whispers of these matters. Yun Che looked up, astonished. Xikong Han sighed and continued, half a year ago, I recall that the son of the Xiao sect's leader, known as Xiao Kuangyun, passed through New Moon City on his way to Luyan City, given that it pertained to the Xiao sect's movements. We at the New Moon Mystic Manor kept a watchful eye. Later, some news reached us that may have seemed trivial to others, yet concerning Elder Xiao. I inquired further and learned he had been confined to the family S Mountain and that his grandson had also been cast out. I intended to assist Elder Xiao on several occasions, but alas, the distance is great, and as the Grand Elder of the New Moon Mystic Manor, I cannot be absent for long. Thus, I lament. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Elder Xikong. Your concern is deeply appreciated. And I am certain my grandfather would be grateful for your sentiments, Yun Che remarked with a bow. Although Xikong Han had not taken action, it was evident that he genuinely worried for Xiao Lai's situation. That was 7 years ago. I journeyed to Luyun City with my son, who was merely 12 at the time, only to find that my whereabouts had been discovered by an enemy, who laid a trap for me there. Upon my arrival in the city, I was ambushed. I exerted every ounce of strength to safeguard myself, neglecting the peril my son was in. Just as my son was on the brink of a deadly encounter, Brother Xiao appeared and saved his life. I, Xikong Han, have but one son. Had it not been for Brother Xiao, my lineage would have faced extinction. This profound kindness has lingered in my heart over the years, and I often ponder when I might be able to repay it. Reflecting on those past events, Xikong Han sighed deeply. He gazed at Yun Che with admiration and remarked, Indeed, You are truly Brother Zhao's grandson. At such a tender age, you have already transcended to the initial profound realm. Such talent, even in the New Moon City, is remarkable. Your grandfather is the foremost master of Luyun City, and your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival his. What? Exclaimed Xia Yuanba, his eyes widening in disbelief. Elder Sikong, are you saying my brother-in-law has already reached the profound realm? Surely there must be some mistake. My brother-in-law's profound veins have been crippled since childhood. He has always remained at the first level of the initial profound realm. How could he possibly be at the profound realm? Oh, Sikong Han's face reflected confusion. Yet the aura of profound energy he sensed from Yunche was unmistakably at the first level of the profound realm. Yunche responded calmly, this matter is quite lengthy. However, my current profound energy is indeed at the first level of the profound realm. I wonder if I possess the qualifications to enter the profound house? As he spoke, Yunche subtly nudged Xia Yuanba. The latter, who had been about to speak, promptly fell silent, his eyes wide with astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming inwardly, "Good heavens! My brother-in-law has truly reached the profound realm? How is this possible?" Observing the expressions of Yunche and Xia Yuanba, Sikong Han sensed that there was more to the story, yet Yunche clearly wished to divert the topic. Not pressing further, Sikong Han cheerfully inquired, "Yunche, how old are you this year? 16, perhaps?" His face registered shock as he stood from his seat. "I had assumed you were already 17 or 18. To have entered the profound realm at merely 16 years of age, there are hardly more than 10 individuals like you in the entire New Moon Profound House. Had you been born into a mid to high-ranking sect, your potential would be far greater." Xia Yuanba was left speechless, repeatedly attempting to speak, yet failing to find his voice. "Elder Sikong, you flatter me," Yunche humbly replied. Were Sikong Han to learn that merely 6 months prior, Yunche was at the first level of the initial profound realm, it might well shock him into falling from his chair. "Now, let me assess your talent." Sikong Han beckoned him forward. Yunche stepped forward and stood before Sikong Han. As Sikong Han placed his hand upon Yunche's pulse, Yunche quickly held his breath, forcefully sealing 38 of the 54 profound apertures with his profound energy, leaving only 16 unobstructed. However, such a degree of concealment could only veil the most superficial examination. Any deeper probing would surely reveal the truth. Yet, those aspiring to join the New Moon Profound House would strive to showcase their talents to the utmost during assessments. And Sikong Han would hardly suspect anyone would intentionally seek to obscure their true capabilities, thus he would not exert additional effort to delve deeper. With a gentle touch on Yunche's wrist, Sikong Han swiftly withdrew his hand, marveling as he nodded in astonishment. No wonder. To have opened 16 profound gateways innately. This is undoubtedly the caliber of a genius. Such talent is precisely what we in the Xuanji Mansion ardently seek. At this juncture, Sikong Han's excitement was palpable. Initially, he had contemplated enrolling Yunche into the New Moon Profound Mansion to repay Xiao Lai's kindness, providing him with a place to settle. However, upon witnessing Yunche's extraordinary talent, he resolved that, irrespective of Xiao Lai's influence, he would go to great lengths to ensure Yunche remained. Opening 16 profound gateways innately is a talent that would garner preferential treatment even among the elite sects of New Moon City, whose resources and influence far surpass those of the Xuanji Mansion. Yunche's arrival was akin to bestowing a treasure upon the Xuanji Mansion. Presently, only 7 individuals in the entire Xuanji Mansion had opened 16 profound gateways innately, with at most 1 or 2 new additions each year, as those possessing such talent typically gravitated towards the major sections. "Yunche, do you genuinely wish to join our Xuanji Mansion?" Sikong Han inquired, his gaze intense. "If you truly desire to join, assessments can be waived. I can grant approval directly." Xia Yuanba's mouth fell agape, his mind momentarily short-circuited. "May I join the first class?" Yunche asked. "Absolutely," Sikong Han exclaimed, slapping the table. "With your current profound strength and talent, you are entirely qualified to enter the first class directly." After a moment's contemplation, Yunche nodded slightly. "Very well. Today marks the inauguration of the new mansion lord, and there will be a banquet in the evening. I have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer. Yuanba, please escort Yunche to his quarters and introduce him to his future seniors." Suddenly, Sikong Han added, "By the way, Yunche, would you be interested in attending the evening banquet? Am I allowed to attend?" Yunche inquired, astonished. The inauguration of the new mansion lord is a significant event for New Moon City. We have extended invitations to the sects with considerable prestige and influence, and they will undoubtedly honor the new mansion lord. leading to a gathering of the elite. Generally, such occasions are reserved for our core disciples, but despite your recent admission, your exceptional talent affords you a place. He continued, this banquet will allow you to familiarize yourself with all the top sects in New Moon City, which will be immensely beneficial for your future here. Yunche quickly grasped that, as a new disciple, his invitation to such a momentous banquet was largely due to his grandfather's favor, allowing him to swiftly understand the power dynamics of New Moon City. Gratefully, he responded, thank you, Elder Sikong. I will certainly attend. May I bring Yuanba along? Sikong Han hesitated momentarily before nodding with a smile. That is acceptable. Yuanba, you shall accompany him. As Yunche is new to the Xuanji mansion and unfamiliar with everything, you can guide him. I will arrange for an additional seat. After much contemplation, Yunche found himself at a loss for words. Unwilling to deceive him, he finally responded ambiguously, Yuanba, this matter is somewhat of a secret. When the time is right in the future, I shall explain it to you. However, it would be wise not to disclose my previous state of a crippled meridian to others, lest someone harbors ill intentions. Oh, Summer Yuanba scratched his head, utterly perplexed, until suddenly his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, brother-in-law, I understand now. You must have been pretending all along, right? How else could you have entered the profound realm so suddenly? It has to be that way. Brother-in-law, you are truly cunning, having deceived us all, ha ha ha. Yunche shrugged his shoulders, allowing Summer Yuanba to bask in his own assumptions. He shifted his gaze towards the New Moon profound house, feelings of nostalgia welling up within him. How long do you intend to stay here? Came the unexpected voice of Jasmine in his mind. That depends. If this place offers me ample opportunity for growth, I shall linger a while longer. If not, I shall depart immediately. The primary reason for my stay is to acquire some profound techniques. After all, the techniques you are familiar with are far too advanced for me to grasp. Thus, I have resorted to this method. Jasmine remained silent thereafter. Chapter 62. Lan Shui Rua, how many disciples does the New Moon Profound House currently have? Yunche inquired. I believe there are over 3,000. Summer Yuanba pondered before responding. The age limit for enrolling is between 15 and 18 years, and most leave by the age of 20. A significant portion will eventually join the official forces of Cangfeng. However, brother-in-law, are you truly going to attend that banquet tonight? Summer Yuanba asked with concern. Such an opportunity to witness nearly all the top forces of New Moon City at once is not to be missed, Yunche replied, turning his gaze. You seem rather reluctant to attend. Is there something amiss with this banquet? It is evident that those sects are attempting to assert their dominance over the newly appointed house master, reminding him who the true powers are in New Moon City. Yunche chuckled. Indeed, Summer Yuanba nodded, resigned. I heard that the previous house master faced similar circumstances upon his appointment. Yet, the new house master cannot refuse to invite guests for a celebration, or he would be ridiculed, losing what little dignity remains. This time will undoubtedly follow suit. Should we attend, we might be challenged and defeated, which would be tolerable, but those individuals often resort to malicious tactics. Just last time, 2 senior brothers were gravely injured, seemingly unable to recover for life, and the house master could only endure in silence. Is the New Moon Profound House truly so lacking? Given the influx of disciples drawn here? Yunche frowned. Certainly not that we are weak, Summer Yuanba clarified. It is merely that those formidable sects are overwhelmingly powerful. Though the New Moon Profound House was established by the royal family, those sects boast a long history, profound heritage, abundant resources, and inherited techniques that far surpass what the New Moon Profound House can offer. Even though they accept external disciples, the threshold is significantly higher than that of the New Moon Mystic Mansion. Typically, those who enter the royal established Mystic Mansion are individuals aspiring to serve the royal family in the future. The establishment of the Royal Mystic Mansion was primarily intended to attract talented individuals into the royal sphere. However, those with exceptional innate talent often possess lofty ambitions and are far more inclined to join major sects rather than the royal forces. Consequently, the average strength of disciples from the New Moon Mystic Mansion is still superior to that of the smaller sects in New Moon City. Yet it pales in comparison to the major sections. What Xia Yuanba described is quite normal. Take Yunche himself, for instance. Although he joined the New Moon Mystic Mansion for certain reasons, it was merely to seek opportunities, and he never contemplated serving the royal family one day. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, which forces in New Moon City surpass the New Moon Mystic Mansion? Let me think. Xia Yuanba took a serious moment to reflect and slowly replied, there are 7 in total. the Xuanqing Sect, Yuyang Sect, Iron Gun Sect, Seven Kill Sword Pavilion, and the Wind and Cloud Mystic Mansion. Pausing briefly, Xia Yuanba's tone grew somewhat cautious. These 5 sects boast histories exceeding 500, even 1,000 years. With their influence in New Moon City deeply entrenched, their overall strength surpasses that of the New Moon Mystic Mansion. If it weren't for the fact that the New Moon Mystic Mansion is established by the royal family, they may have long been suppressed and pushed out. In addition to these 5 sects, there are also 2 formidable giants that even the royal family would not dare to provoke, the Shao Sect and the Finshan Sect, both of which have branches in New Moon City. Although they are merely branches, they hold the backing of the Shao Sect and Finshan Sect, making them the unshakable overlords of New Moon City. The branches of the Shao Sect and Finshan Sect? Yunche mused, tapping his chin. He understood well that, in name, they are branches, but in reality, they are merely external disciples deemed unworthy to remain in the main sect due to their low innate talent. Nevertheless, they are still formal external disciples, unlike the Shao Sect, which has been completely abandoned. However, our New Moon Mystic Mansion is certainly not to be underestimated. Xia Yuanba thumped his chest, expressing indignation. Although the banquet 5 years ago brought shame to the New Moon Mystic Mansion, that was 5 years ago. Now, we have many talented individuals who are absolutely not inferior to those sections. Brother-in-law, look at that senior brother named Li Shuhao. He is 17 this year and has already reached the 3rd level of the Mystic Realm. It is said he has inherited formidable family techniques, making him incredibly powerful. That fellow over there in white is even more remarkable. I believe his name is Su Aoran, and at just 18. He has already attained the 5th level of the Mystic Realm. Both of them are from our class. However, the most outstanding among us in the New Moon Mystic Mansion are not them, but rather senior brother Morong and senior sister Shuirua, regarded as the 2 greatest talents of the New Moon Mystic Mansion. The elders will certainly bring them to tonight's banquet with their presence. It will undoubtedly not resemble the events of 5 years ago. At this juncture, Xia Yunba's voice abruptly trailed off as a young man clad in white and a girl dressed in snowy attire approached them side by side. The young man appeared to be in his teens, with a tall stature, handsome features, and an ethereal charm that could easily make infatuated young women swoon. The girl beside him was even more breathtaking, possessing a beauty that stirred one's heart. She appeared to be the same age of 10, with a pair of enchanting eyes, lips like cherry blossoms, and brows that resembled a crescent moon. The most captivating aspect was the gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, which warmed the heart like a soft fragrance carried by a gentle breeze. The 2 of them resembled celestial beings who had stepped out of a painting, and upon their appearance, they stole all the brilliance from the world around them. The young man spoke continuously beside the girl, stealing glances at her reactions, while she maintained a warm smile, remaining silent. Though she merely took delicate steps forward, she evoked the image of a fairy in flowing white garments, especially with her elegantly long, fair neck, which lent her an air of noble grace, reminiscent of a princess destined for royalty. What a beautiful girl, Yunche marveled inwardly. Though her beauty could not rival that of Xia Qingwei, she was undoubtedly one in a million, a beauty that could captivate a nation. Moreover, her ethereal nobility was something that Xia Qingwei could not compare to. What astonished Yunche the most was the tranquility reflected in her eyes and expression. Typically, a girl of such extraordinary beauty would carry a degree of pride, as exemplified by his wife, Xia Qingwei. Yet, this girl exuded a gentle demeanor, her gaze soft as water, with no trace of arrogance in her brow. The natural lightness of her smile seemed to melt one's heart at a mere glance. Senior Morong, senior sister Shuirua, while Yunche silently admired the girl. Xia Yuanba eagerly approached them. Morong, Shuirua, could these be the 2 individuals Yuanba just mentioned? Yunche pondered. At that moment, the girl's gaze turned toward Yunche, and with curiosity, she inquired, "Who is this?" He is my brother-in-law, just entered our Xuanji mansion today. He's also in our class." Xia Yuanba replied cheerfully. "Brother-in-law, they are the Murong Yi and Shuirua I just mentioned. They are the most remarkable seniors in our current cohort at the New Moon Xuanji mansion." Yunche stepped forward, a polite smile gracing his face. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Yunche, a newcomer to the Xuanji mansion. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Morongyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on Yunche for a moment before shifting away, displaying a hint of arrogance with a trace of dissatisfaction, evidently displeased that their intimate moment had been interrupted. "Oh, you are also in our class?" Shuirua scrutinized Yunche with amusement, laughing lightly. "You look so young. Yet you have already reached the 1st level of the profound realm." No wonder Elder Seacombe brought you into our class. The young beauties in the class will surely be thrilled to know a handsome junior like you has arrived. You must be cautious, though. Huh? Wait a minute. Yuanba just called you brother-in-law. Could it be that you were already married? Oh, so Yin Jr. is only 16 years old. How eager to marry at such a young age. Your bride must be truly beautiful, Shui Rua said with a radiant smile. In any case, I sincerely hope that my seniors will take good care of me in the future. Yun Che chuckled awkwardly, then, with a shift of his gaze, smiled at Lan Shuerua and said, I suspect, senior sister Shuerua, that you are not a local, am I correct? Oh, how did you know? Lan Shuerua blinked her beautifully captivating eyes. Because the atmosphere in Crescent Moon City feels rather restless, and the spiritual energy is somewhat muddled. It hardly seems capable of nurturing a graceful and ethereal beauty like you, senior sister Shua. Lan Shuerua was momentarily taken aback. Then her delicate lips curled into a subtle smile, and her slender brows arched playfully. Not only does junior brother Yun possess striking looks and impressive talent, but his words are also exceedingly sweet. What a pity that junior brother Yun is already married. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened, she teased. Although her words were clearly playful banter, they caused Mu Rongye, standing beside her, to furrow his brow sharply, casting a fierce glare at Yun Che. Yet, Yun Che seemed oblivious to the tension, smiling at Lan Shuerua as he replied, It's quite all right. My wife has assured me that she would not oppose my taking additional wives. As chapter 63 unfolds in the Grand Hall, Lan Shuerua playfully winked at Yun Che, smiling as she departed, leaving behind a faint, sweet fragrance that gradually faded into the distance. Despite the somewhat frivolous nature of Yun Che's remarks, they evidently did not offend Lan Shuerua. Instead, they deepened her impression of him, ensuring he would not be easily forgotten. Yun Che turned to glance back, his gaze unwavering as he admired her graceful figure retreating into the distance, unabashed in his appreciation. She was stunningly beautiful, with an extraordinary and noble demeanor, yet devoid of arrogance, radiating a warmth that made her irresistible to men. However, her background was undoubtedly complex. Having said this, Mu Rongye shot a sharp look at Yun Che and Xia Yuanba, hastening towards the direction in which Lan Shuerua had departed. He was aware of Xia Yuanba's modest origins, merely the son of a merchant from a remote town. Hence, it was evident that his brother-in-law was also a person of little significance, making it easy for him to act without reservation. Yun Che cast a sidelong glance at Mu Rongye's retreating figure, a cold smirk playing on his lips. This person seems to be rather self-important, he mused. It appears that Mu Rongye possesses quite a formidable background. Noticing that Yun Che did not seem angered, Xia Yuanba felt a bit reassured and whispered, His father is the Lord of Crescent Moon City. Moreover, his talent and cultivation is remarkably impressive. At just 19, he has already reached the 8th level of the entry-level realm. It is said that he is on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. No one in the entire Crescent Moon Mystic Mansion dares to provoke him. The Lord's son? Ah, I see. Yun Che chuckled softly before suddenly inquiring, Is he pursuing Lan Shuerua? Indeed. Senior sister Shuerua is both beautiful and gentle, and many senior brothers are fond of her. However, she is widely recognized as being with senior brother Mu Rong, and no one dares to compete with him. Thus, those who admire senior sister Shuerua have always kept their distance. Xia Yuanba spoke in a peculiar tone, stating, The only person I have encountered who dares to converse with senior sister Shuerua in such a manner is my brother-in-law. Henceforth, one must exercise caution around Mu Rongye. Though formidable, he possesses a rather narrow mind, as is evident. Yun Che shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed, and then inquired, Yuanba, From whence does this Lan Shuerua hail? It is apparent that her lineage is extraordinary. What brings her to the New Moon Mystic Manor? Xia Yuanba shook his head in response. I'm uncertain. All I know is that she appears to be a distant relative of Elder Seacombe. Having entered the Mystic Manor at the same time as I did during the semi-annual recruitment of disciples. However, she has never mentioned her homeland. Nevertheless, senior sister Shuerua is exceptionally talented. At just 18 years of age, she has already attained the 8th level of the Mystic Realm, making her the most gifted individual of this cohort at New Moon Mystic Manor, surpassing even senior brother Mu Rong. Both are at the 8th level of the Mystic Realm. Yet Mu Rongye is 19, while Lan Ruoxue is 18, indicating that in terms of innate talent, Lan Ruoxue undoubtedly surpasses Mu Rongye. At the tender age of 20, Xiao Yulong had already ascended to the 3rd level of the Profound Realm, establishing himself as the foremost among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue, at merely 16, had reached the 10th level of the profound realm, a talent seldom seen in Luoyang City within a century. However, both Murongyi and Lan Ruoxue evidently surpassed Xia Qingyue by a considerable margin, not to mention Xiao Yulong. Such individuals of this caliber were certainly not rare among the major sects in New Moon City. In contrast, it was evident that Luoyang City was a forgotten small town, significantly lagging in terms of profound strength. Grandfather Xiao Liling, at the 10th level of the profound realm, was deemed the strongest in Luoyang City, yet in New Moon City he would likely only rank among the upper echelons of his peers, never reaching the pinnacle. Yuan Ba's expression grew grave. There is a matter of great seriousness that I must discuss with you. What is it? Upon seeing Yuan Ba's serious demeanor, Xia Yuanba immediately felt apprehensive. From now on, you must no longer refer to me as brother-in-law, Yuan Ba stated solemnly. Why not? Xia Yuanba's eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Ba patted him on the shoulder and glanced into the distance. Didn't he senior sister Shui Rua mention that our class is filled with many beautiful girls? Well, that seems to be the case. However, senior sister Shui Rua is still the most beautiful. Yuan Ba raised an eyebrow, his expression resolute. Since our class has so many lovely ladies, if you keep calling me brother-in-law, won't that reveal that I am already married? How am I to pursue those enchanting senior sisters and junior sisters then? Xia Yuanba opened his mouth, his mind momentarily blank for 3 full seconds before he timidly replied. But brother-in-law, you already have my sister. If you were to engage with other girls, wouldn't that be a tad inappropriate? Not at all, Yuanba interjected, waving his hand with earnest conviction. I just spoke with senior sister Shui Rua, and your sister has assured me that she would not oppose me taking other wives. This was a promise made by your sister herself. Moreover, whether I will ever see your sister again in this lifetime remains uncertain. Yuan Ba gazed into the distance, his eyes deepening with contemplation. A man's ultimate pursuits in life are, after all, twofold. One is to conquer the world, and the other is to conquer women. Conquering the world is a means to attain a significant height in life, while conquering women is the embellishment of that journey. If one cannot conquer the woman they desire, even if they conquer the world, they remain a solitary peak, shrouded in loneliness. Yuan Ba, do you agree with my sentiments? Although Yuan Ba struggled to comprehend fully, he sensed the gravity of the words. Then, if I don't call you brother-in-law, what shall I address you as? Having called Yuan Ba brother-in-law since childhood due to his betrothal to Xia Qingyue, Yuan Ba's mind, not accustomed to deviations, could not readily conjure an alternative. Well, you could call me big brother, boss, Yun Gu, Che Gu, or simply Yin Che. Just refrain from calling me brother-in-law henceforth. Oh, from now on, I shall call you boss. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Boss, boss, boss. It felt somewhat awkward. By the way, senior sister Shui Rua just mentioned she would be heading to the pharmacy to collect some medicinal pills for this evening's banquet. Should we also pay a visit? Upon entering the Zhuangzifu, the brother-in-law can immediately procure a supply of elixirs from the Yafufu, eligible for collection once a month. Please refrain from addressing me as brother-in-law. Ah, I almost forgot. I shall be more mindful. So, shall we head to our residence first, or to the Yafufu? The accommodation arranged for Yunche by Sikong Han is adjacent to Xia Yuanba's. Though modest in size, it exudes an air of elegance, equipped with all the essentials, surpassing Yunche's expectations. After wandering for half a year, Yunche finally has a place to rest his head, and he feels a wave of sentimentality. Lying upon the small bed, he quickly succumbed to slumber. For the past 6 months, he had slept in the wilderness, never having stayed at an inn, and had not enjoyed the comfort of a bed for quite some time. His slumber was particularly restful, lasting from noon until evening, until he was awakened by a knock at the door from Xia Yuanba. Brother-in-law, are you awake? The banquet is about to commence. Shall we go? Aware of the potential occurrences at the banquet, Xia Yuanba harbored reservations about Yunche's attendance, fearing he might be challenged and intentionally harmed by others. Yunche opened his eyes and sprang from the bed. Of course we must go. Give me a moment. I will be ready shortly. At the heart of the Xinyue Zhuangzifu lies a sprawling grove of sparse green bamboo, within which stands a grand hall radiating an air of solemnity. This is the largest and most opulent structure in the entire Xinyue Zhuangzifu, aptly named the main hall, where significant matters of the estate are typically conducted. The banquet in honor of the new estate lord is also being held in this main hall. As Yunche and Xia Yuanba entered, there remained less than a quarter of an hour until the scheduled start of the banquet. Yet, fewer than 1/5 of the seats were occupied, the majority being members of the Zhuangzifu. This clearly indicated that the invited sex either could not arrive earlier or, more likely, deemed themselves too esteemed to do so, reflecting a dismissive attitude towards the Xin Yue Zhuanzifu. Just as Yunche and Xia Yuanba entered the main hall, they chanced upon Murongyi. With a dismissive glance, he bluntly inquired, "What are you two doing here? Do you even know what kind of banquet this is? You ought to leave at once." "It was Elder Sikong who permitted our attendance," Xia Yuanba replied, suppressing his anger. "Elder Sikong allowed you two to come?" Murongyi scoffed. "Are you here to embarrass yourselves? This is no ordinary banquet. There will surely be battles between disciples from various sections. What business do you two insignificant figures have here?" "Humph. Well, since it was Elder Sikong who sent you, you may enter. But behave yourselves, if you bring shame upon the Xinyue Zhuanzifu. Do not expect my senior brother to be merciful." Following Lan Shuirua for an entire afternoon, he noticed that she wore a constant smile and spoke in a soft tone, yet she never deigned to glance at him even once. This left him feeling quite vexed, and upon encountering Yunche and Xia Yuanba, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Even Xia Yuanba, despite his typically good-natured temperament, found himself brimming with anger when suddenly confronted with harsh words. However, Yunche merely tugged at his arm and stated calmly, "Shall we proceed inside?" Upon entering the main hall, they spotted Sikong Han waving at them, subsequently guiding them to their designated seats. Their positions were located at the back row, rendering them somewhat inconspicuous. Nevertheless, given Xia Yuanba's imposing stature, it was rather challenging for them to go unnoticed. "Yunche, Yuanba, if a conflict arises later, make sure to observe closely. It would be advantageous if you could glean some insights. Since both of you are relatively new to the Xin Mansion, it is unlikely anyone will challenge you. Just sit back and watch," Sikong Han advised. "Understood, Elder Sikong," Xia Yuanba replied, nodding obediently. Yunche also nodded slowly, scanning the surroundings and noting that there were about 30 disciples from the Xin Mansion present. If all went as expected, these individuals should represent the CR Mi de la Sar Mi of the disciples. Selecting just 30 from the 3,000 disciples of the Xin Mansion meant each one was undoubtedly exceptional. Soon enough, Yunche's gaze fell upon Lan Shuirua, who was seated at the very front and center of the disciples section. This positioning came as no surprise to him. At just 18 years old, she had already attained the 8th level of the Xian realm, and as a girl, her talents were considered remarkable, even among the upper echelons of sections. Moreover, Yunche attracted considerable attention from the other disciples of the Xian Mansion. All those present at this banquet were among the elite, and competition was fierce. They were all well acquainted with one another. The arrival of Xia Yuanba astonished them, for his cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the initial Xian realm, placing him among the lower ranks, making his presence here quite unusual. In stark contrast, Yunche was a complete stranger to them. "Hey, are you a new junior brother? I don't think I've seen you before." A girl donned in fiery red attire turned around from the front row, her curious eyes sparkling as she asked, "Greetings, senior sister. I am Yunche, and I just entered the Xian Mansion today," he replied, offering a subtle nod accompanied by a charismatic smile. In an instant, the girl felt a jolt of electricity course through her cheeks flushing slightly. "Wow, you look so young, yet you've already reached the Xian realm. No wonder you were allowed to attend this banquet on your very first day at the Xian Mansion. Indeed, he is my brother-in-law. How could he not be impressive?" Xia Yuanba proclaimed proudly, seemingly more delighted by the praise directed at Yunche than by any accolades for himself. Brother-in-law? You're already married?" The girl's lips parted in surprise, her eyes reflecting a tinge of regret. Suppressing the urge to strangle Xia Yuanba, Yunche maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Yes, senior sister, being so beautiful, I presume you are also married? I wouldn't dream of marrying so early. Indeed, my name is Yi Hongling, a member of Class 1 in the Xinji Mansion, and I am 17 years old. Should any issues arise in the future, I shall stand by you." The girl spoke with a sense of camaraderie. "I extend my gratitude to you, senior sister." Aware of his potential missteps, Xia Yuanba lowered his head deeply, hesitating to speak to Yunche for quite some time. At this moment, the guest of honor at the banquet, the newly appointed master of the Xinyue Xian Mansion, Qin Wuyo, finally arrived. Qin Wuyo appeared to be around 60 years of age, with a calm and serene demeanor, his eyes radiating clarity and wisdom, exuding an aura of transcendent grace. Originally one of the elders from the Songfeng Xian Mansion in the imperial capital, Qin Wuyo was specially assigned to preside over the Xinyue city, his strength being unfathomable. He had arrived at the Xinyue Xian Mansion a month prior, with today marking the formal inauguration banquet. In just a month, he had profoundly impressed the various elders and disciples, earning their deep respect. After taking his seat at the head of the table, representatives from several major sects arrived in succession as if in concerted agreement. Ha ha. I, Tai Zhansong of the Iron Gun sect, have come along with my son, Tai Hengjuan, to extend our congratulations to Master Qin on his new appointment. With a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man strode in with 7 disciples. This individual was the current leader of the Iron Gun sect. Xia Yuanba whispered to Yunche. The person following him is his youngest son, Tai Hengjuan. Despite his youth, he possesses incredible talent. Rumor has it that barring unforeseen circumstances, he will be the prime candidate for the next leader of the Iron Gun sect. Master Qin, I trust you are well. Having been captivated by your presence during our chance encounter a fortnight ago, I have specially brought my son here today with a modest gift. Though it pales in comparison to your grandeur. Qin Wuyo personally rose from his seat to greet them, accepting the gift. Master Tai, you are exceedingly gracious. Your personal visit is already an immense honor for me. There is no need for such gifts. Your son's extraordinary talent and remarkable demeanor shall surely see him rise as a dragon among men, perhaps even surpassing you. Haha. Please, take your seats. Yuanba. This atmosphere seems overly harmonious, devoid of any semblance of rivalry, Yunche remarked, stroking his chin. Well, the Iron Gun sect has always maintained a stellar reputation. Although their overall strength surpasses ours, their relationship with the Xian mansion remains amicable. However, as for the rest, just as Xia Yuanba was speaking, the people from the Yuyang sect arrived. The chief elder of the Yuyang sect, Yin Zizai, has come to congratulate Master Qin on his new appointment. Following the Yuyang sect, representatives from the Xuanqing sect, the 7 Kills Sword Pavilion, and the Fenglin Xian mansion also arrived, each bringing along 7 to 8 disciples. With Qin Wuyo personally greeting them all, it was not until the banquet was on the verge of commencing that the Burning Heaven sect made its tardy entrance. The 6th elder of the Burning Heaven sect, Fan Hanyan, extends his congratulations to Master Qin on his new appointment. Specifically, the Burning Heaven sect's outpost in Xinyue City was led by an elderly man clad in a full red robe, adorned with vibrant flames. Upon entering the main hall, everyone distinctly felt a warm wave enveloping their faces. Following the Burning Heaven sect, the Shao Clan's branch was the last to arrive. Led by a strikingly youthful individual who appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Behind him, he was accompanied only by a middle-aged man in his 40s and 6 young disciples, all under the age of 20. The junior, Xiaozong Xiao Luocheng, had met the head of the Qin family. Upon entering the main hall, the youth performed a respectful greeting towards Qin Wuyo, his demeanor calm and elegant, exuding a sense of poise befitting a junior. However, the very act of paying respects to the master of the royal Xuangu was in itself a display of pride. It was Xiao Luocheng. Suddenly, Xia Yuanba exclaimed in a hushed tone, leaning closer to Yunche, I never anticipated he would be here. On my first day in New Moon City, I heard his name multiple times. He is the same age as my brother-in-law, merely 16. Yet he has already ascended to the position of the young master of the Shao sect's branch, and is widely recognized as the foremost youth of New Moon City. Foremost? Yunche regarded Xiao Luocheng with renewed interest. The young man indeed appeared quite youthful, yet his demeanor belied his age, radiating an air of maturity. With his brows and eyes revealing an unmistakable nobility and pride, those who gazed upon him were filled with a myriad of emotions, surprise, admiration, envy, or a sense of inadequacy. Indeed, in terms of talent, he was undoubtedly the best. At merely 16, he had already reached the 10th level of the Profound Realm. It was rumored that he was on the verge of breaking into the true Profound Realm. Brother-in-law, can you believe it? 16 years old and at the 10th level of the Profound Realm. Yunche's expression shifted, instinctively glancing at Lan Shuirua, whose delicate features were now shadowed by a deep sense of gravity. Ah, Xiao Luocheng. That name resonates profoundly with me. I never imagined I would meet the foremost youth of New Moon City today. Is your esteemed father not present? Qin Wuyo inquired with a warm smile. You flatter me, Lord Qin. Though my father yearned to personally extend his congratulations on your new appointment, his health has regrettably declined, preventing his attendance. Hence, I come in his stead. And I hope you do not take offense, Xiao Luocheng responded, his face aglow with a courteous smile. Qin Wuyo, as the leader of the New Moon Xuangu, deserved the presence of heads from the major sects at his inauguration banquet to signify the utmost respect. At the very least, a chief elder should have attended. Among the 7 major sects, the Iron Spear Gate, 7 Kills Sword Pavilion, and Wind and Cloud Xuangu were represented by their respective masters. while the Profound Heart sect and Yunyang sect sent their chief elders. Even the outer sect of the Flame Heaven Gate managed to send their 6th elder. Yet, this external sect of the Shao was led by a junior, though Shao Luocheng maintained a veneer of politeness. Any individual with a modicum of discernment could perceive the overt disdain beneath. However, Qin Wuyo responded with a hearty laugh, seemingly unperturbed by the slight. "What are you saying? Young Master Shao? Having heard of your remarkable demeanor for several days, it is a pleasure to finally meet you today, fulfilling a long-held wish, and I am positively elated. Esteemed guests of the Shao sect, please take your seats." At this juncture, all invited guests had arrived. The Shao sect's branch and the outer sect of the Burning Heaven Gate naturally occupied the 2 most prestigious seats, followed by the 5 major sects, and thereafter. The seat of Murong Hang, the Lord of Crescent Moon City. He held no grievances regarding this arrangement. Although the Murong family wielded considerable influence in Crescent Moon City, this was only in the presence of commoners and smaller sects. Before the 7 major sects, even as the Lord of Crescent Moon City, he had to humble himself, daring not to offend in the slightest. As for the medium-sized sects that were also invited, they trembled with trepidation. Opportunities to witness the assembly of the 7 major sects were rare, and none of them could afford to provoke even a single one. After a brief pause, Qin Wuyo raised his goblet and drained its contents. The guests followed suit, offering a plethora of well-wishing remarks. "Ah, Master Qin, you are far too gracious. Should you ever require assistance from our Azure Dragon gang, do not hesitate to ask. I have heard that Master Qin hails from the imperial city S. Songfeng Xuanfu, which truly inspires admiration. With your new leadership, I am confident that Crescent Moon Xuanfu will flourish. The depth of Master Qin's profound energy is unfathomable. He must have reached at least the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. It is truly humbling for us." The atmosphere became increasingly lively, with those eager to curry favor being primarily from the medium and small sects, while the 7 major sects maintained a reserved demeanor, offering only occasional pleasantries. Despite the emergence of Lan Xuerua from Crescent Moon Xuanfu, her solitary presence was insufficient to alter the prevailing dynamics. It appeared that they would once again tread the same path as 5 years prior. Alas, there was little that could be done. The foundation and resources of the Xuanfu could not possibly compare to those of a sect with a legacy spanning several centuries. The ambience was indeed quite delicate, and it seemed that the princess was in for an intriguing spectacle. What do you think would be the outcome if the elite disciples of Crescent Moon Xuanfu were to spar with those of the 7 major sects? Jasmine inquired thoughtfully. On the same age tier, the disciples of the 7 sects were, on average, 2 to 3 levels superior to those of Crescent Moon Xuanfu. Does it even require my royal insight to predict the result? Jasmine replied with a hint of indifference. Is it really that exaggerated? Yunche furrowed his brow slightly. If they are merely half a level higher, there is a chance. An average of 1 level higher means it is essentially hopeless. If the disparity is indeed 2 to 3 levels, then it would be a mere fantasy for Crescent Moon Xuanfu to avoid repeating past mistakes. It seems this new leader will have to endure a significant test of mettle. We shall see how he handles it. Humph. In terms of the Burning Heaven Gate and the Shao sect, the average superiority could be as much as 4 to 5 levels. Jasmine added with emphasis. I am curious to know by how many levels you surpass them. Yunche inquired leisurely. Compare myself to them? Are you insulting this princess? Jasmine's voice was tinged with a hint of anger. Ahem, that was not my intention at all, merely a casual inquiry. At merely 13 years of age, she could effortlessly surpass the formidable Wang Xianji Long. What talents from the sect, what esteemed figures of the younger generation, paled in comparison before her. Yunche felt that comparing Jasmine to them was indeed a grave insult to her. Clearly, Qin Wuyo possessed a remarkable ability to command the atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks, the banquet was filled with an exuberant ambience, laughter and cheer resounding throughout. Though Yunche abstained from alcohol, he indulged in the feast. However, the tension between the members of the Xian house and the disciples of the sects grew palpable, as lengthy exchanges of glances escalated the atmosphere to one ripe for conflict, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Xian Ao, the chief elder of the Xuanqin sect, rose with a cup of wine in hand and proclaimed loudly. This toast represents the Xuanqin sect's best wishes for Lord Qin to soon lead the new moon Xian house to resound throughout the seas. With that, Xian Ao downed his drink, cup turned upside down, and continued. However, as the banquet unfolds, with so many esteemed guests present, it feels somewhat lacking, not sufficiently lively. As newly appointed, Lord Qin must still be unfamiliar with the New Moon Xian house. Surely you wish to understand the strength of the disciples within. Thus, I propose a friendly sparring session between our sect's disciples and those of your esteemed house of the same age. It would not only enliven the festivities, but also deepen our mutual ties and allow Lord Qin to gauge the disciples' capabilities. Truly a threefold benefit. Excellent. Elder Xian's suggestion is brilliant. A splendid idea indeed. The hall erupted in enthusiastic agreement, and the 7 major sects expressed their approval, their cheers reverberating. Meanwhile, the elders of the New Moon Xian house sighed inwardly, knowing that the inevitable had finally arrived. Every 5 years, a new leader was appointed, and with each transition, they were subjected to a show of strength, a tradition that had become almost a law. With the 7 major sects in unison, their disciples had already risen, eager to engage. Naturally, Qin Wuyo could hardly resist. Yet, he remained composed, standing with a smile and nodding. Elder Xian's proposal is indeed commendable. So, how shall we conduct this sparring? The final words of Xian Ao, accompanied by his hearty laughter, clearly implied that even the younger ones among them could triumph over their elder counterparts. Since it was my suggestion, let us have our Xuanqin sect go first. Xianyu, you shall step up. Remember to state your age. Yes, elder. The young disciple from the Xuanqin sect, appearing around 16 or 17, was the youngest among their contingent. Slightly built and clad in agile attire, he took a deep breath. Leaping from his seat to land in the center of the grand hall, hands clasped behind his back, casting a challenging gaze towards the disciples of the New Moon Xian house. I am Xianyu, an unremarkable disciple of the Xuanqin sect, aged 16. Which esteemed disciple from your house wishes to offer guidance? The most difficult pill to swallow was that Xianyu, among the disciples brought by the 7 sects, could only be considered mediocre, certainly not among the elite. Xianyu stood there for a considerable duration, yet the New Moon Xian mansion remained unresponsive. The smile on Xianyu's face had transformed into a derisive sneer, and the 7 major sects displayed their disdain openly. If this silence persisted, the New Moon Xian mansion would suffer humiliation before even engaging in a contest. Xikong Han gestured for Li Hao to step forward. Yes, the disciple, Li Hao, sprang from the ranks of his peers and stood before Xianyu, declaring earnestly, I am Li Hao from New Moon Xian mansion. I seek your guidance. Heh. No need to say more. I shall gladly instruct you. Xianyu replied with a mocking smile, his voice laced with apparent contempt. The disciples of the 7 major sects had always held a sense of superiority over the New Moon Xian mansion, while the disciples of the latter could only boast in front of the lesser sections. Yet, in the presence of the 7 major sects, they could barely lift their heads. Humph. The disdainful gaze from Xianyu ignited a surge of anger within Li Hao. With a low growl, he focused his energy into his right arm and launched a punch, creating a sharp gust as it hurtled toward Xianyu's face. Is this the best you can do? Xianyu thought to himself with a cold smile. He raised his right hand, and suddenly a faint purple light shimmered above his palm. That is the sect's technique. The purple sun skill of the Xuanqin sect. An elder from New Moon Xian mansion shouted. The disparity between New Moon Xian mansion and the 7 major sects lay not only in their levels of energy, but also in their techniques. The major sects possessed established legacies of profound techniques cultivated over centuries, while such skills were typically secrets held closely by a sect or clan, never to be shared with outsiders. For New Moon Xian mansion to impart a technique to its disciples, it would require the creation of a new one. Moreover, even in terms of martial skills, New Moon Xian mansion predominantly relied on basic, low-level techniques, far inferior to those of the 7 major sections. The purple energy emanating from Xianyu's palm swirled like boiling water. He transformed his palm into a fist and met Li Hao's punch head-on, delivering a straightforward strike devoid of any technique. When the 2 fists collided, a burst of purple light erupted at the point of impact. With a sharp crack, Li Hao's fist dislocated, pain etched across his face as his upper body leaned backward. Xianyu smirked, and with a sudden motion, he swung his left fist, also enveloped in purple light, striking fiercely at Li Hao's abdomen. This was no ordinary punch. It was the powerful technique of Xuanqin sect, Purple Cloud Palm. Bang! The fist shrouded in purple light crashed heavily into Li Hao's abdomen, embedding deeply. Li Hao's complexion turned deathly pale as he emitted a muffled groan and was propelled backward, tumbling through the air before landing heavily on the ground. His chest and abdomen churned violently, and he finally expelled a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach and convulsing on the ground, utterly unable to rise. Li Hao, junior brother Li. 2 disciples from New Moon Xian mansion rushed forward to assist the defeated and disheveled Li Hao. The disciples of the New Moon Mystic Manor were all overwhelmed with trepidation. Li Hao and Xian Yu were of similar age, with only a slight difference in their mystical prowess. They assumed that even if they were to be defeated, they would at least be able to hold out for a considerable time. However, to their astonishment, after merely 2 exchanges, Li Hao was utterly vanquished. They had heard tales of how, 5 years prior, the disciples of the 7 sects had dealt a devastating 10 consecutive defeats to their seniors, leaving them in utter despair. Though they had initially harbored feelings of resentment, after witnessing this first match, chills ran down their spines. "Thank you for the lesson," Xian Yu said with a smile. The previous battle had scarcely exhausted him, and instead of retreating, he remained poised, addressing the disciples of the New Moon Mystic Manor. "I wonder which esteemed friend from the New Moon Mystic Manor would care to enlighten me further? Humph, this lad seems to be reveling in the limelight." One disciple from the 7-kill Sword Pavilion scoffed. "Alas, toying with these novices lacks any real excitement. I suppose it serves merely as entertainment," another remarked disdainfully. Laughter erupted among the disciples of the 7 sects. Before the disciples of the New Moon Mystic Manor could respond, Xian Yu extended his hand, pointing at a figure. "You there, the towering brother. Judging by your stature, you must possess immense strength. I humbly seek your guidance." He was unmistakably referring to Xia Yuanba. Chapter 66, a battle that shook the city. The fact that Xian Yu referred to him as the towering brother drew all eyes to Xia Yuanba, causing the elders of the New Moon Mystic Manor to furrow their brows in concern, and the disciples to stare in disbelief. None had anticipated that the challenger chosen by Xian Yu would be the 15-year-old Xia Yuanba, who had merely come to observe the spectacle today. However, given Xia Yuanba's imposing physique, it was indeed difficult for those unfamiliar with him to believe he was only 15. Mistaking him for someone 10 years older would not have been uncommon. Sikong Han interjected, "This is our disciple Xia Yuanba. However, you cannot refer to him as brother, for although he is remarkably robust, he is but 15 years of age, the youngest among us." 15 years old. Many from the 7 mystic sects spat out their tea in astonishment. Xian Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, elder," Xia Yuanba affirmed, rising to his feet. His towering frame, nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, elicited gasps from many within the hall. Yin Che patted him on the back, whispering, "Be cautious, don't get hurt." "Haha, fear not. Though my mystical power may be lacking, my physique is quite resilient," Xia Yuanba replied confidently, patting his chest as he strode to the center of the main hall. Standing before Xian Yu, he declared, "I am Xia Yuanba. From the first class of the Mystic Manor, age 15, I look forward to your guidance." Xian Yu had clearly intended to challenge someone older to assert his dominance, only to find that he had chosen a seemingly 18-year-old giant who was, in fact, only 15. A match between a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old would yield little glory even in victory. Upon probing Xia Yuanba's mystical strength, Xian Yu's lips curled in disdain as he discovered it was merely at the 6th level of the initial mystic realm. Selecting such a challenger was a grave miscalculation that diminished his own stature. What a fool. I knew attending this gathering would spell trouble for him. If outsiders were to believe that a mere 6th level of the initial profound realm could become an elite disciple of the profound house, it would surely provoke hearty laughter. How utterly embarrassing. With a fierce shout, "Break the mountains and shatter the stones," Xia Yuanba launched the first strike. His fists clenched tightly. His massive form leaped into the air, crashing down with tremendous force. The sheer size of his body, coupled with an invisible pressure, indeed imparted a semblance of the ability to shatter mountains and rocks. How shameless to display such a pathetic profound technique. If Xian Yu allows him to execute 3 moves unchallenged, he shall never show his face in public again, scoffed an elder disciple of the Xuanqin sect. In the face of Xia Yuanba's overwhelming assault, Xian Yu did not flinch or evade. He did not even adopt a stance to display his profound skill. Instead, he simply raised his right arm horizontally, unadorned, to block Xia Yuanba's seemingly formidable strike, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. With a dull thud, Xia Yuanba's fist collided violently with Xian Yu's arm, causing it to dip slightly before suddenly snapping back like a venomous snake awakened from slumber, trapping both of Xia Yuanba's robust arms within the crook of his own. In that moment, Xian Yu unleashed a surge of profound energy. Crack! Ag! Yuanba! Yin Che sprang to his feet. With Xia Yuanba's anguished cry, his arms dislocated in an instant, Xian Yu effortlessly hurled the massive form of Xia Yuanba, weighing over 350 pounds, more than a meter into the air. At this point, the sparring should have concluded. With Xia Yuanba suffering a swift defeat, A predictable outcome for all present. The formidable foundation, profound skills, and techniques enabled Xian Yu to triumph even against an opponent merely one level below him, let alone against Xia Yuanba, who was merely at the 6th level of the initial profound realm. Yet, just as Xia Yuanba's body floated in the air, about to crash heavily to the ground, a shadow flickered across Xian Yu's face, and purple light glimmered upon his right fist. Yunche immediately sensed Xian Yu's intent and shouted urgently, "Stop." But Xian Yu paid no heed to his words. With no mercy, he delivered a ruthless purple cloud palm, striking Xia Yuanba's body just as it was about to land. The sound of at least 3 ribs fracturing echoed clearly. Yuanba. Yunche could no longer contain himself. He leaped to Xia Yuanba's side, supporting his fallen form. Upon hitting the ground, Xia Yuanba's complexion had turned ghostly pale, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, his face contorted in agony. Though he appeared robust, his protective profound energy was simply too weak to withstand Xian Yu's devastating blow. Yunche glared fiercely at Xian Yu, his face darkened with anger. The sparring was merely for practice, to be kept within bounds. The outcome had already been determined. Why did you strike so ruthlessly? Humph. Xian Yu scoffed disdainfully. True. It was for practice, yet swords and blades are blind, and fists and feet are difficult to restrain. This is a universally acknowledged truth. It is not uncommon for injuries to occur in practice due to the inability to hold back. How was I to know that your elite disciples of the New Moon Profound House are so fragile? After just a few exchanges, bones are broken and blood is spilled. Instead of blaming your own inadequacies, you come to reprimand me? Haha, Brother Xuan Yu is absolutely right. Among us disciples, it is not uncommon to engage in sparring that results in broken limbs, such as the essence of true combat. The New Moon mystical manner cannot even withstand a minor injury. No wonder it has consistently fallen short of expectations. I dare say, Brother Xuan Yu has already shown restraint. If he were to exert his full strength, that lad with his mere 6th level of initial mystic chi would hardly be alive now. The air was filled with piercing sounds from the 7-sect alliance, while the elders of the New Moon mystical manor shook their heads in despair, rendered helpless. Yunche, in a fit of rage, forced a smile as he assisted Xia Yuanba to the side of Lan Shuirua. Sister Shuirua, could I trouble you to look after Yuanba for me? Of course. Lan Shuirua swiftly descended, producing a crimson and white pill and placing it into Xia Yuanba's mouth. When she looked up, she saw Yunche had already risen and was striding towards Xuan Yu. What a chaotic scene, where blades and fists know no mercy. Yunche stood before Xuan Yu, his expression remarkably calm as he fixed his gaze upon the one who dared to inflict such malicious harm upon Xia Yuanba. Remember well what you just said. I shall be your opponent now. Yunche, a student of the mystic realm, merely 16 years of age. Who is this young man? At such a tender age, he has already reached the 1st level of the mystic realm, and his profound strength seemingly surpasses even Li Hao's. How have I never encountered him before? The elders of the New Moon mystical manor exchanged glances in astonishment. Brother-in-law, be careful. He is far too powerful. Xia Yuanba clutched his chest, his voice filled with pain. Yunche's words momentarily stunned Xuan Yu, who then erupted into laughter as though he had heard the most amusing jest in the world. Ah ha ha ha. Are you warning me? Threatening me? Wishing to return the favor? Ha ha. You think you can? Xuan Yu slowly extended his 5 fingers, waving them before Yunche. 5 moves. If you can engage me in combat for more than 5 exchanges, I shall concede this spar as your victory. What do you say? Ha ha ha. Brother Xuan Yu, you truly overestimate him. Came the uproarious laughter from the direction of the Xianxian sect. At this moment, the host of the gathering, Qin Wuyo, who had remained silent since the spar began, finally displayed a hint of emotion. He observed Yunche's eyes, which remained unfazed amidst Xuan Yu's mockery and derision, and sighed inwardly. This young lad is quite extraordinary. Are you done with your empty words? Yunche spoke coldly. Oh, your name is Ong, and you are Yunche, correct? Don't just stand there. If you wish to begin, feel free to attack at any time. At least that way, you will have a chance to strike. Should I initiate, you may not even get the opportunity, Xuan Yu said with a grin. Arms crossed over his chest, Yunche merely smiled, uttering no further words. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his left hand extending in a direct line towards Xuan Yu's neck. What? You don't even possess a mystic technique? Xian Yu's smile grew increasingly mocking, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just as Yunche's left arm drew within 2 feet of his face, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Yunche's left wrist with remarkable precision. A trace of a sinister smile flickered at the corner of Xian Yu's mouth as he prepared to channel his energy to snap Yunche's wrist. Yet, to his astonishment, his hand passed through Yunche's wrist, grasping only thin air. At that moment, Yunche's figure dissipated like mist. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind surged from his right side. Dazed, Xianyu had no time to react before a resounding slap echoed throughout the grand hall, resonating in every corner, so clear and crisp it felt as if it struck each listener's own face. Xianyu was sent soaring into the air, spinning a complete 1440 degrees before crashing down heavily. This slap, delivered with unreserved force by Yunche, left him disgusted as he wiped the reddened back of his right hand against his clothing, nonchalantly stating, "First move." Chapter 67. A battle that shocked the city. This resounding slap left Xianyu dazed, as did everyone present. They had anticipated witnessing a scene where Yunche would be utterly defeated or even grievously injured within mere exchanges. No one expected that their initial encounter would culminate in Yunche delivering a thunderous slap to Xianyu. The members of the seven sects stood in stunned silence, while the disciples and elders of the New Moon Profound Palace gaped in disbelief, their minds momentarily frozen, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Only when Yunche uttered the words "first move" did they awaken from their stupor, eyes wide in astonishment. The seven sects, particularly the members of the Xuanqin sect, exchanged bewildered glances. How could Xianyu, a dignified second-level Profound Realm practitioner with the backing of his sect's profound techniques, be so thoroughly slapped by someone at the first level of the Profound Realm, without a trace of profound energy? Surely, this must be a jest. What was that technique? Elder Sikong, did you witness his movements clearly? An elder from the New Moon Profound Palace whispered. I did not. The technique he utilized was unlike anything I have ever seen, Elder Sikong replied in a hushed tone, his gaze towards Yunche markedly transformed. Xianyu, struggling to rise from the ground, found his right cheek swollen and red, resembling a monkey's backside. Having previously boasted, he now faced the most humiliating slap of his life in such a public setting. With a venomous glare directed at Yunche, he barely managed to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he spoke. Very well. I had intentionally left a flaw for you, hoping to allow you a few exchanges to avoid utter disgrace. Yet, you lack gratitude. Prepare to face the consequences of my wrath. Yunche flicked his right hand dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at him, retorting, Fool, you seek death. Xianyu was utterly enraged, letting out a low growl as he raised his hands and charged towards Yunche. Purple light flickered on both his left and right palms. And then he unleashed his fists, striking towards Yunche from both sides. Under the power of the purple sun technique, Xianyu's hands bore the strength of 1,000 pounds. Be careful, junior brother Yan, Lan Shui instinctively shouted. Sitting in the front row, she could distinctly sense the formidable force coalescing in Xianyu's hands. The hearts of the disciples and elders of the New Moon Mystic House also raced. After all, Xianyu's prowess was well known. The recent encounter could have merely been a moment of underestimation on his part. Now, with Xianyu consumed by rage, did Yunche stand a chance? Die. Xianyu's eyes gleamed with malice, the humiliation he had just suffered igniting a murderous intent towards Yunche. Yet, he certainly did not dare to commit murder within the confines of the New Moon Mystic House. However, he was confident that this punch would leave Yunche crippled for life. Under the immense pressure, Yunche appeared utterly immobilized, unable even to adopt a defensive stance. Xianyu's fist struck effortlessly against Yunche's chest, piercing right through him. What? Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his body tilting forward from the momentum. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air from his left side. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed throughout the grand hall, and Xianyu's body was sent flying once more, spinning elegantly through the air 4 times before crashing face first to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. His left cheek swelled, turning a deep crimson. Second strike, Yunche remarked casually, blowing gently on the back of his left hand. The disciples of the New Moon Mystic House widened their eyes in astonishment, collectively exclaiming 2 words in their minds. No way. If the first incident could be attributed to carelessness, luck, or coincidence, then the second could not possibly be explained away in such terms. Li Hao, who had been defeated by Xianyu, did not leave but remained behind to recover. He watched in disbelief as Xianyu was once again sent flying, his face flushed with excitement, oblivious to the pain coursing through him, shouting uncontrollably, Well done. That was truly exhilarating. What a release. Haha. The elder brother treating his injuries, Li Haoran, chuckled at Li Hao's exuberance, responding leisurely, Haozi, it's clear that your realm is lacking. Junior brother Yin doesn't just fight well. He fights splendidly, and it's incredibly satisfying. Look at Xianyu's face. The first slap turned his right cheek into a monkey's rear, and the second slap mirrored that on his left. The coloration, the swelling, the position, and the height are all identical, It's utterly symmetrical. Just look at Xian Yu's face. It has become remarkably harmonious, hasn't it? This is not merely two simple slaps, but a flawless art of slapping, requiring exquisite precision in force, placement, and angle, something only a master could achieve. It's ineffably brilliant. With a resounding voice, Li Haoran's words resonated throughout the hall, causing a wave of laughter to erupt among the gathered crowd. Many disciples of the Xuanfu clutched their stomachs, suppressing their laughter while giving Li Haoran a thumbs up. Despite the sharp pangs of pain coursing through his insides, Li Hao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, my cousin's prowess is unparalleled. Regardless of whether junior brother Yin ultimately prevails or falters, I have resolved to befriend him. Xian Yu, in a state of utter disarray, struggled to rise from the ground. Forcibly swallowing 3 of his teeth mingled with blood, his eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze upon Yunche, wishing he could obliterate him with just a glance. Simultaneously, a tremor of confusion rippled through his mind. How did he appear to my left just now? His body was clearly stationary. Twice, I struck him, yet I missed both times. Is there something wrong with my vision? Or is it a technique of movement? But how could there exist such a method of movement? Moli had informed Yunche that the Star God fragmentation technique, upon reaching its first level, could render its practitioner invincible against 2 opponents of equal rank, and at the 3rd level, it could allow one to retreat unscathed even against foes 5 levels stronger. The Star God fragmentation technique consists of 8 levels. Moli had currently mastered the 6th, capable of conjuring 6 indistinguishable phantoms, while Yunche had only attained the 1st level, generating a single illusion. However, despite being merely at the 1st level, this technique stemmed from Moli's mastery and was not to be compared with ordinary methods. It was not just Xian Yu who had entered the Xian realm. Even the powerful masters of the Ling Xian and Di Xian realms present in the hall struggled to discern Yunche's movements. The shock they felt far surpassed that of the younger disciples. How does the taste of your own teeth fare? Yunche narrowed his eyes, mercilessly mocking him. Hee. Xian Yu smirked, wiping the corner of his mouth as he chuckled. Yunche, you are the first to leave me in such a pitiful state. Henceforth, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Before Xian Yu could finish his venomous words, he suddenly noticed Yunche's figure flicker and charge towards him. His expression darkened, and he swiftly drew an arc with his arms, this time having learned his lesson. He enveloped the front, left, and right in a protective barrier of his purple yang energy, confident that no matter where Yunche appeared, he would encounter a powerful counterattack the moment he touched the energy. He believed a single strike would suffice to leave Yunche incapacitated. As Yunche's figure made contact with the purple yang energy before him, he vanished just as before. Xian Yu's countenance soured as he concentrated his attention to the sides. But this time, a fierce gust of wind surged from above. Bang! Yunche, propelled into the air by the fragmentation technique, delivered a fierce kick to Xian Yu's right eye, sending him flipping backward, crashing down with his chin hitting the ground, and a bloodied tooth exploding from his mouth. As Yunche landed, he narrowly avoided stepping on Xian Yu's head, glancing down with a nonchalant demeanor and declaring, "Third strike. You scoundrel." Bang! As Xian Yu was about to rise, Yunche unexpectedly delivered a sudden kick, striking Xian Yu squarely on his left eye. This force propelled Xian Yu into a spectacular backflip, causing his eyes to instantly resemble those of a panda. Did your master never teach you to maintain focus at all times? The 4th move. I will kill you. Xian Yu's face was swollen and battered. His once gallant visage now transformed into a ghastly sight, a grotesque amalgamation of human and specter, exuding a sense of profound misery. He stood up, his terrifying face now contorted with rage, as he unleashed a torrent of energy, nearly losing his sanity. Ziang Qianhuanshou. Xian Yu roared with a voice strained to its limits, charging toward Yunche, his arms morphing into a deep purple hue under the influence of the Ziang technique. Yunche, be careful, Sikong Han exclaimed, suddenly rising in alarm. Xian Yu's arms moved rapidly, conjuring countless violet shadows that enveloped Yunche in a frenzied assault. Rather than retreat, Yunche narrowed his eyes into slits, extending his right arm to deftly maneuver through the purple shadows, striking decisively at Xian Yu's elbow. The Ziang technique of the Xuanxin sect harnessed the energy of the left and right arms, coalescing at the Tian Tan's 3 meridians, with the Ziang vein at its core. A disruption to the Ziang vein would cause the technique to collapse and the practitioner's energy to become momentarily chaotic. Moreover, when the Ziang technique was activated, the protective energy above the chest, connected to the Ziang vein, would be fully channeled into it, leaving the practitioner virtually defenseless. This was the crucial information that Jasmine had imparted to him moments before. The point where Yunche struck was precisely the Ziang vein of Xian Yu. Instantly, Xian Yu's arm became entirely numb, the violet energy dissipating in an instant, his energy thrown into disarray, rendering him momentarily rigid. In that fleeting moment, Yunche surged forward, driving his elbow forcefully into the area just above Xian Yu's chest. Crack! Xian Yu's sternum shattered and misaligned, propelling him through the air like a leaf caught in the wind. As he flew backward, he expelled a stream of blood, crashing to the ground like a sandbag, convulsing twice before becoming unable to rise again. Xian Yu pointed a trembling finger at Yunche, his body shaking. But he could only utter a single word before rolling his eyes back, his head tilting as he succumbed into unconsciousness. It was unclear whether he had fainted from injury or rage. Xian Yu. The disciples of the Xuanqing sect gasped in shock, rushing forward to support Xian Yu's fallen form, hastily administering 3 pills into his mouth. One of them glared furiously at Yunche, reprimanding, in a friendly spar, "How could you strike so ruthlessly? If anything happens to Xian Yu, our Xuanqing sect will not let you go." "I must admit, I cannot comprehend your words," Yunche retorted with a cold smirk. "While it is indeed a spar, one must remember that blades are blind, and fists can be difficult to retract. Incidents resulting in injury during such encounters are all too common. Sustaining a few wounds is simply part of the process. How could I possibly fathom that the disciples of your esteemed Su Inex and sect are so fragile? Merely 5 exchanges, and yet bones are shattered and blood is spewed forth. Rather than reflecting upon the inadequacies of your own disciples, you choose to cast blame upon me? 1. Yesterday, the temperature lingered above 10 degrees, but today it plummeted to a mere 2. I have succumbed to the chill, beset by lethargy and a throbbing headache throughout the day. My ability to compose has waned, leaving only this solitary peace. Should my condition not improve by tomorrow, I shall endeavor to provide a more substantial contribution the day after. 2. A call for assistance. Fellow student Yuzhongsu, you are the sole individual yet to report your measurements. Kindly reach out to Lord Chijue via QQ 876138691 to submit your dimensions. Custom t-shirts for the Hua clan await.